In the main live studio, Bei Ning seized the moment to pose a question to the three chief judges. I would like to ask, how do the three of you view the theme chosen for the preliminary audition? Xinlu picked up the microphone and spoke slowly. Youth as a theme has always been an enduring topic in the field of animation, capable of expanding into countless narratives. Regret dreams rough edges. Everyone's understanding of youth is different, and that is precisely why this is the best possible topic for each contestant to showcase themselves. Moreover, this theme itself possesses immense commercial value. If one can write this genre well, it is enough to secure a position at any major animation studio. When Xinlu put down the microphone, Lu Yu beside him chuckled and said, "Since Boss Xin has already spoken about the aspect of youth, I will talk about bands. In truth, band-themed series are relatively niche within animation, but that does not mean they are easy. On the contrary, the threshold for band stories is very high and the required investment is enormous. First of all, a band is not one person but a group. That means a band series requires several protagonists with distinctly different personalities. This kind of ensemble portrayal greatly increases the difficulty of creation. Second, what is a band? As the name suggests, it is a story of several people playing music together. Music is therefore the most direct expression of a band series. Without a few truly compelling tracks, how could it be called a band story at all? In normal studio work, the problem of music production can still be outsourced to music companies. But here at the competition, the contestants can rely only on themselves. This places a heavy demand on their ability in music production. I believe this will be the greatest trial the contestants must face today. If an original piece of music appears on this stage that truly surprises me, I will definitely give that contestant a very high score." His words landed with weight and the audience erupted in applause. After the first two had finished speaking, Gong Jun slowly picked up his microphone and said unhurriedly, "The two teachers before me have already said much of what I wanted to say. So I will briefly explain my judging criteria. In my view, whether youth or bands, in the end, it is all about human development. A good work must allow both its protagonist and supporting characters to grow. Therefore, in the contestants' animations, I hope to see the protagonist's arc of growth and the details of daily life that can resonate with the audience." Many people could not help wondering to themselves what kind of work could possibly satisfy all three judges' requirements at once. It was not only the viewers making wry comments, most of the contestants on site were frowning as well. Some even shook their heads repeatedly and tossed their pens onto the floor. In this world's animation industry, although genres had blossomed in many directions, the mainstream was still largely divided into just two types: romance and otherworldly fantasy. Band series? What an obscure niche topic. And while the contestants' individual feeds had already been cut off from the main broadcast, they could easily guess what was going on. Since it was a band story, it would have to be supported by music, preferably original tracks they composed on the spot. Yet, in terms of music production, most of them understood next to nothing. Just then, host Bei Ning suddenly touched the headset on his head, then announced, according to backstage information, contestant No. 6, Lin Lin, has already begun creating character design sheets. Let's lock the main screen onto contestant No. 6. A flood of viewers poured into Lin Lin's stream. As soon as they entered, they saw at the top of the drawing board the large title of the animation, Lonely Rock. The title clearly fit the theme, yet it felt strangely off to many who saw it. Some could not help guessing whether the word lonely might imply a one-person band. But Judge Liu Yu had already said that what he wanted to see was a group ensemble story about a band. Many viewers concluded that contestant No. 6's score might not be very high, since the judges on stage had clearly stated they were not interested in a one-person band. While online viewers buzzed about it, Liu Yu at the judges' table could not help shaking his head as he picked up the microphone. "I said before that a band should be a story between a group of people. Can something created by just one person still be called a band?" It seems contestant No. 6 has not grasped the theme very precisely. He paused, then added, "Of course, this is only what can be inferred from the title. I still hope No. 6 will bring me more surprises in the actual content." Inside his room, however, Lin Lin could not see the comments from either viewers or judges. Once he had confirmed the title, he put on an AI creation helmet and began constructing various setting illustrations on the drawing board. In fact, he could have put on the helmet and directly played a finished film for the audience. But creation had its basic principles: to skip setting work and jump straight to finished footage would be treating all the senior producers present as fools. It would be like constructing a building starting from the third floor. Simply impossible. Lin Lin could not help admitting that the AI technology in this world was far more advanced than in his previous life. At this moment, all he needed to do was think through the settings in his mind, and corresponding illustrations would appear on the electronic drawing board in front of him. Not only that, the system could extract his brainwaves and reproduce the finished film from his mind, skipping countless complex steps to directly generate an animation ready for public viewing. The function was nothing short of defying the heavens. No wonder it had previously been used only in criminal investigations and the military. Lin Lin silently wondered what kind of genius had invented it. In just a minute or two, Lin Lin, with the help of the AI, completed the first character standing illustration for Ho Dong Du. On the board, a pink-haired beautiful girl appeared before the viewer's eyes. She wore a loose pink tracksuit with a Jake-style skirt layered over it, and a dual-colored blue and yellow hair accessory in her hair. The moment this illustration appeared, viewers were instantly stunned. Some felt overwhelmed by the sheer amount of pink energy radiating from the design, while others could not help questioning whether he even knew how to design a character who they wondered would ever wear a JK skirt over track pants. It was hard for them to imagine how such an adorable, beautiful girl could end up with such explosively mismatched attire. Oh, contestant No. 6 set the background of their animation in Sakura province. In front of the judges' table, Baining spoke, though his expression showed little surprise. Unlike in his previous life in this world, Sakura had already been incorporated into Longua as early as the Tang dynasty. The Sakura language and Mandarin even shared a unified written script, only the pronunciation and spoken cadence differed, becoming a distinctive local feature. In modern times, Sakura language following Mandarin was officially recognized by Longua together with Cantonese as one of the two dialects of major influence. Therefore, literary and artistic works created in Sakura language were far from unfamiliar to most people in Longua, and their appearance in the grand competition did not feel abrupt at all. Even Gong Jun, one of the 3 chief judges, had risen to fame precisely through Sakura language animation. After finishing the character design sheet for Ho Tengdu, Lin Lin did not put down his pen. He quickly shifted the sheet to the side and began creating the second character design. Contestant No. 6 is making character designs really fast. Many other contestants are still lost in thought. Even the quickest contestant No. 2 Chu Huan has only just settled on a title. As Baining spoke, he brought up a small window on the screen locking onto Chu Huan in room No. 2. The title read Youthful Pain. Seeing this title, Shin Lu, the boss of a major animation studio, remarked, "It seems contestant Chu Huan is placing more of the thematic weight on the word youth." Indeed, under such a prompt, many contestants will definitely emphasize the element of youth while downplaying the band, since that opens up far more material to write about. Now it seems that contestant No. 6, Lin Lin, has instead taken an unconventional route, choosing to use the band theme title as the main narrative thread. Perhaps we can look forward to whether contestant No. 6 will bring us any surprises. Viewers in the live chat began to discuss noisily, some even saying that compared to Youthful Pain, Lonely Rock sounded much more interesting. Others jokingly warned the naysayers to watch their tongues and not badmouth their beloved Huan Huan in front of her devoted fan army. Inside creation room No. 6, Lin Lin was earnestly drawing full-body standing illustrations while replaying in his mind the general plot of the Lonely Rock anime. While the barrage was still ablaze with discussion, Lin Lin had already finished the standing illustrations for the 4 main girls, Ho Tengdu Shan, Tianliang Yi, Dizzy Hongxia, and Shida Yudai. For beautiful girls, each with her own distinct charm, now appeared before everyone in the live broadcast. Viewers joked about the pink-haired girl's questionable fashion sense and teased whether the name Shida Yudai was a deliberate pun when read in Sakura language. Once someone sounded out the name in Sakura language, the chat instantly exploded with laughter over the playful double meaning. At the chief judge's table, Lu Yu clapped his hands and said, "It seems we were all misled by the title Lonely Rock. Probably does not simply refer to being alone. I wonder if everyone still remembers the famous film in the movie world called Goodbye, Mr. Loser." The name Lonely Rock has a similar cleverness to that film title. The only question is what exactly it refers to and whether the contestant has the skill to express the core theme of this series. And thinking about it now, rock and loneliness are essentially a pair of opposing concepts. I'm very curious how contestant No. 6 will fuse these two seemingly contradictory ideas into a single animation. Shinlu laughed and said, "If you ask me, it's actually not hard to guess. The first character contestant No. 6 drew was that pink-haired girl Ho Tengdu. Clearly she is the core protagonist of this work. In Sakura language, Du carries the meaning of alone, so I imagine the word lonely is closely tied to this pink-haired character. Within the story, there will surely be many plot arrangements to embody the theme of loneliness in the title." After the two finished speaking, Gong Jun added, "There is one detail everyone may have overlooked. Contestant No. 6 has used color very cleverly to differentiate the characters. In daily life, we have very different sensory impressions of colors. For example, red and yellow prompt an immediate sense of brightness and vitality. Blue and pink, on the other hand, tend more to represent melancholy and introversion. Coincidentally, the expressions on the blue-toned Shan Tianliang and pink-toned Ho Tengdu in their character art are just as gloomy as their colors, while the other two look much more lively. It's obvious that when creating these character illustrations, contestant No. 6 had already considered the impact of color on shaping their personalities. I'm just curious how contestant No. 6 will further distinguish their characterizations, since roles that share similar traits are the hardest to differentiate in writing. Viewers marveled at this angle of analysis, praising the master's insight, and many also remarked on how solid No. 6's drawing skills were with each of the character illustrations exquisitely detailed. Under the attention of the entire internet, Lin Lin once again slid the character sheets aside and began writing songs on the canvas. Guitar Loneliness and The Blue Planet, that band I will never forget, If Only I Could Become a Constellation. These 4 songs were original tracks from live scenes in episodes 5, 8, and 12 of Lonely Rock, and in his previous life they had enjoyed considerable popularity in the anime community. Moreover, their lyrics happened to mirror the four protagonists of the series. Lin Lin was eager to see what kind of memories they would create in this world's otaku culture once they appeared here. In the live chat, many viewers exclaimed that the very names of the four songs already brimmed with youthful emotion and made their hearts itch with anticipation. However, in order to keep ratings high, neither the audience nor the judges were allowed to see the contestants' plot outlines or sheet music during the creation phase. This made countless viewers anxious, for none of them had expected that someone would actually compose several songs on the spot just for an AI-produced competition anime. Some joked nervously that with no 6 working so fast, he might just be churning out a pile of musical trash for everyone. After finishing his creations, Lin Lin lay down on the bed. The AI creative helmet hummed at high speed, swiftly rendering the story playing in his mind into reality. Episode 1: A Turning Point in Loneliness. It's finally starting. As the first contestant to produce a finished work, Lin Lin drew a flood of viewers into his live room, all rubbing their hands in anticipation. The style of the livestream suddenly shifted, replaced by a pure white ceiling. "Anyone who wants to play hide and seek, come touch my finger." A pair of small tender hands waved within the frame, and the children flocked around the little girl. Amid the noisy chatter, a cute pink-haired girl gazed longingly at everything around her. Then the little girl's inner voice appeared. "Can someone like me really play together with them?" I hesitated, and in that time the chance slipped away. Before I knew it, I had become a lonely child. In a cool-toned blurred image, the teacher gently took the little girl's hand, bent down, and asked softly, "Do what's wrong?" The little girl said nothing. Led away by the teacher, she still looked toward the other children with her large blue eyes full of longing. It was obvious she yearned to join them. The scenes continued to shift. With just a few vignettes, the animation sketched out the trajectory of her growing up. On a school outing, classmates clustered in lively groups while the girl could only sit with the teacher. A lonely child who trades side dishes with the teacher on field trips. At the doorway, she faced the empty entrance and said, "I'm home. I didn't join any clubs. Right after school, I go straight back home." She lay on the sofa watching TV, expressionless, then unlocked her phone. "The only messages I get are from my parents or discount coupons. This is me Ho-Ting-do now in my first year of junior high. Except for her teacher, no one else accompanies her. Just like me. And remove the camera, please. And we merely online acquaintances. You've overstepped. And this discount coupon feels astonishingly authentic. And why does watching this animation feel like gazing into a mirror?" In just a few lines, countless netizens found themselves emotionally undone by this opening scene. How many people in modern life live as solitary as Gotoh Hitori? And togetherness is a luxury, a solitude is the norm. In fact, each of us harbors a Gotoh Hitori within. And from the judging panel, Gong Jun remarked, "In today's society of strangers, everyone lives in profound isolation." Contestant No. 6 demonstrates exceptional command over dialogue and visual composition, using only a few lines imbued with everyday authenticity and several cool-toned frames to evoke that deep, quiet loneliness residing in every viewer's heart. Such subtlety is exceedingly rare and powerfully attests to the creator's refined craftsmanship. If I'm not mistaken, one central thread of this animation centers on the protagonist Gotoh Hitori striving to transcend her self-imposed isolation. A transformation that resonates perfectly with the very essence of youth. Amidst judges and netizens' discussions, the animation continues. Non-screen Gotoh Hitori lies motionless, staring blankly at the ceiling, her inner monologue unfolding in. "Sometimes I wonder, is it truly alright to go on like this? Yet before speaking, I always instinctively utter a hesitant ah, and I can't even bear to meet others' eyes. Nind. This solitary existence must be the one most suited to me." On screen, her younger sister Gotoh plays joyfully with their dog. Sigh. Several points struck straight at my heart. And her father approaches and asks Gotoh Hitori, "Are you watching this show?" "No." She instinctively shakes her head and sits up from the sofa. And her father unceremoniously takes a seat beside her and switches channels with the remote. Gotoh Hitori watches the program listlessly. Non-screen, a band member is being interviewed by the press. And back in school, I'd shrink into the corner of the classroom pretending to read. Never had friends. Though you say that, the host remarks flatteringly. You've now formed a band beloved by young people. Gotoh Hitori pauses, her gaze fixed intently on the figure on screen, her expression brimming with quiet yearning. After all, even the reclusive can shine brilliantly within a band. And absolutely, the female host smiles warmly. Now please enjoy the song Trigger, performed by the band Storm Within. As the stirring music swells, Gotoh Hitori's vision seems swallowed whole by the television. She stares transfixed, and snap. In the next instant, she bolts upright, startling her father. "What's wrong?" "And Dad, may I borrow your guitar?" "Ha!" He blinks, momentarily bewildered, but agrees readily, "Sure." "And thank you." And watching his daughter dash off, he murmurs almost to himself, "So, Hitori has finally taken an interest in the guitar." Elsewhere, Gotoh Hitori races upstairs, straps on her father's guitar, and studies her reflection intently. "And how cool. If I join a band, Even someone like me might yet shine. And I've decided I'll master the guitar and form a band at school. And cut to a new scene. Gotoh Hitori practices guitar, her inner voice resounding once more. Then I'll perform at the cultural festival and become the school's most celebrated figure. This is fantasy time, and theory exists. Practice begins. And at this very moment little Hitori's eyes gleam with light. And from the main judging panel Shun Lu observes the under 3-minute sequence with deep admiration. Contestant No. 6 handles this narrative with remarkable maturity. First establishing Gotoh Hitori's developmental arc, to illuminate her character, then deftly using the televised interview as a catalyst for change, ultimately anchoring the theme back to the band itself. It's astonishing how flawlessly structured the exposition, development, twist, and resolution, and how near-perfect the shot composition, are all concentrated within this brief span. Following this trajectory, the subsequent plot would logically see Gotoh Hitori mastering the guitar and assuming the band's center stage, overcoming her personality's limitations, thereby harmonizing musical artistry with youthful growth, fully fulfilling the promise embedded in the title. That said, easier said than done. One crucial point bears noting in this work: Gotoh Hitori's characterization mirrors her name. She is profoundly introverted, socially anxious. Should the story later place her as the band's frontwoman and lead vocalist, substantial narrative scaffolding will be required to credibly portray her metamorphosis. Otherwise, for the current Gotoh Hitori, stepping onto a stage would fracture her established persona entirely. Even more daunting is ensuring this transformation registers authentically with viewers. Many novice creators struggle precisely here, attempting emotional resonance through plot alone, yet inadvertently eliciting only amusement from audiences. 666. So this is the perspective of an animation professional. All I know is that the current storyline resonates deeply and captivates utterly. And what are you thinking? This is the director behind the highest-grossing anime film of all time. Still, credit where due. The viewing experience thus far has been genuinely superb. And I already anticipate what comes next. Yet I still can't tear myself away. Since Lin Lin is the only contestant who has begun formal creation, virtually all viewers have gathered exclusively in his livestream. The animation continues. Ending ding ding. And then darkness. And 3 years later, na dim cabinet, a ceiling lamp casting a faint glow, a notebook shimmering softly, and Gotoh Hitori, wearing pink loungewear, face obscured, cradles her guitar, launching into a blisteringly fast solo. She halts midstream, staring blankly ahead, whispering, "Celebrated figure." Judge Lu Yu listens intently, squinting slightly, then observes, her technique here employs rapid hammer-ons and pull-offs. For an average music enthusiast to replicate this solo faithfully would require at least a year of systematic training. Evidently contestant No. 6 possesses profound guitar expertise. To improvise such a solo with this level of fluency and precision already qualifies as professional-grade musicianship. Moreover, has anyone noticed? Her fingerings and picking motions are anatomically accurate throughout. Such seamless synchronization between sound and image is exceptionally rare. By deliberately assigning this virtuosic guitar solo to the protagonist, contestant No. 6 showcases technical mastery, not only bolstering the credibility of Hitori's musical skill, but also affirming the series' rigorous authenticity in its musical representation. Provided the narrative remains cohesive thereafter, this solo alone warrants a solid 7-point score. NAS Lu Yu concludes the livestream cuts to the judging panel below. Indeed, seasoned creators well-versed in music exchange hushed knowing glances, subtle smiles playing at the corners of their lips. N. 66. Absolutely brilliant. N. I'm a guitarist myself. Technically, Hitori could reach this level in 1 or 2 years of practice. But to improvise rhythm and phrasing like this, that demands 5 to 10 years. I certainly couldn't do it yet. She starts at max level, skip to the swagger. I'm here for the swagger. In the scene, Gotoh's internal monologue continues reminiscent of a half-sung tune. To gain the ability to perform in public, I practice for 6 hours every day. Before I knew it, I graduated from middle school. I wasn't able to perform on stage at the cultural festival. I couldn't find it. The band members lamented. I haven't even made a single friend. 3 years passed. In high school, Once I enter high school, I must form a band. After making that resolution, a month of high school life flew by with my only solace being the guitar. Just a step away from becoming a recluse. Little loneliness hid in the cupboard, wearing a melancholy expression. I wrote and composed this song for you with love from my closet. Everyone in the family is happy except for me. This AI voice acting is so interesting. This is not right, is it? Poor little baby, that expression is so heart-wrenching. The next moment, Gotoh murmured to herself, before my original awful song disturbs the neighbors in the middle of the night, I need to upload the cover of the popular band song. Under my father's recommendation, I uploaded the cover video in the name of Guitar Hero. It's been a while, and the previous videos have received so many comments already. Video description: Guitar Hero. My life after entering high school has been incredibly fulfilling, with hardly any time to make videos. This time I tried playing a song that my friends and I often sing at KTV. You played it so well, could you be a professional? The climax was so exciting, I loved it. Gotoh in the dim cupboard scrolled through the comments, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. This video description is such a facade. Incredibly fulfilling. It's fine to deceive my friends, but don't deceive yourself. In the animation, Gotoh was happily reading the bullet comments, thinking to herself, hee, the views for my recent video are quite high and people are praising my playing. That's right, even though reality is tough, it doesn't matter because there are many people online responding to me. There are many others like me, socially anxious and reclusive. Just as Little Loneliness was thinking this, a comment suddenly caught her eye. I formed a band and played this song at the cultural festival, and the response from the entire school was quite... Snap. Gotoh abruptly slammed her notebook shut, squatting in the corner, deeply hurt. Salt on the wound. Precision etiquette. It hurts so much. I didn't try hard to make friends for nothing. In the scene, her efforts were showcased one by one. I brought records to school and placed them on my desk. Come and talk to me. Hinting with band merchandise. Come and talk to me. During the noon song request program, I requested my favorite death metal song. Memories resurfaced. Forget it, hurry and forget it. Little Loneliness desperately banged her head against the floor, trying to erase everything. Help him, dying of laughter. The protagonist's inner thoughts are so rich. Great memory erasure technique. It turns out it's a documentary. Are people looking for friends are like this? I can't say who is looking in the mirror. After calming down, Little Loneliness opened her laptop again and clicked on the comments. It'd be great to perform on stage. She dreamed of it. How wonderful. I wonder if there are any guitar players in our high school. Seeing this comment, Little Loneliness' eyes lit up. There's this tactic too. Early the next morning, Little Loneliness went to school carrying her guitar and the band's messenger bag. On the way, she admired herself in the glass of a nearby office building. Wow, so cool. I instantly became a band girl. At first glance, I don't look ordinary. My presence is off the charts. Already starting to awkwardly pose, ha, so cute. From a certain perspective, being able to dress like this is already quite socially bold. With this, surely someone will come talk to me. This year's cultural festival is going to be busy. At the classroom door, Little Loneliness adjusted her collar, preparing to enter the classroom. Whoosh! In the next moment, Little Loneliness swung open the classroom door, instantly amusing the main judging panel, Miyajun. He held back his laughter and said, so far contestant number 6's portrayal of the female lead's social anxiety is quite profound, using various relatable examples to perfectly illustrate what social anxiety really is. Watching the female lead, I unconsciously started to feel social anxiety for her. This outfit looks even more unapproachable. Sure enough, in the classroom, students were huddled together in small groups chatting, and no one paid attention to Little Loneliness. Meanwhile, Little Loneliness timidly closed the door with a light touch, and then pretended to be nonchalant as she returned to her seat, ostentatiously looking at a rock magazine. Noon, afternoon, evening, after school. Until the classroom was empty, Little Loneliness finally got up from her desk. Now there's something to do for the cultural festival. Not really. I feel like I just saw my original art. It hurts, as if I saw myself. Walking in the classroom corridor, Little Loneliness pondered with her head down. Did I go too far, acting on the excitement of the deep night? I've hinted so obviously. I am a band girl. Wait, maybe they are deliberately ignoring me. No, if that's true, I would completely lose my mind. Just then, several students' voices suddenly echoed nearby, startling Little Loneliness' heart to race, and she couldn't help but seek refuge in a corner. Oh no, if him laughed it now, it won't just be a mental breakdown, it'll completely vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, a red-haired girl glanced from the window at Little Loneliness, who was hastily escaping. Guitar. Hey Kita. What's up? Sorry, what's wrong? The red-haired girl snapped back to reality and chased after her. The guitar is more recognizable than the person. Guitar-chan, auditory hallucination. In the little park under the sunset, Little Loneliness sat on the swing, with her guitar, feeling gloomy. I actually know that relying on others won't lead to fulfilling one's wishes. She lifted her head and saw a middle-aged man sitting alone on a bench in the distance, unable to help but speculate. People who come to this place like me all harbor loneliness in their hearts. That person must be living apart from their family. The next moment, a cute little girl suddenly appeared on screen. Daddy! The wife beside him gently said, sorry I'm late. The middle-aged man wore a warm smile. It's okay. Little Loneliness was shattered. It's actually a model, harmonious family. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hastily categorized you with me. Under the sunset, Little Loneliness' silhouette appeared particularly desolate. She took out her phone and glanced at her fan account. I finally reached 300,000 followers. Which means my only place of belonging is truly online, right? Little Loneliness stared blankly at her account. I feel like I don't want to go to school anymore. I don't know why, but it feels so oppressive. At this moment, Little Loneliness' inner defenses must have been completely shattered, right? Guitar? Just then a girl with yellow-side ponytails suddenly spotted Little Loneliness hiding in the corner of the park, excitedly leaping over the railing to run to her. On the main judging panel, Miyajun couldn't help but slap the table, exclaiming, great, this segment is written so well. Gongjun spoke with palpable excitement. The first half of the anime Bocchi the Rock devotes 8 minutes solely to introducing its protagonist Gotoh Hitori. But tell me, have you noticed that beyond establishing the setting and characters, those opening 8 minutes accomplish virtually nothing? Oh, Bining interjected curiously. Do you, Professor Gong, find fault with this narrative approach? Fault? Indeed. Grave fault. Gong Jun continued, seasoned anime directors typically use every line of dialogue and every subtle gesture to crystallize the protagonist's core identity. Why is that? Because in a standard seasonal anime, every frame and every spoken line is an irreplaceable resource. The protagonist must enter the central storyline within the first 3 minutes. Yet in this series, contestant No. 6 spends nearly 8 full minutes tracing Gotoh Hitori's inner solitude, a cardinal sin in conventional anime storytelling. Ultimately, audience patience is finite. A repetitive staging is a direct assault upon it. But recall, don't many moments in this series evoke both tender amusement and profound ache? Bining's eyes widened in sudden realization as she cupped them with her hands. Ah, I see now. So you mean, Professor Gong, that contestant No. 6's pacing diverges markedly from the norm? Precisely. Gong Jun smiled. Though those first 8 minutes collectively explore Hitori's social anxiety, the narrative itself remains richly layered, adhering beautifully to the wave-like rhythm of dramatic progression. What then is wave-like progression? Simply put, it is the deliberate modulation of emotional resonance. At its heart, narrative is structure, exposition, development, turning point, resolution, and crucially, the strategic suppression of emotion. A protagonist cannot attain her goal effortlessly. She must endure hardship, falter, and only then rise triumphantly from despair. For instance, the series opens at a nadir, introducing Hitori's lifelong isolation, then introduces the guitar as an agent of active change, lifting the viewer's emotional tide, only to plunge it instantly into the icy reality of 3 stagnant years. Later, online comments spark a new idea for gaining attention. Yet another failure follows. Her whispered line, "I don't want to go to school anymore," renders her despair viscerally tangible, ushering the audience into their own emotional abyss. Most masterful of all is the entrance of the blonde girl. Crossing the railing between them, she symbolically breaches the near-impenetrable fortress of Hitori's withdrawn heart, fully materializing Hitori's inner world. If my intuition serves me well, the ensuing arc will see Hitori join a band, and finally begin pursuing her dream. And indeed, just then Nijika gazed at Hitori with wide expectant eyes. "You're carrying a guitar, right? Can you play it?" Hitori froze speechless, her throat constricted in a choked, guttural whimper. "Oh no. I haven't spoken in so long. My voice won't come." "Hey!" Nijika offered a warm, apologetic smile. "Sorry for startling you. I'm Nijika, a second-year student at Shimakata High." Hitori dared not meet her gaze, turning her face aside and murmuring softly, "I'm Gotoh Hitori, first year at Shuka High. By the way, Hitori-san, she's using my given name already?" Hitori's pupils contracted in shock. Shimakata, on alert. When you stop speaking for too long, you truly forget how to speak. Region-specific alienation. Uniquely Homo sapiens. How skilled are you on guitar? Well, I suppose, passably. Sawka. Nijika clapped her hands, brimming with excitement, then grew slightly hesitant as she revealed her purpose. "Here's the thing. I've run into a bit of trouble, but if it's inconvenient, really it's perfectly fine. Though I say it's fine, I'm actually quite stuck." Her very demeanor screamed otherwise. All right, I'll do it. Just say it." Nijika resolved, pleading earnestly, "Please, be our band's temporary guitarist for one day." "A band?" Hitori's expression stiffened in disbelief. "We're performing imminently, but our guitarist just vanished. The piece isn't difficult, even rudimentary skill would suffice." Hitori instinctively recoiled. "Performing imminently?" Nijika pleaded, "Please, please." Seeing Hitori remain silent, Nijika seized her hand. "Arigato. Let's hurry to the performance hall." "Wait, I never agreed." Yet socially anxious Hitori lacked even the courage to refuse. Dragged along, utterly conscripted by Nijika. Shimakata Station. Hitori trudged behind Nijika, hunched over guitar case, slung across her back. Nijika glanced back. "Hitori-san, do you often visit Shimakata?" No. How could someone like me dare step into such a vibrant, stylish district? We're almost at the performance hall." Nijika is so effortlessly cool. That's what a real band girl looks like. Meanwhile, I'm wearing a hopelessly outdated tracksuit, dark circles heavy beneath my eyes, shoulders slumped. I might even smell musty. I've been holed up in my closet for so long. Wait. No, that's insect repellent. Hitori leaned forward, slightly sniffing discreetly. Nijika, though. She smells wonderful. That's the scent a high school girl should carry. Nijika sensed something and turned. Hitori instantly jerked her head away. Was I walking too fast? No, not at all. Compared to her, I'm nothing but a humble sweet potato. She's so adorable. I want to hug her. Opening sequence of this episode. Identical to the very first scene. "Sister. You smell amazing." At that moment Najika continued cheerfully, the venue we're performing at is called Starry Sky. My older sister manages it. Yet Hitori's thoughts drifted elsewhere. A performance hall. How authentically band-like. Ha! My heart's racing wildly. So then, Najika turned, hands clasped behind her back. I work there. Hitori-san, are you athletic? Hitori remained hunched as she replied, not really. But for some reason I always last until the final round of dodgeball. Oh, I see. Hitori trembled inwardly. Play guitar at the performance hall. No, I can't panic now. Quick. Recall your daily cultural festival stage fantasies. Then, your debut performance ZEP Tokyo. Saitama Super Arena. Hitori muttered aloud, lost in reverie. I am the woman who fills the Nippon Budokan to capacity. Eh? Najika whirled around stunned, convinced she'd misheard. Nothing important. Najika awkwardly turned away, chuckling nervously. Ahaha. I hope she doesn't think she picked the wrong person. Beside her Najika wore a skeptical expression. Did I pick the wrong person? Both doubting themselves, hilariously in sync. Minds aligned. Both utterly bewildered. We've arrived, this is the place. The slanted staircase and dim surroundings caused a sudden chill in Xiao Guden's heart. Is this a demonic realm? As they entered the live house Hongxia inappropriately exclaimed, Good morning, but it's already evening, isn't it? However, Xiao Guduin didn't notice this at all, and simply followed closely behind Hongxia, curiously surveying the surroundings. This dim lighting and oppressive atmosphere is really comforting. Seeing her strange expression, Hongxia leaned in and asked, classmate, are you alright? This is my home. Not at all. While I was at the comic exhibition, it felt the same way. It seems like Xiao Guduin has been kidnapped by a human trafficker. Hongxia introduced Xiao Guduin to the band members around them. They are the band performing here today. Bands always give a terrifying vibe, but in the end, they are just ordinary people, a gathering of recluses just like me. That lady over there is the sound engineer. Good morning. A black-haired older sister beside them spoke in a zombie-like weak voice, nearly causing Xiao Guduin to burst into tears. I'm sorry. I was too full of myself. Why suddenly say that? Just then a girl with short blue hair approached and said to Hongxia, You're finally back. Cool. Hongxia replied, then introduced. This is Gotoh, the miraculous guitarist who appeared in the park. Oh. Yamada Ryo scrutinized Xiao Guduin. Xiao Guduin felt tremendous pressure. Is she glaring at me? At this moment Hongxia continued the introduction. She is the bassist Yamada Ryo. Xiao Guduin, frightened, bowed deeply and exclaimed, I am Gotoh. I am truly sorry. Don't. Hongxia looked flustered and quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, It's fine, Ryo just has a limited range of expressions. If you call her a weirdo, she'll be very happy. That's not true. Yamada Ryo happily denied it. She looked genuinely pleased. I really love the voice of this bassist. I just realized Hongxia's cowlick is actually floating. What a cool bassist. Yamada Ryo said, By the way, the manager said we need to practice well before going on stage. Moreover, after learning that you left the venue without permission, the manager angrily went out to buy something. No way. Hongxia said nervously. Let's hurry to the practice room before she returns. After saying that, she pushed Yamada Ryo towards the practice room, not forgetting to turn back and say to Xiao Guduin, Do classmate come along too? Okay. Xiao Guduin straightened up. Reality is frightening, but I have a feeling that many happy things await me in the future. So heartwarming, my heart is melting. The fateful life is starting. In the practice room, Hongxia brought over a stack of materials. This is today's song list and sheet music. Xiao Guduin took the materials and asked, Which ones are the band members? Just the three of us, this time we're playing without singing. Xiao Guduin looked down at the sheet music and confidently thought this song isn't too difficult. However, if no one sings, we'll have to work harder on the performance. I seem to play guitar very well. I can do this, I should be able to do it. Humph. Xiao Guduin clenched her small fist, repeatedly encouraging herself. Gorilla. Meme. No way, too cute, haha. Who said contestant number 6 can't draw character designs? What is everyone talking about? I've been a fan of Lonely Rock for 10 years. Plugging in the electric guitar, Xiao Guduin thought happily, if they had heard me play guitar, they might be very surprised. Oh, after all, I'm quite popular online, or rather relatively popular, right? After all, I have 30,000 fans. Without further ado, let's start from the beginning. Since it's our first time playing together, let's start slowly, and then speed up, gradually adapting. Xiao Guduin held her guitar with a serious expression. Okay, I must play well. Suddenly feeling a bit anxious, having set so many expectations. If nothing goes wrong, then something unexpected should happen. Introverts are actually contradictions of extreme arrogance and extreme self-doubt. At the judging panel, Lu Yu watched the scene seriously, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, seemingly anticipating the development of the plot. Then let's begin. Clap, clap. As the drummer struck the rhythm, the screen suddenly went black. The guitar's long tail note ended and a performance was completed. Hongxia and Rio both looked up at Xiao Guduin, their faces serious. Eventually the two exchanged glances. Hongxia sharply commented, "Super terrible. Why, I'm a guitar hero. I have 30,000 fans, you know." Just then a cartoon guitar occupied the screen, starting to explain earnestly to everyone. The little guitar tapped the blackboard and bounced as it explained. To clarify, in band performances, cooperation with live people is very important, but the socially anxious Do can't even dare to look others in the eye, and when playing she completely ignores them. Then a pyramid appeared on the blackboard with God, celebrities, average people, water fleas, and Do ranked from top to bottom. Even if she plays solo extremely well once in a band, she becomes the weakest, even weaker than water fleas. In the blink of an eye, Gotoh was already flattened on the ground, murmuring, "Hello everyone, I am the plankton Gotoh." Hongxia complained, "How did you turn into a failed comedian?" Gotoh turned to ash and never touched a guitar again from that day forward. Lonely Rock. The end. Subsequently the credits started to roll on the screen. Water Flea Gotoh, drum Ichitsu, Hongxia bass, Yamada Rio hilarious, almost got tricked. Contestant number 6 is really good. The end. Throw flowers. The whole show is over, thank you for the company. At the judging panel, Lu Yu praised. It seems contestant number 6 really understands music. Indeed, in actual performances solo and band playing are worlds apart. To give a somewhat inappropriate example, it's like the difference between walking alone and doing a three-legged race. Moreover, band performances in reality are even more complex. Without long-term practice and high skills, it's very difficult to perform perfectly. And of course, contestant number 6 has a great sense of humor, managing to use such a witty and humorous way to quickly explain to the audience why Xiao Guduin's performance was lacking. Even creating a show of her own creativity like that is quite rare in the animation industry. Indeed, the water flea really laughed. You need to step up, Xiao Guduin. Let them see the worth of a guitar hero. So cute. On the other side, the storyline on the screen had already pulled Hongxia back to reality. Hongxia exclaimed anxiously, "Hey, hurry up and come out, we are about to go on stage." Little Loneliness hid in the trash bin, refusing to come out. 3 still can't play. The earlier ensemble had completely shattered Little Loneliness' already fragile self-esteem. Hongxia comforted, "It's not your fault after all, we are a makeshift band, and my skills aren't that great either." Yamada Rio boasted, "My skills are really good. Anyway, just turn around and don't avoid reality." Little Loneliness, feeling utterly defeated, trembled, "I can't even contribute to the warm-up." Yamada Rio said, "Don't worry, as long as someone dares to boo us, I'll hit back with the bass." Can a bass really make such a peculiar sound? After all, it is rock music. This rock music is a little too much of a Gotoh fail-free card. Hongxia continued to encourage, "And besides, the only ones who will come to see our band perform are probably just my friends." Yamada Rio replied, "I only have Hongxia as my friend." Hongxia waved her hand, "An ordinary high school girl, can't really tell whether a performance is good or bad." Little Loneliness thought to herself, "If this gets out, I'll probably get scolded." It's true. What does live house mean to someone like me who has never dared to go to crowded places? This sentence is so true. When my bandmates comfort others, they often say this too. But I can tell the difference between good and bad. Little Loneliness still couldn't accept that she played an imperfect piece. Hongxia said, "You are not just an ordinary high school girl." Hey, so I'm not ordinary." Hongxia was a bit speechless. "No, why are you so happy?" "Don't be happy." Finally, Little Loneliness quietly said, "I'm sorry." But Hongxia wanted to say something more, but she was interrupted by Yamada Rio. "Forget it, Hongxia, don't force others." Hongxia seemed a bit helpless. "That's true." She turned to Little Loneliness with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, I put you in a difficult position." Little Loneliness quickly replied, "No, it's not like that." Then she began to explain, "Actually, I'm really happy that you came to find me. I've wanted to form a band with someone for a long time, but I couldn't find anyone. So I usually just cover other people's songs and upload them online." Yamada Rio asked, "What songs do you usually play?" I basically know all the songs from popular bands over the past few years to be ready for forming a band." Hongxia was surprised. "Wow, that's impressive." Little Loneliness' voice sounded dejected. "No, it's really not okay in the end, I still play terribly. I really can't join a band with others." Once faced with setbacks, she would fall into extreme self-denial. "It's really bad social anxiety. This monologue made me cry." All revealed. All covers of popular songs. At that moment, Hongxia remembered something and said to Rio, "It feels like Guitar Hero, by the way, do you know? Probably around our age." Guitar Hero. Little Loneliness squatted in the trash bin, catching the keywords. Are you talking about me? If you don't know, I'll send you the website later. That person plays fantastically, you should check it out." So amazing. Little Loneliness had a look of ecstasy. Yamada Rio added, "That person often appears on the homepage recommendation, I've seen it too, they play really well." Little Loneliness' hair stood on end and her expression nearly melted with pride. "Right? The name is a bit awkward, but I follow that person and have turned on the update notifications." Awkward. Little Loneliness' expression was suddenly pulled back to reality. Hongxia continued, "I really hope we can perform together someday." "We're performing together right now. Actually, what I mean is, After saying this, Hongxia continued to address Little Loneliness. Even the most noticed high-level musicians must have played guitar for a long time before we ever knew them, right? Just check it out later. You'll be able to feel it by watching the videos. I thought no one would be interested in me in real life. Little Loneliness lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Little Loneliness is now happy. It's really her, it's really her. Ha ha ha, Little Loneliness comes with her own emoticons. She really knows how to comfort people. I'm dying. The great angel of Shimikitazawa, sob sob sob. I mean, really, such ordinary words can bring so much confidence to someone with social anxiety. Even in a virtual world, it is made up of people. Even if I didn't play well today, there's no need to rush to give up on forming a band. Maybe we were just too much. Which one? In the end, Little Loneliness made up her mind and stood up from the trash bin. But there are still such kind people who are always paying attention to me and even approach someone like me. Such a miracle probably won't happen again in my life. I absolutely cannot waste this opportunity. She clenched her fist, her voice trembling. Hongxia looked at her with anticipation. Are you willing to perform again? In the face of Hongxia's eager gaze, Little Loneliness trembled and slowly retreated again. I know clearly in my heart, but am still so scared. I can't bear the audience's gaze. At that moment, Rio picked up a cardboard box of ripe mangoes from the side and suggested, if you're really scared, you can just play inside here. Little Loneliness crawled into the box and exclaimed in surprise, it's just like the environment where I usually play guitar. Hongxia teased, what kind of place do you live in? Everyone, let's make Shimikitazawa come alive together. Yamada Rio assessed, that's a bit too brave. Just then, Hongxia remembered a crucial question. By the way, how should I introduce you during the performance? Duo classmate, can I use your real name? No, that's... Do you have a nickname? In middle school, some people called me things like that, or hey. That's not really a nickname. 3 have never made friends close enough to be called by a nickname. Yamada Rio said, Duo. Loneliness, how about Pochi? Hongxia was immediately shocked. Are you really that clueless? Pochi, ha 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 ha, I just noticed this. Fun fact, in Sakura Prefecture, the name Pochi is typically given to dogs. The Pochi. I am Pochi. Yamada Rio said, I'm quite happy about it. This is the first time someone has given me a nickname. Hongxia helplessly said, I'm already crying. By the way, I haven't asked what your band is called. Hongxia was instantly dumbfounded. Yamada Rio beside her said, we are called the Bond Band. The Band of Bonds. Rope wristband. Little Solitude hid in a cardboard box, beginning to engage in whimsical associations. Yamashita Rio covered his mouth and chuckled. That's quite exquisite. It's freezing. We definitely need to change the name. Hongxia was utterly exasperated. Why? It's so cute. Little Solitude replied. Ah yes. Indeed, it's truly exquisite, ha ha ha. This is a unique naming style from Shimikitazawa. Just the name alone could choke generations. Anyway, we'll think of the band name later. It's almost our turn to perform. Hongxia diverted the topic. Upon hearing this, Little Solitude shrank back into the cardboard box in fear. It's all right. Hongxia smiled at her, saying, even if your skills are lacking, as long as you play happily, that's enough. Music can easily express emotions. Okay. Hongxia continued, next time pursuing technical skills is completely fine too. Yamashita Rio nodded, showing his agreement. Little Solitude was somewhat surprised. Next time is. So I can continue to stay in this band in the future. All right, let's go. Little Solitude wore a smile. So I can perform with you all next time. Are all of you drummers this understanding? In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the stage of the live house. Hongxia raised her drumsticks, smiling brightly as she greeted everyone. Hello, everyone, we are the Band of Bonds. The scene shifted to Yamashita Rio holding a bass and a mature mango. Today we'll play a few songs that everyone might be very familiar with. Please enjoy. The manager on the side looked at the cardboard box on stage with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Then, with the sound of Hongxia's drums, rhythmic music began to play. Little Solitude hid in the box, playing the guitar with a complex mood. I can't perform at my usual level. Although I play poorly, it's surprisingly joyful to perform with a band. Today I shine like never before. Or so I thought. It might turn out to be the most tragic day of my life. What on earth is it like to perform on stage while hiding in a box shaped like a mature mango? This will surely become a dark chapter in my life, right? Let this crazy box shine brightly. A shining box of mature mango. Audience, this box plays pretty well. After the show was over, Little Solitude sat exhausted on the ground, the mature mango box also becoming tattered. Hongxia wiped the sweat from her neck with a towel, summarizing to Yamashita Rio. Too many mistakes. Yamashita Rio said. The warm-up didn't get much response. At that moment, Little Solitude suddenly stood up, startling both of them. Little Solitude began to remove her headgear, mumbling. Next. Hongxia, startled, assumed a defensive posture. What's wrong? It's terrifying. Little Solitude closed her eyes and shouted. Before the next performance, I will at least practice enough to greet the audience. What kind of declaration is this? Yamashita Rio wiped his tears with a handkerchief, saying, That's a huge growth. Well, it is like that. Hongxia's expression was very pleased. Good. Next, let's have a welcome party for Little Solitude, along with a reflection meeting. Ah. Little Solitude waved her hands in fear, hurriedly saying, I've talked too much today. I'm too tired, so I'll head back first. Yamashita Ryo yawned. Sorry, I'm sleepy. Little Solitude seized the opportunity to escape. Excuse me, I'm leaving. Hongxia looked at the empty preparation area, immediately dumbfounded. I can't feel any bond at all. Little Solitude's social energy has been exhausted. This is how social anxiety feels. I feel so tired after talking too much. In the end, I was still approached. It was great to bring my guitar out. Little Solitude stood under the streetlight, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. I must overcome my social anxiety and unleash my potential as a guitar hero. For Hongxia, for Rio, for the band of bonds. In the next moment, she bumped into a passerby on the roadside, frightened, and bowed humbly to apologize. Sorry, Private Marseille, Private Marseille. This apology hits too close to home. The unique politeness of social anxiety. Then the screen went dark and a line of text appeared in the live broadcast. The episode concludes here. At the main commentary table, Gong Jun said, the first episode of Lonely Rock told a relatively complete story. From the growth of the protagonist Gotoh to her experience of performing on stage, for the first time, it not only reflects her personal growth, but also tightly binds her future with the band. What's more, during the process of shaping the band, contestant number 6 cleverly ensured that Gotoh maintained her character while successfully stepping onto the stage. Next to him, Lu Yu added, moreover, from the band's perspective, as I mentioned earlier, whether it's Gotoh's guitar solo or the various little details of the band, they are very close to reality. Many of the scenes made people chuckle. To be honest, creating an opening episode of Lonely Rock with such quality isn't difficult for many experienced producers. However, the problem is producing a series requires a lot of manpower and resources for coordination, and it's hard to imagine I would see such a finely crafted, reasonable plot in a 6-day audition. Oh, the host Bei Ning asked with wide eyes. Then, based solely on the first episode, how many points would the 3 judges give it? Gong Jun smiled. If this were a company-produced seasonal anime, I would give it an 8.5 rating, but in the context of this competition, I would give it a perfect score of 10. Lu Yu said, my view is similar to Gong's. Overall, I'd say 9 points. 10 points, no questions asked. Shun Lu laughed. Did I just witness a scoring session? Is this rating so absurd? A god has appeared. You arrived late. I suggest you watch the replay. There were divine beings in the show. Lonely Rock is so good. I can't wait to see the second episode. Why hasn't anyone uploaded clips yet? This batch of netizens isn't cutting it. Why are Chu Huan's loyal fans so mute? Do they know she can't win? I'm laughing to death. Don't argue. My Huan is also airing an anime soon. She will crush other contestants with quality. Exactly, trust Huan. Her The Pain of Youth will definitely be a great anime. Just then Bei Ning also received news, smiling. Oh, according to backstage information, contestant number 2 Chu Huan has also started her storyline creation. Let's switch the main live broadcast to contestant number 2 and see what kind of viewing experience she brings us. In room number 6, Lin Lin, relieved, took off his helmet, took a few deep breaths, and then gulped down a bottle of water from the bedside table. He originally planned to binge watch all 12 episodes of Lonely Rock, but the production team wouldn't allow it. To ensure the show's viewership and to give the judges enough time to watch the contestants' anime, the production team forced the contestants to broadcast the entire series over 6 days. If it were a 6-month-long series like Furillian, Lin Lin could at least show 4 episodes a day. For a 12-episode series like Lonely Rock, showing 2 episodes a day would allow Lin Lin to rest. Of course, the competition is completely closed, so even if Lin Lin rests, he can't see online or expert evaluations. He can only browse the officially designated database to relieve boredom. However, what Lin Lin didn't expect was that the officially designated database was mostly filled with anime. Lin Lin requested lunch from the staff, then sat in a soft ergonomic chair, happily enjoying the anime from a parallel world. While watching, he comforted himself. My heart will always belong to Mama Hongxia. Watching anime is merely critical appreciation. What Lin Lin didn't know was that after the first episode of Lonely Rock aired, the first platforms to explode in popularity were not video sites or anime watching sites but various penguin groups. A chat group filled with overly idle otaku. Group member Chef Image Pochi peeking in Kier. This meme is so unfamiliar I don't recognize it at all. Which anime is it from? Why don't I have any impression of it? See Sure Air 1. The art style is quite unique, but I have no recollection of it at all. Run 2-0 this one. Haven't you all been following the latest anime production competition? This is a screenshot from one of the contestants in the competition. By the way, this anime is super good. I really recommend everyone to check it out. See Sure Air, really? But didn't they say the competition only allowed a few days for creation? Isn't it all AI generated? What good works can come from that? I hope it's not poorly made. Run 2, just watch it and you'll know. It's the work of contestant number 6 named Kono Subarashii, and I can only say that if the subsequent episodes maintain this quality, it would definitely be a seasonal hit even among regular anime. Group member Chef, indeed, I've watched it too. It's just purely enjoyable, very relatable and funny. And Kira, okay, I trust you guys. If it's not good, I'm coming for you. And such dialogues occur frequently across various chat groups. The reason is simple: the memes from Kono Subarashii are too abstract and interesting, and the adorably clumsy face of the little protagonist has attracted a large crowd. The members of various chat groups were originally the main force in the two-dimensional world, and now, spurred by the discovery of memes, many have started to pay attention to this work born from the competition. On the video site, as the first episode of Kono Subarashii was just released, a flood of comments poured in. Firetongs Lu Ming, I dare say this anime will be the seasonal hit. I saw so many of my own reflections in the character of the lone protagonist. Every line in this anime hits home for me. I have no friends at work and am too shy to make eye contact. My chat apps don't ring once all day. Damn, when I watched the first episode my roommates hadn't woken up yet, and I shouted out in excitement, truly experiencing the awkwardness of the little protagonist. On the judging panel, the three judges looked at contestant number 2 Chu Huan's anime with serious expressions. The judges, along with various experienced producers, frowned, their mouths drooping. Contestant number 2 Chu Huan's plot outline is very simple. To summarize in one sentence, although I smoke, drink, fight, get tattoos, and fool around with band members, I'm still a good girl. This made many people gasp. The plot of the entire first episode is also very straightforward. Essentially, the female protagonist is a band member, and the school bully having a boyfriend both at school and in society, living a decadent life every day. Some content that violates public morals almost got the live stream shut down. This left the three judges quite numb. They could predict the subsequent plot. It's nothing but the band introducing her to a new boyfriend. Encouraged and pushed by the new boyfriend, the bad girl sheds all her bad habits and becomes an outright good girl. The plot is not only unoriginal but also carries serious moral issues. You were supposed to write about youth, not how to fall into decadence. Who told you that youth has to be linked with fighting, cheating, smoking, and tattoos? Moreover, what does this plot have to do with the band? Just because the subsequent boyfriend and she both play in a band. Sigh, I'm so tired. In the end, Shin Lu, after enduring for over 20 minutes, finally sarcastically remarked, a contestant number 2's plot setting is quite novel. But the audience wasn't so understanding. They began to curse. Just this pile of garbage, even a dog would cover its nose and leave. Isn't the female lead just 80 ing others? How can such a person not just die? It's hard to imagine what kind of morals contestant number 2 Chu Huan has. Is this plot autobiographical? Haha, the fans of Huan speak. Sigh, the anime by Lin Lin is still better. I wonder if I can see the second episode today. Don't think about it. I'm watching Lin Lin's live stream. He is happily watching anime in his room. The clips on the video site have already been uploaded. I'm going to watch the clips now. Goodbye. Many viewers exited the live stream, choosing to watch the officially produced clips on the video site. These second-time viewers further boosted the anime's popularity. And due to the first day's circumstances, most contestants were still in the creative stage, making the tedious creative process not significantly impactful on the ratings. Thus, the production team chose to watch anime with Lin Lin. In room 6, Lin Lin was munching on a lunchbox while watching a comedy anime, occasionally bursting into laughter. To be honest, the anime industry in this world is quite developed. He just casually clicked on one, and even if the production quality doesn't compare to Kono Subarashii, the animation quality alone could attract quite a few fans. The key is that the humor is really dense. Gong Jun added, it seems contestant number 6 is quite diligent, even using his lunch break to watch anime and learn. I watch anime not doing what I'm supposed to do. Others watch anime studying. Good. Quickly update Kono Subarashii, I can't hold it anymore. I want to punch Shimikitazawa to pieces. However, Lin Lin, who was offline in the room, had no idea that millions of netizens were watching anime along with him. As the sun shifted westward after nearly 5 hours at 3 in the afternoon, Lin Lin finally finished watching an anime. He put down the popcorn in his hand and let out a satisfied belch. I'm full. Damn, you finally finished watching. I've seen this classic anime several times. I'm almost sick of it. Hurry up and update. I'm different. I just want to watch Hikari's crunchy chips. What the heck, that's called Dai Mao, a point of cuteness in our two-dimensional world. Who are you calling we? Two-dimensional folks are crawling. I hate the two-dimensional world the most. Hating the two-dimensional world refers to those with two-dimensional avatars. Oh no, it's already 3 o'clock. I need to finish today's tasks quickly and take a break. You all better not fall asleep. Lin Lin glanced at the time, feeling anxious. To accommodate the staff, the contestants' daily live streaming time is from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. They can create outside the program's specified hours, but cannot broadcast completed episodes. I need to hurry and work on the anime. Today's goal is 2 episodes. Haha, you know it's already 3 in the afternoon. Sleepless with the potential to dominate. Hurry up and update. The back end was also quite perceptive. Upon seeing Lin Lin put on the creation helmet, it immediately synchronized the main live broadcast and his live broadcast. Several judges who had been tortured by various contestants perked up. After watching trash anime for so long, can we finally eat some fine grains? No way after tonight I must demand the production team increase the appearance fee. This is too torturous. Episode 2 See you tomorrow. At the beginning of episode 2 Kotaku trudged heavily toward the bathroom, clutching 2 heavy bags of ice. She dumped all the ice into the bathtub, then tentatively dipped her pale slender feet into the water. Her face instantly paled with shock at the biting cold. With her younger sister Gotoh and the dog watching her, as if she were a complete eccentric, Kotaku nervously slipped into the icy water. Splash! As she submerged, chunks of ice and water spilled onto the floor. Foam flecked Kotaku's lips as she murmured dazedly, 20 more minutes. Just 20 more minutes. Indeed, the scene abruptly rewound to several days earlier. Kotaku sat alone in front of the Hashizora Livehouse, head bowed, scrolling absently on her phone. Koharu messaged me yesterday saying, we should gather to discuss how the band will move forward. I got so excited. Someone outside my family actually reached out, that I rushed here without thinking. But, Kotaku stood up and paced anxiously before the entrance, fretting. If someone like me, a hopelessly provincial girl, walks in, everyone will surely stare and wonder, who is this person? And treat me with icy indifference. Last time Koharu escorted me inside. I wish someone would come with me again. I truly long to enter with others. 5 more minutes. I will go in after 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed. No, make it 10. 10 minutes passed. 15. After 15 minutes, I absolutely will go in. Kotaku paced frantically before the door, utterly flustered and at a loss. The scene shifted. Koharu and Yamada Ryo had silently appeared on the staircase, above instrument cases slung over their shoulders, gazing down in quiet bewilderment at Kotaku's restless circling below. What is she doing? Koharu asked, puzzled, and began calling out, Hey pa! Wait! Yamada Ryo gently restrained her, mischief glinting in his eyes. I'd like to watch a little longer. Please don't turn her into your personal amusement, Koharu replied, half chiding. In that instant, Kotaku noticed them, and the three exchanged a silent, fleeting glance. The next moment, the scene cut to inside the live house. The three sat around a circular table in the preparation area. Koharu clapped her hands and raised her right hand high. All right, now that everyone's here, let's convene the inaugural meeting of the Kizuna Band. Great. Let's applaud. Clap, 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 clap. She paused, racking her brain for topics. Yet nothing came to mind. With an easy, self-deprecating smile, she admitted, truth be told, we're still quite unfamiliar with one another. I'm honestly at a loss for what to say. Too blunt. Yamada Ryo, ever the sly observer, pulled a die from his shoe and announced, So I prepared this, just for this very moment. Its 6 faces bore the words school music performance metrics, anecdotes, and bungee jumping. Nice! Koharu exclaimed appreciatively. Looks like one of those options is dangerously out of place. Koharu snatched the die and rolled it onto the table, chanting cheerfully, Here we go. What will it land on? What will it land on? Ding ding ding. Ryo added a perfectly timed playful musical flourish beside her. School. Koharu lifted the die triumphantly. Let's call it school talk. Affirmative. Please proceed. Ryo snapped to attention. Ha, really? Kotaku faltered, straining for something to say, then blurted, let me think. Oh, right. You two attend the same school, don't you? Yes, we both go to Shimakata High. Ryo added matter-of-factly. We chose it because it's close to home. Ah, you both live in Shimakata. Koharu blinked in surprise. Wait, weren't you at Shuka High? Don't you live nearby? Kotaku's gaze flickered away. Ah, no. I live outside the prefecture. It's a 2-hour commute one way. 2 hours? Why? Koharu stared, astonished. That's so far. I assumed you lived right around here. Kotaku's voice grew subdued. I wanted to attend a high school where no one knew my past. Okay, hold on. Let's pause school talk right here. Sensing the mood darken, Koharu swiftly steered the conversation away. Flustered, Kotaku stammered. I'm sorry. In high school I was almost always alone. So I can't offer any cheerful or uplifting topics at all. It's fine. It's truly fine. Koharu reassured her warmly. Ryo doesn't have many friends either, do you? Ryo nodded quietly. Just Koharu. What? Kotaku's eyes lit up. Awestruck. So Ryasen is just like me. In that instant she felt herself standing amid a boundless sun-drenched field of blooming flowers, her heart soaring with pure, unburdened joy. Yet just then Koharu added lightly. She spends holidays exploring abandoned ruins, or browsing vintage clothing stores. Wait, no, that's not right. Ryasen simply enjoys solitude. But someone with social anxiety would never walk into a clothing store alone. In that heartbeat, Kotaku's radiant flower field shattered, splintered violently, then dissolved into molten lava. There lies a terrifying chasm between loner and solitude-loving. And I nearly fell straight into it. Unaware of the emotional whiplash, Koharu gently urged the now-deflated Kotaku. Come on, Kotaku. Let's chat happily together. Uncle Runtu, master greetings. Yet between us already stands a sorrowful, impenetrable wall. The scene cut away. The die tumbled once more. Next topic, favorite music. Abbreviated as Rio jumped in, music talk. Kotaku echoed eagerly, music talk. Koharu began. I lean toward melodic hardcore. What some call Japanese punk. Rio said, I prefer electroballads. And lately I've been following Saudi Arabia's record charts. Excuse me. Please stop lying. Koharu eyed him skeptically. I swear, it's true. Ignoring his protest, she turned instead to Kotaku and asked softly, and you? I'm not picky. So long as it doesn't trigger my adolescent self-consciousness. Youth inferiority. Hongxia tilted her head. What kind of song is that? At that moment, the educational little guitar reappeared. Hi, let me explain it to everyone. Songs that stimulate youth inferiority refer to those cheerful songs filled with terms like summer blue ocean evolution and pure love, which have nothing to do with the unique campus life painted brightly. In the fantasy world, Little Solitude muttered uncomfortably to the little guitar. As soon as I hear lyrics like that, I feel very gloomy. The educational little guitar continued. And the bands that express youthful frustration through their lyrics, you like them a lot, right? Little Solitude covered her face. Yes, but if I find out that the members of my favorite band are very popular at school, I will immediately feel that they are very far from me. Beside her, Hongxia sighed. Hey, Pachishin, please don't hide in your own world. Rock music is meant to be sung by losers in life. If successful people sing it, it's no longer rock. Hey, we need to advance and retreat together. Pachishin, cheer up. Shantian Liang said while drinking orange juice, looking expressionlessly at the farce before him, adding, after all, it's a Bond band. Help, it's really hard to continue this conversation. Hongxia is truly an angel. Pochi's famous saying about rock. I really like Liang. When she speaks, it's always a gem of wisdom. Okay, let's skip this topic. Next, let's talk about the performance. Hongxia switched topics again, saying, although no one sang at the first performance, I hope we can find a lead singer next time. Little Solitude suddenly realized, I see. Hongxia sighed. Originally, the runaway guitarist was supposed to sing. Where did she run off to? Hearing this, Pochi thought to herself, could the runaway guitarist also be socially anxious like me? A figure of a girl flickered on stage. At this moment, Mature Mango suddenly appeared on stage, and Little Solitude's voice changed. Wait, no way, true social anxiety wouldn't even dare to run away. Overthinking, how could the lead singer be socially anxious? Looks like the Mature Mango joke isn't going to pass, right? From the character setting, the lead singer should be a cheerful girl like Hongxia, but Little Solitude not being the lead singer, that's quite rare in a female lead anime. Isn't this light, Yuri? Can the Mo fans go to for? A few girls together is just Yuri, right? In an instant, the comments quickly veered off track, becoming chaotic. However, the judges were not affected. Liu said in surprise, I really didn't expect that. In the setting, Pachishin is not the lead singer. That's quite rare in this type of anime. Oh, how so? Bei Ning asked. Think about it, in a music anime, the most important thing is the expressiveness of music, and expressiveness itself is usually borne by the lead singer. From the perspective of this anime, Pachishin is the core character, so she should hold a relatively central position in the band's performance. I guess this is also one reason why the sixth contestant gave Pachishin the Guitar Hero Halo. Protagonists in such anime are either highly talented, known as geniuses, or are seasoned players like Pochi, who is already an excellent musician. But if placed in the anime, Pachishin only having a guitar is far from enough. While the guitarist is indeed important on stage, the expressiveness they provide cannot compare to that of a singer. In simple terms, it's that guitarists don't have the same flair as lead singers, which makes it hard to see Pachishin's Halo in live performances. Of course, the specific writing will still depend on how the sixth contestant sets it up. Indeed, what will happen to the stage flare plot then? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Hey, upstairs, if Pochi really is the lead singer, then the character setting of this anime will collapse. A socially anxious person struggling to play guitar, still a lead singer. There are no bad anime, only bad producers. Just because there's little to write doesn't mean there's nothing. As long as it's well prepared in advance, it's fine. I believe in the sixth contestant. I've been a fan of the sixth contestant for 10 years. On the screen, Hongxia leaned on her hand side. We need to find a lead singer again. I sing very poorly. Pachishin, what about you? Ha, I knew it. She even fantasized about having Little Solitude be the lead singer. It was truly absurd. Little Solitude weakly asked, then what about you, Liang, classmate? Liang wiped her tears. If I were the core, it would turn into my personal performance, and the band would be ruined by me. Where does that confidence come from? Pachishin thought, how enviable, I really wish she could share some of that confidence with me. At that moment, Hongxia suddenly came up with an idea. Right, once we find a lead singer, let's write our own songs. Just in time, Liang can compose music and the lyrics can be written by Pachishin, so we won't have to worry about unbearable words showing up. Watashi, what do you think? Isn't it a great idea? Little Solitude said, from elementary school to middle school, I've spent 9 years hanging out in the library right after class. Is all this just for this moment? At this time, Liang discovered a blind spot. Then what will you Hong Xia be doing? Hey! Hong Xia continued rolling dice cutely saying, next is the topic of goals. Did we just skip over it? Cute Liang classmate, I advise you not to ask about topics that shouldn't be asked. Shimo Kitazawa small bazaar Hong Xia. The little angel just needs to be cute. The plot continues to advance. Little Solitude asked, then what does the goal mean? Hong Xia explained, yesterday's performance was arranged by the venue. To ensure foot traffic, the exhibition hall gives the band a quota, and any profits exceeding the quota are split between the venue and the band. If the guests attracted do not meet the quota, the deficit must be covered by ourselves. Shantian Liang said gloomily. So the expenses before gaining fame are particularly high. Well, that's rather vague. Hong Xia sighed. For yesterday's performance, many of my friends came, and we did sell enough tickets. Shantian Liang added. But with the quality of our performance, they won't come again. That's right, Hong Xia lay dejectedly on the table. Liang has no friends. We can't rely on her to attract guests. Wow, is it that bleak? This seems a bit unfair. Is it still unfair? A few high-power speakers and lights can't even earn back the electricity bill. It's actually equivalent to them renting the venue. The manager is like a landlord. Pachishin. Hong Xia looked expectantly at Little Solitude, then apologized, saying, sorry, it's okay, please don't give me that dead fish eye. Little Loneliness made a dead fish eye expression. Even though I don't have real friends, I have many invisible friends. Little guitar and little microphone popped up behind her, constantly encouraging her. Little Loneliness is amazing. Hey, treasure of humanity. So much inner drama, there are actually two substitutes. A solitary soul needs no ties. In short, performing once in the short term requires tens of thousands of yen. To earn the target money, equipment costs, and other miscellaneous expenses, let's work together. Okay. Wait. At first Little Loneliness didn't react, but upon hearing Hong Xia's words, she suddenly shouted loudly, work? That was the loudest I've heard today. Little Loneliness babbled in refusal. Absolutely not, I absolutely do not want to work. I'm scared of society. So she pulled out a piggy bank shaped like a flower from somewhere, and handed it to Hong Xia with both hands. Little pig. Little Loneliness tightly held onto the piggy bank, wiping her tears as she looked down. This is the money my mother saved for my wedding, please take it, just don't make me work. Do you think we're devils? Thank you, we will use it wisely. Hong Xia quickly brushed away Liang's hand. We can't use it, such important money, how could we possibly use it? Dower to carry with Liang really would use it, I don't need a dower if I marry me. But I don't want to work because... Once she starts working, she would definitely struggle to even speak properly, and then get hung out to dry on the internet, ruining her reputation. It would definitely turn out like this, right? Hey, Pachishin. Hong Xia pulled Little Loneliness out of her fantasy world again, asking, you didn't hear what we just said, did you? Private Marseille. So what did you say? Yamada Liang added, you should come work here. Come here. Little Loneliness was instantly scared into a two-dimensional plane. Hong Xia encouraged, we're here with you, you don't have to be afraid. This is a harmonious workplace full of a cozy home vibe. In an instant, Little Loneliness felt that the two looked like terrifying adults trying to lure her into a bottomless abyss step by step. Don't work, absolutely don't work. Hey, think about it. In Little Loneliness's eyes, the two transformed into Cthulhu, whispering incessantly beside her. I must refuse, quickly refuse, I must refuse, However, how could someone truly socially anxious have the courage to refuse others? When Little Loneliness opened her mouth, the words that came out were, I will do my best. Hong Xia was very happy, and her whimsical horn moved back and forth. Really? Thank you. The two began to give Little Loneliness encouraging applause. Working will become lively, and it will be fun from now on. I'm sorry myself. If I had the courage to refuse, I wouldn't be socially anxious. Whisper of the ancient gods, so real, so where is the bungee jumping, hey? At this moment Hong Xia continued, additionally I will manage the band's funds. Little Loneliness suggested. It would be better to let Liang manage it, right? Oh, hey, what do you mean by that? Hong Xia's eyes were filled with cat-like curiosity as she pounded the table, then explained. What I'm saying is, Little Loneliness, you probably can't tell, but Liang spends money like it's nothing. Her family is very wealthy, and she gets a lot of pocket money, but she spends it all on investing in musical instruments, so she's always short on cash. So shy. Liang, embarrassed, covered her face. Why do you think I'm praising you? Hong Xia set the tone for the future of the band. So let's work hard and aim for another performance soon. Then sign a contract with a record company in high school. Then ascend to the Budokan. Liang is so adorable when she's shy. Gold dance class. Scene shifts. Little Loneliness, carrying her guitar bag, prepares to head home. Hong Xia leaned out halfway, waving goodbye. Starting next week, work will begin, just come to us directly after school. Liang waved goodbye. Pochi bye-bye. Pochi bye-bye, is Liang's voice really this cute? On the main evaluation stage, Shin Lu observed that a stage of the plot had concluded, and took the opportunity to comment, the first few minutes of the second episode are very important for the entire story of Lonely Rock. Contestant No. 6 used a very concise manner to fill the entire plot with a lot of information. First of all, it's definitely a character setting issue. Didn't teacher Gong Jun say that similar characters have a hard time standing out? In those few minutes through the dialogue among the 3 characters, their characteristics became vivid. Hongxia is gentle and cheerful, and her role in the team is to provide commentary, making her the true core of the band. As for Liang, she is quirky and can enjoy solitude. You can see that Liang doesn't have many lines, but when she speaks she can say something astonishing that makes everyone burst into laughter. As for Pochi, although her performance in the first episode was a mess, it also gives her a lot of growth potential. In terms of setting, her skills should be the foundation for the band's existence and development, a truly foundational role. This is just a brief few minutes that contribute to character development. And regarding the band, there is even more to discuss. From the band's perspective, the plot provides 3 main lines. The first is finding a lead singer, completing the last piece of the puzzle for the band. The second is clarifying the band's goal, which is what Hongxia said at the end, striving for a second performance opportunity. And the third is the most critical division of labor within the band. According to the current plot direction, the subsequent performances should be original songs, which must be said to be quite bold for the contestants. In the subsequent plot, if contestant No. SIX's storyline design remains as skillful as it was in the first episode, then the plot I mentioned will likely have corresponding setups. Speaking of which, Shen Lu didn't forget to give himself some armor. Of course, all of the above are my personal views. The contestants on site face a lot of creative pressure, and for certain plots they may not be able to cover everything. 666. This is an expert almost undressing contestant No. 6. Honestly, I'm looking forward to the further development of the plot. Now that the band has 3 members, I can't even imagine how lively it will be with 4. I remember the 4th character in the character design is also a cheerful girl similar to Hongxia. The atmosphere will definitely be even more lively then. Moreover, the 4th character is set to be the lead singer. How exciting. The story continues. The scene shifts back to reality. Little Loneliness lies in the icy water, frozen in despair. Then I will start my first part-time job tomorrow. I've been soaking for at least 30 minutes, so I must have caught a cold by now. I'm sorry. I will give my all to everything except for the part-time job. Little Loneliness, exhausted, sank into the water, startling her younger sister, who was watching her elder sister take a bath, and she rushed out shouting, "Mom, it's bad. My sister has sunk. Give me a cold, give me a cold, give me a cold." Immune system, this is a high-level situation. White blood cells. Back then, I had my hands in my pockets, unaware of what an opponent was. I used to do this kind of thing too. The human body is quite miraculous, isn't it? Seeing the comments on the bullet screen, Luyu smiled and said, "Children in front of the TV, please do not imitate this, as it is very bad for your health." The next morning, Little Loneliness picked up the thermometer, and the temperature of 36.5 degrees made her let out a wail. "I really hate my strong constitution." Seeing her plan to catch a cold had failed, Little Loneliness felt quite embarrassed, but still resolutely said, "Since it has come to this, I can only pretend to be sick." In the next moment, her phone suddenly received a message. Little Loneliness picked up her phone. It's from Hongxia. On the screen, the healing little face of Hongxia appeared. "Good morning. Today is your first part-time job. You must be very worried, right? But I will help you. Let's work hard together." Little Loneliness was deeply moved. For someone who wants to skip out on their part-time job, such heartwarming words are truly touching. On the other side, Hongxia, who was cooking in an apron, also received a message from Little Loneliness. "I realized how foolish I was to have done this. You made me realize my mistakes, and I am truly grateful." Hongxia looked at her phone confused. What does this mean? Chunibu. Hongxia truly is a great angel of Shimikitazawa. Why can't I meet such a wonderful person in real life? Gong Jun said. Contestant No. 6 has done a fantastic job in character development, using Hongxia's character to indirectly promote Little Loneliness' growth. Has anyone noticed that when Hongxia first encountered Little Loneliness, she couldn't even talk to others, yet now she has made the decision to work part-time? Such rapid growth in the storyline is gradual and completely reasonable. Whoa, what the teacher said is so touching. My Pachushin is getting better and better. By the end of the series, Pachushin should be able to give the middle finger on stage, right? No matter how you look at it, this is too advanced for Pachushin. After school that day, Little Loneliness arrived as scheduled. This time she once again paused at the door. Unlike before, when she was afraid to enter, this time, she gripped the doorknob, continually encouraging herself. "Go Little Loneliness. Go Little Loneliness." At that moment, a mature voice came to her ear. "Tickets start selling at 5 o'clock. Yikes. Little Loneliness was startled. Turning around, she saw a woman resembling Hongxia standing in front of her. The woman, hands on her hips, said to her, "Currently the store is still in preparation." Little Loneliness was caught off guard by a stranger's words, and once again couldn't articulate her thoughts, secretly thinking, "Employee, I must clear up this misunderstanding." She stammered, "You calm down. You are the one who needs to calm down." Afterward, the woman led her into the store, and after hearing Little Loneliness' explanation, she leaned against the counter and said, "So you are the new part-timer, you should have said so earlier." "I'm sorry. The woman holding a juice said to her, I am the store manager here, nice to meet you. This should be a relative of Hongxia, right? She looks a lot like Hongxia. She has a snack on her head, so she must be related to Hongxia, maybe a mother or sister. No, didn't you watch the show carefully? In the first episode, Hongxia mentioned that her sister is the store manager. Little Loneliness' expression was very reserved, pleased to meet you. Her gaze flickered. Compared to Hongxia, the store manager's features were sharper, exuding a unique aura of a mature woman. The store manager is a bit intimidating, she's not the type I can face. Hongxia, come help me. At this moment, Hitori Gotoh, who had been observing her for a long time, finally spoke up. Are you the guitarist performing in the cardboard box? I remember it was called Mango Mask. New nickname, I like this store manager. Mango Mask, yes, that's it. This is so funny, haha, how easy is it to please Pachishin? After all, she's someone who can be happy with a dog's name. It's not Mango Mask, it's Ripe Mango. Ripe Mango is still chasing me. This joke will truly become Pochi's lifelong embarrassing history. At that moment, Hongxia suddenly appeared behind her looking a bit angry and said, that's not a name. Sister, don't give people silly nicknames. Little Loneliness was astonished. Sister. The store manager is Hongxia's sister. I told you before, remember? It was on the way to the starry sky. Little Loneliness fell into recollection. Sure enough, not long after she remembered that, on the way to the starry sky, it seemed she had heard Hongxia mention it. However, at that time, she was too busy losing her mind to pay attention. Oh, I see. This is the situation, so Pachishin, you don't need to be so nervous. Right, sister? Hitori Gotoh retorted, here, you should call me the store manager. She opened her laptop and glanced at a few people. Also, please do not mix personal feelings while working. It has been said that during work you should refer to plants. Serious face. After a few simple exchanges, everyone began to enter the work preparation stage. Hongxia looked around and said, then let's start by cleaning the tables. As Hongxia finished speaking, she suddenly noticed that someone was missing from the shop. She glanced around but couldn't find Bocchi, so she asked, where is the little Solitude? The little Solitude clung to her leg and said, I just wanted to catch my breath in a dark and cramped place. Hongxia exclaimed in shock. It's only been a short while and you want to catch your breath already. After forcibly pulling the little Solitude out from under the table, Hongxia said, come over here and note down the types of drinks. Arriving at the drink bar, Hongxia pointed at the various equipment and introduced, this is tonic water, and if you go further the beer is at the service counter and the base spirits are in the cabinet at the back. I can't remember that you're speaking too fast. The little Solitude was left dizzy by the information. Then she took out her guitar saying, it seems I can only turn it into a song and remember it with my body. Hey, where did you pull that guitar from? Before long the sound of the little Solitude singing and playing filled the air. Even the tuner and Shinga turned to look. It seems like she's having a great time. Hongxia was at a loss saying, hey, that's scary. It's good that you're trying to remember, but can you stop for a moment? Are you even listening? You're definitely not listening, right? You need to wake up. You're making me scared. Meanwhile, Sister Shinga looked a bit surprised. Last time during the performance, it felt like you played pretty poorly. The tuner sister added, so you can actually play this well. Hongxia was so focused on stopping her that she completely failed to notice. But this playing style feels like I've heard it somewhere before. Shinga suddenly remembered. It seems to be from that guitar hero who has been trending online recently. She walked up behind Hongxia and gave her a chop on the back saying, get to work quickly. Indeed, so far Liang has withdrawn from the group. The little Solitude aims to overcome social anxiety, and only Hongxia's motives for forming a band remain unclear. At the bar she introduced, the job of a drink clerk is simple. You just need to take orders for the drinks that customers want and serve them. Okay. Also, the cost of drinks is not included in the ticket price. You need to pay an additional 500 yen. Hongxia extended her hand and took out a small sign from the bar to show the little Solitude, saying, this is the drink ticket. The little Solitude picked up the sign and asked thoughtfully, 1 cup costs 500 yen, so why is it priced per cup? With that expression, it looks like you think we're robbing you, right? Hongxia helplessly replied, don't think like that. It's actually because the exhibition hall is classified as a restaurant, and I don't really understand it. It's just that it's said to be challenging to apply for a business license if the operation scope only includes performances. I see. The little Solitude exclaimed in realization. Hongxia continued, so we just need to provide drinks and treat this place as a restaurant. Wait, are you even listening? She was halfway through her explanation when she noticed the little Solitude staring intently at the sign in her hand. Unknowingly, I've ended up working at a challenging restaurant. I've grown. The growth of a person is to overcome their less mature self from the past. 500 yen is so cheap. I am from Sakura Prefecture and the regulations here are indeed like this. It's hard to apply for a separate exhibition hall license. On the main judging panel, Liu Yu was a bit surprised. Was contestant number 6 involved in music before? How does he know everything? The host Baining kindly pulled up Lin Lin's resume and displayed it on the screen. Upon seeing Lin Lin's resume, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Because this resume was too exaggerated. Started painting at 3, played guitar at 5, and by 16 had mastered mainstream instruments. Can write songs, compose music, and is well-versed in the production process of mainstream anime. During university, he continued to take on outsourcing business from major animation companies. He entered the prestigious Capital Art University at 18 and graduated with a combined bachelor's and master's degree at 25. During that time, he almost always won gold and silver in various producer competitions. He even has a second degree in Chinese studies. I must say Lin Lin's former self was indeed a true overachiever. He participated in this program because he felt that entering a job step by step was too slow, and that enduring the long wait for experience wasn't worth it. Competing for the championship seemed to offer a much better cost-performance ratio. Otherwise, given his resume, he could easily receive offers from all the major animation studios based solely on his abilities. While the audience was chatting, the anime continued to play. Hongxia and the Little Solitude chatted for a while, then noticed that the flow of people in the exhibition hall was gradually increasing, so she said, "As we chat, the customers are coming. Bocchi, it's about to get busy." The Little Solitude was stunned. She wasn't ready yet. Are we suddenly starting to serve customers? What should I say? The weather today is nice, thank you all for coming. No, I need to rehearse this at least once. Wait a minute. Then, under the shocked expression of Hongxia, the Little Solitude placed the sign saying, "Thank you for visiting our shop today," on the bar. Is this how we stop operations? Without a doubt, this is a unique rehearsal for social anxiety. Soon a customer approached the bar and said to the two, "Excuse me, I would like a glass of cola." "Okay." Hongxia replied, then looked at the Little Solitude, "Bocchi cola." In the blink of an eye, the Little Solitude completely vanished, only to stretch out a fair little hand from beneath the table, placing a glass of iced cola on the bar. Hongxia angrily said, "Bocchi, this is very rude to the customers." Little Solitude lamented, "3, I'm not mentally prepared yet." As Ryo Shantian, who was selling tickets, listened to the commotion, he couldn't help but think the dark atmosphere of the exhibition hall is gradually dissipating. After a while, Hongxia continued to enthusiastically serve guests at the bar, while our protagonist Little Solitude had already hidden underneath the bar in isolation. In the end, I haven't grown at all. At that moment, when Hongxia had a brief moment of downtime, she called out to Little Solitude, "Bocchi, come look." Little Solitude peeked out from under the bar, observing the scene before her. On stage, several young men were greeting the audience with microphones. "Hello everyone, we are the Alexandrism Band. Today marks the release of our second album, so we are here to perform again. Did everyone buy tickets? We have written some really great songs, each one is as good as the first album." The audience immediately erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Inside the bar, Hongxia looked at the dazzling lights and remarked, "That band isn't bad at all." Then she turned to Little Solitude and said, "You can relax now. Once the performance starts, there won't be much to do." Ryo Shantian also walked in from the front desk. "Good job." "Oh, it's Ryo, thank you for your hard work," Hongxia said, a bit surprised. "Huh? Aren't you managing the front desk?" Ryo explained, "The manager switched with me, saying that today's performing band is quite popular and told me to learn well. My sister is that kind of person, proud and tsundere, something like that. Too proud. While Hongxia's mom is so cute, the sisters Ahog are quite distinctive. Sister is really nice, you can tell she dotes on her younger sister." Seeing that the atmosphere had improved a bit, Little Solitude bowed her head and apologized to him. "Sorry. Not only did I not help, I was even too scared to look at the guests." At that moment, Ryo picked up a box of black oolong tea and said to Little Solitude, "Do you want to use this? Too bad it's not mango flavored." No. Hongxia waved away the playful Ryo with a helpless expression and comforted, "It's okay, Bocchi. Today is your first day on the job, or you will adapt quickly. But I'm just someone who is even worse than a water flea. Why are you all so nice to me?" Hongxia paused for a moment and then smiled. "Actually, I really like this exhibition hall. Therefore, the only places where I can interact with guests as an employee are here and the front desk. I always hope that the guests will come to love this venue." Yes, I'm sorry." Little Solitude felt very guilty. "I was so rude to the guests in such an important place." "Haha, no, you misunderstood," Hongxia said. "Actually, I hope you can also come to like this venue. I hope you can work happily, have fun forming a band, and we can all be together. Well, Hongxia is so nice. Is this what an angel looks like? By the way, this 15-degree composition is absolutely perfect." Hongxia radiates light in this moment. Little Solitude has truly seized her only opportunity in this life. "Well, I also hope that one day you can greet the guests with a smile." At that moment, the band's warm-up segment on stage also came to an end. "Hey Bocchi, the performance is about to start." In the venue, the deep voice of the lead singer resonated, and everyone held their breath, raising their hands to enjoy the rhythm of the music. "Wow, even the bystander sings so well. It's this band. This band has a real-life counterpart. I recommend their hit song Shining." Little Solitude felt her heart racing. The venue has become a whole, and both guests and musicians are so happy. In contrast, our performance is truly. The guests paid 2,000 yuan to watch the performance. If I don't change, they will still watch a terrible performance next time. Little Solitude's gaze gradually grew resolute. I must strive to change even if it takes time. I hope that when the time comes the venue can be as joyful as they are. You're starting to reflect Bakushin. As long as you can think this way, you've already made significant progress. When a person realizes that they have already formed bonds with others, the so-called social anxiety has already vanished. At that moment, a guest approached the bar. Excuse me, I would like a glass of orange juice. This time, before Hongxia and Rio could react, Little Solitude had already accepted the guest's request. Okay. Little Solitude lowered her head and began to prepare orange juice for the customer at the bar. Face the smile, look into the guest's eyes and serve with a smile. With a smile on her face. Accompanied by the melodious singing, Little Solitude brought the orange juice to the bar. Please enjoy. Hongxia reminded. Little Solitude, your eyes. Eyes. The guest in front of her also smiled gently at Little Solitude as they took the orange juice. Thank you, MMM. After the guest walked away, Hongxia nervously said, Oh dear, you scared me. But Little Solitude, you're amazing. You even dared to come out from under the counter to serve guests. I tried my best. Yes, thanks to your efforts. She must have enjoyed today's performance even more. You've also made progress. Hongxia smiled encouragingly at Little Solitude. Seeing this scene, tears have already fallen. Little Solitude has truly grown up. Growth-type female protagonist. This camera work makes me so nervous. Actually, this second will pass quickly. Everyone won't remember anyone's embarrassing moments. Hongxia's emotional value is really high. She is truly Little Solitude's lifelong benefactor. The bystander sister is also very gentle. Everyone is very gentle except for Rio. Rio, do you want to get into the box? What a pity it's not mango-flavored, ha ha ha. Rio is truly the ultimate joker. One step. Just one step. I thought I had already made almost 1,000 steps. One step is already great. The most difficult part has always been going from 0 to 1. Well, the little pearl that just fell was held back by laughter. Gong Jun, who is good at writing heartwarming stories, also had red eyes. Yes, dear audience, we may be witnessing the birth of a true coming-of-age anime. What is youth? In my opinion, it is the journey from imperfection to perfection, from ignorance and recklessness to cautious optimism. Little Solitude's growth is no different from this, right? What is even more touching is that contestant number 6 in the plot setup did not pressure the already insecure Little Solitude with various tribulations, but instead took the opposite approach, using a series of warm and moving little scenes to gradually awaken Little Solitude's confidence. I believe this approach is worth learning from for many people. Sometimes for those who are inherently insecure, what they need most is not your oppression or insults but your encouragement and affirmation. Gradually the audience trickled out of the performance hall. Little Kodama prepared to head home. Outside the live house, Hashimi, Najika, and Rio stood together bidding her farewell. Well then, thank you for your hard work today. Do take care on your way home. Bye-bye. Thank you all so much. Hashimi turned and asked Rio, who was still lingering inside. Rio, aren't you leaving too? I'll go a bit later. At that moment Najika chimed in, bye-bye Bakushin. Alright, see you tomorrow. The moment she stepped out of the hall, Kodama bounded cheerfully toward the station, her guitar case slung over her shoulder. She let out a long, relieved sigh. It's over. Finally. I've survived the day. A quiet private triumph bloomed in her heart. Maybe this part-time job is something I can keep up with after all. Tomorrow, I'll give it my all once more. Inside the performance hall, exhausted from a full day's work, Najika slumped onto the table. Beside her, Rio murmured, Bocchi worked hard today, didn't she? Yes, indeed. Najika closed her eyes and said softly. And she even said, see you tomorrow, MM. A gentle wistfulness colored her voice. We really did form the right band. Just days ago, during their very first rehearsal, Kodama had been nearly impossible to reach. Shy, withdrawn, almost unreachable. Yet, in little over a week, she'd already begun to find her footing. At that thought, Najika sat upright and reached for her phone. Oh, I should send Kodama a message. Just this, let's keep striving together tomorrow. Cut to Kodama now lying in bed, coughing incessantly. From afar, her mother's voice drifted faintly. Her fever soaring. Honey, make her an ice pillow, would you? Should we take her to the hospital? Lying there, Kodama could only think, tears welling silently. So this is when the fever hits. Immune cells, ha ha ha. You didn't see that coming. Well. Looks like they've been lying in wait all along. I just started thinking finally. The title's making sense. And then cold. Ha ha ha. Najika, see you tomorrow. Back in the hall, having sent the message, Najika began pondering the band's next steps. Kodama's finally stepping up now. All we need is a lead vocalist. Her words faded as the scene shifted. Inside a lively karaoke bar, a woman's voice rang out. Who requested this one? A red-haired girl raised her hand eagerly. Right here. I picked it. Episode 2, end. The competition's first day had barely ended. And yet 6 contestants had already completed full episodes. Among them Bocchi the Rock stood apart. Not just in polish but in sheer artistry. Its craftsmanship bore no trace of haste. This was clearly a concept long nurtured, now brought to life with precision and passion. How eagerly we await what lies ahead. Once the core members are assembled, the first live performance can truly begin. I recall, the 6th contestant has already composed the music. Without Bocchi the Rock, the season feels strangely hollow. Every other new anime pales in comparison. But never fear, Uncle Big Nose hosts his anime review livestream every day during the competition. Tonight he'll surely be diving deep into its brilliance. 5:00 p.m. The livestream ended precisely on schedule. As the studio's intercom fell silent, the red glow of the cameras dimmed and went dark. Lin Lin exhaled deeply, showered, then slipped into the hotel's standard-issue pajamas before heading to the cafeteria. He'd barely touched lunch. A quick boxed meal. And tonight he intended to savor something truly satisfying. Along the way he passed numerous contestants wearing name badges, chatting quietly over dinner. How do you feel about this year's theme? Tricky. Youthful themes are easy enough, but pairing them with a band, that's where I froze. I spent hours sketching shots and plotting the narrative arc. Only half an episode is done. And I'm still unsure how it'll land. Still, you're doing great. I won't even start animating until tomorrow. No rush. I could always wrap it up as a concise 6-episode miniseries. Didn't the production team say contestants receive ratings and trending data each morning, covering the 2 days prior? We'll know everything by tomorrow. I heard there's a prodigy this round. Someone dominating at least 70% of the entire show's buzz. Who? Could it be some chairman's daughter? What was her name again? Huan Lai. Shoo. Do you want to get yourself disqualified? She's practically royalty. A master of creative mode. Likely knew the theme weeks in advance. Lin Lin listened for a while but gleaned little of substance. He held absolute confidence in Bocchi the Rock's success. After all, it had already proven itself across lifetimes. Its resonance undeniable. Other entries hastily stitched together for the contest stood no chance against such a benchmark. Even foreknowledge of the theme would change nothing. The sheer excellence of Bocchi the Rock, its writing, pacing, and emotional nuance, was such that even the 3 judges themselves, were they to serve as producers, could scarcely replicate its caliber within this time frame. Back in his dormitory after dinner, Lin Lin settled in for the evening's work, composing his creative journal. His mind brimmed with anime concepts unknown to this world. He would draft select high-quality series in advance, ensuring they were ready to deploy whenever needed. This would also lend credibility to future reveals, grounding them in plausible preparation rather than sudden inspiration. 8:00 p.m. True to promise, Uncle Big Nose launched his livestream. Instantly thousands flooded in. Uncle Big Nose, please watch Bocchi the Rock. It's absolutely brilliant. A divine anime. Alright, don't rush me. Today's first review will be Bocchi the Rock. Uncle Big Nose himself felt exhilarated. During his daytime binge watch, he'd never imagined the competition could birth a masterpiece of such magnitude. And now he couldn't wait to share that awe with others. After waiting for viewership to stabilize, he opened his anime app and began watching Bocchi the Rock. Its pacing was masterfully balanced. Genuinely humorous without ever tipping into fatigue or excess. Even Uncle Big Nose, a veteran connoisseur who'd watched countless series, found himself smiling uncontrollably during his second viewing. Then came the scene in episode 1, Kodama reading online comments. That was the breaking point. His composure shattered, erupting into unrestrained, baboon-like laughter. Honestly, that scene hit so close to home. Ha ha ha. The first episode of Lonely Rock portrays such a profound image of social anxiety. Uncle Big Nose seems to seek recognition online as well, developing into a recluse. After watching the entire first episode, Uncle Big Nose, wearing a hood, showed his big-nosed face and boasted to the audience, "Now you know why I said this anime is divine when I started streaming. The overall completion of this piece is remarkably high, so much so that you wouldn't expect such quality from a short-term competition work. Moreover, I've watched countless anime and seen many portrayals of social anxiety, but I have never encountered one that captures it so essentially. It's this essence of social anxiety that is incredibly subtle. This level of social anxiety is hard to grasp. If portrayed too intensely, it comes off as insanity, and if too lightly, it loses character. But this one, with its many thoughts in the head and that subtle sense of rot in reality amidst the crowd, is simply exquisite. Indeed, it seems the term social anxiety is meant to describe her. Then there's this segment where Little Lonely, thinking the person beside her is a lonely uncle, finds out it's a happy family. And this part where Little Lonely plays poorly but claims to be a guitar hero. Ha ha ha, I feel like a general audience might not catch that, but we content creators can relate. In reality, whenever something goes wrong, I think I am a content creator with millions of fans. How dare you defy me? This dark little thought is just hilarious. After watching the second episode, Uncle Big Nose continued to praise. After finishing the second episode, let me summarize the strengths of this anime. First, the animation. Wow, it's simply explosive. Even if it was generated by AI, it's among the top tier of works. I dare say the author is definitely an AI expert. Without proper training, it's impossible to produce such excellent animation. Also, I wonder if anyone noticed this anime actually has many conversion expressions, and even those are drawn very well. Uncle Big Nose pointed at the computer screen saying, "Did you see? In this anime, no matter which frame you click on, you can feel the rich details completely devoid of that occasional breakdown you find in other shows, even giving me a philosophical sense of harmony. The overall completion is extremely high, almost without any shortcomings. If it can land this smoothly, I believe it will become a pioneering work in the band-type anime genre. Moreover, the character designs are very simple, focusing more on bringing the characters to life. The audience in Uncle Big Nose's livestream are mostly seasoned anime watchers, thus they can better judge the quality of an anime. Honestly, I believe this anime will definitely become a classic of this era, one that will leave a name in the history of the industry. I didn't feel it during the day, but now the aftertaste is growing stronger. Finding a better replacement is like this. I feel like this anime has spoiled me. After discussing the first 2 episodes of Lonely Rock, Uncle Big Nose opened up the second contestant Chu Huan's Pain of Youth and pinched his nose. Next, let's take a look at this anime. 20 minutes later, Uncle Big Nose slumped in his chair, foaming at the mouth. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. This anime is what we previously said, has quite a bit of room for improvement. The plot is standard. As long as you can tolerate the female lead being a bus, the rest of the storyline follows the typical route of a romantic anime. Moreover, I suspect that contestant Chu Huan doesn't really understand AI. There are various 6-fingered monsters and facial breakdowns, and the details are just unbearable. Overall, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Did you know? Chu Huan's father is the boss of F9. No wonder her anime has that toilet paper vibe. It turns out she's from F9. Honestly, as long as F9 is alive, everyone here has a responsibility. We should think about who is sending money to F9. The key is this anime from Chu Huan, even in the toilet paper category, can be considered dry. With the recommendation of Uncle Big Nose, a master in the anime field, the name Lonely Rock began to be widely known in just one day. That night, the program team also compiled the first day's data: 1.77 million. Moreover, 1.45 million of those viewers concentrated in contestant number SIXS livestream. This brought terrifying heat to Lonely Rock. Online, there were already super topics and forums about Lonely Rock, and even some fast-handed artists had drawn fan art. This anime is simply too good. If you haven't watched it, you must go see it. It's this year's dominant animation. Welcome everyone to day 2 of the preliminary rounds of the First Animation Producer Competition. I'm your host Bei Ning. Let us welcome today's 3 distinguished guest judges, Professor Shin Lu, Professor Lu Yu, and Professor Gong Jun. After Bei Ning finished reciting the long list of sponsors, she smiled warmly at the 3 judges and asked, "The first day of the competition has concluded. What are your impressions of the contestants' performances so far?" Shin Yu replied, "Animation production falls squarely within the realm of creative endeavor, and it encompasses many forms: manga adaptations, novel adaptations, and original animation. Among these, original animation is undoubtedly the most demanding, for its creators must not only orchestrate storyboards and cultivate the series' overall atmosphere, but also craft the narrative themselves. A task requiring exceptional breadth and depth of skill. Thus, it is unsurprising that on day 1 the vast majority of contestants had yet to produce finished episodes, remaining instead in the conceptual or design phase, fully aligned with standard industry workflow. In my own studio, I never pressure staff toward rapid output. Rather, I encourage deep specialization in a single domain, believing firmly that meticulous craftsmanship yields enduring excellence. Even during periods without active projects, I regularly assign weekly anime proposal drafts to maintain creative fluency and foster steady growth. While prodigious talent may inspire awe and envy, grounded diligence remains, in my view, the more vital virtue. And now, as we enter day 2, more contestants approach the culmination of their creative process. I am confident an ever greater number of outstanding works will soon unfold before our eyes. Compared to day 1, day 2 ignited significantly greater enthusiasm. Within moments of going live, concurrent viewers surged past 1 million. Clearly, the overwhelming majority had tuned in specifically for Bocchi the Rock. So many, in fact, that they flooded Lin Lin's still black screen livestream all at once. Thank you, Professor Shin Lu, for your words of encouragement to all contestants. May each creator today find renewed focus and inspiration. Now I declare day 2 of the competition officially begins. As Bei Ning's voice faded, the camera mounted in Lin Lin's room blinked crimson. His anticipation ran even deeper than that of the audience. He slipped on his creation helmet without hesitation and plunged into today's work. Episode 3, The Savior Arrives. An opening scene: the Gotoh household. Hitori Gotoh buries herself beneath her quilt, paralyzed by the dread of facing another school day. Another melancholy Monday looms? And while brushing her hair in the bathroom, her younger sister Yui, Gotoh tiptoes up behind her. "And, sister, you've finally recovered from your cold. That's wonderful." "Ah, yes. And you haven't been to school in days. Wouldn't it be better if you stayed sick a little longer?" "And not at all. Why not? You're always saying you want to rest." Hitori continues brushing her hair as she replies, "True, I'd rather avoid school. But someone like me would vanish entirely from classmates' memories after just 1 day's absence." "Oh, Sister, you really are such a nuisance. And Hitori freezes mid-brush. The urge to swat her sister peaks in that very instant. Sensing danger, Yui swiftly changes the subject. By the way, Mom says it's time for breakfast. And with that, she snatches up the family dog and darts away. Hitori pauses, staring blankly at the band bag resting on her desk. And wait, didn't I form a band? And didn't I even work part-time at the performance hall? Then surely, I'm no longer just that gloomy girl. A sly, self-satisfied smile curls her lips. She retrieves her guitar from the corner of her room. All right, let's bring the guitar to school again. Surely someone will talk to me then. Hitori leans heavily on her desk, lost in thought. I know better than to hope others will initiate conversation. It won't change a thing. Just then, two girls in front whisper, and Becky Wimp's song just dropped on streaming platforms. I've been obsessively replaying it since yesterday. Even now the melody echoes inside my head. And how incredible. Hitori recoils in stunned silence. And they're talking about a band? And no, this is the first step toward change. I must join the conversation. She slams her palm onto the desk and cries out, ah. And the two girls startle, then turn with warm smiles, and Hitori-san, what is it? And it's rare indeed for Hitori-san to speak to us first. Yet standing beside her desk, Hitori falters, tongue-tied. And oh no, I've only ever imagined others approaching me. I never rehearsed initiating. After stammering helplessly for what feels like an eternity, she murmurs dejectedly, I'm sorry, I forgot. And it's only been seconds. And meanwhile, the moment Lin Lin went live, the main broadcast feed instantly switched to Bocchi the Rock, as the program's current highest-rated series generous airtime was naturally granted. At the main judging panel, Gong Jun observed this sequence and remarked, N, contestant No. 6 demonstrates remarkable maturity in narrative construction, and possesses a keen eye for character development, especially in crafting nuanced interpersonal dynamics. This brief scene not only traces Hitori Gotoh's quiet evolution, but also elegantly foreshadows the imminent entrance of the fourth key character, the lead vocalist. After all, if Hitori cannot summon the courage to take that first bold step, who else will lift her forward? It was lunchtime. Koju sat alone in a dim, secluded corner of the school, eating a rice ball while silent tears traced paths down her cheeks. She was still replaying the morning's events in her mind. Oh well, perhaps this is for the best. If I'd actually joined the conversation right now. In Koju's imagination, a tiny caricature of a female classmate wobbled and chimed in. Ha! I was just wondering how she suddenly jumped into our talk. Turns out she'd been eavesdropping the whole time. So, Gotoh-san is actually dangerous. Yeah, it would definitely end up like that. From now on, abandon all delusions. Just live humbly, quietly, invisibly. She's just socially anxious. Not clinically isolated. Her classmates show no sign of shunning her. Is this paper cutout character simulation shot on location? How novel. Fully automated self-delusion. I'm done eating, Koju declared, lifting her gaze to survey her surroundings. Honestly, this place is so quiet. It's perfect for lunch. How fortunate to have found such a sanctuary. Eating alone in the classroom feels unbearable. And once I become a celebrated guitarist appearing on TV shows, instantly the scene dissolved into Koju's daydream. Host Guitarkin asked, could you tell us how you spent your high school years? Back then I had no friends. I always ate lunch hidden away in one of those mysterious forgotten spaces. Schools always seemed to have cramped storage nooks stacked with desks and cleaning supplies. What a delightfully jarring contrast to my public image. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Koju burst into unrestrained laughter. Her social anxiety fuels surprisingly vivid imagination. She won't even enter a barbershop, yet dreams of appearing on national television. Just then voices floated down from upstairs. Girls chatting, and seized Koju's attention. In an instant she ducked and crouched atop a nearby desk. Karaoke last time was so much fun. Absolutely. Yuki's singing really is wonderful. She stepped back now, but I heard she used to play guitar in a band. Oh, she has musical talent too. Koju instantly latched onto the keyword. A band. Najika's been searching for a lead vocalist guitarist. I missed work last time due to a cold. I want to contribute to the band too. I need to find that lead vocalist guitarist. But how could I possibly approach anyone and speak? Oh no. Teacher Miyako truly is a prophet. She predicted it exactly. That's perfectly natural. The plot of Bocchi the Rock isn't complex at all. It simply resonates with effortless charm. Heartbreakingly authentic. The classic social anxious impulse to redeem oneself after a blunder. Ha! Yuki. Yoho. I'm terribly sorry. I need to ask you a favor. What is it? Could you fill in for our basketball match next week? Of course. As the girls chatted, Koju cautiously peered out, observing curiously. Yuki. Who is she really? Yet the moment Koju laid eyes on Yuki, she was struck speechless. Dazzled by an almost radiant aura. She's so cute. She must be kind-hearted. Adorable, athletic, beloved by everyone. And she plays guitar too. Do I even possess the courage, or the worth, to invite someone like her? Crushed Koju curled tightly into the corner. Even more terrifying, the very essence of who I am might now be under siege. Ha ha ha. This anime's cinematography is masterful, every frame pulses with visceral immediacy. No, Koju is even cuter. Yuki plays basketball too. I'm utterly smitten. Still, though her lips protested, Koju quietly trailed Yuki all the way to the classroom. Yet paralyzed by social anxiety, she dared not step inside or initiate contact. Only watched trembling from afar. Inside, Yuki sat at her desk, sensing an unusual persistent gaze prickling her spine. At the doorway, Koju crouched behind the frame, staring like a furtive voyeur. I managed to follow her here, but my mental preparation remains utterly incomplete. Just then Yuki spotted Koju and turned, asking gently, You're Gotoh from class 2, right? Huh? She knows my name. Here we go. Awkwardness detonating on cue. Koju may isolate herself, but in her own quiet way she's already legendary across the entire grade. Already caught. So soon. Are you looking for someone in our class? Frozen at the threshold, Koju cowered mute under the sudden, unexpected question. Say it, Koju. I'm looking for a lead vocalist guitarist for our band. Would you be interested? After agonizing seconds of internal rehearsal, she finally blurted, I. Rock, lead. Did she just launch into beatboxing mid-sentence? Mortified, Koju's face burned crimson. I rock, lead. What was that? Pausing, Yuki, equally flustered, responded with a baffling improvised rap verse of her own. Koju's psychological defenses shattered completely. With a lightning-quick recoil, she bolted, leaving only a breathless, stammering apology. Sorry. Wait. Yuki dashed to the doorway, watching Koju vanish down the hall. Goodness. Yuki is so gentle. Koju's escape sequence is gloriously unhinged. Ha ha ha. She's practically breaking the sound barrier. In no time, Koju retreated once more to her secret solitary haven, self-isolating anew. 2 new black marks on my personal history, all within a single day. Then, as if conjured from thin air, she produced a guitar and launched into an impromptu performance, presenting the world premiere of Double Black History, Koju's solo acoustic version. Gloomy days deepen the shadows within my heart. Yet these burdens are merely assets I long to discard. Each memory brings fresh tears, darkness, sobbing, my black history. Oh, how I wish someday to laugh about it all. Wah. I wish I could forget. Blending reality and fantasy with breathtaking artistry. A melancholy folk tune from home. The emotional resonance is overwhelming. In the next instant, a crimson figure materialized silently behind her. Wow, amazing. Huh? Startled, Koju tumbled sideways, breathless. Wayuki-san, when did you get here? You ran off so suddenly. I got curious and followed. Yuki beamed, eyes sparkling. I'm genuinely moved. You play guitar so beautifully. That performance just now. Utterly captivating. Hearing praise, Koju's expression instantly transformed, swelling with quiet, unguarded pride. Praise me relentlessly. She must be a good person. The guitar vanished. Let's form a school idol unit together. That was absolutely divine. Pure crystalline perfection. Then, hugging her knees, Yuki asked, have you formed a band? Ah, yes, sort of. Suddenly Yuki glowed with a warm, dazzling light. What else can you play? Let's hear something. Dazzled, Koju shielded her eyes. Disaster. Her sunshine girl aura is blinding. I can't even look directly at her. Good news, the wound on my calf hasn't become infected. If it remains stable, the stitches can be removed after a few more 4 sessions. Kita continued. By the way, wasn't Endasan here earlier for something? As soon as Kita posed the question, Hitori immediately recognized it as an opportunity. This is the perfect chance to invite her to join. After a moment's careful deliberation, and having fully braced herself mentally, Hitori finally confessed, actually I'm looking for a lead vocalist and guitarist for my band. I heard someone say you play guitar. Kita didn't react with the anticipated excitement. Instead, she sighed softly. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Endasan. I can't join your band. Hitori panicked, stammering. No, wait, that is. Though I may seem gloomy, all the other members are incredibly cheerful. It's not because I dislike you at all. On weekends we gather for barbecues every 6 months, we hold sports tournaments, and after performances we celebrate in luxury sedans. There's always something happening. Honestly, I'd never join a band that throws parties non-stop. Haha. Mastering the art of painting grand illusions all on her own. Just like an HR rep during a corporate interview. All scenes depicted above are purely illustrative. Kita's barely contained expression is absolutely hilarious. Alright, let me be honest with you. I don't actually know how to play guitar at all. Huh? I joined that band solely to meet a senior I admired, and even lied about playing guitar to get in. In the end, I couldn't keep up, so I just ran away. Has the timeline converged? Could she really be the guitarist who fled? Don't worry. It's settled. The runaway guitarist has been found. Will Endasan's mother murder her upon meeting? So this lighthearted anime just pivoted straight into our 18G territory. Hitori was momentarily stunned. You truly know nothing. Kita picked up Hitori's guitar, cradling it in her arms, and awkwardly strummed a few notes. Isn't it just about plucking these strings? I thought this wooden stick was merely decorative. Self-teaching must be impossibly hard for beginners. Major league chords. Minor league. Are you talking about baseball? Kita quipped. She doesn't even grasp the most fundamental concepts. Then turning to Hitori, she asked, Did you learn guitar from someone? No, not really. Almost entirely self-taught. Huh? Kita exclaimed, eyes wide. Seriously? That's amazing. No, it's nothing special. Hitori's expression swelled with smug satisfaction. Oh. And Endasan, would you teach me how to play guitar? Be my teacher. Huh? Her triumphant grin instantly froze. You're so skilled. If you taught me, maybe I'd finally find the motivation to practice properly. Hitori's face instantly shifted back into a proud, delighted smile. Oh well. This is truly utterly carried away by her own pride. Hitori is just too adorable. Haha. This is pure comedy gold. Laughing until I cry. Lost in a whirlwind of praise. This time I'll master guitar. And apologize sincerely to the seniors from my previous band. Kita resolved firmly. So, when would suit you best? After school. I work part-time at the performance hall after school. Kita gently clasped Hitori's hands earnestly. Then how about after your shift? Is there a practice room nearby the hall? Let's hold lessons there. Aha. Overwhelmed by the rapid-fire questions, Hitori finally relented. Okay, fine. Really? Thank you so much. Ugh. Am I an idiot? Why didn't I refuse right away? Could we start today? Kita pressed further, sure. Though Hitori agreed aloud, her mind raced back to the exaggerated fantasy she just spun moments earlier. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I need to get Kasumi and the others to instantly embody party-crazed maniacs. Meanwhile, Kasumi, still slipping on her shoes, received Hitori's message, sorry to trouble you, but please blast electronic dance music at maximum volume in the shop. And dance while working, holding an energy drink in one hand alongside Ryusen. Kasumi stared blankly at the screen and turned to Ryo. What on earth is Bocchi up to? No idea. Every fiber of my being screams no. Yet my mouth says yes. Haha. Kasumi, what am I supposed to do? That voice even has reverb. The creator truly understands sound design. Do you have any idea how painful it is to suppress laughter at your desk? Shimokitazawa Station. The moment Kita stepped off the train, she nervously scanned her surroundings and asked, You work in Shimokitazawa? Yes. Have you been here before? Kita's voice trembled. My former band performed in Shimokitazawa, and several of its seniors live right here. Oh, I see. As soon as Hitori entered the bustling district, her social anxiety flared. She instinctively ducked behind Kita. Wait, how am I supposed to navigate if you're hiding behind me? Hitori shrank further behind Kita. Sorry. I'm still unaccustomed to this neighborhood. It's so embarrassing. I'm the one who's embarrassed. The camera pulls back. Passersby glance curiously at the two. Haha. I wasn't thinking about it before, but now I can't help but notice. So you're the runaway guitarist. Has anyone else spotted it? Zoom out, and Kita's carrying a bass case. Was that an animation error? A comment suddenly appeared, and instantly drew attention. Wait, you're right. Yeah. That silhouette is definitely a bass. Possibly a minor drawing inconsistency, but hardly consequential. Luyu, seated in the main review panel, scrutinized the frame closely and remarked, Oh, it seems candidate no. 6 slipped slightly on instrumental accuracy in this scene. Yet given the overall quality of Bocchi the Rock, such a minor flaw is negligible. And not all animators possess deep musical expertise. In fact, I believe Bocchi the Rock stands just one transcendent live performance away from becoming a universally acclaimed masterpiece. This tiny oversight in no way detracts from its overall merit. Miyun added, from a narrative standpoint, Bocchi the Rock follows a highly conventional structure. Its plot developments are often easy to anticipate. Yet candidate no. SAX's greatest strength lies in character conception and tonal cohesion. Each virtual persona feels vividly alive, and every line of dialogue flows naturally from their established personalities without a trace of artificiality. Notice how the series sustains a fundamentally comedic atmosphere. Even when delivering poignant or emotionally resonant moments, it never strays far from its core comedic identity. This balance is something many creators should study closely. Often a work cannot excel at everything simultaneously. You must identify and commit wholeheartedly to the aspect you most wish to express. Only then does a series achieve at least a baseline level of excellence. It's almost time. The store is called Starry Night. Hongxia and Liang should have already arrived. Why? Kito turned back, seriously cupping the little loner's face, nervously saying, I'm sorry I can't say why, but I absolutely cannot go there. I can never tell them that I was here. Just then Hongxia came running over with a pile of energy drinks. Pachishin, I don't really understand what's going on, but I bought a lot of energy drinks. Wait, the runaway guitarist. Your archangel suddenly appears. Hongxia is walking towards you with a cute smile. Oh no, the world line is collapsing. Haha, this plot is so fun. This world is a masterpiece. Boring. I want to see rivers of blood. Kido looked at Hongxia's expression, shocked beyond words, nearly bursting into tears. The little loner also reacted. The runaway guitarist. Hongxia exclaimed in surprise. Kido, how did you end up here? Well, I. Ah. At that moment Liang also walked over from the side and saw Kido. As soon as Kido met Liang's gaze, she began to glow and started to kneel down, repeatedly apologizing. I'll do anything you ask. Please forgive me for what I did that day. Please feel free to trample on me. I get it now, so that's how it is. The odds are in favor of the orange side. What a wolfish statement. Hongxia chimed in. Don't say things that can easily be misunderstood. Anyway, let's go back and talk slowly. Upon arriving at the Starry Night exhibition hall, Kido finally clarified the situation, which left Hongxia greatly shocked. Kido-kan, so you can't play the guitar. Kido looked remorseful. Yes. No wonder you were so adamant about not participating in the rehearsal. The little loner witnessing this public execution couldn't help but think Kido looked so awkward. I should say something to help her out. Liang said, You suddenly went off the grid. I was really worried. Kido joyfully exclaimed, Senpai. Liang is so impressive. Was it actually Liang who stepped in at the critical moment? In the next second, a large portrait of Kido appeared, while Liang continuously burned incense and prayed. I thought you were dead. I've been offering incense for you every day, Namu. Don't go around killing people without permission. This is hilarious. Haha, what a dark scene. I can already imagine how many creations this will inspire. So touching. Pachishin, so socially anxious, is still thinking about helping Kido speak. By the way, didn't you all notice? Neither Hongxia nor Liang has said anything to Kido. If it were me, I would have already dug up Kido's ancestral grave. Everyone in the show is so gentle. So are you guys not angry? Hongxia smiled and said, We didn't notice. That's also a problem. And she turned to the little loner, her face full of smiles. That day's performance went well. Ah, the little loner was touched by that trusting gaze. But I feel bad about this. Please let me do something to make up for it. Upon hearing this, Hongxia looked a bit troubled. That's a tough one for me. Just then, Yakizi Saika, who had been listening, suddenly said, Then can you help out in the exhibition hall today? It seems like it will get busy later. How can that be? Hongxia also agreed. No, this would really help us a lot, so we'll count on you. As long as you don't mind me, it's fine. The little loner noticed the atmosphere improving and breathed a sigh of relief. Great, the problem is solved. The sister has been eavesdropping on the younger sister. How cute. The little loner sighed in relief. We are so great. The manager proposed a redemption condition for the runaway guitarist, which is, no more bookstore. I won't watch the next installment if you're not in it. Then come over here to change your clothes. Change clothes. Kido followed the manager in confusion. Then the screen shifted. Kido was already wearing a black and white maid outfit, humming a tune while mopping the floor in the exhibition hall. Maid outfit. Oh my goodness, maid outfits are quite civilized. You truly make me happy. The little loner stared at Kido's outfit, somewhat dumbfounded. By the way, why does the manager have this kind of clothing? Saika revealed the ugly face of capitalism. Although it's temporary work, she's quite capable. It's true. Kido works without hesitation. The little capitalist Hongxia couldn't help but sigh. The little loner let out a sharp cry. Indeed, Liang drowsy said. She even has time to take a nap. I'll be deducting from your salary according to the time. Even the sound engineer couldn't help but come over to Kido, complimenting. Kido, you smell great. Thank you for the compliment. Maybe it's the shampoo. I really like this kind. The little loner, who was working nearby, suddenly felt a sense of imbalance. I haven't even been called by name yet. Nearby Hongxia also asked, Kido, since you're so likable, would you like to learn how to be at the front desk? I'll teach you. Okay. The little loner was once again crushed. I never taught her, and now she's doing my job. Then Kido demonstrated the service process to Hongxia, who exclaimed, You're quite good at this. I really enjoy interacting with people. Usually Liang is responsible for the front desk, but she always has that dead fish eye. It's so frustrating. Her expression is quite scary, right? However, Kido held a different view. Senpai Liang's expression is what makes her good. And while the two were chatting, the little loner had already been knocked down, hiding in the trash can. Shocking. The little loner for 100 years, since there's Yu, why is there no Liang? Don't observe social anxiety so casually. This is too real. Kido's identity as a vocalist is definitely set. By the way, the little loner still made a great contribution here. Can we form a contrastive cute couple with the little loner? Of course, didn't you see how Kido handled Pochi before? Indeed, once the 4 members of the band appeared, the chemistry became increasingly interesting. I'm looking forward to the subsequent plot development. From what I can see, there's already Hongxia x Liang, Hongxia x Kido, Liang x Kido, Kido x Pochi. There are only 4 people in the band. Speaking of which, since the band members are all here, can we start a live performance? This show is so great in terms of narrative. If the music part is just as strong, then it would be unbeatable. Don't worry, it's gonna be great. The weak are all uniquely weak, while the strong are all six-dimensional warriors. Monotonous. Hurry up and start the live performance. I can't wait. Liang crouched on the ground, gazing curiously at Kodama, small, dejected, and curled up inside a trash bin, and asked, Bocchi, what are you doing hiding in there? My uniqueness is fading away. Kodama buried her head deeper into the bin. As the bin rattled violently, Kodama somehow produced a guitar from nowhere and lamented, behold then, the elegy of a worthless part-timer, even more inept than a fresh newcomer on day one. La 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 la. With each strum and verse, Kodama's soul seemed to ascend beyond the mortal realm. Then before her eyes, a rapid montage of memories began to flicker, her life flashing by. Though our time together was brief, I gained something precious, and felt truly joyful. A top-tier cursed spirit appeared. Kodama's consciousness was gently pulled back to reality by Koharu's voice. Kodama, please teach Yuki how to serve drinks. At the mere mention of having a task, Kodama instantly snapped awake and replied eagerly, yes, absolutely. She strode solemnly toward the bar counter. This is my chance to restore my honor. Yet under Yuki's steady gaze, her newly kindled resolve deflated like a punctured balloon. Her attention was utterly consumed by Yuki's eyes. I can't do this. Being watched makes me so nervous. And with that, she spilled scalding hot tea all over her hands. Aha! Startled, Yuki rushed forward to tend to Kodama, pressing a cold, damp towel repeatedly against her burned palms as she murmured softly, Are you all right? I think I understand now. You should rest. I'm so sorry. I got carried away. At least you weren't injured. Her hands. Kodama suddenly noticed Yuki's fingers, calloused, hardened from guitar practice. So Yuki had been practicing diligently in secret too. Yukarison, why did you want to form a band in the first place? Kodama paused, then recalled the very reason she'd first picked up the guitar. It's an indoor hobby, but glamorous, cool, and wildly admired. Each motive more impure than the last. Too embarrassed to tell the truth, Kodama hastily improvised. I wish to express my vision for world peace. What noble aspirations. That evening the live venue officially opened. Hello, here's your cola. At the bar counter, Yuki served customers with radiant enthusiasm. In stark contrast stood Kodama, motionless, lost in thought, her cheeks burning with awkwardness. So now that Yuki had arrived, was she relegated solely to being the venue's mascot? To break the silence, Kodama seized a quiet moment and asked, you mentioned admiring an upperclassman earlier. Was that person? Yes, it's Senpai Liang. Yuki's cheeks flushed faintly as she added, Unlike you, my motives aren't pure. I saw her outdoor performance and fell instantly in love. But Kodama caught another detail. Senpai Liang was also in other bands. Kodama hadn't been listening carefully. Koharu had clearly mentioned it just 2 episodes ago. Lost in reverie, Yuki ignored the question entirely and began listing Liang's virtues like a devoted connoisseur. For instance, her otherworldly aura and her androgynous beauty. Everything about her leaves me breathless. Breathless? Most of all, when she picks up an instrument, she's simply breathtaking. Kodama nodded fervently. I completely agree. When I hold one, it feels like the instrument is holding me instead. Exactly. It's as if the instrument has become the true subject, and I its passive vessel. What on earth causes that sensation? Senpai Liang, however, was utterly different in this regard. Watching Yuki's starry-eyed expression, Kodama felt an unexpected surge of kinship. I suddenly feel so close to her. Just then, a customer approached the counter to order a drink, and Yuki seamlessly shifted into flawless service mode, her smile warm and practiced. Goodbye, kinship. Sorry, I shouldn't have assumed anything. Once the performance began, everyone finally had a moment to breathe. Listening to the music, Yuki said, After hearing Senpai Liang's playing, I followed her closely. Then one day, she abruptly left her previous band. When I heard Tai Band was recruiting members, I didn't hesitate. I immediately applied. Kodama sighed inwardly. What astonishing decisiveness. Is this what it means to be a girl who radiates sunshine? Think about it. Doesn't a band feel like a second family? Family? Kodama asked, puzzled. Yuki's eyes sparkled as she glanced toward Liang. Yes. In fact, I spend more time with the band than with my actual family. We chase dreams together. This bond transcends friendship, even romance. It's truly magical. And I've never joined any club before. I've always longed for something like this. Hearing Yuki's words, Kodama found herself smiling. Soft, genuine, and tender. I know exactly how you feel. I've yearned for it too. Then Yuki added, exactly. That's why I want to join Tai Band. Not just as a member, but as Senpai Liang's daughter. Deeper than friendship. More intimate than lovers. Kodama blinked, stunned. Wait. Could Yuki-san actually be quite unusual? But precisely because of that, I'll never join a band again. Yuki sighed, chastising herself. Someone like me, who once ran away, who lacks all sense of responsibility. How could I possibly belong? Kodama listened silently, clutching a handkerchief tightly in her fist. Words poised on her lips yet never spoken. Kodama mistook Yuki's rambling for heartfelt confession, only to realize she'd slipped into pure whimsy. A new literary genre is born: child-rearing fiction. Yuki, Liang-senpai, is someone who could become my mother. Kodama's silent panic mounts. Just say something. The moment work ended, Yuki slung her backpack over one shoulder and prepared to leave the venue. Flustered, almost fleeing. Before stepping out, she summoned her courage and turned back. Thank you all so much today. Please continue pursuing your band dreams. I'll support you wholeheartedly from behind the scenes. Well then, goodbye. No. She absolutely couldn't let Yuki walk away like this. A band without a lead vocalist would fall apart, wouldn't it? And Yuki had tried. Truly tried. No, wait. Kodama's heart pounded, words failed her. But her feet carried her forward anyway. Then, thud. Kodama tripped mid-stride and crashed flat onto the floor. Bochishin? Yuki gasped, startled. Gotoh-san. Are you alright? Kodama's clumsy fall drew laughter. Her momentary coolness shattered in less than 3 seconds. She truly was the show's comedic heartbeat, providing most of its levity. Yuki looked genuinely apologetic. So, you still haven't given up on me? I'm sorry. I already told you I can't join Thai band. I don't even play guitar. And I ran away once before. Lying face down on the floor, Kodama stammered. I also ran away before the performance. I hid inside a trash bin. And she knew. This band was the only chance she'd ever get. She had to cherish it. Beside her, Koharu stepped forward and helped Kodama rise. Your left hand. Kodama lowered her head, gathering courage. The skin on your fingertips. It's so hard. That must mean only someone who's played guitar for years develops calluses like that. Liang finished quietly. Koharu's eyes widened, then softened into a gentle, knowing smile. We sincerely hope you'll grow Thai band with us. From now on, guitarists know this all too well. Their fingertips ache constantly. After 2 years of practice, mine really are tough. Liang's line was effortlessly cool. Kodama's hyper-observant nature, classic social anxiety. Koharu's kindness is boundless. She holds no grudges. Yuki was deeply moved, her voice trembling with disbelief. Why are you all being so kind to me? Because if you hadn't run away that day, I never would have met Kodama. Koharu gently urged. Besides, I've always wanted to start a band too. I was timid, yes, but I longed for it deeply. I understand that feeling perfectly. Kodama, emboldened, blurted out. I understand too. The others jumped, startled by her sudden volume, and Kodama quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I'd shout like that. Koharu deployed her ultimate tactic. If Yuki returns, won't Liang be thrilled too? Liang shrugged nonchalantly. Rent and quotas for the practice room can be split 4 ways now. Can't you just be honest for once? Yuki hesitated, but I still don't play guitar. That's perfectly fine. Koharu smiled warmly. Let Kodama be your teacher. Liang nodded approvingly. Yes. Kodama, standing dumbfounded in the center of the group, froze. How did all the responsibility land squarely on me? Yet when she met Yuki's gaze, timid, fervent, full of fragile hope, she could only nod. Yes. With the atmosphere so warm and earnest, how could she possibly refuse? Touched by their collective effort and forgiveness, Yuki's eyes brimmed with tears. Her voice trembled as she whispered, Thank you. I'll do my very best, as Thai band's guitarist. I am so moved. Finally, Keto is back in place. Pochi's words were absolutely killing. The atmosphere had reached a peak and Keto had no way to refuse. You're mistaken. Generally a band has at least 2 guitarists, and it's perfectly normal, especially since Keto is the lead vocalist. Even many judges were moved to tears. Moreover, a middle-aged man directly shed tears on the show and posted a short review on his blog. The goals of youth may not always be pure, but they are always beautiful. In the anime Kono Odo Tamar, we see several young girls achieve a fantastical and beautiful effect of mutual growth for their not-so-pure personal goals. I think this is what youth is all about. Youth is never about grandeur. It is a relentless perseverance and courage to move forward. I am delighted to see Kono Odo Tamar in this program. It reminds me of the time I resolutely entered the animation industry against my family's opposition. Just as the storyline moved many netizens, Keto suddenly changed the tone. By the way, seniors, you might as well give up the party animal route. You must be dancing wildly every night, right? The girls were stunned. Where did this come from? Little Solitude sighed in relief. Anyway, it's great to be back to normal. Although it was chaotic, I am very glad I managed to keep Keto here. I worked hard. The author really excels at showcasing this kind of warmth in a comedic atmosphere. Pochi is so brave. At least I couldn't do it. Warning, Little Solitude's social energy is about to run out. Sure enough, the next moment Little Solitude was carrying her guitar bag ready to escape. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Version Hashina quickly stopped her. Little Solitude, don't go. You are today's greatest contributor. Thanks to you, the band can be revived. Thank you, Gotoh. Upon hearing the praise from others, Little Solitude immediately floated. It was nothing. I didn't do anything remarkable. Hashina said. That expression of yours clearly shows you think you did something incredible. Gotoh's thoughts are written all over her face. At that moment, Gotoh finally raised her question. But no matter how I practice, I just can't learn the guitar. All I can produce are low thudding sounds. Little Solitude reacted. That must be the sound of a bass, right? Gotoh smiled and denied. I'm not that ignorant, a bass has 4 strings, right? She opened her guitar bag, revealing a 6-string instrument, and confidently said, See, this has 6 strings, doesn't it? The other 3 were stunned by the scene before them. Finally, it took Little Solitude a long time to explain. Well, there are also 6-string basses. That's a multi-string bass. The few of them exchanged glances, speechless. Gotoh suddenly put on a mournful expression and collapsed onto the ground. Everyone hurriedly gathered around. Gotoh, are you okay? Gotoh lamented. I asked my dad to advance 2 years of allowance and New Year's money. Gotoh, you need to cheer up. Ha ha ha, better sell it. The girls nearly knew at 99 condition. So it was because she had the bass that she couldn't practice the guitar well. Gotoh's youthful spirit has perished. Can her photos be rehung? If only we could get an electronic keyboard, it would be perfect. But it seems this setting doesn't include that. Oh no, it turns out Gotoh's bass wasn't a drawing mistake. It was intended to be a bass. Even on stage, Liu Yu was almost tricked by this detail, nearly unable to hold back a forced smile, and said, Looks like contestant number 6 really pays attention to details. Even I was deceived. I actually thought it was a mistake. The netizens were even more gleeful. Wait, I'm going to rush to the blog right now. Today's trending topics better include you or I won't watch. Thus the Bond band finally gathered its members. The next moment, with a cry of despair from the practice room, Gotoh knelt on the ground. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to play the guitar anymore. Little Solitude, who was teaching Gotoh guitar, looked gloomy. Is this the crisis of disbandment? Gotoh picked up the guitar, lamenting. I wonder if this is a defective product. Or is it a bass again? Without a doubt, it's a guitar. Gotoh picked up the guitar and apologetically said, I'm sorry. I keep complaining. You sacrificed your after-school and nap time to teach me guitar. No. Gotoh continued to blame herself. Kato-senpai even lent me her guitar. Everyone is helping me, I must work hard to repay you all. It's fine, if you can't play, Gotoh, just focus on being the lead singer. That's what the band needs. Gotoh's character really shows a sense of responsibility. If such a girl existed in reality, I couldn't possibly dislike her. The characters of the 4 in Kono Ototamar are hard to find in reality. Seeing her a bit down, Little Solitude quickly encouraged her with her limited vocabulary. Well, it's really great that Kato-senpai bought your bass. But when I gave her the bass, Gotoh recalled. In her memory, Gotoh looked gloomy. Now I'm completely out of money. I'll have to live on grass. That must be a joke, right? Little Solitude, who knew Gotoh a bit, had a black line on her face. It feels serious. The two then continued into a tense practice session. Damn, the F chord is so hard. I just can't get it right. Little Solitude watched Gotoh's clumsy attempts and couldn't help but recall her own practice experiences. How nostalgic. I was just like her back then. Little Solitude began to play a piece of music and practiced alone. Oh, the F chord brings back nightmares. It's real. Every time I press it, I can't get it right. After a while, Gotoh walked into the practice room. Gotoh put down the guitar and smiled. Kato-senpai, hello? Then she saw Gotoh holding a book titled Edible Grasses in one hand, while munching on a bundle of grass, saying, You all arrived so early. This scene shocked Pochi. She's really eating grass. Senpai, how wild. The 3rd episode ends. Ha ha ha, I laughed. The book title is actually Edible Grasses. Oh no, she really went to eat grass. Kato-senpai never goes back on her word. If she says shall eat, she eats. There's a wild beauty to it. I love honesty, my friends. In the main judging panel, seeing the end of the 3rd episode of Kono Ototamar, the several main judges commented the 3rd episode's content isn't complicated. It's essentially Gotoh's entire joining process with a nice summary. Contestant number 6 continues to maintain a high level of musicality, making me question whether the contestant has participated in a band before. Indeed, among all the anime we've seen in terms of musicality, Kono Ototamar is undoubtedly number 1. Its various details are at a completely different level from other competition anime. Narratively, contestant number 6 is quite bold and avant-garde, often using various version expressions to precisely replace characters. Even more exaggerated is that these substitutes do not feel out of place for the characters themselves. One might even call it precise. Moreover, these comedic parts never collapse the characters' personas, but are presented reasonably to the audience, enriching the characters' depth and advancing the plot. Without a doubt, the producer of Kono Ototamar is truly a genius. In the main judging panel, the three guests each shared their high praise for this anime. Even the netizens cheered for the birth of a new god. Just as the third episode of Kono Odo Tamar ended, several trending topics simultaneously appeared on Tieba Bihu NGA and Weibo. Fourth Kono Odo Tamar, Episode 3. 6th Anime Production Competition Day 2. 10th What is the Secret of Kono Odo Tamar? A success. 14th Keto joins the Bond band. This left many clueless onlookers curious. What happened? Who is Keto? Isn't band culture always niche in the country? How could it trend? Did someone buy it? Sisters the Brothers trending topic was topped by someone. A hurry and go vote. What kind of anime is Kono Odo Tamar? This season doesn't have it. You upstairs, you're out of the loop. If you haven't watched it yet, hurry and go see it. You can catch the live broadcast at this anime production competition. In this world, animation has always been a relatively popular culture. Almost every young person has watched a few anime, unlike before when there was a rejection of the second-dimensional small circle. As Kono Odo Tamar is a female protagonist anime that pays considerable attention to the sense of distance among members, it has attracted quite a number of female viewers. Coupled with the massive promotional budget from the competition and the impressive quality of Kono Odo Tamar's plot, Kono Odo Tamar has reached a level of online popularity. Even countless onlookers have been drawn in by the publicity, further increasing the show's and anime's heat. Kono Odo Tamar, episodes 1 and 2's viewership surged by 6 million in just one morning, with the first episode's comments reaching 150,000. Moreover, several band-themed anime that had already aired began to see a spike in viewership due to the momentum created by Kono Odo Tamar. After Lin Lin finished watching the morning anime, he took out his lunchbox and began his afternoon rest. For Lin Lin, creating anime was a hobby, while watching anime was a part of life. Who could really refuse the pleasure of eating while watching anime? Lin Lin was the cash cow for the production team, who were eager for him to rest a bit longer to create even better anime. Otherwise, what would the audience watch? Moreover, as the second day of the competition progressed, most contestants had completed their initial creations and began streaming their finished episodes in their respective studios. Although these anime were not of the same high quality as Konosuba, they often contained laughable errors in various aspects. For instance, one contestant who had no understanding of bands wrote a scene where the protagonist was playing a grand piano in a performance hall. Due to the short creation time, it was needless to say there were some logical errors and character inconsistencies. However, there were also a few decent anime. For example, contestant number 9, who lived across from Lin Lin, created a tear-jerking anime. The story revolves around a middle-aged male protagonist who has achieved financial freedom and is living a leisurely life. While moving, he discovers a dusty guitar hidden in a corner. This prompts the protagonist to reminisce about his younger self, who had abandoned his beloved band career for the sake of his studies. The original band members have since gone their separate ways, leading the protagonist to start gathering them again to revive the band. The overall plot tells the story of a group of middle-aged men chasing their youth and following the footsteps of their past. The first episode alone moved many older viewers to tears and received quite a bit of acclaim. However, since contestant number 9 had no knowledge of music, the anime lacked musical content, focusing primarily on how to gather the former band members. Even so, this anime could still be considered a good piece, receiving a commendable rating of 7.8, only slightly lower than Konosuba. For the production team, they were eager to see more excellent anime emerge, as that would ensure everyone enjoyed the show. Besides, it was still the preliminary rounds, so there was no need to fight for first or second place. Konosuba was a comedy band anime, and this warm-hearted youth anime was in a completely different category, so there was no need for fierce competition. However, some individuals were not pleased at all. In room number 2, a strikingly beautiful woman sat in a completely soundproof toilet without any cameras. She was contestant number 2, Chu Huan. Staring at yesterday's popularity chart, she bit her finger in frustration. Why am I in second place? As the daughter of the chairman of F9, Chu Huan's life had been smooth sailing. Not only within the company, but she could easily pressure producers to give her accolades, accumulating tons of honors at a young age. With these connections, she could assert that as long as she presented her work, my chairman father, at any anime awards, it would definitely win a gold medal. Online, despite her carefully crafted image, she was still regarded as an animation goddess in the hearts of countless people. However, this competition was officially organized with major animation giants present. Even with her father as the chairman, her influence was limited. At best, she could bribe a few staff members for some special treatment. This left Chu Huan feeling utterly defeated. She couldn't accept being anything less than first place, especially when everything was not truly her own merit. Her father, feeling helpless, had to spend a fortune to gather most of the completed scripts across various genres for her to memorize. This way, no matter what the production team produced, Chu Huan could copy from the scripts she had memorized. But why does it have to be a niche genre like bands? There hasn't been a single niche anime produced in years, forcing me to write one myself, damn it. And what is my father doing? Is he seriously helping me build connections for the competition? Why am I not in first place? The most frustrating part was the audience who chose to ignore her anime and watch those of other contestants. Chu Huan trembled as she held the data sheet, her eyes turning crimson with jealousy. Why am I in second place? A bunch of anime watchers, what do they know about animation? In the restroom, Chu Huan angrily smashed various shampoo bottles, her hair disheveled, resembling a monster. Completely demoralized, she pulled out a satellite watch from her chest. This was a watch delivered by a staff member. Her father had bribed this morning, capable of making satellite calls. This way she could request support from outside. With that thought, Chu Huan smiled sinisterly and dialed a special line. As soon as the call connected, a deep voice came through. Huaner, didn't we agree that if you encounter a theme you haven't memorized you mustn't act rashly? Why did you write it out directly? The chairman of F9 was furious. He had repeatedly warned his daughter to avoid writing on unfamiliar themes, and to wait for him to find a production team to collaborate with before she attempted to create. This way, any possibility of unexpected issues could be completely avoided. But the chairman never anticipated that his daughter would be so eager for quick results, directly writing the script herself, and even airing 2 episodes. Hearing his reprimand, Chu Huan fired back. How can you speak to me like that? I am a genius producer. Isn't it normal for me to produce my own script? Fine. You need to quickly find a production team to help me revise the script, as it seems this current one isn't working out. After hearing this, the F9 chairman felt helpless. It can't be revised. Genius producer. The reputation of your genius producer is all fabricated and boosted by bots. Do you really think you are a genius producer? And revising the script? How would that even work? You wrote the script in front of the entire nation and the anime has already aired. That terrible script can't even be saved with minor adjustments. It would require a complete overhaul. But if it's overhauled, wouldn't that just confirm the fact that she cheated and sought outside help? When the production team gets involved, not only would Chu Huan's reputation be tarnished, but the entire F9 would be embroiled in a massive scandal. However, it was evident that Chu Huan had long since thrown this concern to the back of her mind. After all, no matter what happened, her father would always cover for her. So she decided to throw caution to the wind and shouted into the phone. If it can't be revised, then think of another way. I want first place no matter what. With that, she hung up. After ending the call, Chu Huan composed herself in front of the mirror, applied some makeup with her still intact cosmetics, and then stepped out of the restroom with a cheerful expression and a popular influencer's face. On the other hand, the chairman of F9 was having a headache. After hanging up, he called over a few trusted producers to discuss how to help Chu Huan cheat. After discussing for over half an hour, the conclusion was there's no saving this, it has to be left as is. Minor adjustments wouldn't help much. At most, they could create a few songs that fit the title based on Chu Huan's script and compete with Konosuba. They just couldn't believe that a song written live by a contestant could outperform the efforts of a professional team. But even so, it wouldn't compensate for the mess that Chu Huan's plot had become. At that moment, a producer proposed another method. Boss, instead of improving ourselves, why not tarnish others' reputations? We may not have the ability to perfect the young lattice anime, but we certainly have the power to ruin the reputation of other works, and we can do it quite effectively. Why don't we hire bots and write articles to attack Konosuba? I've seen it, it's well written, but it doesn't mean it has no flaws. To avoid backlash, we can wait until the 4th episode airs, and then launch our attack during the peak evening hours when the internet is buzzing. This way we can avoid backlash while also boosting the young lattice popularity. It's a win-win situation. The chairman of F9's eyes lit up as he slammed his hand on the table. Good, let's do it. Meanwhile, in room number 6, Lin Lin, who was happily watching anime, was completely unaware that he was being targeted, munching on chips while indulging in his show. I have to say the chips provided by this high-end hotel are way better than those sold outside, Lin Lin said while lounging on the sofa. No, it's more accurate to say that anything that's free tastes better than what you pay for. This comment infuriated the viewers guarding the Konosuba livestream. Why are free things better? Hurry up and update. Just came back from room 9. Cried a bit, and want to watch something funny to lighten the mood. Hurry up and update. They were all about to explode. Many viewers had entered the livestream in the morning, and upon arrival, they were met with shocking news. The morning episode of Konosuba had already finished updating. This left many viewers dumbfounded. Not to mention, how are you such a fast shooter? Many contestants haven't even started airing their first episodes, and you've already finished your third. The animation clips still had to wait until midnight for the production team to upload them collectively. Before that, only sporadic clips were available online, which made everyone anxious. As a result, a bunch of viewers filled with resentment rushed to Lin Lin's livestream to wait. And what did they see upon entering? Lin Lin was munching on chips while watching anime, passionately declaring that free stuff tastes better. This caused many viewers to angrily type on their phones. Are you here to watch anime at public expense? However, if Lin Lin knew what the bullet screen was saying about him, he would definitely be unhappy. What do you mean by watching anime at public expense? I paid to sign up. Moreover, a producer watching anime, can it even be called watching? That's called learning, you understand? Learning. You aren't even learning a foreign language, why are you so anxious? Furthermore, Lin Lin was also somewhat principled. After finishing the anime, he didn't engage in any unnecessary activities, and immediately put on his helmet to start working on the 4th episode. Finally, it's starting. Hikaru has joined the team. This episode is where the band life officially begins, right? So exciting. Hurry up, I want to see Pachachin go wild. I wonder what crazy thing Pachachin will do this episode. I'm looking forward to the new chemistry between the 4 characters. After all, Hikaru is a bright character, and their story will surely be more interesting. While the audience discussed, the title for the 4th episode began to appear. Episode 4, Jumping Girl. The opening scene showed a rainy day with Yamada Ryo holding a black umbrella, watching rock posters by the roadside. Accompanied by rhythmic guitar sounds. Suddenly the scene shifted. Hikaru stopped playing and the guitar sound abruptly ceased. Wow, it seems the timeline for episode 4 has advanced again. Hikaru's guitar skills have improved so much. I remember Pachachin was sick before, and the timeline jumped ahead by a week. Indeed, this anime rarely has continuous long plots. It's mostly small stories pieced together. After stopping the guitar, Hikaru complained, "I'm still not playing well enough." Little Loneliness encouraged, "At least you've finished playing." No, that's precisely the problem. Hikaru looked sharply at Little Loneliness. Okay, you speak. Hikaru voiced her concern. Upon further reflection, I still need to be the lead singer, right? But right now I'm focused on the guitar and can't concentrate on singing. Oh, I see. In the band structure, she held the roles of both lead singer and guitarist, making it impossible for her to fully dedicate her attention to the guitar during practice. Otherwise, the performance would surely turn into a disaster, right? In comparison, Yamada Ryo, who held both harmony and bass roles, seemed to handle things with ease. But Ryo was an experienced player. It wouldn't be fair to impose her standards onto Hikaru. That's why. Hikaru said somewhat helplessly, "Initially, I was thinking why not focus solely on being the lead singer. That would be better for the band. But then I won't know what to do during interludes. I would feel lost." In the scene, Hikaru's character awkwardly looked around, ultimately resorting to a peace sign on stage. Indeed, this is a problem in real bands. I see many times where the lead singer goes to dance with other musicians. If there's no performance, just perform with a lighter. Learn or go mentally disturb the drummer. What happened to Hinata? Don't persecute our Hinata. Hikaru shifted her demeanor, smiling brightly. So I must double my efforts. Ah, Hikaru. Oh my, what is this? So dazzling. Little Loneliness shielded her eyes from the radiant energy emanating from Hikaru. This bright energy of enthusiasm is so dazzling. Hikaru hesitantly said, "Speaking of which, is it appropriate for me to be the lead singer?" At this moment she suggested, "How about Pachachin joins in singing too?" Eh? Little Loneliness was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. "Absolutely not. I'm sorry. I didn't know you felt so strongly against it." Upon arriving at the practice room, Ryo saw the two of them and commented, "This is interesting. Oi, is this a new guitar practice method?" Hikaru was surprised to see the admiration on Ryo's face. "Senpai, do you actually like this?" Gaining courage, she determinedly said, "Then I want to practice along too." Suddenly Hinata appeared, interrupting everyone's antics in the practice room. "You don't need to practice this. Ryo has arrived. Everyone gather outside." "Haha, what is this? A rattlesnake? Oh no, this anime is about to create another iconic scene. Iconic scene. Legendary scene. So cute. Pachachin is super adorable. Hikaru really likes Ryo, haha, even practicing something so absurd. New band profession, headbanger. I propose that Hikaru stop playing the guitar and just headbang on stage." In the performance hall, Hongxia stood before the table, exuding the authority of a band leader. "Now let's commence the band meeting." Applause. Xiao Gotoh and Chidwa remained expressionless, offering a sparse round of claps. Liang, on the other hand, did not move at all. "All right, let's look at today's agenda." Hongxia opened the board she was holding and stood it on the table. "That is, how can we embody the essence of a band better? Who would understand that?" Xiao Gotoh and Chidwa continued to clap, both thinking in unison. "How vague." Hongxia explained, "It took a lot of effort to gather the members, so I want us 4 to embody the essence of a band first." "Ah, I get it," Xiao Gotoh said, somewhat impressed. "Well, I know that hard practice is essential, but we can't just focus on practicing every day. I think communication is also very important." Although Hongxia didn't point out anyone specifically, Xiao Gotoh immediately realized Hongxia's thoughtfulness. After all, Chidwa had been practicing particularly diligently lately. Could it be that Hongxia wants Chidwa to relax a bit? Hongxia suggested, "So I think we can start by focusing on appearances." Chidwa immediately agreed, saying, "Sounds good. Just like imitating popular makeup trends, we can learn and eventually look the part." "Exactly. That's the spirit." Listening to the conversation, Xiao Gotoh turned away, thinking what to do. What they're saying is completely unrelatable. Hongxia pulled out a large pile of wristbands from the ground and placed them on the table, putting one on her wrist. "I've tried making band merchandise." "Wow, the band hasn't even started operating yet, and they're already thinking about selling merchandise. Hongxia is quite the little capitalist, the young lady of the stars. Hongxia's cute expression and magnetically levitating hair are so cute. Xiao Gudo was sweating bullets. This is even more superficial than I imagined. Chidwa remarked, "Isn't this just a strap tied around your wrist? Isn't it cute?" Hongxia pulled out wristbands in 4 colors, each corresponding to the 4 band members. There are so many colors. Xiao Gudo played with the pink wristband in her hand, and then heard Liang say, "Let's sell them as merchandise for 500 yuan. The signed version will be 650. What a money grab." Chidwa's eyes brightened. How cheap. I want to buy one. But that would just circulate money within the band, right? Xiao Gudo couldn't hold back any longer. This one is quite heavyweight. Liang understands merchandise. Do you think after the competition ends contestant number 6 will really start selling wristbands? Haha, no way. Will anyone really buy them? 500 is very cheap. I'll buy. Me too. Finally Hongxia interrupted the farce. Does anyone have other ideas to enhance the band's essence? Please raise your hand. Chidwa raised her hand and said, "If we need to manage an account, leave it to me." "Great. I appoint you as the Minister of Social Media." "Great. I'll update it every day." Hongxia was also inspired. "And what about establishing a fan club?" Liang added, "Let's charge an annual fee of 100,000 yuan. That's too far-fetched." While the band is still operating under a monarchy, that night a white fox suddenly spoke. "Neon Rising King Hongxia, the great emperor of Shimokitazawa. Why is Liang always thinking about money? After all, Liang is a professional band member and needs to make a living." Liang seriously imagined, the benefits of joining the fan club include being able to participate in handshake events and having an annual takoyaki party with the band members. Oh, and you need to bring your own ingredients. Chidwa immediately pulled out 100,000 yuan, saying, "So cheap. I want to join." Hongxia couldn't help but remind her, "Chidwa, you're also a band member. One aims to be a pillar while the other thinks hard about business. Bringing your own ingredients is so impressive." Does Chidwa still have any money? Wasn't she overdrawing her living expenses for 2 years? After the atmosphere returned to normal, Chidwa asked Xiao Gudo, "What about Gotoh? Do you have any ideas?" Xiao Gudo looked up and thought for a moment. What to do? She hadn't considered any of this. Just as Xiao Gudo was about to reply, she saw Chidwa's sparkling expression. Heavens, what is with that expectant expression? Xiao Gudo felt that she couldn't bring herself to refuse. What should I do? I must come up with an idea. Xiao Gudo's mind was in a mess. As someone with social anxiety, if she could come up with ideas, she would have become a social butterfly long ago. In the end, it was still Hongxia who came to her rescue. "By the way, Xiao Gudo doesn't need to come up with ideas. Go for it, Xiao Bocchi. You're the guitar hero." Hongxia was taking care of Bocchi. "I'm about to cry. Hongxia is really amazing." Hongxia smiled and said, "Because Xiao Gudo has an important responsibility. She needs to write lyrics for the original songs." Xiao Gudo was taken aback. She had almost forgotten about this, and upon Hongxia mentioning it, she was instantly stunned. "Didn't we agree on this before? Liang would compose and Xiao Gudo would write the lyrics." Xiao Gudo instantly remembered. "You write the lyrics so we won't have to worry about any unbearable words appearing." You write? Xiao Gudo stood there dumbfounded, the wristband falling from her hand onto the table. The devil's whisper, it's revealed, Hongxia is a fallen angel. Is it really me? Xiao Gudo's bewildered expression is so cute. So it's Liang Senpai composing. I'm so looking forward to it. Are you already writing? Liang shook her head at Chidwa's question. Not yet, I'll write when inspiration strikes. Chidwa clasped her hands. I'm so looking forward to it. Hongxia looked relieved. Please, Liang. And our Minister of Lyrics. Okay. Chidwa smiled. Gotoh has been entrusted with an important responsibility. So cool. Handsome. Although she hadn't produced any lyrics yet, Xiao Gudo immediately felt proud. Our writing lyrics is a piece of cake. I can do it easily. Gotoh gets carried away when praised. Don't worry, I will write definitely popular band-style lyrics. Xiao Gudo assured. The scene shifted to Liang, who was writing her signature on the wristbands, accompanied by Xiao Gudo's silly laughter. The details made me laugh to death. Liang is actually writing merchandise signatures. She wasn't joking. By the way, what is Hongxia doing? Bold. You're asking a question that's against the order. Get ready for jail time. Bocchi melts when praised. Truly too cute. Can Bocchi really write? Is she just a dark girl? Believe in Bocchi. Yet the humiliation arrived with startling swiftness. A week later, Kotobuki sat slumped over her desk, disheveled and staring blankly at her notebook, her head throbbing with pain. Not a single word. Nothing. She gazed helplessly at the blank pages. I haven't written a single line of lyrics. Not one. Yet I've already picked out my signature. But this isn't the time to think about signatures. Yesterday I escaped reality again. Editing that video for 5 hours. I'm such an idiot. I'm basically an amoeba. Just then her younger sister, who had been playing with their dog, suddenly noticed something odd about her older sister's behavior. She climbed onto the desk with the dog in tow, peering curiously. "What are you writing?" "Ah, don't look." Kotobuki slammed her notebook shut. Her sister looked adorable. That gesture of covering up was flawlessly executed. The creative block had returned once more. The scene shifted. Kotobuki scrambled into a cupboard, rummaging frantically, until she unearthed a dusty, forgotten notebook. Found it. The lyric journal I kept back in junior high. She flipped it open. Every page brimmed with scathing, sardonic curses aimed at daily life. "All right, let's start by organizing things first." As she picked up her pen, she mused inwardly. This song is for Kataji to sing, so the lyrics must be cheerful. That means a youth anthem. Kotobuki felt uneasy. Youthful, upbeat songs simply weren't her forte. If it were something dark and brooding, I could churn out as many verses as needed. No problem at all. But no. Probably nobody wants lyrics like that. Fine. I'll write something utterly Kataji, full of band energy and swagger. For any creator, empathetic immersion is paramount. So naturally, Kotobuki instantly recalled the technique: immersive role embodiment. Right time to embody an outgoing, radiant persona. I'm sunshine incarnate. I'm the woman who surfs waves in midnight swimming pools. I'm the undisputed hee-hee queen. Wearing black rockstar sunglasses, Kotobuki danced wildly around the room. "Let's get wild. Bro, another shot of tequila. That's absurd. Haha, cyber psychosis. Oh my. This scene has already become legendary reference material. It'll surely spawn endless remixes. A walking meme." Mittens. Kotobuki suddenly froze. No, that's wrong. That wasn't just an outgoing person. That was a full-blown party maniac. Kataji hated parties. All of them. Realizing this, Kotobuki removed her sunglasses and thought quietly. It seems mere suggestion won't suffice. I must become Kataji-san completely and authentically. As Kotobuki pondered this, she remained utterly unaware that two pairs of eyes were peering cautiously through her bedroom doorway. It was her younger sister, Kotobuki Sae, and the dog. Mom and Dad soon joined them, peeking in with amused curiosity at Kotobuki's antics. Sae always appears precisely where voyeurism peaks. Haha, Kotobuki snapped out of it. Your reputation is already hanging by a thread. Kotobuki's breakdown might be delayed, but it would never be cancelled. She adjusted her demeanor, then launched into a breathy, exaggerated imitation of Kataji. Today's destination, Shibuya. Give me your finger. This is a famous influencer photo spot, and fireworks begin in 10 minutes. Let's all take pictures together. Inside the room, Kotobuki clutched a plush rabbit, dancing and gesturing wildly. Then, she turned around and froze, face locked in shock, as her entire family stood motionless in the doorway, watching silently. Her parents stepped in gently, hands clasped together in quiet concern. Mom knows an excellent spiritual medium. An unspoken implication hung in the air. Maybe it's time you saw someone. Misunderstanding. Haha. This scene is pure comedy gold. Kotobuki should just relocate to another planet. Her dignity is officially obliterated. After this incident, Kotobuki posted a stern no peeking sign on her door and slammed it shut tight. Inside the cupboard, Kotobuki revised her plan. Forget youthful lyrics. I'll switch to inspirational ones instead. In the dim light, she stared at her notebook and murmured, "Though I've never cared for lyrics that blindly affirm the present." Then, huddled deep inside the cupboard, she forced herself to compose an earnest, uplifting lyric and sighed heavily. How shallow. Listening to this while depressed would only deepen the despair. She buried her face in her hands, agonized. Ding dong. At that moment, her phone chimed with a new message. She glanced at the screen and nearly leapt out of her skin. Oh no. She had to go to the gathering. This scene features top-tier ray tracing, shadows and lighting rendered with exquisite detail. Another iconic, meme-worthy moment. Kotobuki's lyric writing struggle continues. How will she resolve it? Most likely the gathering itself will help solve her dilemma. After all, Kotobuki truly cannot write an inspirational song. But here's the catch: the singer is Kataji, the epitome of radiant, cheerful energy. Surely she can't take the stage to curse the world. Indeed, you're absolutely right. Not only did viewers flood chat with commentary, but the three judges seated at the main panel also began discussing this very sequence. Judge Gong Jun observed, this narrative structure remains consistent with contestant No. 6. Lin Lin's established pattern across the series: introduce a challenge, have the heroine attempt resolution, hit repeated setbacks, and finally receive support from fellow band members. Structurally, it's conventional, but thanks to Bocchi the Rock's meticulous artistry and its relentless stream of fresh, inventive humor and cathartic moments, the sequence feels neither formulaic nor dull. Instead, it evokes genuine warmth and reassurance. Shun Lu added, the storytelling in Bocchi the Rock follows a linear, methodical path. Take episode 2. Najika sets 3 clear goals for the band. Find a vocalist, write an original song, and secure part-time work. Yet, as you'll notice, These objectives unfold separately across episodes 2, 3, and 4 rather than being collapsed into a single convoluted objective as many other productions do. This deliberate segmentation makes the narrative exceptionally accessible, especially for novice creators. The trade-off is clear reduced narrative complexity in exchange for crystalline logic coherence and structural clarity, a masterclass in beginner-friendly storytelling. Judge Liu Yu, however, offered a contrasting perspective. Frankly, in my view, the series' current rating has begun to dip. Don't misunderstand. I agree the plot is solid and the musical authenticity, the technical details I deeply value, remains consistently impeccable throughout Bocchi the Rock. Take this morning's episode 3. It genuinely fooled me, but here lies the issue. For a band-centered anime Bocchi the Rock, as pacing feels remarkably sluggish. Other contestants, whether performing originals or covers, typically deliver their first live performance within the first 2 episodes. Here, I'd conservatively estimate the band's debut live won't arrive before episode 5, or even later. That slow build-up risks exhausting audience patience. I'm deeply concerned whether contestant No. 6 possesses the skill to craft a truly electrifying live performance, one powerful enough to anchor and elevate the earlier near-perfect narrative craftsmanship. Indeed, while it's quite entertaining to watch the quirky antics of Xiao Gu, do I find it strange that the band has yet to produce any music. As I recall, on the first day of the competition, contestant number 6 created 4 songs, but now there's still no sign of progress. After all, producing a live performance for Lonely Rock has been rather slow. Other contestants, even those completely unfamiliar with music, would at least attempt to use existing music for a live show. While one might not be able to answer all the questions, one should at least fill in the answers right. In contrast with Lonely Rock, viewers only know that Lin Lin created 4 songs in advance for the series, but nobody can guarantee the quality of the songs. Moreover, even if the 4 songs are released in 4 separate live performances, we are already on the 4th episode, and the first live should have been produced by now. Yet there is still no sign of any plot development. This has left many viewers feeling anxious, especially the ones who truly love Lonely Rock. After all, such a wonderful series cannot be allowed to falter at the live performance stage. However, many viewers still choose to believe. After all, a writer who crafts such an excellent storyline surely has no reason to falter in the live performances. Perhaps we should lower our expectations a bit and just settle for some live performances using existing music. No need to push too hard. If it doesn't turn out well, everything will be ruined. Yes, the difficulty of creating original music is indeed quite high. Don't worry, once the songs are finished, they'll probably start performing live. Shimokitazawa Station. The 3 of them, dressed stylishly, were already waiting for Xiao Gudu at the station entrance. As soon as the train arrived, Xiao Gudu immediately slid to the ground in front of them, frantically apologizing. Please, please, please forgive me. Hikari watched Xiao Gudu's antics bewildered. Goto-san, what's wrong? What's this all about? Is this some sort of public trial for me who boasted but can't write a single lyric? We would never do something so cruel. Alright, starting off with a bow on the ground. Ryo's black outfit looks really cool. Why does only Xiao Gudu look so shabby? So what is today's gathering for? Hikari explained, during our last meeting, I realized there are ways to enhance the band's image. Saying this, Hikari shaped her hands into a rectangle and cheerfully said, let's take some promotional photos. Promotional photos. Kita explained, it's photos to promote the artist. Oh, Hikari continued. After all, the existing promotional photos of the Yuzen band do not include Xiao Gudu, so we plan to take a new one. Existing ones. Xiao Gudu paused. Ryo raised his phone and said, wanna see? These were prepared for the performance. As the 3 gathered to look, they saw Ryo and Hikari standing together next to a large headshot of Kita. Hikari looked a bit speechless. Because Kita ran off back then. I'm sorry. Xiao Gudu remarked, I've never seen such a tragic promotional photo. So since the weather is nice today and everyone is available, I thought we could take a promotional photo. Are we taking it outside? Xiao Gudu asked, feeling socially anxious. Hikari shrugged. Going to a photo studio costs money. We can't afford that. Taking photos on the streets of Shimokitazawa is pure hell for an introverted person. It's alright, Xiao Gudu, you can wear the mango mask. What on earth is this mango mask? That joke hasn't gone away yet. Besides, isn't it a mango orange? Are the 2 above me memories of fish? They clearly look like ripe mangoes. Seeing Xiao Gudu's lack of enthusiasm, Hikari sighed. Well, if it really doesn't work out, we can just take photos at the stars. However, promotional photos must convey the band's style, member characteristics, and other important information. Kita became energized. Then we have to take them with great care. Exactly. They will be used for the homepage notifications, flyers, and magazines. They must make an impact wherever they appear. That's right, Ryo chimed in. Hearing all 3 teammates say, so Xiao Gudu found no reason to back down, so he mustered his courage and resolved, I understand, I will be determined. Great. Then let us embark on our promotional photo journey. Let's go. Hikari enthusiastically raised her hand. Following that, there was a flurry of real-world motion. Stairs, wire mesh in front of plants, parks. These are the classic scenes for a poor band to take promotional photos, right? Oh, and there's also that wall that looks quite stylish. After taking some photos, the group found a vending machine to take a break. At that moment, Kita said, "If I had known, I would have brought the instruments too. That would have made the photos look even better." That's true. It feels like taking photos with instruments would look cooler. Indeed, that's the case. It's only the guitarists and bassists who look good with their instruments, so drummers look so pitiful, all they can hold are drumsticks. Rio said, "How cute." Hikari pulled out a pair of drumsticks from nowhere. "Then let's exchange instruments for a day." "That looks terrible. I don't want it." Hikari then chased after Rio, who was teasing her, running around in a flurry. Hikari actually brought drumsticks. How ridiculous. Did Hikari really bring chopsticks? When I just entered the live room, I saw the drummer hitting the bassist. Hikari is so cute. This scene is really well written. As they walked a bit further, Kita noticed a wall plastered with posters, so he approached it and suggested, "This place is nice. It has a lot of posters that reflect the style of Shimo Kitazawa." Rio said, "That's a record store I used to visit often not long ago." Eh? Kita stared at the now closed shop, momentarily stunned. Hikari sighed. Record stores and performance halls keep closing down. Historic shops are disappearing one after another. I'm sorry." Kita couldn't help but apologize upon hearing the heavy words. Hikari reminisced. "Rio, you were so happy when a new bookstore opened back then." "Yeah, I love coffee bookshops." Hikari adjusted her mood and comforted. "Kita, don't let Rio toy with you all the time. 9 out of 10 of her words are spontaneous ideas." This segment is quite heavy. Indeed, everyone is increasingly reluctant to stop. Suddenly feeling melancholic, my favorite shop closed down yesterday. The cold noodle stand I liked the most has now turned into an abandoned QQ supplies store. Originally, I was quite sad, but seeing your comment, I couldn't hold back. But I'd actually love to be utterly outwitted by you, senior. Yuki beamed with eager anticipation. Huh? Koharu stared at Yuki with an oddly bewildered expression. Complex, unreadable, and layered with quiet astonishment. That's disturbingly playful. Just then Bocchi gently tapped Koharu's shoulder. "You startled me." "Oh, it's Bocchi. What is it?" Bocchi pointed hesitantly toward the distance, gesturing awkwardly. "There's a wall over there. Probably quite flavorful." "Oh, excellent work, Bochishin." Koharu immediately snatched up her camera and hurried toward Bocchi's direction. When the group reached the spot, they discovered a vibrant mural of a cartoonish tree, sparking instant excitement. "Yes. This is perfect. Everyone please step in front. I'm about to start shooting." Koharu set the camera's timer, then dashed giddily to the wall to strike a pose. Click, click. After several shots, Koharu studied the photos and murmured thoughtfully. "The members' personalities shine through clearly, but there's no sense of band cohesion. We really need something that evokes the spirit of a true band. Just mimic my expression. That's what makes me the quintessential band member." Yamada Rio boasted confidently. "Honestly, I'm baffled. Where on earth does that confidence come from?" "Well, anything senior says must be right. Don't you agree, Gotoh-san?" Yuki chimed in, starstruck and earnest. "A masterwork of marital harmony. Too idiosyncratic. The last photos didn't even capture Bocchi's face. One dares to declare, the other dares to believe." Bocchi recoiled physically under the overwhelming tide of Shibuya's street energy. Koharu sighed. "Too unconditional, yes ma'am. Fine. Let's go with Rio's idea." The next photo revealed everyone, except Bocchi. Glaring fiercely, eyes wide and unblinking, resulting in a startlingly menacing portrait. Laughing too hard. "What are you staring at? Come down to Shimakadadori, and you'll regret it." "The three of us. Absolutely fine, the three of us." Even Koharu couldn't suppress a wry remark upon reviewing the visual impact. "It looks like we're standing vigil at a wake." "Yeah." Flipping through the freshly taken photos on her phone, Koharu added warmly, "By the way, Yuki somehow looks adorable in every single shot." "Not at all." "Absolutely true." Koharu insisted admiringly. "How shall I put it? You seem completely at ease in front of the camera." "Ah. Maybe because I often take pictures for my photo feed. Look." Yuki held up her phone, proudly displaying snapshots with various friends, each one radiating her signature charm and bright, infectious smile. Notably, Bocchi's distinctive cowlick peeked out from the upper left corner of one frame. Oh, Koharu's eyes sparkled with delight. "No wonder. You're our social media minister." Ugh. At last, overwhelmed by acute social anxiety, Bocchi collapsed onto the pavement. "Ah. Bocchi has entered critical condition. Gotoh-san. Don't die on us." "No, her convulsions are severe." "What's wrong? Please get up." Bocchi lay motionless on the ground, her consciousness drifting upward. "I've never taken a photo with friends before. Because I have no friends. Only class group photos exist outside my family. 15 years of life. Reduced to this meager archive. Who even am I?" Her composure shattered entirely as tremors racked her body. Her gaze grows terrifyingly intense. "Wait. Why do I feel both heartbroken and hilariously amused? Bocchi's entire illustration has disintegrated. Hey Bocchi, your expression is genuinely unsettling. Are there truly still girls like me among today's high schoolers? Am I rarer than a spiny snake? Curling into a tight ball, Bocchi drooled slightly as she crawled darkly across the pavement. I am the spiny snake of Shimakata. Gotoh-san's speaking nonsense now. Yuki cried, dropping to her knees in stunned disbelief. Koharu merely shrugged. She's like this all the time. Then she added brightly, why not launch your own photo feed account? Turning to Yuki, she asked, what do you think, Minister? Sounds promising, doesn't it? Absolutely. I'll add you right away. For band activities, it'd be ideal if every member had their own profile. Instantly, Bocchi's figure fragmented into jagged digital static. The audio warped into her piercing, distorted shriek. Critical failure. Bocchi's cybernetic psychosis has erupted. Did I freeze? Case closed. Bocchi is a cyberliferm. Gotoh-san. In the next instant, Bocchi transformed, slithering along the ground as a shadowy serpentine spiny snake. If I registered an account, I'm already profoundly reclusive. A troublesome figure trying to gain popularity through forming a band. Registering such a perilous platform would inevitably give birth to the monster of validation hunger. In the next frame, Bocchi swelled into a colossal Godzilla, muttering feverishly, give me likes. Give me likes. All I need is my video channel. Then Yuki's voice snapped Bocchi back to reality. Gotoh-san. No social media accounts. Please come back to us. Adorable Bocchi Godzilla. Ryo-senpai snapping photos. Hilarious. 3 girls performing a soul-summoning ritual for Bocchi. Truly. How wonderful it would be to meet someone as endearing as Bocchi in real life. Don't overthink it. How could a beautiful girl possibly be lonely? Once Bocchi's episode subsided, Koharu planted her hands on her hips and exhaled. All right. Still with us? Yeah. Then let's resume shooting promotional photos. They took more shots, until exhaustion sent them all slumping onto the pavement. Koharu sighed, still drawing a blank on ideas. Then Yuki piped up, what if we try jumping shots? Jumping shots. Yes. They look dynamic and vividly capture everyone's true selves. Brilliant idea. Yuki, you're a genius. Koharu nodded emphatically. Ryo added deadpan, experts confirm any anime opening featuring a jump sequence qualifies as divine animation. For once Ryo's voice rose, tinged with rare fervor. Therefore, if our promotional photos feature leaps, might we not become a divine band? Ah, the veil lifts at last. Isn't this the classic move of Momobuncha Publishing? So, contestant No. 6 is submitting his letter of allegiance. Truth be told, his dream employer is Momobuncha. Self-praise disguised as objective commentary. I can't grasp the logic behind that at all. Bocchi muttered, knees drawn tightly to her chest. Well, it's bizarre, but let's give it a try. Reluctantly, Bocchi stepped beside the wall, glancing left and right with silent, desperate appeal. How do I even jump? I don't recall ever doing it. Yet no time remained for hesitation. With a sharp click, the photo materialized, fresh and vivid. The group crowded around to inspect the result. Looking at the photo, Hongxia covered her smile and said, Bakushin has exposed herself. I captured quite the scandalous photo. Xiao Gudu looked melancholic and said, I'm sorry I let you capture something worthless, please delete it. Hongxia looked disappointed. Damn, trying to prevent everyone from seeing the plot, huh? Envious of Hongxia's perspective, Hongxia is getting more and more cunning, learning bad habits from Liang. I really feel useless if I can't even jump properly. Soon this little episode passed as the photo was unusable. Hongxia deleted it and continued. Come on, let's take another one. Click. This time a nice photo was finally captured. In the frame, Kita was happily hugging Liang, while Liang was expressionless and coolly staring at the camera. Hongxia had a bright smile on her face. Only Xiao Gudu had turned green, looking utterly uncomfortable. Well, for Xiao Gudu, the challenge of taking a photo was indeed a bit too high. But even so, Hongxia was very satisfied with the photo. Not bad, it not only has a band vibe but also adds a touch of youth. Note that Bocchi and Hongxia are holding hands, haha. If Xiao Gudu gets kidnapped, just blink. This moment really reflects Liang's character. Xiao Gudu is almost 10 points happy, Kita said. Can you send me a copy of the photo data? I want one too. Xiao Gudu chimed in. It's gradually starting to feel like a band. Hongxia smiled. We're one step closer to our dream of becoming a popular band. Yes, the Bond band is about to make its move. Great. Hongxia raised her hand. We'll hold a concert this summer. Then release a demo record. And in winter we'll release our first album. We aim to become the electrifying rock band that rises from Shimokitazawa. Please note that the above events are all unfulfilled essential skill for little capitalists drawing big cakes then onto the Budokan. Kita also happily said, although nothing has been confirmed yet. Ahaha. Hongxia was amused by her own dream. Indeed, we haven't even finished writing the songs. It's all up to Liang and Xiao Gudu's efforts to write them. Where's Liang? I don't know, she vanished in an instant. The senior is just too carefree. At this moment Xiao Gudu reminded suddenly realized, oh no, I totally forgot about the lyrics. Oh no, I forgot too. Is Hongxia really just a stress ball? Hongxia's mom, please stop talking or Xiao Gudu will give up. Bakushin's every expression is so suitable for me material. So thank you everyone, let's disband. After everyone left, Xiao Gudu hid under the shade of a tree, opened her creative notebook, and began to contemplate her writing. After all, Hongxia was very much looking forward to it. The longer I drag this out, the harder it becomes to write the lyrics. After showing it to everyone, if the reaction is tepid. No, if they encourage me just to spare my feelings, then I'm even more. In any case, I should find someone to look at it first and observe the situation. Let's ask Liang. She seems like she wouldn't care about others' feelings. Xiao Gudu starts to overthink when she has free time, afraid of affirmation while also fearing denial. What impression does Liang leave in everyone's hearts? Damn, I really love every single episode of this series. On the judging panel, Lu Yu said, after a lengthy setup in the 4th episode, other issues have been gradually resolved, and finally we are about to tackle Xiao Gudu's creative problem. I'm looking forward to what kind of different answer Liang will give. This is also what the other 2 teachers mentioned, the usual writing style of contestant number 6. That is using the differences in character settings of different characters to resolve the conflicts and contradictions of thought. This is a very high-level writing technique that makes it feel more vivid. Having made up her mind, Xiao Gudu took out her phone and sent a message to Liang. The next second, the message turned to read. This has already been read. Shortly after, Liang sent Xiao Gudu an address to meet her. Xiao Gudu followed the location and searched, then nervously thought, it's actually a trendy cafe. Standing at the door, Xiao Gudu was torn, pacing back and forth. I've never eaten out alone before. Even going into a convenience store requires courage. To enter such a high-end cafe is still too challenging for her. Can I just go in directly? How should I enter appropriately? How did they do it on TV? I remember. The next second, Xiao Gudu opened the door and asked quietly, hey, how's business, boss? However, the people in the cafe didn't respond, only a few looked at her curiously. Bocchi, over here, over here. Arriving at the table, Xiao Gudu awkwardly stared at the table, so awkward. Speaking of which, this seems to be my first time meeting Liang alone. I still don't quite know what kind of person she is. By the way, why isn't she speaking? At that moment, Liang finished her rice bowl and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Finished eating. What should I do? Should I be the one to start talking? No, I need to start a topic first. Should I mention the photo? Tense, my toes are already awkwardly digging into the ground. This episode has really too many iconic moments. Haha, Liang is giving no face at all. Xiao Gudu is nervously fidgeting. Helpless Xiao Gudu could only keep drinking water to ease the awkwardness, while Liang kept staring at her, who was at a loss. Finally, Liang couldn't help but say, show me the lyrics. Xiao Gudu then relaxed a bit, saying, okay, please. She pulled out her notebook from her bag and handed it to Liang. Let me take a look. After receiving the notebook and glancing at it a few times, Liang's expression became a bit unnatural, leaning back slightly. It's rare to see her waver once. Then Liang asked, is this all there is to it? Can't be considered good, but I wrote it this way for the band's sake. Holding on to this thought, Xiao Gudu said, yes, it's my masterpiece. Then Liang took another look and said, I personally think it's too childish for a rock band to use this kind of signature. This isn't the right page. Xiao Gudu was completely stunned. In a cross-server chat, Liang remarked, I've discovered something incredible. The laughter was so intense it brought pain to their stomachs. Little Solitary had another embarrassing moment. Turning to the true lyrics page, Liang lost the playful mood and began to study Little Solitary's lyrics earnestly. Little Solitary, holding a cup of water, furtively glanced at Liang, feeling somewhat uneasy. The atmosphere had thickened. Finally, Liang turned and asked in a very calm tone, are you satisfied with these lyrics yourself? Little Solitary stammered, well, I think it has the vibe of a popular band, it's not bad. Upon hearing this, Liang said nothing and simply took another look at the lyrics. On the screen, the complete lyrics of Little Solitary were presented. They were almost entirely meaningless praises that not only failed to inspire but also became awkward. Liang's segments were all so cool. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Liang's question had a strong sense of pressure. Liang was indeed very strict. It's no wonder Liang was dissatisfied. These lyrics were indeed subpar. I could easily come up with an entire album myself. At that moment, Liang looked out the window and slowly said, have I told you before that I used to be in another band? I used to really like those immature yet sincere lyrics, but everyone became more competitive for fame and the lyrics became increasingly mainstream. I didn't like that, so I quit, and there was a bit of a dispute when I left, just when I was starting to feel weary of the band. The scene shifted as Liang's memories began to resurface. Hongxia found her and pinched her cheek, smiling. Hey, I said if you're free, why not join my band as a bassist? Why? Liang asked with a blank expression. Because I like the way you play the bass. Hongxia's smile was still bright and sunny. The scene returned to reality. In any case, after hearing what Hongxia said, I wanted to try forming a band again. Once you abandon your individuality, it's no different from being dead. Liang clasped his hands together, lowering his head, his tone somewhat irritated. Liang was indeed right. Once you lose your individuality, it's no different from being dead. Although Liang had few lines, he had many quotable moments. Liang appeared dismissive, yet he was very reliable. Hongxia was truly the soul of the band, having brought both Little Solitary and Liang in, while Kita followed the scent. Liang closed his notebook and handed it to Little Solitary, saying, "So you don't have to think too much about it nor force yourself to write such boring lyrics. Just write according to your preferences." Little Solitary hesitated, saying, "But if I do that, it'll just turn into dark and heavy lyrics. But having a winner sing such songs would be really interesting, right?" In the scene, Kita was singing with a guitar, cursing someone every day. No one gets to run away. In summary, when people with vibrant personalities come together, it forms a unified song which will become the color of the band. This segment was truly uplifting. Liang really understood position. Creators are indeed kindred spirits. Don't say having Kita perform such songs would indeed be quite enjoyable. Liang was surprisingly reliable, and not only the audience thought so, Little Solitary, who felt comforted, also thought it. Turns out Liang is a serious person. "Alright, it's time to go." With that, Liang stood up and walked towards the cafe's door. At that moment, Little Solitary said, "Ah, Liang, you haven't settled the bill yet." Liang turned back. "Sorry, I don't have any money right now. You treat me this time." Little Solitary was immediately taken aback. "But wasn't it you who invited me here?" Liang closed his eyes and said pitifully, "I've only been eating grass lately. I'm about to burst. Still living on grass? Also, this place is newly opened and I've been dying to try it. Please treat me this once." Little Solitary was dumbfounded. I want to take back what I said. Liang was indeed a clever person. "You think I invited you here for no reason? I didn't plan to come at all. Old Pochi is rolling in coins. If it weren't for Pochi calling her back, she would have truly let it slide. Pochi, is this a good person?" After Little Solitary paid and left, Liang apologized, saying, "I'm really sorry. I'll pay you back next month." "Ah, no rush." Little Solitary continued, I will work hard. Then I look forward to your lyrics." A few more days passed. Little Solitary finally picked up the completed lyrics to show everyone in the starry night. "The lyrics are finished. Please take a look." Kita looked at Little Solitary with some concern and asked, "Gotoh, you have serious dark circles. Are you okay?" "I am fine. I've been too absorbed in writing lyrics lately, and sometimes it makes me forget to sleep." "Wow." Hongxia was greatly moved and began to flip through the notebook. "Then I must thoroughly read Little Solitary's heartfelt work." Little Solitary then added, It might be a bit too dark." After several people briefly looked at the lyrics, Liang said, "It is indeed very dark." "Liang-senpai," Kita complained a bit. Liang replied, "But with Little Solitary's style, it may not resonate with too many people, but it should deeply touch some." Then the two exchanged smiles, making Kita, who was confused, loudly ask, "Why has your relationship suddenly improved so much?" Hongxia, who had carefully finished reading, happily said, "But Little Solitary, your lyrics are really good. I love this line. I like it too." Once back home, Little Solitary lay down on the bed exhausted. The lyrics are finally done. Let's keep going, and the band must continue on. Little Solitary looked at the photos stuck all over the ceiling and thought, "It would be great if I could continue to take various photos with everyone in the future." Chapter 4 finished. Everything was left unspoken. It seemed a new pairing had appeared because Liang treated them to a meal. Everyone was truly wonderful. Hongxia and Kita were gently comforting Little Solitary. The chemistry between the lyricist and the composer. We still don't know what the lyrics actually say. Is it possible that this show doesn't have a live performance? While Lonely Rock may not have live performances, it seems unlikely that Lonely Rock wouldn't. Speaking of which, Little Solitary's wall is a bit creepy. Indeed, let's look forward to the follow-up. In the F9 operations meeting room, a group of company executives were intently watching the 4th episode of Lonely Rock, being streamed in room 6, their expressions serious. Some producers occasionally lowered their heads to take notes, slightly furrowing their brows. Finally, as the 4th episode concluded, Lin Lin hummed a little tune while going to the restroom, and the leading aide slowly said, "Everyone, the first 4 episodes of Lonely Rock have finished airing. What are your thoughts?" A few producers began to whisper among themselves, shaking their heads repeatedly. "It's quite good. There are many details worth learning from. A masterpiece, a rare gem in the animation industry that only sees a few releases each year. The animation, the various creative angles, and the vibes are all incredibly engaging. The producers of this work have great ideas. The newcomers are terrifyingly good." The leading aide's face darkened as he angrily slapped the table a few times. "Do you hear what you're saying? Am I asking you to praise Lonely Rock? Do I not know that this show is good? I'm asking you to pick apart its flaws. Do you understand the concept of critique? Haven't you heard enough praise for Lonely Rock from judges and netizens?" The suited aide was visibly exhausted. "What kind of hidden talents do we have in this room? I brought you here to find flaws, not to hold a discussion session. Do you not want to reconsider what you are saying? Let me be straightforward. In this selection competition, the young lady is determined to secure the first place. Now you need to think of ways to tarnish the reputation of Lonely Rock, so the company can use public opinion to pressure the judging panel. The people below were suddenly taken aback. Manager, are you serious? We can't produce something like this at our company. I want to write about an animation with poor artwork and then be criticized by netizens. I feel there are no flaws. The first 4 episodes of Lonely Rock have remained on track. Even if the plot isn't outstanding, it can still be considered a high-quality work. I'm asking you to find something to criticize. Regardless, your goal is to identify flaws so the company can use that for marketing. I don't care about the rest. He also knew it wouldn't be easy to find flaws, and it was a thankless task. Finding something would yield no benefits while failing would lead to penalties. But the key is, as employees, such tasks are assigned to you and there's no escaping them. In the audience, a few producers discussed again and ultimately reached a conclusion. Manager, we really can't identify any obvious shortcomings in Lonely Rock. We unanimously believe there is only one potential flaw, but it carries a certain degree of risk. Oh, please elaborate. The manager put on his glasses. The producer explained, in writing scripts, a common technique involves building up emotions and laying the groundwork. Lonely Rock has been doing this from the start, from forming the band, recruiting new members, taking promotional photos to writing songs. Essentially, it has covered all the initial work of a band. But the problem is, for a band-themed show, the real climax is the band's live performance. However, since this show has already laid the groundwork, it means that the upcoming live performance must be very impressive and visually appealing to sustain the preceding plot. Before the producer could finish, the suited aide interrupted. Stop. Get to the point. Our marketing time is limited and we don't have time for theoretical discussions. Okay, to put it simply, we can criticize Lonely Rock for not having live performances. It's a show disguised as a band-themed series but lacking substance. What if the next episode features a live performance? Then we can criticize it for its weak musicality and poor live performance that fails to support the plot. What if Lonely Rock's live performance is actually very well done? Then there's nothing we can do, manager. The producer shrugged helplessly. You know, once marketing starts, there's always the risk of backlash. However, I personally believe this scenario is unlikely to happen, as the competition process is so short that it's already a feat for the contestants to clarify the plot. If they can also write a perfect original song and pair it with an appealing live performance, then that producer is probably not even human but an alien from the three-body problem. The suited aide thought for a moment and found it reasonable, slapping the table. All right, let's proceed with that. It would later be proven that the power of capital is formidable. With the promotional funds from F9 in place, even before the next day's live stream had ended, the tide of public opinion had already begun to shift subtly. On video platforms, a plethora of AI-generated voice videos with simplistic narratives started to appear. This video may violate platform regulations and could be quickly banned, so please read it carefully or save it, otherwise you won't find it next time. Everyone is paying attention to this year's anime production competition, right? Among them, Lonely Rock has left a deep impression on everyone, so let's take a look together. I believe that while this show is visually pleasing, its connection to music is not that significant, raising suspicions of going off topic. What do you think? Just finished watching the anime production competition. Let me share some honest thoughts. Everyone thinks Lonely Rock is the best show in this competition, but I have a different perspective. On social media, the narrative controlled by F9 or the paid commenters began to gain momentum, laughing to death a band-themed series without music, sharing a joke about a music-themed show. Lonely Rock, haha, netizens' aesthetic sense is truly concerning. Still the same formula, still the familiar taste. Having watched the competition, seeing everyone rave about Lonely Rock, I came with excitement but left disappointed, angry and helpless. How can we improve the industry with these otaku? If this kind of show is liked by people, the industry is really doomed. Not only on social media and video platforms, but even blogs, having received money from F9, obediently took down all trending discussions about Lonely Rock, instead promoting some inflammatory posts to the trending topics. Why does liking Lonely Rock represent a rapid decline in the aesthetic standards of Longwa? Critics, supporters, bystanders, and paid commenters fought fiercely under this trending topic. Lonely Rock is not money. It was never meant to be universally liked. Therefore, there are many who do not resonate with the show and even dislike it. Moreover, some people inherently pride themselves on being independent thinkers and enjoy opposing mainstream opinions. These individuals originally hid in the shadows, afraid to show themselves due to the relentless assaults of the otaku, but under the cover of F9's paid commenters, they began to join the fray, participating in the vilification and criticism of Lonely Rock alongside the paid commenters. Finally, a senior producer closely tied to F9 revealed his true intentions on social media, posting a piece that escalated the criticism of Lonely Rock to its peak. I forgot to set the time. I'm late today, my apologies. 2 days after the competition concluded, a blog post posed the question, which anime series stood out as the most compelling of this tournament. Within moments of its publication, F9 aggressively promoted it, propelling it to the 3rd position on trending feeds. The essay carried an air of scholarly discourse, akin to savoring wine while debating heroes of old. It opened with the producer presenting comprehensive competition metrics, listing the 3 currently most popular anime series, in descending order of viewership: Bocchi the Rock, The Agony of Youth, and Middle-Aged Band. Beginning with a veneer of detached objectivity, the author delivered a condescending critique of all three series, ultimately concluding they were of comparable quality. Having lured readers in under the guise of impartial analysis, the tone abruptly shifted, launching into unrestrained effusive praise for the agony of youth. Though its narrative may challenge viewers steeped in traditional values, I perceive in this series the spirit of liberalism, the very compass guiding our industry's evolution, a celestial body ascending into brilliance. What is this? This is the trajectory of civilization. Survey history. Civilization inevitably triumphs over barbarism. In contrast, Bocchi the Rock reveals only contestant no. SIXS disrespect toward female characters. His moralizing over women reeks of archaic dogma. I half expected to find myself still wearing a queue. So feudal, so benighted. When netizens rally around this series, they resemble primitives dancing before stone tablets. As for middle-aged band, it is utterly divorced from everyday life. Its content frankly unbearable. If you have time to watch anime, why not choose the agony of youth instead? Its tender moments and quiet joys ought to define the mainstream culture of our era. The moment it appeared online, the article detonated like a depth charge, igniting a maelstrom across the internet. True anime enthusiasts were left utterly stunned by its rhetoric. What on earth is this? I merely watch anime, and now you're lecturing me on ideological correctness, and my personal preference has become proof of aesthetic backwardness. Isn't this forced slander? Yet what truly shattered viewers' composure was this: upon reading the piece, trolls and paid commentators erupted, as if handed imperial edicts, immediately declaring, "How dare you defend Bocchi the Rock," when teacher XXX himself declared it aesthetically regressive. Moreover, the essay's tangential reference to gender reignited debate along that very fault line. A wave of female bloggers and netizens swiftly joined the fray. Some enraged viewers even abandoned work or skipped classes, rushing home solely to counter the coordinated attacks. In no time, Bocchi the Rock's public perception spiraled out of control, transcending anime discourse, entirely devolving into a stark battle of ideological allegiance. Thus factions clashed relentlessly, arguments escalating until even fundamental principles seemed eroded, continuing from afternoon well into evening. At precisely 6:30 p.m., Uncle Big Nose began his livestream as scheduled. A genuine anime connoisseur, Uncle Big Nose watches every title, masterpieces and misfires alike, with meticulous attention, then shares his unfiltered reflections. Today was no exception. He rose at dawn to watch episodes, barely pausing for lunch, taking notes throughout, preparing to share his insights with his audience. He cherished this ritual, and delighted in seeing his views resonate with viewers. Yet the moment he went live, he noticed the chat ignored anime entirely, instead erupting into furious crimson-faced disputes over the series. "I've been arguing with trolls all day. I'm livid. And the internet's gone completely unhinged. The current sentiment feels deeply off-kilter. And all right, calm down. Don't incite conflict here in the stream. What exactly happened?" Uncle Big Nose looked utterly bewildered. Then a top-tier supporter interjected, "Haven't you seen today's online discourse? It's downright toxic." Discourse? He shook his head. He'd spent the entire day immersed in anime. No time for web surfing. Still, since his audience insisted, he decided to check prevailing opinions online. What he found was startling. The essay had surged to the top of trending topics, and by evening it bore over 1 million comments, its virality staggering. Scanning it briefly, Uncle Big Nose recoiled in disbelief, his expression frozen in profound dismay. Even Uncle Big Nose, normally gentle, patient, and unassuming, could not suppress his indignation at such blatant contempt. What on earth is this person saying? The anime industry is fundamentally a service industry. Audiences are its ultimate standard. If viewers love something, who does he think he is? And what precisely constitutes the direction of civilization? Care to enlighten me? Must civilization manifest only through the agony of youth, where every character is morally bankrupt, the protagonist romances the male lead and sleeps with multiple men? Then perhaps we should revert to primitive society. Strip bare and let women simply knock out whichever man catches their eye and drag him home. Wouldn't that be more civilized? A work intended for mass audiences, even if it abandons ideals of truth, goodness, and beauty, must never mistake decadence for freedom. And as for the attacks on Bocchi the Rock and middle-aged band Psy, I can't even be bothered to refute them. They're utterly baseless. That's enough. Moderators, mute anyone continuing this topic. I want thoughtful, respectful discussion about the stories themselves. It blew up, and brave beyond belief. And instantly clips from Uncle Big Nose's stream were edited and disseminated online, galvanizing supporters of Bocchi the Rock with renewed fervor. F9's publicity department. Na suit-clad strategist leaned over his laptop, tracing data, trends with a finger. How's the discussion heat right now? Manager, the buzz is fully ignited. We believe it's time to quantify the discourse. And very well. Advance this campaign to its final phase. The strategist adjusted his glasses. Almost immediately, an anonymous senior producer within the production team announced, on day 3 of the competition, the 2 most anticipated series will each stage live performances. decisive moments shaping the jury's final evaluations. With that statement, public attention pivoted instantly. From the essay itself to the impending live shows, the strategist smiled. F9's objective had always been singular: crown the agony of youth as the undisputed champion. Today's brief surge of controversy served two purposes: amplified promotion and deliberate association by proximity. He knew full well, purely on merit, the agony of youth fell far short of Bocchi the Rock, lagging significantly in both quality and organic engagement. Yet, through strategic marketing, F9 successfully engineered a false equivalence, elevating the Eris's anime to a status seemingly rivaling Bocchi the Rock. Next, by expanding reach, they further amplified Bocchi the Rock's traffic, broadening its audience base. Finally, via measurable head-to-head comparison, they would absorb that very traffic into F9's own ecosystem. By then, Bocchi the Rock would bear the brunt of universal condemnation, while F9 reaped every benefit, a masterstroke of dual-purpose strategy. The strategist silently commended his own ingenuity. As for defeat, absurd. He hadn't even considered it. The agony of youth's live performance had consumed F9's entire day: original songs, choreography, visual effects, all meticulously crafted by elite teams working overtime. When you cheat, how can you possibly lose? With dragon mounted and faceta face, victory is inevitable. Thus, amid unprecedented traffic, the anime production tournament surged forward, reaching its pivotal third day, watched by millions. Welcome everyone to the third day of the First Anime Producer Competition. At 8:30 in the morning, host Bei Ning appeared on the screen dressed in a clean and sharp suit, with a smile on his face, saying, "I am your host Bei Ning, and I also thank you for your strong support for this program." For the strong support of this program. I'm waiting for Konosuba to be ruined. To the one above, even if Konosuba's live performance is terrible, it is still a rare gem of an anime, not something that can be casually compared to by some promotional gimmicks. Everyone keep your eyes wide open and see who gave the pain of youth a low score. Let's go and flood their blog with comments and criticize them on Zaihongshu. As soon as the program started, a large number of viewers poured in, bringing last night's heated arguments into the live stream. The production team was naturally pleased with this momentum. The more curses, the better. The more curses there are, the higher the attention. The higher the attention, the higher the ratings. The higher the ratings, the more they earn. In modern society, traffic is king. After reading the lengthy sponsor list, host Bei Ning also began the warm-up phase for today. The main judges are still the familiar three old friends, Shin Lulu and Gong Jun. Teachers, today marks the third day of our competition. What do you think about the contestants so far? Shinlu said, "Actually, everyone can see that as the competition progresses, more and more viewers are paying attention to our contest, which indicates that the creative quality of our contestants is generally on point. Of course, what surprised me the most is still Konosuba. Although this show isn't typical in its plot and leans more towards daily life and comedy, unsurprisingly thanks to its comfortable animation and pacing, it has become the most watched focal animation in the entire preliminary stage." Secondly, contestant number 9's The Middle-Aged Band also takes us through the youthful journey of band members from the perspective of middle-aged individuals, and the storyline contains many touching details, making it a rare masterpiece. What about the pain of youth? The first and third places have both been mentioned, deliberately ignoring the second one, right? Indeed, men protect each other. These middle-aged fans are truly disappointing. Laughs to the one above. It's clear you don't watch anime much. Once the data from the first day of the competition came out, some already questioned the authenticity of Chuhwan's animation data. Can we not compare Konosuba with this terrible show? I feel like she's trying to ride on the coattails of popularity. The truth revealed. Shinlu, of course, wouldn't comment on Chuhwan's anime. He acknowledged that Chuhwan indeed has some talent and her show ranks in the upper middle tier of this competition. But compared to Konosuba and the Middle-Aged Band, it can hardly be considered on the same level of animation. If Konosuba is the T0 of this preliminary competition, the Middle-Aged Band is T1. Then the Pain of Youth is at best T3 level. As a self-made individual who built a large animation company by producing quality animation, Shin Lu absolutely despises those who rely on marketing to create anime. It's a desecration and a destruction of the industry, and he would never condone such occurrences. However, compared to Shin Lu, Lu's words were filled with implications. From the plot perspective, by today, all three shows will have their live performances. Among them, Konosuba and the Middle-Aged Band are their first live performances. We don't know their specific levels, so let's hold off on commenting for now. Let's mainly discuss contestant number 2's The Pain of Youth. The first live performance was relatively unsuccessful. The entire show was as bland as boiled water, and the quality of the original songs was hard to describe. But Luyu smiled mysteriously and said, "Chuhwan is from F9, having been influenced since childhood, so we can look forward to the second live performance today. In fact, if one wants to remain unaware, one must not act." As a top player in the industry, Lu Yu possesses a wealth of information. F9 thought their cheating was seamless, but how could that be the case? In fact, this morning he had already received evidence of F9 cheating for Chuhwan. But he didn't intend to report it. After all, the world is a delicate shade of gray. As a pragmatist, Lu Yu would keep this evidence until the moment it could benefit him the most. But that moment was clearly not now. Meanwhile, in the room, Chu Huan, watching the livestream, had received the new documents and was feeling quite pleased. Hee, I have outside assistance, how could I lose now? The first place in this competition must be mine. At the main judging table, Gong Jun continued. I don't have much to say. By the third day of competition, many contestants have already completed their initial setups and progressed to the live performances. I hope that during the live performances, we can see more dark horses emerge. Meanwhile, in the room, the drowsy Lin Lin was listening listlessly to the dialogue happening in the main live stream. Isolated from the world, he had no idea of the storm Konosuba was creating outside. Lin Lin knew nothing. He only understood that being recognized by the audience in this world for the divine show from his past life was an incredibly proud and glorious thing. It's like recommending a show to a friend, and not only did they watch it, but they also raved about it, feeling even more enthusiastic than you. That sense of recognition is truly exhilarating. As for the competition, just go with the flow. In reality, Lin Lin wasn't as straightforward as in his previous life. He belonged to the type that takes things as they come, not expecting to stand out. As long as he had enough money to spend and time to play games and watch shows, that would be fine. Therefore, his desire to achieve good results in the competition was not so strong. However, he still eagerly wanted to recommend those divine shows in his heart to everyone. Moreover, today, the 5th episode was set to air. Lin Lin had been looking forward to this for 2 days. After all, the 5th episode of Konosuba was the first live performance of the Band of Lynx. The song Guitar and Loneliness on the Blue Planet, which countless people looped in their previous life, was also about to debut in this world. How many people would this become a late-night loop for? Lin Lin couldn't help but want to hit himself, wishing he could fast forward to after the competition to see how everyone would praise Konosuba. As the warm-up time ended, it was now 9 a.m. As the host announced the start of the program, Lin Lin eagerly put on his helmet. Episode 5, The Fish That Cannot Fly. The debut starts tomorrow, and I should be able to reward readers with 10,000 words over the next 2 days. I will try to keep future updates at 6,000 words per day. Thank you all for your support, and please comment, like, and recommend to your friends. The moment has finally begun. I can't wait for the storyline of Lonely Rock to reach the live performance. At the start of the 5th episode, the members of the Bond Band were indulging in casual conversation. At that moment, Sister Dizzy Shinga shook 4 sealed pay slips with a mischievous grin. Good evening. The long-awaited salaries have arrived. Heh. The 4 members applauded vigorously. That's amazing. They each took their salaries in turn. Little Lonely pulled out the large bills from her salary, her eyes shining brightly. 10,000 yuan. The crystallization of my sweat and tears. How should I spend it? Buy new sheet music. Buy a pile of comics. No, I should just buy a cake for Mom and Dad to surprise them. Now it's fantasy time. It feels better to spend 10,000 on Germany winning. Silly, buy Argentina instead. Fun fact, didn't Hongxia say this is about betting money? Little Lonely was lost in her fantasies. Sure enough, just as she was daydreaming, Hongxia apologetically said, Sorry, but right after the salary is paid, we have to pay the performance fees. Little Lonely's expression instantly crumbled. Hongxia, slightly guilty, took Little Lonely's money. I'm sorry, I feel bad too. Then the scene shifted and Little Lonely found herself lying in a trash can. I just remembered the reason I worked part-time was to meet the performance requirements. Little Lonely thought, it's fine, as long as I keep working part-time here every month the Bond Band can stay active. Let it be. She could still distinguish between priorities. Compared to the trivial 10,000 yuan, she was more eager to perform with the band. At that moment she heard Keto exclaiming in surprise, Huh, does making an album really cost that much? Hongxia replied helplessly, Well, since we are going to make it, it would be best to sell it during performances. And making music videos actually costs quite a bit too. Then I guess I need to work a few more part-time jobs over the summer. Yeah, how about we all work at a beach shop together? Working by the beach sounds good. Little Lonely, who was in the trash can, was so startled that the trash can fell from under her. The beach. Working at an amusement park would be nice too. On the other side, Little Lonely, who was completely against working, had already started looking at online loan platforms, her eyes bloodshot. No way, they definitely won't lend to minors. Let me find another way, maybe there's a chance. Laughing, Little Lonely planned to take photos to make money. How about selling my liver? How did Guitar Hero's account not earn any money? That doesn't make sense. Suddenly Liang appeared. Bocchi. Little Lonely jumped in surprise, quickly raising the guitar in her hand. Sorry, I can pawn this guitar. I should be able to get a loan. Please don't let me take on more part-time jobs, and don't make me go to the beach or amusement parks. Liang replied helplessly. I just wanted to say I finished writing the song. Ha! Everyone's attention was drawn over. Soon several of them squatted beside the trash can, huddled together to listen to the performance. Appropriately detailed. Where's the performance? How did we skip it? Liang's efficiency is quite high. After listening to the performance, Hongxia was a bit shocked. Huh! That was amazing. Keto was also thrilled. Yes, it sounds incredible. Liang put away her phone and said, After seeing the lyrics written by Bocchi, the inspiration just came. That's great, Bocchi. Hongxia smiled happily. You really deserve praise for working so hard on those lyrics. Well done. Liang reached out and rubbed little Lonely's chin as if petting a dog. Kido, who was nearby, was shocked and hugged the guitar as she leaned in. Senpai, I worked hard too. Look, I've already improved this much. That's impressive. Liang remained expressionless. Is it impressive? Then praise me too. Well done. Feeling a bit jealous, Kido was adorable. Liang's expression seemed so dismissive. Where are these dismissive people in real life? Liang's actions reminded Hongxia of playing with her pet at home, haha. Looking at the members of the band, Hongxia couldn't help but smile, reflecting, my dream might actually come true. Little Lonely turned her head away. Hongxia stood up and declared loudly, all right, next I'll ask my sister to arrange a performance for us next month. Kido asked in confusion, you haven't talked to the manager yet? Hongxia confidently replied, don't worry, last time she arranged it for us right away. It won't be a problem, right, sister? The scene shifted to Shinga, who was bored looking at her phone. Shinga turned her head. Huh. I'm not planning to schedule you guys. Huh? Hongxia was instantly stunned. Why not? We've already written original songs. Shinga, while writing in her notebook, nonchalantly said, it has nothing to do with me. Oh no, the atmosphere just got tense. Little Lonely thought. Hongxia raised the salary she had just put away. Ah, is it because of the targets? Don't worry, we will make up for whatever we lack. It's not about money. It's about your ability. Shinga put down her keyboard and looked at her younger sister. Hongxia felt a bit sad. Didn't you let us perform before? That was a special arrangement to leave you with good memories. Leave good memories. Shinga explained. Normally, we have to review the audition recordings, you should know that, right? I know that. Hongxia turned her head away, her voice getting smaller. I'm sorry. Xing's tone was very firm. If the quality of the performance is the same as that of the one in May, then don't expect to perform. Don't expect to perform. Hongxia became a bit anxious. Then what should we do? You can just play your little pretend band for the rest of your life. Shinga said indifferently, her tone somewhat unsympathetic. Hongxia thought, my sister is just being tsundere. The implication is just do better than last time. Clearly everyone had been practicing hard. They had clearly written original songs. They had clearly been working part-time for their targets. Do you have anything else? Shinga tilted her head and asked. Finally, Hongxia angrily ran out of the performance hall, knocking over the trash can, and shouted angrily, aren't you old enough to still need a stuffed toy to sleep? It seems like I've discovered some shocking news. Oh no, the sisters have fallen out. I think sister just wants to test them, not really deny them any chances. Sister really has a tsundere character. In the exhibition hall, Shingo sighed helplessly. What nonsense is this? It's so baffling. Just then Liang, with a sinister sense of humor, approached and showed Shingu a picture. Is this Shabby Panda and Rabbit the dolls she mentioned? In the photo, Shingu was holding two small dolls, while sleeping with a face full of affection. Shingo broke down and shouted, delete the photo right now. Meanwhile, Xiao Gudu stood there in a daze. At that moment, Shiduo said, what is everyone doing? Hurry up and chase after the senior. Don't be a nuisance. Quick, Hodo, come along too, let's go. Okay. With Shiduo's order, Xiao Gudu immediately returned to normal. I laughed so hard. Liang seems to have every kind of photo. Liang, I don't want the band to develop, I just want to show this amusing moment. Shiduo is truly the second core of the band, while the other two are utterly unreliable. Xiao Gudu's minimalist lines have become completely abstract. After the two ran off, Shingo sighed and called out to Xiao Gudu, who remained in the exhibition hall. Wait a moment, Bocchi. Okay. Xiao Gudu nervously turned around. What happened? What's going on? In the next second, Hongxia had already arrived at the cold drink shop on the street, angrily ordering a drink and gulping it down. Liang remarked, this is clearly a temper tantrum. Shut up. Hongxia turned her head away. Senior, are you okay? Shiduo timidly asked. Hongxia stood up and suppressed her emotions. After all, she couldn't vent her anger from her sister onto the band members. They are all hardworking kids. I'm sorry I suddenly ran off, Hongxia said angrily. But my sister didn't need to say it so harshly, did she? Just then Xiao Gudu, whose face had turned a zombie green, finally ran over breathlessly. She gasped. Earlier the manager said, Xiao Gudu, take a breather first. Unlocking a new form of Xiao Gudu curse spirit. To be honest, this is truly chaotic, querying the author's mental state. Shiduo never forgets to take photos wherever she goes, haha. Hongxia handed Xiao Gudu a drink, and once Xiao Gudu had rested, asked, what happened? Are you feeling better now? I'm fine now, Xiao Gudu replied, lowering her head. Earlier the manager told me. Then the screen shifted to a memory segment. As Shingu worked, she said, tell Hongxia that if she wants to perform on stage, she needs to pass the assessment first. Just say that next Saturday I will evaluate your performance. What are you doing? Just then Shingu suddenly noticed Xiao Gudu lying on the ground. Xiao Gudu trembled all over. I want to show my obedience with all my might. If you don't chase after them now, you won't find them, will you? Woof. After hearing the whole story, Liang blandly said, a dog exposing its belly doesn't indicate submission but rather signals readiness for battle, or so the saying goes. Ah! Xiao Gudo's face turned completely black. Senior Liang is so knowledgeable. As expected of you, Xiao Gudo. It's over now, you've truly become a Bocchi dog. Indeed, although sister is strict, she still dotes on her younger sister. The unique cuteness of Bocchi. Wait. Shiduo suddenly realized, what the manager means is, as long as we pass the assessment we can perform. Yes. Hongxia also perked up again. Then why didn't she say it earlier? My sister is so mean. But that means we just need to work hard, right? Bakashin also nodded happily. The band activities can finally be maintained normally. Hongxia looked at the two happy ones with a hint of helplessness. Yeah, that's how it is. Meanwhile, Liang interjected. That expression clearly says you two are the most worrisome. Liang stood up and said, at that time you two will just play along with the audio source, and after you go back practice your fake playing well. Hey! Hongxia refused, no way. We are not an air band. Liang also felt a bit helpless. After all, there's only a week left, so let's not struggle this time. Hongxia clenched her fist. Even if our skills are poor, as long as we put in the effort, we can convey our passion. Our skills are poor. The two felt deeply discouraged. Hongxia quickly added, I'm sorry, but you have indeed improved a lot compared to when you first started, right, Liang? While Liang only showed a contemplative expression. Hey, can't you comfort me a bit? Xiao Gudo was struck down by just a few words. Xiao Gudo, don't crawl into the pipe. Huh. Watching the farce unfold before her, Shiduo thought it's normal for them to say I'm bad. But why is Hodo also considered bad? When I heard her play at school, even I, an outsider, thought it was great. Liang's comments are just on point, haha. Liang's taste in clothes is truly impeccable, so beautiful. Liang and Hongxia still have their impressions from the last time, so they must be worried. Hongxia, who comforts children every day, is really exhausted. Bocchi returning home daily, 22. On the way back to the exhibition hall, Hongxia comforted. As long as the person responsible for the rhythm doesn't mess up, we should be able to pass. Is that so? Yes. My sister shouldn't expect our level to be as good as Liang's. Then what will she assess? Hongxia hesitated for a moment and said, passion, growth at the band level. Then a week of training quickly passed by. At school, Shiduo and Xiao Gudo hid in a small room practicing guitar. Hodo, thank you for practicing with me. No, it's no trouble. Shiduo said. But it's better not to practice in such a dark place. Going to the classroom is better, right? No, that's a bit. Xiao Gudo showed a difficult expression. That way everyone would definitely stare and wonder why such a cute girl like Shiduo would be with those kinds of people. It would be impossible to practice well, right? I understand. Shiduo conjured up a reason. Practicing in the classroom would disturb others, huh? Hodo, you're really thoughtful. Understanding it in a positive light, so gentle. Xiao Gudo was deeply moved. Hodo. Shiduo looked down at the guitar and said, I thought about it later. I want to show the band's growth as long as the manager understands that we are working hard. Yes. I hope that when the time comes I can sincerely say I did my best and don't want to have regrets. So before the assessment starts, I would appreciate your guidance. Soon a week of intensive training flew by. Surprise attack. Didn't expect that, did you? The next 2 days are for the big day. Hope everyone supports us. In front of the main review table, Gong Jun looked at the current plot of Lonely Rock and said, it seems that the setup for Lonely Rock has come to an end. The latter half of this episode should be the live segment that everyone has been eagerly anticipating. Oh, Bei Ning exclaimed. I wonder what teacher Gong thinks and expects from this live performance. Gong Jun pondered for a moment and continued. Actually, I believe the first 5 episodes of Lonely Rock have clearly articulated the style of this song. If Player 6 is a competent musician, this song will surely unfold around the life experiences of Little Loneliness. Combining the experiences from the previous episodes, the overall atmosphere of this song should lean towards exploring the inner world, ultimately emphasizing a state of yearning for brilliance despite weakness. Of course, these are theoretical considerations. In reality, the creation time for the competition is rather short. The current quality of Lonely Rock is already enough to surprise everyone. The live performance does not necessarily have to be a factor that affects the show's rating. Oh, having it is better, but it's not a problem if it's absent. After saying this, Gong Jun was immediately bombarded with criticism from internet trolls. Does this old man even understand anime? Is he trying to defend Lonely Rock? A music anime that can't even write good music is like this. The reason is simple. OF9 has already assisted Chu Huan in cheating, just waiting for a spectacular performance. At this point you say the live performance isn't important. Then my marketing funds would be wasted. That's absolutely unacceptable. Thus the venerable and respected Gong, who was already semi-retired, inexplicably received a torrent of abuse from the trolls. In the face of capital, experience truly holds no weight, but this only deepened the dissatisfaction of the online bystanders. They all felt a pent-up frustration. Lonely Rock, you must deliver a great live performance. Otherwise, how are we supposed to settle accounts with those detractors? On the day of the performance, Hongxia entered the exhibition hall carrying water, and upon seeing the appearance of the three individuals, her expression immediately became difficult to maintain. Eh? What does your hairstyle mean? The screen changed. Liang and the others were dressed in neat suits, sporting delinquent hairstyles, leaning on each other, while looking at Hongxia. Hongxia was so startled that she dropped the water she was holding. What are you all doing? At this moment, Little Loneliness weakly said, We are expressing the growth of band members through appearances. That seems to be the idea. Hongxia helplessly lowered her head and said, It really is Liang's bad idea. At this time, Liang continued, Drinking, smoking women, and mushroom heads. That is the essence of band members. You have such a stereotypical view of band members, Liang. Hongxia waved her small fist. Furthermore, drinking and smoking should only be discussed when you turn 20. Liang's precise sarcasm, this is explosive, it has really blown up. Neighboring the pain of youth has taken over everything. If you don't like the pain of youth, then I wish you, regardless of the future or the past, that all the white moonlights in your life will embrace the pain of youth. I can't believe it. Your purity of expression reminds me of a certain two-word game. Are you talking about the Ming Dynasty? A string of 10 years doesn't compare to Chu's unrestrained emotional expression. Fun fact, Hongxia only rebutted the smoking and drinking but did not refute the women. Following that, Kita and the two band members began taking various photos. At this moment, Liang looked at Hongxia and said, Hongxia. Hongxia helplessly replied, Are you satisfied now? Liang continued, We still need a character with a troublesome side fringe covering one eye. You can take on that role. Hongxia envisioned the role in her mind and then responded with a bit of dread, I don't want to play such a role. That. Little Loneliness weakly raised his hand. That? I can't do the woman part. No woman is willing to play with me. Liang's mini-lecture began. It's fine. Just carry your guitar and stand at the entrance of Shimikitazawa Station, act very laid back, and someone should come to find you. Hey. Hongxia interrupted. Don't teach such biased knowledge casually. You need to be serious. That's reasonable. Didn't Pochi hook Hongxia like that? And Liang hooked Kita too. Does player 6 know about the public opinion outside? This episode is explosive. Every line points to that great anime. Don't be awkward. The pain of youth is our cultural treasure, an important cultural export. At this moment, Liang helplessly explained. But growth is not something visible to the naked eye. The criteria for judgment are also quite vague. No, the standards are very clear. Hongxia retorted. As long as the sister acknowledges it, just practice hard enough. Alright, hurry up and change out of these clothes. Kita, you go change too. On the other side, Little Loneliness silently pulled off the wig and thought to himself, actually, I can somewhat understand Liang's point. Growth is honestly difficult to judge. It's different from effort. The recent changes have been quite drastic. I have started working, and now I can even occasionally dare to make eye contact with others. But I feel like this isn't growth at the band level. I have only just escaped the level of water fleas and eye worms, finally standing at the starting line of humanity. I have finally realized my dream and formed a band with others, but I only feel that I have grown. It's like a band life starting from negative. In fact, everyone is doing great. Hongxia always keeps a smile for the band. The cynical Liang is also seriously working hard at rehearsals, and Kita is, needless to say, practicing hard every day. This monologue and the camera work feel very contemplative. Little Loneliness, you must work hard on the assessment. Continuously moving forward, one day you will turn into a positive number. After practicing several times, seeing that Little Loneliness looked a bit tired, Hongxia put away the drumsticks and said, Alright, let's call it a day for now. Is that it for today? Kita asked in confusion while holding his guitar. Hongxia nodded. You all need to rest well and prepare for tomorrow's assessment. Thank you for your hard work. After the few of them tidied up the practice room, they left the Stardust exhibition hall one after another. In the dim light, Little Loneliness walked alone down the narrow path, contemplating the assessment for tomorrow. In fact, up to this point, her feelings were very complicated. Can we really make it through? Have we really grown? These questions lingered in her heart. At this moment, Hongxia's voice came from behind. Little Loneliness, wait. Dressed in convenient shorts and sportswear, Hongxia ran up from behind, repeatedly apologizing. Sorry, did I scare you? What? Xiao Gudwa was a bit confused. Why was she suddenly invited for a drink? Xiao Gudwa was filled with doubts. However, before Xiao Gudwa could speak, Hongxia had already bought 2 cans of cola and handed one to Xiao Gudwa. Here you go. Thank you. Xiao Gudwa awkwardly accepted the cola. Hongxia is so considerate. It feels like an angel has descended beside me. I sense that Hongxia is about to have a heart-to-heart with Xiao Gudwa. The author really pays attention to details. There were a few instances where Hongxia happened to see Bocchi drinking cola and remembered it. I'm amazed, is there really such detail? Do you watch this show under a microscope? It feels like so far Hongxia is the most mysterious. Nobody knows why she wants to form a band. Looking at the sparkling drink machine, Hongxia took a sip of her drink and said, if I caused you to accommodate me, then I must apologize. Xiao Gudwa was a bit confused and didn't quite understand why Hongxia said that. Hongxia explained, you must have joined the Bond band in the right atmosphere at that time, right? Well, Xiao Gudwa didn't know how to explain. Hongxia's expression was filled with nostalgia. Xiao Gudwa, you said you always wanted to form a band. Thinking back now, I seem to have never asked what kind of band you wanted to form or why you wanted to form a band. Ah no. Xiao Gudwa felt embarrassed. Should I confess to her that I learned guitar just to become a prominent figure? Hongxia continued, everyone has different motivations. Performing on stage is not the entirety of life. There are many ways to gain fame, such as becoming a video blogger. Xiao Gudwa paused for a moment. Indeed, posting videos online in the name of a guitar hero could bring joy. In fact, the online world really suits me. In Xiao Gudwa's mind, she recalled the joy of posting videos. Wow, Xiao Gudwa's introduction is so pretentious. She really put on a show. It's quite normal, most people learn guitar to show off, so Xiao Gudwa shouldn't feel pressured. If it were me, I would think the same. Just as Xiao Gudwa was reflecting on this, Hongxia suddenly said, actually I have a goal. No, to be precise, it should be called a dream, which makes it easy to be impulsive. She looked at Xiao Gudwa apologetically. So I'm afraid you might force yourself to accommodate me. I didn't force myself at all. Xiao Gudwa's tone was a bit anxious. Is that so? That's good. Hongxia smiled, knowingly finished her drink in one gulp and tossed it into the trash can. At that moment, Xiao Gudwa timely asked, your reason for forming a band is to become famous and hold a concert at the Budokan, right? Hongxia thought for a moment and said, actually my true dream is even bigger. At that moment, Hongxia playfully placed her finger on her lips and smiled, but for now I still have to keep it a secret from you. So I'll be counting on you tomorrow. Saying this, Hongxia waved her hand and dashed away, leaving Xiao Gudwa alone, continuously waving her hand. Wow, this segment was truly amazing, simply unbeatable. The lighting in the segment was so natural it felt like a live shoot. No, even if it were a live shoot, there wouldn't be such a scene. At this moment, the essence of youth was fully manifested in Hongxia. I feel like Hongxia is like my high school crush, always so gentle, playful, and adorable. This is what youth is about. Oh, everyone is striving for their dreams. Contestant no. 6. You'd better let us see Hongxia achieving her dreams, or we'll send you a knife. It's over. I feel like I just died in this moment. These few steps were so smooth. Not only were the comments bombarded by this segment, but even the 3 judges at the main commentary table were wide-eyed, shocked into silence by this performance. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the details. This short 1-minute segment with its cinematic lighting, smooth frame rate, and subtle movements of the characters is an absolute grand production. In front of the main commentary table, the 3 who were previously eager to critique fell silent. A dimensionality reduction attack. This is a dimensionality reduction attack on the other contestants. Even the trolls in the comments temporarily disappeared due to the segment turning into a synchronized chorus of Shimo Kitazawa, Great Angel, and Hongmin like a religious pilgrimage. Finally, after a while, Shun Lu repeatedly clapped, condensing countless words into one sentence. Incredible. This little scene is not only at the pinnacle of anime, but will forever remain in the animation industry, becoming an indelible mark of this era. Lu Yu nodded repeatedly in agreement and then applauded. As for the judging panel, even some veteran producers who had accepted money from F9 were trembling as they watched. Could he really give such a show a bad review? Even a mediocre rating felt like a betrayal of his conscience. I'm dying of laughter. Shin Laoban was rendered speechless by this segment. This segment was indeed so impressive. Let's see who else dares to say that liking this show is a matter of poor taste. Don't play dead. Soon as the audience fell silent, the performance day finally arrived. This time, there were no unnecessary dialogues. The scene shifted to see Hongxia seriously turning on the electronic drum kit, looking at her teammates in front and gently nodding. The other 3 were also earnestly adjusting their equipment. Below the stage, Xinggu sat cross-legged, watching the 4 on stage with a serious expression. The reason I'm forming a band now, although I thought about it all night. Xiao Gujuo's inner voice abruptly stopped, replaced by Hongxia's capable voice. We are the Bond Band. Next we will perform our original song, Guitar Loneliness and the Blue Planet. The 4 exchanged glances. At this moment, the Bond Band truly became a bond, tightly linking the fates of the 4 together. In Xiao Gudwa's heart, she still thought, I still want to be famous and become a prominent figure. She took a deep breath. But I am no longer alone. It's the 4 of us together. Following was the passionate prelude of the song. It's finally starting. Quick, put on your headphones. It's about to begin. There's really going to be a live performance. Everyone stands up. The low thumping of drums roared, and the dark stars seemed on the verge of collapsing under the impassioned accompaniment. Finally, with emotions welling up, Kita tightened her grip on the microphone and let her feelings pour out. On a suddenly stormy afternoon, I felt irritable without an umbrella. Who knows what emotions the sky holds? In this season of change, what kind of new clothes should I wear? Where did spring and autumn go? After Kita began to sing, the atmosphere immediately changed. Kita's singing voice is so cool. The headphones I deliberately put on received high praise for the stereo sound. I was left speechless, goosebumps rising. In the scene, Xiao Gudo held her guitar listening to Kita's voice, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Is this the Bond band? After thinking it over, I still don't know what growth really is. But now all I want is to continue forming a band with them and become a figure of renown. Xiao Gudo listened to her own lyrics, which were being sung joyfully by Kita. That voice was different from Kita's usual mature tone, like a world-weary girl, letting out her final scream in the rain. Even the water bottle on the table seemed to be swaying to the rhythm. The pressure of the information age makes it hard for me to breathe. Dizzy and disoriented, I don't know where I am. Thus this sound of breathing erupts, yet strangely I can't hear any sound from the world. At this point, the main part of the song completely ended, and the emotional pressure dropped to its lowest point. Below the stage, Xinggu looked at the four girls on stage, surprised and slightly agape. In front of the main judging panel, Lu Yu pinched his thumb with his index finger, revealing a layer of middle-aged dead skin, and in the reflection of his glasses, the four drenched yet determined figures on the big screen flickered, stirring inexplicable emotions within him. In the F9 conference room, the producer and the suited aides watched the live performance, helplessly resting their hands on the table. In the dark little room, amidst the bright office buildings, on the roaring streets and the clattering subway, countless pairs of eyes, both male and female, held their breath, seemingly anticipating the most solid step on this divine staircase of the show. Just like what Liang once said, perhaps there aren't many who like it, but surely someone will be attracted. In the scene, Xiao Gudo's voice continued to emerge. Moreover, I want to help Hongxia realize her true dream. So. We absolutely cannot falter in the face of this small assessment. I will never ever let the band disband. As the low pressure of the main song gradually faded, the passionate chorus began to emerge. Xiao Gudo firmly held onto her guitar, stamping her foot on the stage, as if to crush this small assessment underfoot. Hong Xiaoliang and Kita all glanced at Xiao Gudo out of the corner of their eyes, their expressions filled with surprise. Not enough, no one has noticed. Silently roaring like the sound of angry graffiti. What is the true self? Who can I show it to? The foolish me can only sing endlessly, letting the song reach the stars above. Tears welled up. This word is really powerful, entering the annals of history. Brothers, I just took a close look and this performance actually synced perfectly with the song. Absolutely correct, it's incredible. Almost brought me to tears. This song is so immersive. It's clearly a song written by Xiao Gudo. Xiao Gudo's stunning performance has made her a true guitar hero. You're amazing, Xiao Gudo. I really didn't expect this, although I had a hunch that the live performance wouldn't flop, but I never imagined it would be of such quality. So smooth, as fluid as 3D animation, but upon closer inspection it turned out to still be 2D. This is a trial of overcoming oneself. At the main judging panel, Lu Yu had nothing to say and began to clap loudly. Some senior producers from the judging panel, emotionally stirred, also began to stand and applaud. There was nothing to comment on. It was perfect, to the point where one couldn't utter a word. A brief live performance, overflowing emotions, catchy music, perfectly fitting lyrics for the characters. Moreover, it also included explosive performance effects and the elevation of the characters' emotions. One can only say that this short 1-minute live performance, Lonely Rock, has done its best. Even the most fastidious producers couldn't find a single flaw. Can they comment now? Do they even deserve to? Without a doubt, Lonely Rock will become the pioneering work of band-themed shows, the most fitting example to describe this era. Countless companies are already considering whether to hasten the formulation of their own band projects, seizing the tailwind of the new era. Meanwhile, some viewers watching the live broadcast were moved to tears by this scene. They don't have as much professional knowledge as those producers. They only know that this live performance encapsulated Xiao Gudo's 5 chapters of growth, and from this moment on the Bond band transformed from a giggling girl group into a real band. This is everyone's dream. Just as Lu Yu timely commented, Lonely Rock tells us what loneliness is through the first 4 chapters. It shows us what rock is in the 5th chapter. I am very grateful that this competition could present such an emotionally touching work. In the F9 conference room, the suited aide watched as the live performance concluded, falling into complete silence. After a long time, he finally broke the silence, his voice hoarse, as he said, "Later, let's play Lonely Rock from the beginning a few more times. Everyone should learn and strive to produce a band-themed show next quarter as well." Manager, what about finding faults? Let's observe. For now, this show is currently gaining popularity, so don't even think about it today. In room 6, Lin Lin didn't care about the remaining small part of the speech and excitedly took off her helmet. Now the first song finally appeared, and the most important thing was undoubtedly to post the complete song of the band on social media, anxious to broadcast what animation. With this in mind, Lin Lin hurriedly rummaged through her things, shoving the sheet music audio and live edits she had prepared the day before into the hands of the staff. Unlike the live performance in the animation, this is the full version lasting 3.5 minutes. While the momentum is high, it must be posted on music platforms quickly to garner the maximum attention. The staff receiving these materials didn't dare to be slack, quickly contacting the background to start uploading. Due to the uniqueness of this show, even before noon, an album named Lonely Rock released its first track, The Guitar Loneliness and the Blue Planet. Soon countless netizens flocked in, instantly flooding the comments section. This series has deeply moved me. The little lonely one, even when afraid, perseveres, possessing many superficial thoughts, but aren't those just the traits of an ordinary person? Having listened to the entire song, focusing solely on the lyrics from the ambient breaths around to the internet and to the world, the protagonist remains alone yet strives to express their voice, mirroring the little lonely one's essence, roaring against the world in defiance. At this moment, the band Nyodai has truly transformed into a group carrying dreams. Influential producers have also recommended Lin Lin songs and live streams greatly praising the lonely rock. Yesterday's rhythm seemed to be shattered by a brief storyline and an almost perfect live performance. On the other hand, with F9's funding cut off, the scattered critics became disorganized, retreating once again. In contrast, the other two series did not share such good fortune. The middle-aged band is fairly conventional. Player number 9 is well aware that he is not skilled in composition. Therefore, he did not struggle much, opting to cover existing songs on stage, focusing solely on stage effects and emotional expression, which yielded good results. The disastrous event was the live performance of The Pain of Youth. F9 is not a particularly strong animation company, and the excessive close-up shots have drawn criticism from viewers. Originally, AI could compensate for drawing deficiencies. However, the problem is that Chu Huan seems to lack proficiency in using AI. Drawing often tends to collapse. Now, the originally drawing-dependent live performance under Chu Huan's handling resulted in a completely disastrous outcome. Aside from the female lead singer, the other male supporting characters' faces basically collapsed into sharp angles. The song was hastily produced by F9 in one day, and its quality was already lacking, further compounded by poor performance effects. After a live performance, not only was there no sense of passion, but only a gray humor could be felt. Oh my, can you stop straining my eyes? How can a producer like you ever change? I'm gonna watch Lonely Rock to cleanse my eyes. By the reversal was complete. The popularity had entirely reversed. Originally mere bystanders who only paid attention to this competition yesterday were also captivated by the Lonely Rock. F9's marketing efforts not only failed to yield results, but instead provided a massive amount of attention to Lonely Rock. This in turn provided terrifying visibility for Lonely Rock. On the tracking software, just 4 episodes of Lonely Rock uploaded have already reached 80 million views, nearing half of Lin Lin's previous life. Moreover, due to the competition's breakout, this livestream has also begun to gain traction on foreign networks. On Southeast Asian video platforms, bootleg clips and translations have already started appearing, and translation teams are working overtime to translate the series of the competition. As the pinnacle of popularity, Lonely Rock has even found local voice actors in Southeast Asia, only waiting for the program to end to negotiate copyright matters with Lin Lin. Lonely Rock has become unstoppable. In the room, Lin Lin, who had comfortably soaked in a bath at noon, was wearing a loose nightgown, resting for a while, before deciding to binge-watch episodes 5 and 6, aiming for a perfect conclusion to the day. Lin Lin clearly understood that the live performance of episode 5 was merely an appetizer. The live performances of episodes 8 and 12 are the true peaks of Lonely Rock. He intends to let the audience in this world know why Lonely Rock is the highest mountain and the longest river among music series. On stage, the 4 young ones gasped and said thank you for your appreciation. They exchanged glances and laughed. Undoubtedly for them, this was a live performance that couldn't be more successful. In the audience, Xinggu touched her nose, mumbling a comment, "Not bad, although I really want to say that." Then she quickly changed her tone and said, "Drummer, your movements are too stiff. The 2 guitarists can't even lift their heads. The bassist is too lost in his own world." However, after listing a bunch of shortcomings, Xinggu reluctantly said, "I do understand what kind of band you are. This critique is quite fair. The biggest strength of this series is its authenticity, extreme authenticity. In that nearly perfect live performance in the morning, if you look closely, you will find many details that align perfectly with Xinggu's critique. For example, both guitarists are looking down. Why? The little lonely one has character flaws, and even if they can perform on stage, they cannot adapt that quickly. As for Ki Duo, she is a beginner. In previous episodes, she discussed with the little lonely one that one must look at the guitar to play well. These all align with their character settings. Furthermore, there were many small details in the previous performances that I don't know if everyone has noticed. For instance, the close-up shots of the water bottle trembling from the music and the way the 2 guitarists play the guitar are entirely different. Ki Duo is a beginner, and thus in this live performance there are many unique ways of exertion that beginners have, clearly indicating player Six's musical prowess. Listening to Xinggu's pointers, Hongxia felt a bit down as her sister hadn't said they passed the assessment yet. "Thank you for your guidance." The others also wore a look of disbelief. After all this effort, is this truly the outcome? Xinggu looked at their expressions, surprised. "What kind of expressions are those?" "This? I already said I know what kind of band you are." Xinggu said impatiently, "You should be happy." The black-haired sound engineer sister smiled and said, "I think what she means is that you all passed." "Didn't I already say it?" "Passed?" Xinggu reluctantly stated. "Huh?" Hongxia couldn't help but say, "Sister, how can you say it like that? Who can understand it like this?" The little lonely one also held her guitar blankly. "So does that mean we succeeded?" Ki Duo happily leaned in. "Go to, we passed." A long relieved sigh. Finally they passed. "We really passed?" Yuki hugged Kodama tightly, bouncing up and down with unrestrained joy. Yes. Truly, truly passed. Of course. Elsewhere, Ryu and Najika stood side by side, watching the two guitarists press close together in celebration. At that moment, Najika asked quietly, "Did you notice it too?" Ryu nodded. Kodama's playing, just that brief passage, was utterly unlike her usual self. Puzzlement flickered in Najika's gaze. Ryu murmured softly, "Was that performance just an illusion?" Yuki added brightly, "Still, Miss Gotoh is truly remarkable." Miss Gotoh, Miss Gotoh. Yuki's voice pierced the air like a shrill alarm. Then, a surreal interlude unfolded. On screen, sweeping footage of massive dams appeared, underscored by jauntily upbeat music. That sequence was astonishingly abstract. That scene broke all composure, cascaded like a waterfall plummeting 3,000 feet. The producer seems to be experimenting with something entirely new. Unfair. Give back the emotion I felt this morning. The scene returned to the starlit stage. Yuki hovered anxiously beside Kodama. "Do you need water, Miss Gotoh?" "I'm sorry. I did something utterly unbecoming. My stomach is churning with acid." Kodama retched. Najika offered gentle reassurance. "It's perfectly all right. No wonder your digestive system reeled in shock. Who could have imagined you'd actually pass?" Ryu boasted with quiet confidence. "I never doubted it for a second. And I've already composed the next song." Yuki gazed up, eyes wide with awe. "Incredible. Senior, you're absolutely extraordinary." For once, Najika didn't counter Ryu. "Once it's over, you may say whatever you like. Let's all take a group photo." "Ah, I should clean up the floor first," Kodama said, stepping forward. "Ryu, I'm already arranging songs for Tokyo Dome." No one but Ryu could pull that off. Kodama must simply have been overwhelmed. Nervousness does that to people. Seated among the audience, Hashimi watched Kodama's back, musing inwardly. Her technique is undeniably superb. Yet she clearly lacks ensemble experience. Moreover, her lack of self-confidence prevented her from delivering her true potential. She's capable of far greater growth. Hashimi stared intently at Kodama, lost in thought. Kodama sensed Hashimi's gaze and instantly paled. What on earth is going on? Why is the shop manager staring at me like that? Meanwhile, Hashimi reflected, she needs confidence. She must understand that someone truly sees and values her. And with that, she rose, hands planted firmly on her hips. You're watching me. Are you angry? Kodama froze motionless, her mind racing through every note she just played. Had she made some terrible mistake? No. It must be her attitude while working. Had she been too cocky just now? Just then, Hashimi offered what she believed to be a warm, approachable smile. I've been watching you. Very closely indeed. Aha. Kodama's grip on the water bucket trembled violently. It's over. I'm completely marked by the shop manager. Yuki called out cheerfully, Miss Gotoh. Come join us for the photo. We're waiting for you. Kodama crumbled into ash. It's over. Elsewhere in the backstage lounge, the sound engineer Pieson sat beside Hashimi and asked curiously, Manager, did you intend all along for them to perform? Hashimi cleared her throat, but remained silent. Pasun pressed gently. Your performance schedule has held an unfilled slot for quite some time. Why torment them so? Caught off guard, Hashimi's cheeks flushed a deep rose. I'm not tormenting them. If they failed to satisfy me, they wouldn't have performed at all. But, Hashimi glanced toward the four girls posing joyfully on stage, conceding with quiet approval. Though their playing remains raw, it possesses moments that genuinely move the heart. As their elder sister, I must hold them to the highest standard, to nurture the band's growth. Pasun covered her mouth, laughing. That sounds suspiciously like sibling fixation. Say another word, and you're fired. Understood. The shop manager is mastering a brand new form of tsundere. Najika, my sister is tsundere. That black-haired elder sister is adorably doting. Another beloved pairing born. Manager, please fire me. Having finished the photos, Najika cheered the band with radiant enthusiasm. All right. Let's keep pushing until the live. Let's elevate the band's artistry together. Truth be told, that flawless live had truly eased Najika's mind. At least now the band would avoid disbandment. Wouldn't it? The four raised their hands in unison, rallying each other with fervent energy. Then Ryu met Kodama's gaze, steady, unwavering, full of trust, and said, Kodama, you'll write the lyrics for our new song. Yais. Yuki encouraged her. How thrilling this is becoming, Miss Gotoh. Yais. Kodama clenched her hands, heart swelling with quiet triumph. No, this isn't the end. The adventure of band ties has only just begun. It's been ages since a series stirred such fiery passion. Even her manner of speech has shifted. I sense. Should things go as expected, they most certainly won't. Just as Kodama basked in quiet elation, Najika suddenly declared, tickets will cost 1500 yen each. Our quota is 25 per person. Kodama froze, deflated like a punctured balloon. The cheerful background music vanished. Then reduced to minimalist line art, she cried out, 5 tickets? 5 tickets. That's settled. Yuki confirmed, ever sociable. 5 tickets. Kodama retreated into a corner, counting silently on her fingers. Dad, Mom, little sister, dog, Dad, Mom, little sister, dog, Dad, Mom, little sister, dog. Oh no, no matter how she counted, she was still 1 ticket short. Yuki clapped delightedly. Look, Miss Goto's so happy she's crying. We will deliver an unforgettable performance. Kodama burst into tears. This really is the end. Calculate Kodama's psychological shadow area. Should we perhaps assess Lin Lin's mental state? Is this even humanly possible? Kodama's face radiates pure joy. Which part of Kodama's expression suggests joy? Exactly. Yuki has redefined happiness. Yuki is greatness incarnate. No further words needed. Episode 5. Complete. In front of the main judging panel, the 3 judges let out a sigh of relief after watching the 5th episode that had taken most of the day to air. It was an exceptionally thrilling episode, Lu Yu remarked. Gong Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, when it comes to this chapter alone, Lonely Rock has brought so much emotion to everyone. Whether it was that cinematic dialogue under the night sky or this live performance that could be deemed as textbook level, Shin Lu laughed and said, "What's even more outrageous is that we've just finished airing the 5th episode, right? At the pace of contestant number 6 airing 2 episodes a day, Lonely Rock will at least be a 12-episode season. This means there will be at least 1 or 2 more live performances, and perhaps this short live show is not the limit of the series, but rather the limit of our imagination. Indeed, this series is so wonderful that I just noticed it has only aired 5 episodes so far. Will little loneliness grow into a bright and cheerful girl like Keto by episode 12? Fortunately, this episode delivered such an outstanding live performance. Otherwise I would have thought this was just a work-for-hire series. Haha, a work-for-hire series is just a fantasy before the corporate worker dies. I truly shed tears listening to their duet, because I was moved by their passionate pursuit of dreams. While netizens were discussing, Lin Lin was not idle. He took a sip of water and put on his helmet again. To ensure the performance's effect, he divided the 5th episode of Lonely Rock into 2 segments for airing today. Therefore, he needed to air the 6th episode to the audience as well. As the screen opened, a massive previously on flashed across. Then a cheerful guitar began to play, bouncing around as it introduced, Gotoh is a slightly shy girl with social anxiety, and she is a lonely girl with a guitar. In the scene, little loneliness hugged her guitar, humming in the park at dusk. The guitar is my friend, but one day, I hope to form a band with others. In short, with this wish, she fortuitously formed a rock band with her cheerful companions. After that, she became very busy every day. Recently, the manager stated no performances without passing the assessment, which left her in a panic. Then, after persistent practice, everyone successfully passed the assessment, feeling immensely happy. However, the celebration should have been for Gotoh, yet a high wall blocked her path, which was the ticket quota, 5 tickets. Yet little loneliness only knows the band members and her family. What should she do? What to do? What to do? In the next moment, little loneliness, hiding in the corner of the park, pushed away the little guitar with resentment. The little guitar is so cute. I suspect the author is dragging things out, but I have no evidence. Wow, the 6th episode begins with a fresh twist. How did little loneliness manage to push away an intangible entity? Is it powered by her soaring resentment? After pushing away the annoying little guitar, little loneliness sat in the corner of the park, pulling out the tickets she needed to sell, her expression troubled. Only 10 days remain until the performance. Time shifted to last night. Little loneliness was hiding in her small room, looking distressed at the 5 tickets on the table, mumbling, "Dad, Mom, little sister, dog. No matter how I calculate, I'm still 1 ticket short. Should I ask Grandma for help? But I can't let her travel 3 hours one way just to see a performance." At this moment, Mom added timely, "Taking Jimmy Hen would be a bit difficult, right?" "Ah." Little loneliness reluctantly said, "Really, can't we do that?" "Woof." Little dog Jimmy Hen echoed with a bark. Little loneliness lowered her head. "Actually, I know it's not suitable to bring a dog." At this time, Dad chimed in again. "Besides, little occult can't enter the performance hall, right? After all, she's only 5 years old." "No way. This is so boring." Little sister Gotoh occult complained. She really wanted to go play. "It's quite scary there," Mom said. At this point, little loneliness was completely broken. She pulled the tickets in her hand, staring blankly at them, suddenly twisting in place. At that moment, Mom said, "How about I ask a friend?" "Need it." "Ah, Mom." Little loneliness felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. If Mom's friend could come, everything could be resolved, right? That's right, it must be that way. However, one sentence from her sister completely extinguished little loneliness' thoughts. After all, sister doesn't have a single friend. Little loneliness crawled over her expression. "Dark, your sister just doesn't say it, but actually has many friends at school." "Eh? You're lying." Her sister clearly didn't believe it. "Even if it's a joke, you can't say such things." Little loneliness' face filled with threats. "You need to be a child who can understand others' inner pain." "Yes, I'm sorry." "What innocent child's words, ha ha ha." Still, the real harm is the most genuine harm in this world. A straightforward child. Sister's domestic violence against her sister on the spot. Loneliness. I originally had a lovely sister, but after that day I became an only child. Mom smiled at her 2 daughters and said, Mill, ask some friends. No, no, no. Little Loneliness hurriedly refused. After all, she had just said she had many friends. If she immediately went back on her word, where would she put her face? I'm absolutely certain. I have many friends at school, right? Just look forward to my performance. The scene shifted and the timeline returned to today. Little Loneliness squatted in the park sighing helplessly. If I had known, I wouldn't have cared about appearances. Now what? I need to find someone to buy 3 tickets. She took out the flyer in her hand, muttering to herself. I tried making a band flyer, originally planning to distribute it near home, but thinking about it with my social anxiety, how could I dare to hand out flyers to people? At that moment, she lost her balance and fell to the ground, causing the flyers to fly everywhere. Little Loneliness looked at the sky, feeling a bit self-pitying. There are too few usable methods. What should I do? I'm seriously injured on the ground. Wow, Little Loneliness, didn't you just distribute them all in an instant? You upstairs are killing me, ha ha ha, you're truly a genius. How did you say such cold words with a mouth at 37 degrees? Just thinking about distributing flyers makes me so scared that I can't even move. At that moment, a message arrived on Little Loneliness' phone. It was good news from the 3 members of the band. Gotoh, I seem to have several friends willing to come, that's great. Liang, they were sold without any reason. Hongxia, how's your ticket selling going? Little Loneliness, are you coming to today's self-practice? We also need to rehearse the new song. The teammates are ramping up the pressure, ha ha ha. These 3 pressure bearers are directly overwhelming Little Loneliness. The current state of MOBA games. Liang's line is the funniest, ha ha ha, she really has a way with women. After all, Liang is so handsome. It's easy for her to sell out tickets, but in contrast. After listening to the conversation of the 3, Xiao Gotoh also broke down and fell to the ground. Everyone seems to be doing well. How should I respond to them? Should I boast that I completed the task easily? Or should I honestly say that I couldn't complete the task? But that would mean. In Xiao Gotoh's imagination, a winged angel named Hongxia smiled and said, those who cannot meet their targets do not deserve to stay in the band. Goodbye, Pochi. Senior, I used my wide and deep connections to find an excellent and sunny guitarist. I can't believe this fallen angel Hongxia, don't say it, really don't. If Xiao Gotoh runs away, Hongxia might actually find a new one. After thinking this, Xiao Gotoh truly regretted it. Why did I have to compete with my mother? Just when Xiao Gotoh was anxiously pacing, a zombie with drunken hair suddenly collapsed in the park, startling her greatly. Xiao Gotoh focused her gaze and realized it was a drunken older sister. Someone has collapsed, Xiao Gotoh said helplessly. What should I do? Should I ask her what happened? No, I should call an ambulance quickly. Then she took out her phone and anxiously made a call, but unfortunately dialed the wrong number. On the other end of the line was a precise time announcement. Water, give me water. The older sister stretched her hand towards her. Okay, I'll go buy some right away. And some hangover medicine. Okay. And miso soup and porridge, the bedding should be freshly aired and very soft. So many requests. Xiao Gotoh couldn't hold it in anymore. Are you here making wishes? I'm not a wishing well. Don't support Xiao Gotoh, looks like she's here for a scam. Is this a trick to get food and drinks? Sisters are going a bit too far, isn't this bullying honest people? Although it was said like this, Xiao Gotoh still went to the convenience store to buy some things for this sister. The drunken sister picked up what Xiao Gotoh had bought and immediately indulged, exclaiming, it goes straight to the liver. I'm saved, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to really buy me miso soup. No need to thank me, Xiao Gotoh said, shrinking back in the corner. Then she heard the older sister sigh. I want to take my head off and wash it thoroughly. I want to take my stomach out and wring out the alcohol. Xiao Gotoh had a blank expression. I think I saved a dangerous person. The real reaction of getting drunk, shocking a lady actually forced a girl to do this after getting drunk to the one upstairs. I won't watch the news tomorrow without you pouring my heart out. Xiao Gotoh couldn't be bothered to watch the person beside her acting crazy, so she stood up and said, well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Just as she took a step forward, she heard the drunken sister say, what's your name? I go to Doku. Hearing the conversation continue, Xiao Gotoh, who originally wanted to leave, obediently sat back down. Oh, your name is quite cute, the older sister exclaimed. Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Gotoh's voice was filled with restraint. The drunken older sister continued to talk to herself. One should drink in moderation, yet as soon as I say this, I drink again. This is called fighting poison with poison. After saying this, she took another sip of beer, exclaiming, it feels great. Then she pulled out a lot of beers from her pocket and filled a glass for herself. You understand the concept of fighting poison with poison. This is a real Big Brother liver high-level match. Xiao Gotoh felt like she had encountered a bad person. She wanted to run several times but ended up just sitting there muttering to herself. What should I do? Can I leave now? If I had known, I wouldn't have saved her. She's just a drunken fool. Just then the drunken older sister extended a beer to her. By the way, do you want a drink? Though it's cheap stuff. Ah well. The older sister looked closely and then asked, oh, are you still underage? Seeing Xiao Gudo a bit scared and silent, she kept asking, are you listening? Why are you not speaking? Xiao Doku, your body is so cold, haha, like concrete. The scene switched again. The audience suddenly realized. This sister wasn't talking to Xiao Gudo. She simply mistook her for the Buddha statue beside her while drinking. Xiao Gudo was quietly preparing to escape. She must be a dangerous person. I should leave quickly. Although I don't know if she's serious or joking. But I'll just run away in 3 seconds. The drunken older sister was still talking to the Buddha statue. What should I do? You should drink some alcohol to warm yourself up. You give Luda some stone. This is a high-level match. I'm leaving first. Just as Xiao Gudo wanted to run, she tripped over her left foot with her right foot and almost fell on the road. Fortunately, the drunken older sister's alcohol seemed to have sobered up a bit, and she grabbed her guitar bag behind her, preventing Xiao Gudo from falling. Ah, guitar. Do you play the guitar? The drunken older sister asked curiously, then said to herself, I formed a band with someone, but it's an independent band. Ah, this person actually plays an instrument. Xiao Gudo was panicking, so scary. This is my first time talking to someone from an adult band. I can't quite explain why, but I feel like I'm going to be scolded. In the scene, Xiao Gudo imagined the drunken older sister's next remarks. Today's youth really look down on rock music. Before she gets angry, I should run away quickly. The drunken older sister tilted her head, looking at Xiao Gudo. Xiao Doku, what's wrong? Xiao Gudo turned around and lied. No, I only played the guitar for a day after buying it, and gave up. I was just preparing to sell it at the pawn shop. Ah! Xiao Gudo stammered. I want to give the guitar to someone more worthy of it, so she can spread her wings and fly into the vast sky. I'm sorry, I can't play well at all. I'm sorry, how much can I sell it for? I get to eat barbecue today. Xiao Gudo's artistic vision instantly collapsed, and she raised her hands and ran off into the distance. Nonsense. This part from Xiao Gudo seems to be the most she has spoken since her 6th sentence. It seems to be true, as she usually speaks more from her heart. Let's go eat barbecue tonight. Wait a minute. Just then the drunken older sister grabbed Xiao Gudo with a face full of indescribable regret. Giving up after just a day is too much of a pity, isn't it? Xiao Gudo was taken aback. You can sell it anytime, just hold on a bit longer, and maybe you'll be worthy of this guitar. It seems this person is more serious than I imagined. Xiao Gudo felt her first impression was mistaken. Then she heard the flirtatious elder sister say, by the way, do you need me to teach you step by step? No, I'm sorry, Xiao Gudo apologized. I was just kidding you earlier. You don't even need to draft when you lie. The flirtatious elder sister complained. Then the two sat back down. The elder sister embraced Xiao Gudo's guitar, expressing her feelings. What a lovely guitar. You must cherish it a lot, right? Yes, thank you. The elder sister took a sip of alcohol and continued. I play the bass, and for me alcohol and the bass are more important than my life. So I carry it with me every day. Xiao Gudo looked around but didn't see the bass. Then she weakly asked, where is the bass then? The elder sister, while drinking, tilted her head adorably and said, I left it at the izakaya. Forget it, let's go get it, Xiao Gudo. Saying that, she dragged Xiao Gudo towards the izakaya. In the scene, Xiao Gudo floated in midair, lamenting, what a fleeting life. Xiao Gudo always asks such awkward questions at critical moments, suddenly recalling a poem called The Child to Exchange for Fine Wine. Haha, this scene is so funny, first saying it's more important than life, and then the bass gets lost, haha. Meanwhile, others were practicing new songs in the rehearsal room. At this moment, Hongxia asked, hey, has Xiao Gudo replied to the message? Liang took out his phone and said, still read but no reply. Did the message we sent earlier upset her? Shida said, it shouldn't be the case, right? Today is a day for self-practice. She might just be busy. Is that so? Hongxia looked down at the messages on her phone, feeling a bit worried. But what if we pushed her too hard? Liang wiped away tears. I can understand her feelings. I can't remember how many times I felt pressured myself. You really have the nerve to say that. Hongxia said helplessly, seriously, is she okay? Oh, Angel. Hongxia actually considered that Xiao Gudo might not be good at socializing the angelic cat eyes of the great angel. I feel like Hongxia is gradually being deified. It's terrifying. The scene shifted and Xiao Gudo and the elder sister had arrived by the riverbank at dusk. The elder sister proudly held her bass, boasting, Tada, my personal bass. Super ultimate special edition of Shototo. Xiao Gudo's face darkened. This situation is too bizarre. I feel so uncomfortable. Isn't it cool? The elder sister asked. Yes, it's very cool, Xiao Gudo replied. The elder sister patted her bass and bragged. During the performance yesterday, it really shone too. Thus, during the celebration party, I drank too much, and when I opened my eyes, it was already bright outside and I found myself in a completely strange place. How much did you drink? Xiao Gudo was in shock. Let me think. The elder sister reminisced. The celebration started at 10 p.m. I was a bit out of it, but I thought drinking until the next day was fine. Saying this, the elder sister took another sip of her drink. Xiao Gotoh said, "You really like drinking, huh?" "Yeah, because when I drink I can forget everything, so I can't help myself." "Everything?" Xiao Gotoh was taken aback. The elder sister gave an example. For instance, worrying about the future, about pension issues, the decreasing rural population poverty, the wealth gap, and so on. "I call it a happy spiral. You can learn from me." Wow, a big sister who cares about the country, and its people checking a little blood in the deceased's alcohol, very sober, even 9/10 sober. Ah, that's enough for me. What a sad happiness, Xiao Gotoh sighed inwardly. Looking at Xiao Gotoh, the elder sister said, "It seems you still can't understand it now, but it's okay. When you grow up you will understand. You look like someone who will end up liking alcohol." "Yes, it's definitely not wrong, I can tell from your face." "No, even if I grow up, I absolutely don't want to understand." Hearing her words, Xiao Gotoh thought helplessly, what would I be like if I were addicted to alcohol? Xiao Gotoh fell into a world of fantasy. Years later, the Gotoh house was filled with garbage. Xiao Gotoh curled up in her blanket and opened a can of beer. "Mom has finally stopped calling me to find a job recently. She must be too busy taking care of my child to bother with me, right? After all, Xiao O has already become a mother." In the dim room she kept scrolling through her phone. "I know it's not good to go on like this, but I no longer have the motivation to strive." At that moment, a photo of the Nyodai band suddenly fell from the wall. Xiao Gotoh looked at the group photo of the band with tears in her eyes. "When I was in high school, I even formed a band. I miss those times. No matter what, I was still quite brilliant back then." A few drops of tears fell onto the photo. "I wonder how everyone is doing now. Even if we meet, I wouldn't know what to say. Don't let this happen. Why did it suddenly make me feel a bit uncomfortable? If I hadn't met Hongxia, this might have been Xiao Gotoh's real-life experience, right? What an astonishing imagination." Xiao Gotoh fantasized about that absolutely unwelcome future, letting out a sharp burst of despair. No." The elder sister, watching the startled Xiao Gotoh, smiled so much it hurt. "Are you the kind of person who is not very serious?" Yes, I'm sorry. I just lost my composure." Xiao Gotoh quickly apologized. "I just don't dislike it like that." The elder sister waved her hand and continued to ask, "So what were you doing just now?" "Ah, me." Xiao Gotoh pulled out her ticket and quickly explained her ticket-selling predicament to the elder sister. After hearing this, the elder sister wiped her tears. "I see you are such a tragic girl. I feel very sympathetic towards me." Xiao Gotoh immediately found the elder sister much more agreeable. "Selling tickets must be tough, right? I suffered a lot at first too." "Yes, it is like that." "Great." The elder sister stood up encouragingly, saying, "You are my savior, so I will help you." Then she began to take off her clothes. What kind of development is this? Is Xiao Gotoh going to? No, contestant number 6, don't go into the sea. Upstairs, did you say something wrong? Contestant number 6 is the kind of talent that goes into the sea. I can't even imagine how many good-looking hentai he could film. Well, what you said seems to make sense. Contestant number 6, you must go into the sea. All right, let's get ready," the older sister said as she began removing her clothes. "We're about to perform an open-air show right here." Xiao Gotoh was initially terrified, fearing some inappropriate turn. But upon hearing those words, her anxiety only deepened. How could you repay kindness with betrayal? When the audience realized no such dramatic escalation would unfold, their disappointment was palpable. What on earth was I even expecting? An open-air performance? Xiao Gotoh exclaimed in shock. Exactly, and we even have flyers. What better way to draw passers-by and sell tickets than a spontaneous street performance? That's truly the perfect plan. No, but... The older sister cut off Xiao Gotoh's hesitation and added, "As it happens, there's even a temple fair nearby today. Ideal for an open-air show." She reached down and patted her bass guitar, then suddenly paused. "Wait, we don't even have speakers or any other equipment needed for an outdoor performance. What a shame. Let's postpone it then." Xiao Gotoh seized the opening to retreat. But before she could utter another word, the older sister had already pulled out her cracked smartphone and dialed, "Hello? Yes, it's me. I'm still alive. I'm staging an open-air performance right now. Could you bring over the gear?" Xiao Gotoh stared, utterly dumbfounded. How, what do we do? She's already taken care of everything. At this point, there was no turning back. Even if she dreaded it, she'd have to go on stage. Before long, the open-air performance equipment arrived, carried in by eager helpers. The older sister raised her stack of flyers and called out cheerfully, "Everyone gather round. We're about to perform. It's completely free. Come watch if you've got a moment." Behind her, Xiao Gotoh let out a pitiful groan. "Hey, everyone of Kanazawa Yatsui. Come take a look. We're performing live right now." Xiao Gotoh dashed straight into the crowd and under the bewildered stares of strangers clapped enthusiastically. "Oh, how exciting." The older sister tugged her forward. "No, you'll be performing too." Xiao Gotoh finally confessed, voice trembling. "Actually, I've never played guitar in public before." "What?" The older sister looked genuinely startled. "You've never performed publicly?" Xiao Gotoh lowered her head, silent. After all, She suffered from severe social anxiety. How could someone like her ever dare step onto a stage? Then the older sister gently reassured her. It's all right. If you're truly that afraid, why not just close your eyes while playing? Just kidding. But Xiao Gudu took it seriously. Ah, if that's the case, maybe I could do it. After all, I've always practiced in the pitch-black confines of my closet where I can't even see my own fingers. Yes, that should work fine. The older sister continued. But let me remind you, you're not fighting the people standing before you. Don't mistake your enemy. Enemy? Xiao Gudu froze. What do you mean, enemy? On the main review panel, Shin Lin nodded approvingly. It seems our protagonist Xiao Gudu has met a remarkable senior. A mentor who will help her advance further along her musical path. Indeed, the elder woman's words held profound truth, not only in music but also in the field of production. Though a producer's ultimate goal is to craft superior anime series that resonate with wider audiences, our true adversary is never the viewers themselves. It is the myriad hardships and obstacles inherent in the creative process. Grasping this truth empowers one to march forward unflinchingly in the realm of creation. I believe this is precisely the message contestant No. 6 wishes to convey, through the voice of this wise senior. The scene shifted once more. Back to the practice room. Kita asked, would you like to know how Goddessin spends her days at school? Najika, cradling her phone, nodded eagerly. Yes, I can imagine, but... Rio interjected for Najika. Was she really that lonely? Don't ask so bluntly. Kita stroked her chin, lost in thought. Well, since we're not in the same class, I'm not entirely sure how she interacts with classmates. But I've never once seen her with anyone else. Ah! Kita suddenly waved her hands emphatically. But she's definitely not being bullied. That's a relief, Najika replied softly. Goddessin's introversion is part of it. Everyone finds her difficult to approach, or simply doesn't know how to connect with her. I see, Najika murmured, nodding. Rio added. Yet Bocchi is so delightfully interesting. Absolutely. Unbeknownst to them, the very girl they described as socially anxious, Xiao Gudu, was at that very moment preparing to take the stage alongside her eccentric senior for an open-air performance. All right, we're about to begin. We'll be performing an original song by our band, the Bond Band. Let's give them a round of applause. And with that, the older sister began clapping vigorously, entirely on her own. A small crowd had already gathered along the sidewalk, curious and expectant, eager to see what kind of performance these two would deliver. Once the warm-up ended, the older sister turned to Xiao Gudu beside her and asked, are you ready? Time to start playing. Why wise? Xiao Gudu clutched her guitar tightly, nerves fluttering. This sister is both effortlessly cool and endlessly charming. Could she possibly be a master sent by the shop manager? Isn't that how it always goes in TV dramas? No. Please, that theory is wildly implausible. The scene shifted again. Back in the practice room, Kita continued introducing Xiao Gudu. She's perfectly fine practicing guitar with me. But if I invite her to join me and my friends for dinner, she always declines. You won't find her in her classroom either. Meanwhile, at the open-air venue, Xiao Gudu listened intently to the older sister's bass lines, her heart swelling with quiet admiration. Even in improvisation, her playing carries no trace of uncertainty. Only unwavering confidence, steady and supportive enough to carry my own performance. And just from the sound alone, it's clear she's playing with pure joy. What about me? Xiao Gudu clenched her teeth, overwhelmed by self-doubt. Terrified of being mocked, I can't even lift my head. At that moment, a young girl in the audience shouted encouragingly, "You've got this?" Xiao Gudu blinked in surprise. A nearby girl turned to the speaker. "Hey, don't interrupt someone mid-performance." The girl blushed slightly. "I just noticed the guitarist looked so nervous. I reacted without thinking." Without thinking, huh? The girl sighed. What a gentle stranger. 2 new top-tier supporters have appeared. Uho. Do these 2 background girls have better animation quality than Xiao Gudu? Listening to their exchange, Xiao Gudu found her thoughts drifting toward her bandmates. Back in the practice room, Najika voiced her concern. Is Xiao Gudu going to be alright? At last, Xiao Gudu lifted her head. Facing the entire audience, her gaze radiant with newfound brilliance. Yes, I understand now. From the very beginning, I had no enemy. My enemy has always been myself. In that instant, Xiao Gudu released her fear and began to play the guitar openly, unreservedly. Her masterful guitar technique even astonished the older sister beside her. So this child can play this well. Her performance has instantly stabilized. And she opened her eyes. So this was what Xiao Gudu was truly capable of. How intriguing. That's right, Xiao Gudu. Every person here stopped because they wanted to hear you play. When the piece ended, the atmosphere had transformed utterly. From initial silence to thunderous, spontaneous applause from the crowd. The older sister watched her with a warm smile. To identify and overcome your weakness in such a short time. That's impressive. She'll rise far. I trust my instincts. Xiao Gudu bowed deeply, then raised her head to meet the eyes of the spectators lining the street. Everyone is smiling. If I keep performing, will I see more faces like this? She thought of her bandmates in the Bond band. She recalled the electrifying energy of Alexander Band's live performance on her first day working at the shop. If only I too could witness moments like that. Xiao Gotoh. Everyone before you is here because they long to hear your music. That's exactly why having a guiding mentor matters so much. Without this older sister who knows how long Xiao Gotoh might have remained unaware. I'm deeply moved. Xiao Gotoh has truly evolved into someone who enjoys performing. The older sister gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Gotoh. You played wonderfully. Teich, thank you. Teich, that's amazing. Xiao Gotoh thought to herself, relieved. Phew. I managed to keep my one-eyed trick hidden. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Sorry. I simply can't fix all my flaws overnight. Haha. Give my tears back. Contestant no. 6 truly masters emotional pacing. Just when I was touched, she flipped it into laughter. I laughed and cried at once. My mother thought I'd lost my mind. I can't hold it in anymore. Just then a flyer fluttered down and landed at the feet of the 2 girls who'd spoken earlier. The girl picked it up and approached Xiao Gotoh. Excuse me. Yes. Xiao Gotoh jumped slightly. The girl held up the poster. May we buy tickets for this performance? We'd like 2, please. The other girl raised 2 fingers. From behind, the older sister leaned in, beaming. Wonderful, Xiao Gotoh. Oh. Stunned into silence by emotion. Xiao Gotoh collapsed onto the ground, overcome with joy. The girl asked, one ticket is 15002 or 3000, correct? Yes, exactly. Xiao Gotoh scrambled upright, hesitantly asking, So, you really want to buy my tickets? Xiao Gotoh, you're awfully talkative. Then another girl chimed in. This is my first open-air performance. And your act was absolutely brilliant. Please keep giving your best at the next one. Yes, I'll do my very best. Xiao Gotoh felt profoundly moved. Then the girl opened her wallet and purchased 2 tickets on the spot. Will you be playing today's song again? Yes, we certainly will. Then we'll look forward to your next performance. Watching the scene unfold, the older sister sighed wistfully. I too once experienced such radiant moments. Sniff. Looks like I'll be drinking alone tonight. Little Loneliness saw the older sister crying and hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying? Sorry, I'm about to enter a happiness spiral. The older sister took out a beer and began to drink heartily. Countless reasons to drink unique to a drunkard. How much alcohol is she carrying with her to drink so much? This isn't alcohol poisoning, it's truly a miracle. This must be bad for your health. Little Loneliness had a dark expression. Just then the police finally arrived. Sorry, please do not perform here. Police. Little Loneliness was instantly startled. Am I going to be taken away for education? The older sister waved her hand. No. However, since we've been lectured by the police today, let's call it a day. In the night, Little Loneliness finally remembered, oh right, I was so happy that I forgot. There's still 1 ticket unsold. No, but I've sold 4 tickets already. That's quite good for the first time. Just then the older sister gently said, sell the last ticket to me. Little Loneliness stared at her in surprise. So with this, the ticket quota is fulfilled, right? Is that okay? Little Loneliness asked in astonishment. Of course. The older sister smiled and said, I usually perform in Shinjuku, and it's not far from here. Besides, I know this exhibition hall. Little Loneliness hurriedly bowed, saying, thank you so much. I hope your performance is worth 5 boxes of beer money. The older sister took out 1,500 yuan from her pocket and placed it in Little Loneliness' hand. After saying this, seeing that the night was deep, the older sister started waving goodbye to Little Loneliness. Let's perform together another day. Bye by Little Loneliness. Little Loneliness watched the older sister leave, sighing, what a magical person. The band members truly are. So cool. Halfway down the street, the older sister ran back, looking at Little Loneliness with a pleading expression. Sorry, I ran out of money after buying the ticket. Can you lend me some fare? I'll pay you back when I come to see your performance. Little Loneliness expressionlessly took out the money, thinking the scenario seems a bit familiar. Meanwhile, in the exhibition hall, Liang sneezed and cried. The band members are really short on money. History is always astonishingly similar. The wave god once again showcased a glimpse of her strength. Are bassists all like this? Haha. Oh no, I was just really touched, and now I can't hold it anymore. It seems I've said something like this before. Never mind. Give me back my feelings. Little Loneliness looked at the dazzling fireworks and messaged Hongxia. I'm really sorry for not practicing today. Also, all my tickets have been sold out. Send. In a secluded little park, Little Loneliness looked at her phone and revealed a smile. I hope the performance will be successful. On the other side, the 3 members of the Bond band looked at the message, exchanging glances. Kita read the message aloud. Also, all my tickets have been sold out. Little Loneliness said this. Hongxia looked doubtful. Little Loneliness is definitely lying. Yang agreed. Kita felt a bit embarrassed. Maybe our message really stimulated her. So pitiful. When she comes to practice tomorrow, let's show her some care. Okay. We have a Bond band with no trust. Episode 6 complete. With the conclusion of episode 6, Lin Lin also sighed in relief, removing his helmet. The barrage ended for today and everyone understood each other. True fans of this series began to chat aimlessly. Today's episode is over, everyone go wash up and sleep. It feels like there was so much content today. I can't forget it all at once. Indeed, the quality of this series is always so stable, mixing humor with emotion. We even found a series in the emoji pack. I discovered the show has so many emoji. Little Loneliness completed the most important growth in her music career and even in life, and I think this is what Lonely Rock is. I've noticed that every time Little Loneliness goes out with her guitar, she encounters good things. And I'm looking forward to the upcoming plot. After Pochi returned home, she finally realized that she didn't know the name of the bassist she borrowed money from. Amen. Pochi won't be able to get that money back, right? By the way, has Liang paid back the money? Based on what I know about Liang, likely not. Haha, this series has really become popular. I heard the heat in Southeast Asia is even more exaggerated than here. It has become a national animation. It's normal, after all, the cultural circle has a radiation zone. In recent years, whatever becomes popular here, people in Southeast Asia rush to move it over, not to mention such a good-looking series. There's still an hour and a half until Uncle Big Nose starts streaming. Those old guests are talking about some obscure topics I can't understand. Indeed, I'm also waiting for Uncle Big Nose to start streaming, wanting to see how he praises this series. I really want his big nose to rub against me. Haha, bro, you're so perverted. At quitting time, Lin Lin was lying on the sofa, resting his eyes. To be honest, even though he was just copying the series from his past life, it was still quite exhausting. He felt like he was about to burn out after these few days. Just when he wanted to take a good rest, a knock on the door suddenly came. He was taken aback, then sat up from the sofa and jogged to open the door. He was instantly shocked. The person who came was none other than the main judge of this competition, Shin Lu. At this moment, Shin Lu was wearing a warm smile, greeting him. "Oh, are you resting, little friend?" Shin Lu is a legendary figure in the animation world, also the chairman of a top animation studio with a significant position in the industry. His previous goal was to enter a major animation studio as a senior executive. Lin Lin was astounded. "Teacher Shin, what brings you here? Please come in." Shin Lu waved his hand, holding a document. "No need to sit down. I feel bad interrupting your rest." "Not at all," Lin Lin said humbly. "You young man." Shin Lu chuckled, then handed the document to him. "I read your series. It's written remarkably well. You're talented. By the way, I heard you just graduated with a master's degree. Have you decided which company to go to?" "Not yet, Teacher Shin. I'm just thinking of using this competition to settle down a bit." Lin Lin took the document with both hands and curiously asked Teacher Shin, "What is this?" "Tomorrow's interview questions." Teacher Shin said with a smile. The popularity of this competition exceeded expectations. CCTV is preparing to conduct a brief interview with each contestant. These are the questions for the interview. Prepare your answers in advance so nothing goes wrong. "Thank you, Teacher Shin." Lin Lin quickly bowed in gratitude. Shin Lu helped him up. "Oh, don't mention it. I'm not just targeting you. All contestants received these documents from us three old folks personally." After saying this, Shin Lu prepared to leave. Just before he left, he seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Lin Lin, "By the way, kid, I forgot to tell you. When it comes to job hunting, you need to think carefully. Not all companies have development prospects, some companies offer poor benefits, and some have significant interests that aren't suitable for young people. Tisk, you should think carefully. There might be companies that can offer you a mid-level management position right upon hiring." "Huh? What does that mean? I haven't even considered job hunting yet." Shin Lu clicked his tongue, then said to the still somewhat dazed Lin Lin, "All right, I won't keep you. I have a pile of documents to send out. You rest well." Lin Lin quickly thanked him and then closed the door. Back in the room, Lin Lin pondered for a while, carefully thinking about Shin Lu's words, and finally grasped their meaning. "Oh no, this old guy isn't trying to poach me, is he?" Lin Lin suddenly realized this issue. After all, the success of Lonely Rock is quite well known not just globally but also nationally. And having created such a work, he naturally became a hot commodity for various companies. Especially since Lin Lin is only 25 this year and has no corporate tags. In the eyes of major companies, he is merely a promising potential stock. For talents, any company would not hesitate to dig them up. And Shin Lu, with this mindset, used the power of the main judge to subtly communicate and scout the contestants he had his eye on by sending documents. Lu Yu had just knocked on Chu Huan's door when he heard an impatient voice from inside. "Who is it? Didn't I tell you not to knock if there's nothing going on?" As soon as Chu Huan opened the door, she saw Lu Ye's face, and her impatient tone immediately softened into a gentle and warm voice. "Oh, it's Teacher Lu. Welcome, welcome." Lu Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, asking with interest, "Are you very busy tonight?" "Oh, not busy at all," Chu Huan replied, feeling a bit awkward. She never expected that her rude words would reach Lu Ye's ears. Lu Yu was currently one of the top producers in the country, a supermaster whom they couldn't invite even if they sold F9. In other words, he was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Although Chu Huan was known for her arrogance in F9, she maintained a humble demeanor in front of a true big shot. Seeing her shift from arrogance to humility, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, let's get down to business." Tomorrow the television station will conduct interviews with the contestants. Oh, here are the interview questions. Thank you, Teacher Liu. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? No, thank you. Liu shook his head. Everyone's been working hard for the competition. You should rest properly in your room. Okay, got it, Teacher Liu. Chu Huan gave an awkward smile. Remember to behave yourself, got it? Liu said pointedly. Upon hearing this, Chu Huan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Oh no, did the production team find out about her cheating in the live performance? No, the production team wouldn't know. If they did, even with her F9 background, she would definitely be eliminated. After all, she wasn't the only one with connections in this competition, and the production team wouldn't offend other sponsors for her sake. So this matter should only be known to Liu at the moment. The more Chu Huan thought about it, the more complicated it became. The flattery in her eyes vanished, replaced by, yes, I understand. Seeing her understanding demeanor, Liu patted her shoulder with a half smile. Young people, don't be too greedy for fame. Some things belong to you and you can take them. What doesn't belong to you, you can't take. Understand? Yes, I understand, Chu Huan said, scared and sweating profusely. Humph. Liu hummed a little tune as he left room 2. Once he closed the door, his expression turned cold again as he sighed heavily. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. After obtaining this black material, Liu's initial plan was merely to find an opportunity to squeeze F9 for a large sum and exchange some resources. However, the plot of Lonely Rock Episode 5 moved him. Tomorrow's television interview and the personal visit by the main judge were also his suggestions. He wanted to give Lonely Rock greater exposure and hoped that the truly outstanding contestants in this competition could have more opportunities. Just like the base lady in Episode 6 of Lonely Rock. In the realm of creation, despite the fierce competition, everyone's only enemy has always been their own inner self. Perhaps after many years in the industry, having once created the highest-grossing animated film in the country, he now seemed to have gradually lost his original intention. When did this happen? Liu stared at the white fluorescent light on the ceiling, lost in thought. Finally, he let out a wry smile and sighed heavily. With such excellent works appearing in this competition, how could I let it be tarnished for the sake of profit? Chu girl, for F9 Asake, I will let you off this time. But if I find out again that you're not being honest, don't blame me. Occasionally, I will also think about justice. Lonely Rock has struck at the heart of the industry. In room 6, Lin Lin picked up the interview documents given by Xin Lu and began to prepare for the night. It was evident that this interview was very rushed, with not many in-depth questions prepared, most limited to topics like creative inspiration and goals. Therefore, preparing some superficial remarks was quite easy. Under the night sky, Lin Lin began to contemplate how to answer these interview questions. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Uncle Big Nose opened the live stream on time. As soon as the audience opened the stream, they saw Uncle Big Nose's standard big nose face radiating a carefree smile. Oh, what good thing happened? Why are you so happy as soon as the broadcast starts? Maybe little fish rewarded Uncle this afternoon. Uncle, the winner of life, has already built a strong barrier with his homebuddy fans. When will Uncle Big Nose go to film a Don't Laugh challenge? Seeing the comments joking about him, Uncle Big Nose couldn't hold back and quickly explained. What are you talking about? Don't spread rumors, I just enjoyed watching some fan creations today. Alright, enough about that, let's watch this season's true reigning champion, Lonely Rock. Don't watch it anymore, I've watched it 3 times today and am almost sick of it. Little Lonely throw up on me. Unbelievable. Soon Uncle Big Nose led the viewers in the live room to recall Episode 5 of Lonely Rock. The most noteworthy aspect of Episode 5 of Lonely Rock was actually the night chat between Little Lonely and Hongxia, as well as that live performance plot. Quickly, the plot progressed to the night chat segment. After reviewing this segment, Uncle Big Nose couldn't help but show an expression of deep reminiscence and exclaimed, "Sometimes I really feel that the excellence of this production has reached a philosophical level. I don't know if you all noticed the clips on the video site today. Everyone's clips basically use segments from this plot as covers purely because the character expressions in this segment are exceptionally rich." Uncle Big Nose casually pulled up a few segments to play in the live room, saying, "Look at this small segment, the lighting and detail of each shot, the sense of dynamism, I don't even know how to describe it. After watching so many anime series, it's rare for me to use such rhetoric to describe one. It's just purely beautiful. You can understand that, right? Indeed, the Hongxia in this segment is too much of a girl. If I had to say, it feels like the two of them broke through the dimensional wall and came right before me, but when you take a closer look you realize it's just 2D animation, leaving you stunned and speechless. Moreover, aside from the animation quality, this series also excels in its storyline." Uncle Big Nose continued to boast, "I don't know if everyone has noticed, but this series has done a great job in terms of plot continuity and emotional intensity without any outrageous performances. Everyone knows that personally I don't really enjoy watching such all-girl light comedies, but you see this series so far hasn't been frivolous with casual hugs. The characters' actions are quite restrained. Indeed, even I, who am not fond of girl-centric anime, am utterly fascinated by this series. It truly has a magical quality. Lonely Rock is like a sea of flowers, but the producer is telling you it's not enough. I want to add even more flowers to the sea, which is really impressive. The emotional manipulation towards the audience has also been done remarkably well. several times it really tugged at my heartstrings, and then seeing the warm scenes made me want to cry only to be immediately amused by the following punchline. It's truly incredible. The night chat plot passed leading directly to the climax of the entire 5th episode, the live performance segment. This segment has an interesting point, which is Hita's vocal tone. Uncle Big Nose said, covering his face with a laugh. At that moment my first reaction was, how did the producer adjust Hita's singing tone like this? It felt like lip-syncing, haha. It wasn't breaking the immersion. It just left me a little dazed at that time, haha. Why did you directly use the original track? Oh no, it seems that Liang's suggestion about Hita might really be considered. The case is solved, it's all Liang's scheme. Many people indeed sound very different when singing compared to when they're speaking. Then Uncle Big Nose, wearing a cute bear pajama, took everyone to watch episode 6. Episode 6 tells the story of little Lonely encountering her senior Hiroshi. Although the quality is slightly inferior to episode 5 compared to other series, it's still a significant improvement. After finishing the episode, Uncle Big Nose sighed. Now little Lonely can play guitar in front of everyone. She's already better than many people, at least better than me. This episode serves as a transition after a climax. Specifically, there's not much growth, but it provided me with a lot of material. Material? Does Uncle Big Nose want to make a mad for this series? This series has given me a lot of emotions. Recently, I plan to do a stream to create material for you all. What direction should I take? Often creating distortion-themed works. This time, let's do a serious mad. MAD, or music anime doujin, refers to derivative works of anime that depict one's own story through editing and distorting the original anime, a feast that every anime enthusiast must experience. And Lonely Rock provides a substantial amount of material for such creations. Uncle Big Nose himself has seen a lot of high-quality material online. This made him even more eager. Uncle is going to make a mad. Yay! Uncle originally came from live performances, so the quality is bound to be explosive. The viewers in the live room were also quite excited. Originally, the audience gathered in Uncle Big Nose's live room consisted of hardcore anime enthusiasts. It was due to Uncle Big Nose's technical skills and passion that he earned recognition from the Homebuddy fans. Because this competition anime, Uncle Big Nose, who rarely makes MADs, couldn't help but come out of retirement, which greatly moved the fans. Alright, let's leave Lonely Rock here for now and talk about middle-aged bands, which is also of decent quality. Amid the laughter surrounding Lonely Rock online, a night passed. The next morning, Lin Lin, dressed in formal attire, prepared by the production team, waited somewhat awkwardly in her room. Today was the day the production team came for interviews. Because today featured a special interview segment, host Bai Ning did not appear at the main studio desk, but instead conducted the broadcast from within a hotel room, smiling warmly into the camera. We are now live at the competition venue where contestants are gathered. In order of viewership share, beginning with those exceeding 1%, we will interview each participant to explore their creative motivations and artistic insights. Let's go! The televised interviews followed ascending viewership rankings, meaning Lin Lin, the highest-rated contestant, was scheduled last. This scheduling reflected the production team's subtle strategy. After all, much of the audience had tuned in specifically for Lonely Rock, eager to meet the enigmatic creator behind this extraordinary anime, and hear what he might reveal on camera. Thus, placing him last was no accident. It was deliberate craftsmanship. Soon the crew arrived at the first contestant's room. Hello. Please introduce yourself. Hello, everyone, I am. The questions posed by the production team were unremarkable. Most contestants responded with predictable, measured answers. Indeed, all questions had been distributed in advance. Facing a national-level competition, participants remained reserved, hesitant to express individuality too boldly. Before long, brief interviews with the earlier contestants concluded, and the crew moved on to the third-place finalist, contestant No. 9. Only now did viewers begin to stir with genuine interest. After all, among all entries in this contest, only 3 anime truly mattered. The rest were mere filler. Lonely Rock, The Ache of Youth, and Middle-Aged Band. While The Ache of Youth drew mixed reviews and accusations of artificial rating inflation, the other 2 were widely regarded as masterpieces. Contestant No. 9 was a middle-aged man with a distinguished full beard. Gazing steadily into the lens, he began, my motivation for creating Middle-Aged Band. In truth, it's quite autobiographical. I resemble the protagonist closely. I dropped out of university to launch a startup, built it from nothing into a publicly listed company, and achieved financial freedom. Only then to remember my original dream to create an anime beloved by all. So when I heard about this contest's open call, I hastily enlisted a dozen veteran producers to tutor me, frantically cramming knowledge before rushing here to compete. In that sense, Middle-Aged Band is also a reflection of my own life. I'm deeply grateful to the production team for this theme. It granted me the rare chance to revisit my youth. Finally, I'm profoundly moved that audiences have embraced my work. Even if eliminated, I'll depart utterly fulfilled. As contestant No. 9 spoke, a serene, contented smile softened his features. His sincerity unmistakable. His revelations sparked immediate online banter. Turns out the CEO has a hidden passion. Does the boss need staff? What's the compensation like? Who knew such a titan possessed such poetic soul? Wait, I just checked his company, they specialize in QQ accessories. That comment just elevated the entire interview. Ha ha ha. Next the crew arrived at Chu Huan's door. Chu Huan, usually imperious and sharp-tongued, now spoke in gentle melodic tones. So unexpectedly tender that crew members exchanged bewildered glances, mouths half-open, words unspoken. After all, for 3 days straight she'd berated staff relentlessly. Now seeing her demure, fragile demeanor, their expressions tightened. Strained, incredulous, almost comical. Oh dear. My creative inspiration. It's loosely based on a childhood friend from junior high. Me. TSK. Big brother, you're teasing. Would I ever be that kind of girl? Amid the crew's awkward silence, Chu Huan's interview ended swiftly. Then came the moment viewers had eagerly awaited, Lin Lin's interview. As the door opened, a strikingly handsome young man stepped into frame. Calm, poised, luminous under the lights. Oh, what a dashing young man. Oh, what a dazzling heartthrob. My thoughts are already wandering. Hey, what exactly are you imagining? With a warm smile, host Bining extended the microphone. First, please introduce yourself to our audience. Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Lin, contestant No. 6. I'm 25 and recently graduated from Capital University's Animation Institute, specializing in animation production. Wow. So Lin Lin is not only gifted but academically exceptional. No wonder his animation captivates so deeply. Indeed, today marks day 4 of the preliminary round. Do you know how Lonely Rock has performed over the first 3 days? I've heard a bit, Lin Lin replied modestly. It seems netizens have shown strong support. Exactly? Lonely Rock currently commands nearly 70% of the show's total viewership. What do you make of such extraordinary numbers? I'm deeply grateful for your support of me and of Lonely Rock. It thrills me beyond words that you cherish my work. I promise to keep crafting outstanding animations for you. Oh, one more question, contestant No. 6. What are your personal interests? Watching anime and studying the techniques of masters who came before me. Anything else? Lin Lin shook his head. Occasionally reading novels, but otherwise nothing more. I vouch for this. I'm Lin Lin's classmate. He studies non-stop, watches anime obsessively. Truly inhuman diligence. The ultimate grind set. Why strive so hard when you're already this handsome? I'd marry a wealthy benefactor on the spot. He's an idealist. You shouldn't slander him. Never tasted a rich patron's indulgence. Trust me. You'd never forget the first bite. Tell us more. I've got a curious cousin. Is that cousin actually you? What inspired Lonely Rock? Truthfully, Lonely Rock wasn't conceived solely for this contest. Lin Lin returned inside and displayed his personal notebook. My temperament resembles that of little solitude. I often dwell deep within my inner world, which has yielded countless ideas over the years. The core concept for Lonely Rock emerged during a university assembly when I watched several female classmates perform on stage. An instant spark ignited the foundation of this series. I'm delighted this contest offered the perfect opportunity to bring Lonely Rock to life, and even more thrilled that audiences have embraced it. Bining widened her eyes. So, you still hold many undeveloped concepts? Yes. I hope someday to realize every single project documented in this notebook. For all of you. Lin Lin calmly wove a plausible backstory, seamlessly reinforcing its credibility. After all, his mind held countless anime titles unknown to this world. This interview served as a natural, coherent explanation for his prolific imagination. Otherwise, he risked being hauled off for a craniotomy. Moreover, these weren't outright fabrications. They were rooted in memories inherited from his predecessor. The experiences were real, only the origins of inspiration were reattributed. One final question, may we learn about Lonely Rock's future production plans? Lin Lin paused, then instantly composed himself. Given narrative constraints, I doubt I could fully convey Lonely Rock's complete vision. So barring unforeseen changes, the series will conclude at a satisfying, resonant endpoint. Beyond that, Little Solitude's journey, and the bond forged by the Tether Band, will remain open to your imagination. I can reveal this: Lonely Rock will feature 3 original songs and 2 live performances, planned for episodes 8 and 12 respectively. For these concerts, I've pursued bolder innovations to elevate spectacle intensity and emotional impact, hoping to deliver unforgettable experiences. The songs too follow a deliberate arc. Astute viewers may have noticed that the first track, Guitar Solitude and the Blue Planet, mirrors Little Solitude's personal odyssey. The remaining 3 each embody one of the band's other members. That's the essence of the Tether Band, distinctive, harmonious, alive. I sincerely hope you'll love these compositions. 3 songs, 2 concerts. Can I possibly enjoy life this well? This series has already stunned us. How could anything surpass it? Did anyone else catch the word innovation? Episode 5 was already transcendent. How could episode 8 possibly eclipse it? Lonely Rock's greatness needs no justification. I simply believe. First, believe. Contestant No. 6 speaks with such humility, yet possesses such extraordinary talent. I'm utterly smitten. Lin Lin's words electrified the online community. In a world starved of compelling band-themed anime, Lonely Rock's 5th episode concert had already shattered all precedent. To surpass it, viewers struggled to envision such a feat. Yet because those words came from Lin Lin, belief flowed unreservedly, unquestioning absolute. Even more thrilling, the second live performance would air in episode 8. Meaning by this afternoon fans would hear Lonely Rock's second new song. Countless netizens rubbed their hands together, giddy with anticipation. Lin Lin truly spoiled his fans. By contrast, well, as the interview concluded, the clock struck 9, ushering in the official start of the competition's second half. Back in his room, Lin Lin sat quietly on the sofa, mentally reviewing the plot for Lonely Rock's 7th episode. Then slipped on his headset once more. Lonely Rock Episode 7, Initiate. Under the blazing sun, cicadas chirped. Hongxia, dressed in casual attire, set down the chilled mineral water in her hand. It's so hot, summer has truly arrived. Yes, Kidada also took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, agreeing. Fortunately, we should be arriving at Gotoh's place soon. That's great. Hongxia's tone was a mix of urgency and relief. By the way, thank you for guiding me here. No need to thank me, I'm actually quite excited too. It feels quite fresh. Think about it, we have hardly seen anything outside of Xingxing. Indeed, I have no idea what Gotoh's home is like. Speaking of which, I seem to have heard from Gotoh that she said the cardboard box feels very small like home, which brings a sense of comfort. Kit Ada found it hard to imagine this scene. What kind of home could resemble a cardboard box? Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Hongxia said with a smile. Gotoh always has such interesting things to say, you'll find out once we arrive. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Kit Ada patted his backpack. I've brought snacks and some recommended movies. Wait a moment, did you forget today's purpose? Of course not, we need to design the t-shirts for our performance, right? That's right. It would be great if Ryu could join us too. At this, Hongxia tilted her head, looking helpless. I did invite her, but unfortunately, she said her grandmother is in critical condition tonight. Is everything all right? Kidada was taken aback. It's fine, Hongxia waved her hand. This is the 10th time this year her grandmother has been in critical condition. The scene shifted to Ryu leisurely enjoying music at an album store. What a good boy, Ryu is such a filial child. Hongxia really understands Ryu's in this critical condition. I really couldn't hold it together, so that means. Thankfully her grandmother is still alive. Hongxia thought for a moment, then changed her expression. No, that's not good at all. Recently, when classmates invited her to hang out after school, she said her beloved dog Base needed surgery. That's what she said, even though she has never owned a dog. Hongxia's little face was pouting in anger. She has never owned a dog. That's right. And she also mentioned that her long-lost twin sister had news, and that her father had an accident and lost his memory, among a series of excuses that sounded so fake. Kidada was also a bit shocked. To be able to easily concoct so many colorful lies, Ryu is truly different. Cool and a bit bad. Hongxia couldn't hold it in any longer. Being a fan of Ryu to this extent is a bit excessive. Ryu doesn't draft his lies, family. I never expected to still be alive. Family stress relief. Kidada is a pure brain-dead fan. Hongxia is the only normal person in this episode. Just then Kidada glanced at his phone's address and exclaimed, "We've arrived, it's right here." However, as the two arrived at Gotoh's home, they were greeted by a huge banner in front of the standalone house. "Welcome Bond Band and everyone, may you have a relaxing time." Startled, both of them lost their confidence. "This is the right place, isn't it?" Kidada asked uncertainly. "After all, it says Welcome Bond Band above. Is Gotoh's home a guest house?" "I'm not sure, but it looks like a regular standalone house, right?" Hongxia said uncertainly. "Yes. In any case, let's ring the doorbell first." The two social butterflies, without any social anxiety, dashed to the door and rang the bell. Though Gotoh was prepared, she was still startled by the doorbell. At that moment, Hongxia's voice came from outside. "Pachishin, we're here." "Hello." Inside the room, Gotoh's hurried voice came. I'll open the door right away." After the door opened, a Gotoh wearing party glasses and holding a confetti popper appeared before their eyes. Hongxia and Kidada's expressions instantly turned quite subtle. Bang! Confetti shot out, accompanied by Gotoh's trembling voice. "Yay, welcome, welcome." Pachishin's outfit completely stunned Hongxia and Katada. "It also stunned me, party maniac, the suffocating atmosphere. Even the cicadas were scared, silent, ridiculous, ha ha ha. Silence is the Cambridge of tonight." Seeing that the two were ignoring her, Gotoh sprayed another burst of confetti. After a long while, Hongxia finally broke the awkwardness, hesitantly saying, "Pachishin, you seem very happy." "Ah, yes. Gotoh looked a bit dejected. It seemed like the atmosphere had turned cold. At this moment, Kidada hurriedly added, "It definitely feels joyful, and it's clear that Gotoh is also looking forward to today. In any case, please come in." "All right, sorry to intrude." Once inside, Kidada immediately took out the gifts he had prepared earlier. "Gotoh, this is a gift, enjoy it with your family." "Ah." Gotoh, who had never received a gift before, looked delighted. "Thank you." Oh no, it might be because it was a gift from Kid Ada that something fashionable was already popping out of the paper bag. I also brought a movie. Kid Ada took out the film looking proud. Hongxia sighed. Didn't I say? We are supposed to design the t-shirts for the performance today. Rather than each wearing our own, a uniform outfit creates a better overall feeling. A band vibe. It should be better, right? Otherwise my sister will definitely say we lack a sense of bonding. Thinking of this, Hongxia felt a bit frantic. So do you understand? We're not here to play. I will strike with the mature mango form. Bid the immature mango joke from the first episode is still chasing me in the 7th episode. Hongxia the angel is so serious, I love her so much. As the two followed Xiaogudu upstairs, they saw her dimly lit room with a dazzling disco ball flashing bright white light and colorful balloons everywhere. Xiaogudu, looking embarrassed at her creation, picked up a handmade sewing needle. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up. Katata, seeing Xiaogudu in a rush to tie balloons, anxiously said, let's play a bit first. Okay, I agree. Then Xiaogudu floated out of the room like a ghost. I'll go get drinks, you guys sit wherever you like. Thank you. As Xiaogudu walked away, Hongxia looked around her room and sighed. By the way, this decor is really exaggerated. Katata, however, looked puzzled. But it seems there are no guitars or effects pedals here. Yeah, Hongxia also noticed this issue. I thought her room would have that rock vibe. Kid Ada looked up and saw a classical seal spell stuck on the closet. Does this count as a rock vibe? Is there some kind of monster sealed in this room? It does seem very rock. Hongxia chuckled awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Are there any other places with a strong rock vibe? It hurt. Under the dim light, Hongxia's foot accidentally bumped into something. Instantly, a stack of photos scattered from beside her foot. Kid Ada leaned in curiously. Why are there so many promotional photos here? Hongxia was startled and uncomfortable. At that moment, the cabinet suddenly made a loud noise. Crash. The posters on the cabinet suddenly fell off, revealing a large pile of seals inside. The two were so frightened that they clung tightly to each other. Hongxia, looking scared, said, I'm not sure, but it feels very strongly rock-themed. I'm not playing anymore. My cabinet moved. Xiaogudu's home feels like a room escape game. I played it, feels so eerie. Little angel, are you sure this is a rock vibe? Fortunately, the two had not looked into the cabinet. I recall that at the end of the 4th episode, Xiaogudu covered the cabinet with promotional photos. Don't worry, since you said that, with Lin Lin's detail, we would finally see what's inside. Just then, a small pink figure appeared behind them holding a poster. There are also large photos. Eek! Kid Ada and Hongxia screamed and hid in the corner, warily watching the pink-haired little girl in front of them. Gotoh's younger sister Gotoh AI explained. The room used to be filled with these photos, saying she particularly liked this one. However, Mom couldn't stand it anymore and made her sister tear them all down. Additionally, the seals over there were put up because my sister was possessed by a ghost recently, which is why she put them up. That's all. The explanation ends. The little sister bounced as she explained. Woof, the little dog echoed. My goodness, she managed to wrap up the previous plot. Impressive. The ghost possession recently refers to fantasizing about being Kid Ada while writing lyrics and getting caught. The little sister is too cute. Her voice is so childish. So adorable. Quickly give her a hug. No, I want a male mom to hug me. Kid Ada asked. Are you Gotoh's younger sister? Yes, nice to meet you. I am Gotoh AI. All right then. When shall we meet again? Her younger sister cradled Kita, her brows curving into crescent moons of delight. What an endearing little sister. Kita adored the younger sister. So much so that he couldn't get enough of her. Najika ruffled his head and laughed. Jimmy Hen is truly clingy. At this sight, Toko stood frozen, trembling slightly as she held her drink. Why, how had things spiraled into this absurdity? SSO. They've already grown this close. There's literally no room left for me to even step in. The few people in the room finally noticed Toko standing silently at the doorway. Toko. Welcome back, Ms. Gotoh. Toko's heart sank, utterly shattered by the scene before her. My social skills are worse than those of a 5-year-old child and a dog. At this critical moment, her younger sister delivered the final devastating blow. Wunchin's frozen again. Toko finally summoned her dignity as an elder sister. Little oh, what are you doing here? Where are Mom and Dad? They've gone shopping. Wunchin needs to discuss something serious with them. Why don't you go play outside with Jimmy Hen for now? No way, that's boring. Oh pouted indignantly, clearly displeased with her sister's decree. Her tiny arms and stubby legs utterly refusing to budge from the room. Kita, deeply fond of Toko's younger sister, gently interceded. It's perfectly fine for O to stay here. Najika nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. Clearly both had been utterly enchanted by the sheer charm of their little sister. Yet Toko remained resolute. No, absolutely not. I can't relax with her around. Najika skeptical countered. But Toko, you were perfectly relaxed when we were all together before, weren't you? After all, Toko's prior band rehearsals had been nothing short of dazzling. That excuse was undeniably flimsy. Thump. Toko dropped to her knees before her sister. Please. Go play outside with Jimmy Hen. No way. Oh scowled, thoroughly unimpressed. There was no choice left. She'd have to deploy her ultimate weapon against her sister. Toko took a deep breath and leaned in, whispering into O's ear. There's ice cream in the fridge. All of it just for you. O blinked twice, her eyes instantly brightening with crystalline clarity. In that instant, guitar and big sisters alike vanished from her mind. She dashed out of the room, a blur of tiny feet. Fine. This time I'll let you win. Honestly, what am I going to do with you? On the main commentary stage, Miyagi-jun burst into laughter at this passage. Contestant No. 6 captures childhood with remarkable authenticity. Playful, endlessly curious-spirited, and utterly oblivious to others' feelings. Just like real children. And Contestant No. 6 walks that line with exquisite precision. Little O embodies just the right balance. Any sweeter and she'd lose her childlike edge, any wilder and she'd tip into outright mischief. Only like this does she feel both irresistibly charming and profoundly real. Toko slumped against the doorframe, watching her sister vanish down the hall, her breath easing at last. Kita, charmed by the sisters' exchange, smiled. You two have such a warm bond. Najika, who actually had an elder sister of her own, tilted her head in genuine confusion. Huh? What part of that conversation gave you that impression? With O safely ushered away, it was time to turn to matters more serious. Najika raised her digital sketchpad and clapped lightly. Now, let's finalize our t-shirt design. Everyone just draw freely on the tablets I've handed out. Got it. The other two replied in unison. Najika then shared her thoughts. The safest option would be to use the band's official logo, but I'd prefer designing merchandise to sell during performances. Toko inwardly groaned. Najika's already thinking about profit. Anyway, if anyone comes up with a better idea, we'll go with that. Najika turned expectantly to the two. Kita remained fiercely motivated. All right, Ms. Gotoh. Let's give it our all. Yais. Toko straightened, her resolve hardening. Occasionally I really must show myself. Right here in front of everyone. As she thought this, the glittering star-shaped party glasses perched on her nose shimmered brightly. Najika, catching Toko's solemn expression, burst into delighted laughter. Don't wear that face while dressed like that. Meanwhile, Toko's parents had returned home. Her father stared at the cluster of women's shoes by the entrance and exclaimed, Huh, they really came over to play. Her mother looked equally incredulous. Are you sure they're actually here? O nodded vigorously, mouth full of ice cream. Her mother frowned skeptically. Could this all just be Toko's imagination? Mom. O nodded again. Some time passed. Kita's first draft was finally complete. Done. Kita announced, voice brimming with quiet triumph. Wow. You're amazing. Let me see what you've drawn. Najika perked up and eagerly accepted the sketch. There on the pink t-shirt design were uplifting words like friendship and unity. Kita added enthusiastically. The concept centers on friendship, effort, and victory. No, Kita. That's gym class apparel. Najika shook her head helplessly. Don't you think it's adorable? Wait, what does championship mean here? Najika pointed to the shirt design. We're performing, not competing. Ahaha. It's about spirit. Spirit. Najika's eyes widened into cartoonish, exasperated cat eyes. Think about it. Wearing these together creates a sense of unity, doesn't it? Right, Ms. Gotoh. Both turned toward Toko and froze. Toko, sporting a comically tiny mustache, visibly recoiled at those very words. The whole class united? Najika suddenly realized, oh no. Toko must have deep-seated trauma from school sports days. Toko's inner monologue flashed across the screen. Sports Day, the #1 school event for inflicting lasting psychological scars upon the socially withdrawn. Survey by the Sakura Prefecture Association for the Socially Withdrawn. Instantly, a surreal infernal carousel appeared on screen. A whirl of tiny figures sprinting desperately along a thorn-choked path. Toko's voice trembled with dread. Those who lack athletic ability are shunned. This hateful festival strips them of their very worth. Not only must we prepare during school hours, we're forced after class to craft banners and rehearse cheers. AAA. Toko let out a piercing shriek. For an entire month, life itself is reduced to sports day alone. A cruel, relentless interrogation for the socially anxious. The scene cut abruptly to reality, where Toko had collapsed into a quivering pastel-pink puddle of melting ice cream, murmuring incoherently. Kita stifled a chuckle. Ms. Gotoh has completely melted. Najika offered a diplomatic cover. Well, it is rather hot today. The broadcast continued. Unfazed. No. Najika, I suspect heat has very little to do with this. And yet, Toko's fantasy persisted. The true horror of sports day lies in. Back in reality, Najika nibbled a chocolate stick and mused. Today's Toko time seems longer than the commercial break. Kita, watching Toko still unresponsive, felt a pang of guilt. Did I say something wrong? Honestly, Kita, you're quite the sinful woman. Eh? Kita quickly gripped Toko's shoulders and gave her a gentle shake. Ms. Gotoh, snap back to us. In Toko's hallucination, she stood bound to a blazing pyre, surrounded by a frenzied mob. In the end, the socially withdrawn are unwelcome no matter what they do. Even hiding in silence draws accusations of non-cooperation. Toko's imagination truly knows no bounds. Abstract yet brutally truthful. The world of social anxiety rendered in vivid strokes. Watching the flood of on-screen comments declaring, "Contestant no. 6 has lost it," host Binang, despite her impeccable professionalism, couldn't suppress a startled giggle. Alright, psychologist then. We'll schedule it tonight, and we'll film a short video. Imagine the viral reach. Promotion. Every production team's essential art. Just then, click, the door opened. Oh pointed at Kita and Najika and declared to her parents behind her, "See, they really came." Peering over O's shoulders, Toko's parents stepped cautiously into view. As they watched, the little lonely one's parents came to inspect, and the two no longer paid attention to the little lonely one's antics, greeting in unison, "Hello, uncle and aunt. Sorry for the interruption." Then, under the warm hospitality of the parents, they went to the living room on the first floor to have a meal with them. At the dining table, the father still found it hard to believe. After all, he knew his eldest daughter best, who was incredibly shy and reclusive. He never expected she could actually have friends. "I'm so touched. It's amazing to see little Dust's friends come over to play at home." Mom gently said, "Make sure to eat more. Thank you for the hospitality." While eating, the father asked, "I heard you all formed a band with Little Do, right?" "Yes," Hong Xia replied with a smile. "But it's not that we formed a band with her. To be precise, I begged her to join the band." "I see," the father upon hearing this joyfully remarked. "See, I told you music can connect people." Mom asked, "Has this child ever immersed herself in her own world and caused you trouble?" The scene shifted. The little lonely one had already transformed into a vegetative state, lost in her own world. However, Hida spoke up for the little lonely one, saying, "That's true, but it's not really a problem at all. Yes, Little Do is actually quite interesting. An optimistic dad, a caring mom, an outgoing sister, and the socially anxious her. I feel like my father has a story too. If I remember correctly, it was he who passed the guitar to Little Do. Perhaps he used to be in a band as well. How could it be that the band people are not in need of money? How come dad lives a fulfilling life in a detached house with a gentle and beautiful wife? Is it possible that not being in a band is the reason for all this? The upstairs probably got twisted by Xiaoliang. Only Xiaoliang would particularly be in need of money." "I see." Mom looked pleased. It seemed that her precious daughter had indeed made some good friends. Meanwhile, Dad brought over the fried chicken. "Here, catch it." At this moment, the little lonely one gradually came back to her senses. "After struggling for a long time with the sports meat, I realized I was way too reclusive, and it made me feel even worse." Then Mom placed the freshly fried chicken pieces in front of the little lonely one, her voice laced with temptation. "Here comes the freshly fried chicken." Ah! In the next second, a medical miracle occurred. The little lonely one who had been drawing poorly transformed into the appearance of a beautiful girl. As she opened her eyes, she saw her mother's gentle smile. "I'm such a hidden foodie. The ice cream attacking sister, the chicken nugget attacking sister, both have bright futures. Woo, Mom's smile is so beautiful on this side." Hong Xia and Hida were already praising Dad's cooking endlessly. "Wow, this is really delicious." The plate further away is garlic soy sauce, the closer one is salt, and there's lemon juice and 7 spice powder. Add according to your taste." Dad kindly pointed it out to them. "I won't be polite." Hong Xia eagerly started wolfing down the food. "Come on, Hida, let's eat too." Gotoh AI also invited. The little lonely one who had come back to her senses also refused to be outdone and picked up a piece of chicken. Instantly, the atmosphere at the dining table became exceptionally harmonious. Mom began to speak. "When Little Do first said she had friends coming over, I thought it was mostly her imagination, but at least there's a photo." "Delusion." Hong Xia chuckled. "Indeed, Little Do seems to be that kind of person. She often gets lost in her own imaginary world, striving for her self-esteem." Dad also said, "But nowadays it's too easy to modify a picture." "Modify a picture? Let me ask, you guys aren't renting friends or anything like that, are you?" "Ah." The little lonely one who was eating chicken nuggets suddenly froze. Hong Xia quickly reached out to explain. "We are genuine band partners." "I see." While eating chicken nuggets, the little lonely one thought tearfully, "Although I could indeed do such a thing, what kind of image do I have in my parents' eyes?" Meanwhile, Hong Xia awkwardly thought about how the little lonely one also had this dazed look at home. Now this really broke the defense. "I want to see Little Do drop some little pearls." Little Do's non-denial is the most hilarious. She might have actually done this before. Everyone's trust in Little Do is zero. Then Mom continued to expose Little Do's shortcomings. This child was so excited several days ago, saying she wanted to practice decorating the room, and then putting it away over and over. Dad continued. Also, she mentioned that she might play and practice the twist game in her imagination. Ah! The little lonely one blushed from what the two said. "Dad, Mom, could you please say less about this? After all, she also needs her pride." Good thing I bought something just in case since I was hungry to treat you all. Great. Let's make today our family Memorial Day. Friendship Memorial Day. Dad raised his hand. Don't do that. Seriously. The little lonely one said helplessly. By the way, I heard that kid is still working at the exhibition hall. Yes, at my sister's exhibition hall. Little do basically only handles the drink window for guests. The people in the room were still chatting happily, completely unaware that the little lonely one had already left the living room and hidden in a dark corner. At the doorway, the little lonely one was lost in thought. Having friends at home feels really magical. After a while, seeing everyone getting along so well again, the little lonely one felt like there was no place for her, and her gaze turned into a tangle of threads. Laughter and joy echoed in the room. Hey Hida, what movie is this? This movie looks particularly heartwarming. I highly recommend it. Actually, I've wanted to see this for a long time. Hongxia also looked forward to it. Mom suggested, why don't we all watch together? Agreed. Sounds good, I'm feeling so happy. Dad excitedly raised both hands. The little lonely one standing at the door immediately felt the atmosphere around her becoming overwhelming. What's happening? I suddenly feel like it's not good to go back. Little do the only outsider in the room, haha, the world isolates me. Let them ridicule me. Hongxia, why are you joining in the fun too? What about your design career? What's wrong with my baby? Hongxia having fun for a bit. Time moved into dusk. Gotoh AI, who was tired from playing, collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep. In the room, the three people who had gathered again felt a bit melancholic. Hongxia sighed. In the end, it was movies and games. We spent the whole day just playing. But Twister and Monopoly are really fun. Hida obviously wanted more. So much fun. I really had a great time. Hongxia's voice was a bit frustrated, clenching her fists. But yeah, and I still have to design the t-shirts for the performance. Just then, Hida glanced at the little lonely one beside her and was suddenly shocked, saying to Hongxia, Senior, Gotoh AI has started again. Hongxia looked at the little lonely one's expression and helplessly said, oh, that's because of that. After watching a heartwarming youth movie, she got hit hard right. Heartwarming youth movies rank first among the types of films that leave psychological shadows on reclusive individuals, according to the Reclusive Association survey. After all, how could an ordinary girl be pursued by two handsome guys at the same time? Speaking of which, if being that cute is called ordinary, then what does that make me? So it's a case of old ailments resurfacing as expected of Hongxia's mom. She can already diagnose Little Do's condition. Looks like it's time to interrupt Little Do's incantation again. Bocchi's complaints are quite real, haha, movies are just parties for handsome guys and beautiful girls. Hongxia saw the little lonely one about to go off again, and quickly shook her shoulder, saying, Little Do, time is running out. Let's go. Then at that moment, Liang's design drafts also came in. Oh, Liang has sent over a lot of design proposals. When it came to Senior Liang, Hida became excited. Let me see too. Alright, little lonely one, let's take a look together. Then the two leaned over to the screen and saw a very abstract t-shirt, momentarily stunned. On the screen there was a pure white t-shirt with a photo of an image on it. What is this? Hongxia paused. Curry, Hida said uncertainly. Then Hongxia flipped to the next page and looked at the next picture. Ah, now it's sushi. This is completely nonsensical. Hongxia's tone was a bit angrily. On the next page, a big subtitle read, which dinner is better to eat? Hongxia angrily pounded the table. You think for yourself. Haha, how could you expect Liang to solve the design proposal? Liang's mental state is also quite beautiful. Hongxia's cat-like eyes after getting angry are so cute. Don't get mad at her. She's my mother. I won't allow you to get mad at her. Do you play Ashin? Hida messaged Liang. I think curry is better, Hongxia helplessly said. Hida, you don't need to reply, seriously. Just then the little lonely one suddenly spoke up. That. Little Do finally revived. Hongxia said with a friendly tone. Yes. The little lonely one said, then took out a board. I would like you to take a look at my design. As she spoke, she pulled out a very rock-style red t-shirt, leaving the two people present speechless in shock. What do you think? Hongxia couldn't help but say, wow, how tacky. Isn't it too fashionable? It has those nonsensical fonts that are commonly seen on middle school boys' clothes. The little lonely one said excitedly. If I wear this outfit for the performance, the audience will definitely be staring at the clothes, right? When the soil reaches its limit, it becomes a trend. Little Solitude, you must be confident. I think it looks quite good. Obviously, it's incredibly handsome. The zippers can hold picks and the chains can be used to hang the guitar. So can we adopt this design? Well, it's still undecided for now. My clothes are bought by my mother, so they aren't like this. Little Solitude has never worn such clothes. Little Solitude, you've never worn those clothes. I want to see them. Please try it on. However, the two continued to press on. Little Solitude looked at their enthusiastic expressions, feeling quite uncomfortable. In the end, under pressure, she reluctantly said, all right, I don't mind. Little Solitude changed clothes. The next moment, a cute girl with pink hair wearing a dress on the bottom and a short-sleeved sailor uniform on the top appeared before the two. They couldn't help but scream, so cute. And she had such a figure hidden under those baggy sportswear. Gotoh couldn't help but raise her phone and started taking pictures of Little Solitude, saying, "You look amazing, Little Solitude, look at the camera." "Ah no, just don't. Because she's usually so quirky, I almost forgot she's a girl." Ha ha ha, what kind of status does Little Solitude hold in Gotoh's heart? Why does the sixth contestant make her wear sportswear all the time? Such a waste. Can I take it off now? Don't rush, don't rush. Let's style your bangs higher. That would definitely make you even cuter. No, I'm not good with hairstyles. However, Hashina disagreed. How could such a cute girl not be styled? Don't be shy. As she said this, she lifted Little Solitude's hair. In that instant, time froze. Hashina's smile remained clear as a long melodic voice began to hum and Little Solitude slowly turned to ash. Hashina looked at Little Solitude, who was turning to ash in shock. Little Solitude is wilting more and more. Something's wrong. I think I breathed it in. Gotoh also began to show signs of discomfort. No way. I think I inhaled it too. I can't go on, I'm out of strength. The curse of Little Solitude. And at that moment, the audience was stunned by the bizarre scene before them. This is terrifying. Everyone, do you want some dessert? Sorry, I always thought I could just fake my way through with cheerfulness. After all this time, I still can't play the guitar well, I'm really sorry. Also, I'm too cute, I'm very sorry. Ha ha ha, I'm so cute, I'm really sorry. By the way, did you notice how unique both their reflections are? Faking cheerfulness. I feel like she thinks the members of the band are unreliable and is just trying to appear cheerful. Mom hurriedly said, "Honey, go get salt and talismans." Rio, who was eating curry, looked at Hashina's message with a puzzled expression. "I'm really gonna laugh myself to death, this is too funny." Days later, Hashina helplessly announced to the members of the Bond band, "So we didn't come up with any good solutions. So the design ended up being my original proposal." It was a black t-shirt with the words "End of the Band" written on it, surrounded by a Bond symbol. What a simple outfit, reminds me of my high school class uniform. The sixth contestant still loves puns. The Bond and End are directly integrated into the outfit. Seeing Rio in it, Gotoh was overjoyed, taking pictures while saying, "Amazing, did Ijima-senpai make this? Of course, I'm quite good at design." Then why didn't we let Hashina design from the start? Little Solitude. Hashina said to the Little Solitude, holding the design behind her, "You wanted to say, we should have let Hashina design, didn't you? Superpower." After all four of them changed into the band's t-shirts, Hashina nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Fantastic, the Bond feeling is finally here." As the four of them brimmed with confidence, Gotoh suddenly looked at the weather forecast and said, "It seems a typhoon is on the way." Everyone else gasped in surprise. Just when they were about to finally perform, how could things suddenly take such a turn? Hongxia still found it hard to believe. The weather forecast didn't mention that. Liang sighed. "That's just the unpredictability of the weather." "Is that true?" Xiao Gudu asked anxiously, voicing the core concern. "What about our performance then?" The three of them exchanged glances, falling silent. Indeed, if a typhoon were to hit, the performance would surely end in disaster, right? Finally, Liang suggested, "Should we make some sun dolls?" Hongxia agreed. "Yes, if a typhoon is coming, we should do that. The target is for each person to make 10. Okay. According to the logic of a serious story, an unexpected turn is about to happen. Please don't let it rain. Xiao Gudu has worked so hard." Gotoh lowered her head and continued to look at her phone, then said, "However, it seems that Kanto won't be affected." Is that so? Hongxia's voice was filled with excitement. "You scared me, that's great. I'm really looking forward to the official performance. The new song is getting better and better. Yes, everyone's performance is really cool. Alright, let's hurry up and start practicing." Xiao Gudu watched the conversation among the few people, feeling a bit uneasy. After all, the weather is unpredictable. Although the forecast says it won't affect the Kanto area, what if? With this thought, Xiao Gudu interjected, Just to be safe, we should still make some sun dolls." "That's true, better safe than sorry." "Yes," Hongxia cheerfully said. "I'll go get the tools." Liang made an excuse. "Sorry, I need to go see my long-lost quintuplet brothers." "Don't give me trouble. You suggested this idea yourself," Hongxia said fiercely. "I tend to think negatively, so I always anticipate the worst, but..." Looking at the commotion among the few, Xiao Gudu smiled appreciatively. "What are you thinking about, Xiao Gudu? Is everything all right?" Hongxia walked over. "It's nothing." Xiao Gudu was also praying in her heart. It should be fine, right? On the day of the performance. Outside, the rain poured down and the wind howled. Xiao Gudu, carrying her guitar bag, stared at the rain outside, lost in silence. What? Chapter 7 done. I really did speak too soon. Typhoon surprise attack, routine operation of the typhoon. Oh no, what will happen to Xiao Gudu's performance? At the main evaluation table, Gong Jun looked at the end of chapter 7 and began to comment. Actually, this chapter can be considered Xiao Gudu's personal return, serving to further establish her character. Of course, the bigger reason is to create anticipation for the upcoming live performance in Chapter 8, which is a standard writing method in the creator's field. Exactly, Teacher Gong is right. If everyone remembers, this is a classic writing technique for contestant number 6. In the first live performance, contestant number 6 set up the groundwork in 5 chapters, and the quality of these 2 chapters remains very high. Moreover, I wonder if anyone felt this after watching the live performance of Chapter 5. That is, in Lin Lin's eyes, the live performance is not just a highlight, but also serves to explore character development. Xiao Gotoh also began to change after Chapter 5. Additionally, in this morning's interview, contestant 6 Lin Lin mentioned that he will make some relative innovations for the live performance in Chapter 8, but I think it will still follow the main theme. In the live performance of Chapter 5, Xiao Gotoh solidified her determination to join the band. What character will change as a result of the live performance in Chapter 8? I think that is what deserves everyone's attention. Countless viewers listened as Lu Yu spoke eloquently in the live broadcast. In Magic City on the subway, a beautiful long-haired girl sat in the subway, turned off the live broadcast, and excitedly opened the garbage can she had bought with her own money. The girl's name is Sun Molly. On the surface, she is just an ordinary college student. But few people know that she has a special hobby. That is to be a cosplayer. However, she is a bit socially anxious, just like Xiao Gotoh. This has led her to buy many beautiful outfits but rarely wear them to conventions. Several times she prepared her beautiful clothes and bought tickets to attend conventions, but she never had the courage to take that final step. In the end, she could only hide her beautiful clothes in her bag and attend the convention as an ordinary enthusiast. After years having taken countless photos, Sun Molly felt she was fading away. Originally, she had given up and planned to wear ordinary clothes to go to the convention with her friends. But just days ago, she watched the live broadcast of the National Producer Competition. At first, she didn't expect much from a fast-paced anime competition, since what good story could come from such a short process? Until Sun Molly saw the anime Lonely Rock, which finally changed her mind. After all, someone with social anxiety understands social anxiety the best. Each time she saw Xiao Gotoh struggling and being funny in the plot, she laughed and cried. She laughed because the humor in Lonely Rock is truly top-notch. Only a god could resist laughing while watching it. Especially Yamada Ryo. Sun Molly felt that whenever this sister spoke, it was pure entertainment, and she was simply overjoyed. She cried because Xiao Gotoh's precise remarks were just too real, perfectly hitting her true feelings. She was simply my internet mouthpiece. But at the same time, Sun Molly was deeply attracted by Xiao Gotoh's character. Clearly, she was a girl who didn't dare to go outside and even thought about dropping out of school with a level of social anxiety far beyond her own. Yet in episode 5, she became the hero of the entire band, helping them successfully pass her sister's assessment. In comparison, Sun Molly felt she had wasted over 20 years of her life. Since graduating from middle school, she had wanted to cosplay, yet as she approached graduation from college, she had not taken the first step. She wants to change. Sun Molly thought about it and realized that she still didn't have the courage to dress up as characters that were too revealing or extravagant. After all, one must take things one step at a time. How could someone with social anxiety suddenly become a social butterfly? So after much consideration, Sun Molly came up with an idea. Why not cosplay as Xiao Gotoh? She already had a pink tracksuit ready. As for the JK skirt, she had several of those too. The only 2 things she needed to prepare were a pink wig and a big garbage can. However, this was not a problem. Thinking this way, after watching episode 5 yesterday, Sun Molly spent half a day buying these 2 items. Early this morning, she excitedly packed her clothes ready for the convention. On the subway, Sun Molly hugged her beloved garbage can and hummed a little tune happily. She had it all planned. Once she changed her clothes, she would dive into the garbage can to cosplay as Xiao Gotoh. It would be a perfect rendition. You must know this convention is one of the largest in the country, the Magic City BW. If she could post a cosplay online, she might just become a little famous. Just thinking about it made Sun Molly break into a grin that was strikingly similar to Xiao Gotoh's. After changing clothes in the convention's restroom, she hid in the garbage can, scrolling through her phone and chatting with her friends. Now there's plenty to do at the convention. However, things did not go as planned. For over 20 minutes, her garbage can remained quietly in place with no one acknowledging her. Huh? Sun Molly lifted the lid of the green garbage can, peering out with her big watery eyes, looking confused. That shouldn't be. I've cosplayed so obviously. Why isn't anyone coming to take pictures? She never considered that if she dove into a garbage can, others might actually see her as just an ordinary trash can. Just then, among the chaotic sounds, the voices of a young couple drew closer, making Sun Molly perk up. The male voice said, "Look, there's a beautiful cosplayer over there." The female voice chimed in joyfully, "It seems so. Come on, let's go collect some stamps." Hearing their voices approach, Sun Malice's heart raced. Could it be that someone finally wanted to collect stamps from me? Collecting stamps and taking pictures is the first step for a cosplayer at a convention. Some beautiful girls who frequently cosplay at conventions take hundreds of photos in a single day. Sun Molly thought that for her first time cosplaying, a low requirement of 10 photos would be just fine. After waiting for half an hour, she finally thought it was time to get started. With this thought, Sun Mali felt incredibly excited. However, the sounds of the couple were like the wind, first getting closer and then drifting away. Clearly, they completely ignored her presence. Wasn't anyone coming to find her? Sun Mali felt a bit down, just as she heard the female voice of the couple continue, There's a garbage can here. Honey, could you help me throw away this leftover yogurt? Sure, Sun Mali. The moment she heard someone trying to throw trash into her treasured garbage can, she instantly panicked. How could you throw garbage into a cosplayer's cosplay prop? That's just too inconsiderate. To prevent her garbage can from truly being filled with trash, Sun Mali quickly pushed open the garbage can lid and shouted loudly, "Don't. This is my cosplay prop. Don't throw away garbage." As soon as she said that, she saw the boy holding the yogurt lid staring at the pink-haired girl emerging from the garbage can, looking utterly shocked and questioning life. Not only that, but tourists and cosplayers within a 10-meter radius were also drawn in by her sudden loud voice, all staring blankly at Sun Mali standing in the garbage can. Sun Mali, am I still able to die now? Family, the premiere is tomorrow. Please urge me to update. Please add me to your bookshelf. I would love some free little gifts. This is really important to me. Sun Mali was on the verge of complete collapse. 9/10 of it to be precise. She felt as though every pair of eyes around her blazed like miniature suns. Anyone who could endure even a single second under such scorching gazes without fleeing southward was nothing short of divine. Aha! Sun Mali shrieked and buried her head deep into the trash bin. It was over. Ruined. Utterly ruined. Curled up inside the bin, she sank into melancholy contemplation. What had begun as a joyful anime convention had somehow spiraled into this absurdity. She bitterly regretted having worn her cosplay at all. She lifted her gaze, and there stood a young woman in full cosplay gazing down at her with a gentle, radiant smile. Oh no! Her warmth rivaled that of Hong Xia herself. The young woman seemed utterly oblivious to Sun Mali's mortified expression, smiling softly instead. Your cosplay? Is it from that recently viral anime featured in the competition? What was it called again? Let me think. Bocchi the Rock? Her male companion chimed in, chuckling. Ah yes, Bocchi the Rock. The young woman glanced affectionately at Sun Mali and playfully stuck out her tongue. My boyfriend and I watched it together just yesterday. But my memory's terrible, so I'd already forgotten the title. She sighed wistfully. You've recreated the character flawlessly. Would you like to exchange photos? Sun Mali jolted upright, pointing uncertainly at herself. Exchange photos. Are you speaking to me? Her disbelief was understandable. After all, she'd attended over a dozen conventions, yet this was the very first time anyone had ever approached her to exchange photos. So overwhelming was the moment that she began doubting whether she'd misheard entirely, wondering if the invitation itself was merely a hallucination born of social mortification. Yet the young woman, noticing her bewilderment, glanced around curiously and asked, There's no one else nearby. Of course I'm speaking to you. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She tapped her palm with a fist as if struck by revelation. I see. It's part of your act, isn't it? I remember Bocchi is extremely socially anxious. Yet you've captured her essence so perfectly, even mirroring her personality with uncanny precision. Wait, could it be that I'm actually socially anxious too? Though that thought flickered silently within her, Sun Mali's heart raced with exhilaration, and she instantly sprang toward the bin's rim. After all, no one takes commemorative photos inside a trash bin. Ah yes, absolutely. Just give me a moment to climb out first. But fate had other plans. Sun Mali had no idea that entering a trash bin is easy. Exiting, however, is an entirely different ordeal. She lifted one foot to step out. Yet due to her height, the bin tilted sharply. Clatter. Wah! She crashed heavily onto the pavement, whimpering in pain. Are you all right? The young woman gasped in alarm and knelt beside her, reaching out to help her up. Yet Sun Mali's mind was consumed solely by the prospect of exchanging photos. She waved frantically, scrambled out of the bin, and declared, I'm fine. Let's take the picture first. Truly all right? The young woman looked skeptical. Absolutely. I'm tough as nails. Sun Mali patted her chest with a sheepish grin. All right, let's get started, quickly. I can hardly wait. In moments, their joint portrait was saved to Sun Mali's phone, and they exchanged contacts, completing the convention rite of passage, expanding one's friend list. As the two posed, more cosplayers and casual visitors noticed Sun Mali and gathered around, curious and eager. Wow! Hasn't this anime only gone viral these past few days? And you've already cosplayed it? Your costume fabric is so exquisite. How much did the custom tailoring cost? Can you play guitar? Incredibly accurate. May we take a photo and exchange contacts? Your shy demeanor is exactly like Yui Hoshino's. Truly thoughtful. May I snap a quick shot? A crowd swirled around her, voices overlapping in cheerful inquiry. Even several strikingly beautiful cosplayers, whose voices upon speaking revealed them to be men, asked for photos, leaving Sun Mali blushing furiously. This is amazing. Today has been the most wonderful day of my life. Thank you, Bocchi the Rock. The cosplayer who crouched inside a trash bin. Is this Bocchi incarnate? Utterly adorable. How swiftly she cosplayed it. Has the cosplay industry become this competitive? This cosplayer doesn't seem to have any online presence. Likely just an amateur enthusiast. An amateur? Are amateurs really this skilled nowadays? I just watched a friend's video. Her accuracy is breathtaking. I'll head straight there to exchange photos. Don't bother. There's already a line stretching dozens of meters ahead of me. She seems genuinely socially anxious. Shying away from the lens. Not performing at all. The most authentic episode yet. Online chatter buzzed fervently about the young woman cosplaying Bocchi the Rock offline. Yet while Bocchi the Rock ignited excitement in real-world conventions, its true tidal wave surged across video platforms. The first wave of savvy anime and music content creators had already uploaded analytical videos, eager to ride the show's meteoric rise. Why Bocchi the Rock captivates a deep dive into character design and narrative craft. 7 years behind the drums recreating guitar loneliness and the Blue Planet. Is Hongxia's mother a titan? The most comprehensive musical analysis, yet why Bocchi the Rock is nothing short of transcendent. Owing to its rare dual identity, as both a musical and an animated series, analyses blossomed across both communities like spring bamboo shoots. Countless professional musicians and animators stepped forward offering fresh perspectives. Ones the show's 3 judges had never even considered, extolling the series' narrative ingenuity and musical brilliance. Even more delightfully irreverent creators churned out countless derivative works. None more devastatingly inventive than the incense-burning scene from episode 2 where Ryo honors Kita. Within just 7 episodes, an avalanche of misinterpretive mads flooded the internet, fanning the flames of Bocchi the Rock's popularity even higher, and thanks to deliberate promotion by the production team. Lin Lin's morning interview soared to trending status, while the hashtag Bocchi the Rock episode 8 briefly claimed the top spot on the platform's trending list. Countless live viewers, even those in classrooms or offices, secretly opened the stream during stolen moments, breathlessly anticipating what Lin Lin would unveil next. Even Sun Moli, having just snapped dozens of photos and retreated to the trash bin for a quiet breather, happily rubbed her palms together, eagerly awaiting the premiere of Bocchi the Rock episode 8. After all, if episode 5 had been so astonishing, what extraordinary spectacle might episode 8 hold? Soon the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. The lunchtime viewing session concluded and Lin Lin stretched lazily. Recognizing his readiness to create, the production team wisely ceded all spotlight to him. On the main judging panel, host Bei Ning's eyes gleamed as he asked, "Esteemed judges, Bocchi the Rock approaches its 8th episode." Earlier contestant Lin Lin stated that his live performance for episode 8 represents a bold innovation beyond episode 5's. Might you speculate on Lin Lin's creative vision? The 3 judges exchanged glances. Silent, hesitant. An awkward hush settled over the stage. Finally Liu Yu raised his microphone, sighing gently. Frankly, from a musical anime perspective, Bocchi the Rock has already achieved exceptional consistency and excellence. Its episode 5 live performance, regardless of musical sophistication, emotional resonance, or stagecraft, stands unparalleled in the entire history of the genre. For Lin Lin to declare further innovation in episode 8 is in essence an act of self-transcendence, a courageous leap beyond his own mastery. Liu Yu added with mild resignation, "With all due respect, every anime creator possesses a uniquely personal methodology. Even the industry's most acclaimed veterans struggle to decipher one another's creative logic. How much more elusive must the thought process of a prodigious newcomer like Lin Lin be? All we can truly do is await his brilliance, and..." Shinla smiled warmly, and perhaps learn from the innovative approaches of younger creators to inspire richer, more resonant musical anime for the industry's future. Gong Jun nodded gravely. Indeed, Bocchi the Rock's phenomenal success carries profound significance for the industry. Unexaggeratedly, it has transformed the landscape. Liu Yu clapped lightly, laughing. "It appears our perspectives align perfectly. I only knew Bocchi the Rock was captivating. Never imagined its impact on the industry ran this deep. Clearly you haven't followed recent industry news. If this series hadn't exploded, numerous studios wouldn't now be accelerating their own musical anime projects. Vibrant, dynamic, and fiercely competitive. Did you know? Toei Animation has even announced a real-world girl band audition initiative, producing an accompanying anime to drive online engagement, then launching nationwide live tours. Ticket sales and sponsorships alone promise immense returns. Goodness, such groundbreaking creativity. Precisely. For years, the industry stagnated, rehashing the same tired tropes. Bocchi the Rock tour opened a brilliant fissure in that suffocating inertia. Truly awe-inspiring. Once the competition concludes, what might Bocchi the Rock's licensing rights fetch? I suspect contestant No. 6 could sustain himself for life on this single work alone. Stream chat scrolled feverishly with similar reflections. Though Bocchi the Rock had existed for mere days, sharp-eyed industry executives already perceived its staggering commercial potential. Without exaggeration, Bocchi the Rock is reshaping the industry. In room 6, Lin Lin took a sip of chilled red tea and let out a satisfying burp after finishing the episode. Now it was time to update everyone. The terrifying power of self-discipline. Lin Lin briefly reviewed the plot of Episode 8. He had always believed that Episode 8 was the pinnacle of the anime solitary rock. Whether it was the incredibly innovative realistic yet both oppressive and exhilarating live performance, or the literary scenes of Hongxia and Little Solitude's late-night conversation after the live. Both were exceptionally brilliant, certainly ranking among the notable moments in Lin Lin's previous life in the industry. Lin Lin still remembered how he was tormented by the increasingly despondent expressions of Little Solitude's two young fans while chasing Episode 8. The emotional impact was simply overwhelming. Thus Lin Lin had been looking forward to how the audience in this parallel world, which originally had no music anime, would react to such high-quality content. Thinking of this, Lin Lin couldn't help but grin mischievously. I can be quite wicked. As the audience saw Lin Lin, their faces were filled with a up to something grin, making them feel uneasy. Why is contestant 6 smiling so happily? My kid always smiles like this when holding back a pee. No, let's be optimistic. Maybe in his eyes this episode is really funny. The previous episodes were already funny enough. How can this episode be funnier? The expressions of the netizens all showed difficulty in holding back their laughter. Even Sun Moli, who was resting in the trash can, was curious. What big surprise is Lin Lin going to pull off in Episode 8? Just as everyone was still pondering, Lin Lin had already put on his helmet. Episode 8 Solitary Rock start. At the beginning of Episode 8, a torrential rain poured down from the sky. The rain hitting the streets was so heavy it almost created steam. In the lounge, the 4 members of the Bond band had already arrived at Starry Sky, wiping the rain off their bodies with towels. From their expressions, it was clear that their moods were not very good. After all, the heavy rain would certainly have a significant impact on the number of audience members. The ominous premonition has come true. Little Solitude held a towel, bowing his head in silence. In Starry Sky, the sound engineer, a young lady, curiously inspected the hanging Teru Teru Bozu rain dolls that were meant to bring good weather. Xinggu, looking dispirited, said these were made by Hongxia and the others. But the typhoon still came. The sound engineer sighed helplessly. After all, this is not something a Teru Teru Bozu can change. The weather cannot be predicted with certainty, and no one could have foreseen such an event. Given this weather, it's likely that those who bought tickets won't come. The sound engineer looked at the hanging Teru Teru Bozu with a hint of regret, saying, I hope Hongxia and the others won't feel disheartened when they see the turnout. After all, they've worked so hard in practice, it's too pitiful. Xinggu's voice carried a slight choked emotion. As long as we're in a band, we'll encounter many unreasonable situations. No matter what happens, we must overcome them. I have a handkerchief. You go away. Xinggu replied reluctantly. The sound engineer is so cute. Will the drunk sister come? I think she will definitely come. Everyone is feeling sad for the Bond band. The sister is almost crying. The sister has always valued her younger sister. The air pressure at the beginning is so low, this rain feels so oppressive. I hope it won't affect the performance on stage. After all, even with fewer audiences, we have to give it our all. Backstage, the members of the Bond band gathered together to gather today's audience information. Kita said, my friends all said they can't come. Little Solitude also grasped his hands in disappointment. My parents also said they couldn't come. They originally promised to let Grandma help watch the little idol, but now they can't come either. I see no wonder. Hongxia said helplessly. The audience has suddenly decreased by more than half. Hongxia optimistically insisted, well, this is something beyond our control, so let's adjust our mindset. Okay, what you said makes a lot of sense. Hongxia is truly cheerful and optimistic at any time. Little Solitude thought as he looked at Hongxia, who was encouraging everyone. Thud. Yamada Ryo directly fell onto Hongxia's shoulder and fell asleep. Don't do this, you're really lacking in tension. Hongxia looked at Ryo helplessly. Sorry, the low air pressure is making me so sleepy. Little Solitude continued to reminisce, looking back during the performance where I helped. Hongxia also encouraged me when I was afraid to go on stage, right? Thinking of this, Little Solitude also considered doing something. So she put on the fake mustache and party glasses she had used to entertain Hongxia and the others a while ago, resolutely declaring, for today's performance, I must stir up the audience's emotions. Little Solitude, you need to perform seriously today. No fooling around. Kato really likes this outfit. Yes. Just then the drunk sister suddenly pushed open the door, attracting everyone's attention. The rain is really heavy. She held onto the staircase railing and exclaimed, Little Solitude, I'm here. It's the big sister. Oh my god. In that moment, the drunk sister seemed like a hero. The hero has arrived. If this isn't love, then what is? Seeing the senior's appearance, my anxious heart finally relaxed. I remember there are 2 first-place sisters. Will the first-place sister come? By the way, did you notice? Previously Hongxia said she was pretending to be optimistic, which sounded exactly like what she just said. That encouraging phrase felt too forced, almost like acting. I feel like you're right. Hongxia's mom is really great. Sigh, if this continues, Hongxia's mental state will definitely have problems. Don't worry, this is anime. It won't happen. Hongxia is perfect. Xinggu looked at the woman leaning against the door and curiously asked, are you here to see Little Solitude? Yes. Eh? Hearing their conversation, Little Solitude sensed something was off. Do you two know each other? Xinggu then explained, she was my junior in university. However, just as she was speaking, the drunk sister suddenly hugged her closely, looking affectionate, and said, "Hey, I was thinking we should have a celebration party after the show, right? Where are we going for izakaya?" The sister pushed her away with a face full of discomfort. "Stay away from me. You smell strongly of alcohol. I know a place with good flavor. Let's go, we need to drink until nightfall. I say, you've become more annoying. Speaking of, you're completely soaked. You're as annoying as a college student who just discovered the fun of drinking." The sound engineer secretly laughed. At that moment, the door was pushed open again. "You've all gotten wet." Two young girls walked in. They were Little Solitude's two first-place little fans. The first-place fan saw Little Solitude and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's Little Do. Ah, the audience from the outdoor performance earlier." Little Solitude felt deeply touched. "You actually came. Of course, we're fans of Little Do. I'm looking forward to you giving a performance that can chase away the typhoon." The two girls looked at Little Solitude with smiles. Hearing such encouraging words made Little Solitude feel an energy surge within her, filling her with fighting spirit. Hee fans seeing her full of fighting spirit, the two little fans became unsure. Is this really Little Do? Did we mistake the person? Unbeknownst to them, Little Solitude was soaring with joy at the mere mention of the word fans. "Fans, my fans, it seems we really mistook the person." The confusion of the first-place sisters is hilarious. Little Solitude has such strong spiritual pressure. This scene makes me want to cry. Even in such a tough situation, there are still people willing to support Little Solitude. Life is tough. This time Little Solitude shouldn't need to hide in the mango mask anymore, right? Damn it, I punish you to go back and watch the first episode 10 times. It's clearly the mature mango. Seeing the guests arrive, the members of the Bond band returned to the lounge to wait for the performance. Kita looked down at the weather forecast on his phone and said, "The weather report says the rain will get heavier. Heavier than this. Is that so?" Hongxia asked. "Yes." Even Kita, who was usually optimistic, spoke with a tone full of sadness. Rio lay on the table and suggested, "Let's live stream the performance. We can treat it as a no-audience show from the start." "No, no way." Hongxia waved her hand, firmly rejecting him. "Now you're suggesting a live stream? Who would want to watch? Besides, several people have already come." "It's okay." Just then, Little Solitude suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at her and couldn't hold back anymore. Little Solitude had put on a cardboard headpiece again, hiding in the box, her voice muffled. The three remained silent. "Why did you put on that headpiece again? It's still the same mature mango." Little Solitude was still hyping herself up. Because there are still people waiting to see our performance. "Please don't do this," Hongxia said helplessly, then added a precise jab. "You've even slightly evolved." "It's over," who said mature mango. "Now it's really prophetic." "Ha ha ha, this time Little Solitude has grown limbs. It's a tremendous evolution." Hongxia's jabs are always so relatable. She truly deserves to be the comic relief of this anime. As the scheduled performance time approached, some audience members had arrived, but it was nowhere near the usual turnout. Moreover, even among the few attendees, most looked lethargic, clearly affected by the heavy rain. The four members of the Bond band leaned at the lounge door, observing the outside world, and upon seeing the audience, they instantly felt a sense of despair. Kita sighed. "It's almost time to start, and we still have so few audience members. But there will be fans from other bands who will come to watch our performance. Though there were some issues, more people should come after we start," Liang added. Just then, the conversation of two audience members suddenly reached the ears of the four. "By the way, do you know the first band on stage, the Link Band?" "No, I don't know them, not interested. I'm a bit too lazy to watch." Bang! Hongxia slammed the door of the lounge shut and awkwardly smiled at the door. "Ahaha, after all, we just formed, and we don't have much fame, so don't be discouraged." "Exactly," Kita chimed in. Liang waved his hand. Don't mind it, don't mind it." Xiao Gujuo's aura was completely absent. Okay. "The pressure kid has appeared. This sounds hurtful. Indeed, real emotional damage is the most genuine kind of harm in this world." Hongxia is still forcing a smile. Xiao Gujuo's voice feels like she's already become a deserter if she were on the battlefield. Haha, the pressure is really great. Not just them, even I outside the screen am sweating, I'm teary-eyed. Every time it comes to this moment, it's always Hongxia who first encourages everyone. She truly is the backbone of the band. In fact, it's clear that Hongxia is the most nervous one here. She really cares deeply about this band. After all, she is the one who gathered the band members in such a tense state. Can they perform well later? Believe this is anime, you have to believe in the protagonists. Halo or on stage, the protagonists are invincible. Don't be afraid. Charge on. What band hasn't risen from obscurity to the peak? Alright, let's go. Hongxia clapped her hands encouraging. Isn't it almost time to go on stage? Everyone, let's work hard for the performance. They walked onto the dimly lit stage. The four were still adjusting their equipment as before. Kita adjusted the lead singer's microphone. Liang adjusted the harmony equipment. Xiao Guduo took out her guitar pick. Hongxia was tuning the drum set. However, it's noticeable that everyone wore forced smiles, as if they were all putting on a brave face. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire stage. Even Xiao Guduo, who usually had the richest inner thoughts, had lost her usual depth of thought. Once everything was ready, Kita started introducing, smiling widely. Nice to meet you, we are the Link Band. Thank you very much for coming despite the terrible weather. Hongxia responded with a forced laugh. Ahaha Kita, we are a rock band, you are being too polite. However, such a stiff warm-up could hardly move the audience. Not to mention the audience, even Xiao Gudwa on stage looked awkward and extremely uncomfortable. Oh no, I want to put on a mature mango. To be precise, I wish I could disappear right now. Even the usually cheerful Kita was stuttering and nervous, her voice lacking the usual confidence. So let's start with our first song. Please enjoy our original song Guitar Loneliness and the Blue Planet. The atmosphere on stage was incredibly tense and even the audience in the livestream felt the pressure. Oh no, I'm so nervous. Will we be able to perform successfully this time? I'm so awkward that I could cringe into a 3-bedroom apartment. Oh no, I can't bear to watch, help. The perspective of the scene shifted to Hongxia. At this moment, the smile on Hongxia's face had completely vanished, leaving only the mechanical sound of her drumming. In the audience, Xiao Gujuo's 2 young fans were swaying passionately with smiles on their faces. Then the familiar prelude of Guitar Loneliness and the Blue Planet played, but it sounded strangely unfamiliar. I don't know why, but I feel like this prelude is a bit off. I don't understand music, but it sounds so chaotic, and not as perfect as in episode 5. Is it an incident during contestant SIXS livestream? Did he write the rhythm incorrectly? In front of the main judging panel, Liu Yu closed his eyes listening to the familiar prelude, but suddenly shook his head and opened his eyes saying, no, 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 no. Upon listening closely, the drum beats have been completely messed up from the start. Not a single note is hitting the bass line, which is a significant rhythmic error. The drums are messed up. Is it a problem with Hongxia? Suddenly remembering what Hongxia said in episode 7, she tends to use optimism to mask her inner unrest. It should be I felt from the beginning that Hongxia was under too much pressure. She might not be able to handle it. As a psychology student, I can see that Hongxia is quite burdened in this band. Liang and Xiao Gudwa are not the stable type, making it hard to rely on them. Kita often avoids difficulties and can easily be overwhelmed, so Hongxia has been the one pushing the band forward all along. It's like a car crash scene. The atmosphere is so oppressive. The first performance of the Link Band suddenly turned into a disaster. However, this was just the smallest collapse of this performance. On a suddenly stormy afternoon, I feel extremely irritated without an umbrella. As Kita began to sing, not just Liu Yu, even the millions of viewers in the livestream held their breath, their hearts tightening. Because with Kita's opening, even those who completely don't understand music could hear the gap compared to the original version. In the live performance of episode 5, and the officially released album, Kita's voice was always mature and deep, conveying a strong and powerful tone. But this time, everyone could clearly feel that Kita's breath was shallow, lacking confidence. Furthermore, as the song progressed, Kita began to make various mistakes. Wrong beats, missed beats. The collapse that started with Hongxia had started to spread to Kita. At the main judging panel, Liu Yu frowned and shook his head. No, the first line was already shallow in breath. Such a performance effect could only be seen in a band that's just practicing for the first time. Wait! Liu Yu suddenly widened his eyes, murmuring to himself. What if this erroneous live performance was intentional from contestant 6? Oh my gosh, when teacher Liu said this, it's terrifying. Upon deeper thought, Kita's voice is a bit trembling. Is it nervousness? Oh no, I originally thought the first performance would be the Link Band's debut battle, but it turned out like this. Since this song was released, I've listened to it dozens of times. I can only say that compared to the original track, which was a work of art with pure Japanese rock rhythm, this is now a chaotic mess. My feet are so tense they could fall off. Oh help. As a real drummer, I'm starting to panic now. Don't mention it, even I, an outsider, can hear the huge difference. At this moment, Xiao Gujuo's inner voice suddenly came through. I feel like Hongxia's drumbeat has been off since the beginning. Kita is the same. There were clearly no issues during rehearsal, but now there are constant mistakes. Liang and Hongxia's cooperation isn't good either. Xiao Gudwa was immensely anxious. Everything was in chaos. She raised her head and looked at the 2 fangirls who had come to see her perform despite the pouring rain. She didn't know when, but the expressions of the 2 fans also began to grow serious, losing their earlier composure. In such a way, bursting forth with the sound of breathing, yet strangely unable to hear any sound from the world. In the back row, those waiting for other bands to perform were low-headed, scrolling through their phones, showing no interest in the performance on stage. The 2 top fans had stopped enjoying themselves, instead looking at them with puzzled expressions. This is truly tormenting the audience. Oh no, the cold atmosphere created by the audience is so well done. The performance is facing immense pressure. The lyrics here surprisingly aligned with the scene. Even though Kita is singing, the whole world has only her own voice left. Kita's breath has also completely faltered. There are several places where she missed her breath. It's so tormenting. The audience is also distracted. Perhaps everyone is thinking, is this really a no-name band? It's already hard to breathe. Come on. Who can save this performance? The indifferent expressions of the audience directly made all the audience extremely tense. They were too exhausted to think about the meaning behind this performance. Everyone just knew this was an incredibly disastrous performance. At this moment, if no one stands up to save this performance, it would mean complete failure. The Link Band would lose the few fans they already had. Moreover, seeing such a terrible performance, would Xing give her sister another chance? All the audience dared not imagine that scene. At the comic exhibition, cosplaying as Xiao Gudua's son, Molly curled up in a trash can, biting her fingers tightly, her heart aching. She silently prayed, "Whoever it may be, I beg you please save this live performance." Just then Xiao Guduo's anxious inner voice came through again. Everyone is completely not in their usual state. At this moment Xiao Gudua thought of many things. She remembered their band's perfect short live performance during the assessment some time ago. She remembered the approving gaze of the senior drunkard before the outdoor street performance. She remembered the 2 fangirls who bought her 2 tickets after the performance. But what about now? Xiao Gudua didn't dare to look up. She was afraid to see the disappointment on the manager and fans' faces. After one song ended, perhaps it was because she realized the disastrous nature of this performance. Kita's forehead was also covered in sweat, her voice shaky. The performance of Guitar Loneliness and the Blue Planet is finished. As expected, it wasn't worth watching. We really shouldn't have come so early. The words of the 2 female audience members in the back row struck hard again. That? Kita was about to respond but was stopped by Hongxia. "Kita, we need to introduce the next song." "Alright, the next song is also our original composition which we just wrote not long ago. Although our performance and the song are still far from good." "No way. With such morale, the next song won't be any better. She has to do something. She must do something." Xiao Guduo's face showed determination. Zing! The sharp sound of the guitar interrupted Kita's speech. Suddenly, a remarkably smooth guitar solo resonated through the sound system, filling the entire exhibition hall. The other members of the band were captivated by the unexpected solo from Xiao Gudua. But no matter what, Xiao Guduo's gaze was more resolute than ever. She held her guitar tightly, producing a strumming sound. "I don't want it to end like this." Xiao Guduo's heart roared. "The hero appears." Xiao Gudua prayed to the gods, but the only response came from her own self, who had once hidden in the cupboard. Her eyes were as determined as if she were about to join a party. Tears welled up at the crucial moment. "I thought it would be the usually unreliable Liang who would break out, but I never expected the most serious person to be Xiao Gudua." Xiao Guduo's heartfelt voice cracked, clearly showing her unwillingness. "Hongxia, look at the hardworking Xiao Gudua, wake up quickly. Show your captain's momentum." Xiao Gudua showcased her strength slightly, and it was already the limit of her guitar skills. A remarkably smooth guitar solo widened the eyes of her 2 small fans in the audience. Xiao Guduo's guitar sounded like a tiger's roar in the jungle, completely awakening the fighting spirit of all members of the band. Would they be worthy of everyone's efforts over the past few months if they continued this performance? The members of the band thought in unison. As the lights brightened again, all the audience put down their phones, raised their heads, and quietly watched the band that had performed such a high-level guitar solo. Then the 4 members of the band exchanged glances without words, and with the conclusion of Xiao Guduo's solo, they seamlessly transitioned into the prelude of a new song. Next, please enjoy the band's second new song, That Band. Although Hita really wanted to say this, but with the atmosphere already built up to this point, it seemed unnecessary to say it out loud. Isn't it? This time the band members swept away their previous slump, and there was no longer the chaos and dejection of the first song. Instead, they became organized. In the rhythm-filled music, the essence of rock was pervasive. Hita held her guitar, softly humming. "The songs of that band resonate sharply with me, sounding like a joke. The songs of that band are jarring to me like the noise at a crossing." As the second song began, this time the 2 previously distant top fans of Xiao Gudua also smiled again, swaying to the rhythm of the song. In the back row, the audience, who had been absent-mindedly waiting for the next singer, also put down their phones, lifting their heads that had not been raised the entire show. Hita looked sideways at the focused Xiao Gudua, her eyes expressing a mixture of gratitude and surprise. Or rather, this was the Xiao Gudua she knew. And at this moment, it wasn't just Hita and the audience in the anime who were excited. The on-site audience also began to boil over due to the sudden rise in emotions. Bowman, it felt a bit teary-eyed. "I didn't expect that at a critical moment it was Xiao Gudua who saved this band. I actually saw passion and emotion in a comedic daily band anime, and I was really about to cry." Liang's harmonies and bass were also so clear, it was truly amazing. Honestly, seeing the 2 small fans with such expectant expressions, I really breathed a sigh of relief when Pachachin began her improvised solo on stage. The name Guitar Hero, which seemed so cheesy, suddenly shone brightly, turning the tide and supporting the collapsing tower. "Don't push my back, the train is about to arrive. Close your eyes, the light pierces the darkness. Cover your ears, etching the precise heartbeat. Deep within the heartbeat, shaking my body. I don't want to hear anything else except for the sound I make." Hita's voice carried confidence. The deep voice was intoxicating. Hongxia, who was drumming, also regained her usual liveliness. Xiao Gudua bent over, fully enjoying the cheers and applause the stage brought her. The second song ended. The 4 members of the band were panting heavily. The greater pressure was in fact psychological. No one could truly know the pressure the band endured during the first live performance. Originally, the 2 pressure girls, who had no impression of the band, felt a bit touched after hearing the second song. "Not bad, huh?" "Yeah. Just like the applause after the outdoor performance in episode 6. In the entire exhibition hall, although there were only scattered audience members, warm applause still erupted. Especially the two small fans seeing their idol play so well were extremely excited. So cool. Yeah. On the other side, the drunken sister looked at Xinggu, who was all smiles, and couldn't help but say, "Look at you, so proud." As she spoke, she held up her phone to take a group photo of the band. Ha! The Tsundere Xinggu turned her head. On stage. After the adrenaline rush, Xiao Gudwa realized her remarkable performance on stage. The previously suppressed fear suddenly spread over her head. She turned to look at Hongxia for help. Hongxia's face was covered in sweat, but she raised her hand and gave Xiao Gudwa a reassuring smile. Hida also looked at Xiao Gudwa, her face full of smiles, then addressed the audience in the exhibition hall. The second song that band is now complete. So moving Pachashin gained everyone's respect and love in this performance. Hongxia's smile looked completely like a happy smile this time. It was simply beautiful. Hida's gaze at Xiao Gudwa was almost electrifying. It made me laugh. Xiao Gudwa used up her social energy for 10 years in one performance in the exhibition. Sun Moli, who saw the perfect live conclusion, was excitedly twisting around. Woo, who's so great? Sun Moli was overjoyed. Xiao Gudwa accomplished a great feat again. This is the power of us socially anxious people. Then with a plop, Sun Moli accidentally knocked over the trash can again, falling heavily to the ground. Boo-hoo. Just as she wanted to crawl out of the trash can and right her beloved trash can, she suddenly saw. Not far away there was a crowd of people rushing towards her. The leading female coser shouted loudly. "The one who cosplays Xiao Gudwa is over there. Go quick, let's find her for autographs. Guitar Hero, I am your fan." Sun Moli's face was filled with terror. 10 people were looking for her for autographs, which was popular. But if 100 people were looking for her at the same time for autographs, that would be a disaster. Be careful not to step on me. Trampling could be deadly. Don't come over. Sun Moli let out a sharp cry. In front of the main judging panel, the entire jury erupted into a long-lasting round of applause led by 3 teachers. The reason is simple. The quality of Lonely Rock has far exceeded everyone's expectations. The host Bei Ning smiled and asked, "The live performance of episode 8 has passed. I would like to ask the judges how they view the live performance of episode 8. Xunle looked at the live broadcast room with a beaming smile filled with admiration for the youth. Without a doubt, it was divine. Gong Jun said, "From the perspective of character development, each character has a distinct arc, whether it's the mainline Xiao Gudwa or the other 3 members of the band. You can see their growth marks in this anime. Moreover, the most commendable thing is that, as a competition piece, contestant number 6 has managed to grasp every detail of the animation." Liu said, "Before episode 8, we could say the production quality of Lonely Rock was excellent, and as a niche genre its quality is strong enough to change the industry's ecology. After episode 8, we can affirm that Lonely Rock has transcended ordinary commercial works created to please readers, becoming a work of art crystallizing the author's efforts and bringing an artistic piece for all anime enthusiasts to appreciate." To put it bluntly, before this live performance, I had considered many innovative approaches by contestant number 6. I wondered if someone would deliberately disrupt the event, but the band achieved a face-slapping and elevation through their strength. I thought there might be contradictions within the band that would lead to discord during the performance. I even wondered if a typhoon would cause seawater to flood directly into the starlight. But I never imagined that in this live performance, contestant number 6 would choose to adapt a song full of flaws to lower the overall atmosphere of the live. From an innovative standpoint, this was a perfect innovation, and it surprisingly came through an imperfect live performance. I can only say that anyone who can write such a storyline as contestant number 6 is a genius in writing anime. They were born to do this job. Liu Ye's voice was filled with admiration and awe. It's no wonder he was impressed. Lonely Rock was simply outrageous. In terms of plot, the story of Lonely Rock has no sense of incongruity, blending daily humor with warmth, inspiration, and emotion. In terms of character design, the 4 main female leads in Lonely Rock have all made it onto the top 10 list of female characters this season on the internet, with Hongxia and Xiao Gudwa ranked 1st and 2nd respectively. In terms of musicality, from Guitar Loneliness and The Blue Planet to That Band, all are distinctive rock songs with complex and rich rhythms, yet remarkably comfortable. What kind of mind does a newcomer possess to conceive a work that integrates plot, character design, and musicality like Lonely Rock? It's simply unbelievable. Lin Lin, I'm jealous of your creativity. Then I would like to ask the teachers, if the full score is 10 points, what score would you give to the live performance of the 8th episode of Lonely Rock? For the live performance of the 8th episode alone, I would give it a perfect score of 10. 9. Because I tend to be rebellious, giving a perfect score might make contestant number 6 too proud. Liu said with a smile, "Without a doubt, it's a perfect score." The entire live broadcast room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Compared to the legendary live performance of Lonely Rock's 8th episode, the circumstances for the other 2 animations in the competition are not so great. Middle-aged band has a line in its plot. "Once you reach middle age, money is no longer a problem, so why can't you still pursue your ideals?" This line broke through the defenses of many netizens. In the minds of many, the elevation of this statement has already become the new internet gospel. After all, in reality, the vast majority of middle-aged people are at an age where they have both aging parents and young children, and the meager money they earn is often barely enough. As a result, those old otaku saw such outrageous remarks and immediately felt displeased. Of course, the fate of middle-aged band is still relatively good. It has only faced some backlash for saying the wrong thing, but it can still be salvaged. However, the reputation of the pain of youth next door has taken a sharp downturn. After 4 days of airing, this anime's online rating has reached a disappointing 3 for points. Initially, some netizens claimed this anime was a show that promotes femininity and liberalism, but now no public figures dare to say such things anymore. Only a small group of hard-headed individuals continue to hold on. Now, whether among various anime enthusiasts or within the internal circles of major production companies, the evaluation of this anime has only one consensus. It's something that only a dog would get excited about. In terms of plot and character design, it doesn't even deserve to carry the shoes of the other two shows. Moreover, what makes F9 even more anxious is that with the explosion of this anime's reputation, Chuhwan's background has also been continuously dug up with scandalous information. From getting admitted through connections to various fraudulent productions and false credits, whether the claims are true or fabricated, they are rampant across the internet. However, none of this has anything to do with Lin Lin from Room 6. At this moment, he had just submitted the audio and score of that band to the production team, requesting them to upload it to music platforms. In his past life, although the audience for that band was not as large as that for Blue Planet and Constellation, Lin Lin had a deep impression of this song. The reason is simple. Lin Lin has always believed that this song is the one that best reflects the sense of loneliness among the 4 songs in the main live performance. As the lyrics say, "Open your eyes, take on the title of loneliness, and feel the impulse of solitude." Although Blue Planet also writes about loneliness, its overall tone is positive and sunny, expressing a desire for the little lonely to become a crowd favorite. But that band is completely opposite to the former. This song depicts the feelings of Liang when she left her previous band. Even as a solitary figure, Liang did not feel inferior like the little lonely. Instead, she was filled with confidence. She knew that her departure was deliberate, a pursuit of individuality that she would never compromise. Even if the hands behind her tried to push her onto the tracks, she had no regrets. Though alone, it was a proactive solitude, a view from a high place looking down on the multitude. This is not loneliness, but a kind of pride. It feels like riding on a ghost fire that no one loves. It's just too cool. After completing a perfect live performance, it's natural to celebrate after work. Cheers! In the izakaya, everyone clinked their cups together. Shingu raised her glass and said with a face full of satisfaction, "You all performed really hard this time. Today it's my treat, oh drink as you please." Hongxia raised her orange juice and said helplessly, "Thank you, sister, but we can't drink." The drunken sister leaned in and said, "Senior, I like you." Shingu looked at her with disdain. "You pay for your drinks, oh don't touch me." At this moment, Hida finally asked the crucial question, "By the way, who is this?" The drunken sister raised her glass and said, "I am the world's greatest bassist, Hitori Gotoh. Although I left my bass at the izakaya yesterday, I can't remember which one it was." Hida looked puzzled. "Isn't that contradicting? I just realized that after 2 episodes, I still don't know the name of the drunken sister. Little Lonely is too relaxed. I've never asked." Loving the bass refers to being so focused on drinking that she forgot her bass at the izakaya. "Your song will be replaced with fine wine. Bass, is that polite?" Just then Liang approached and said, "I often watch your performances." Hitori looked happy. "Really? You have good taste." Liang continued, "Spitting out drinks at the audience and performing in a drunken state is just amazing." In Liang's memories, Hiro's actions included, but were not limited to, "Ahaha, sorry, I forgot the lyrics, but isn't that how performances go? Why get angry? It's so annoying." Liang's voice was a bit excited. "And the time when you stepped on my face also became a beautiful memory." Hida listened to their conversation feeling dizzy. She could understand every word they said, but why was it so hard to piece together? Finally, she held her cola and murmured, "It seems I still don't understand rock music at all." Hongxia had a strained expression and said, "I think it's okay not to understand." Hida, this world is truly beautiful forgotten. Liang and Hiro's conversation might be hard for any normal person to understand. "I am from the Tang dynasty, this is Li Tai Bai." After chatting for a while, Hiroi continued to exclaim. At the end, the atmosphere was so lively. It was just wonderful. But it's a pity that there were only a little over 10 audience members. Hongxia sighed a bit. If it weren't for the typhoon, more people should have come. But these audience members must be very satisfied, right? Is that so? Shingu encouraged. "It's okay, as long as you keep going, your fans will grow more and more. You must work hard next time. You still need to meet your targets." Hongxia looked exasperated. Without that last sentence, I would have been touched. At that moment, Shingu finally remembered the great contributor to this performance, and turned to Little Lonely with a particularly gentle tone. Little Lonely also worked very hard today. Burned out and turned into white ash. The scene shifted. Little Lonely sat there dejectedly motionless, and the entire scene turned a light blue. Little Lonely, don't turn to ash. I'm already tired, Little Lonely murmured. Congratulations, congratulations. I wondered why Little Lonely wasn't in the previous scene. It turned out she had already burned out, haha. This wave is pure homage. After all, during the performance Little Lonely was a great hero, so it's completely normal to take a good rest. Hey, you got the wrong work. Come on, quickly get something you like to eat. Ah, okay. In the next moment, Little Lonely's painting instantly resumed. Little Lonely, what do you want to order? Hongxia asked, then suggested. How about I order some chicken nuggets? No, that sounds good. But this also looks good. Hongxia handed the menu to Little Lonely and said. On the other side, Xingge looked at Hida, who was holding her phone and taking pictures with curiosity. What are you doing? Hida looked up and explained. I'm taking photos to post on the photo wall. I'm responsible for that. Responsible? Xingge was a bit puzzled. What's the point of doing that? Hida thought for a moment and said. It's like sharing the joy, right? When friends are happy, one feels happy too. At that moment, Hida radiated a brilliant youthful glow that captivated Xingge. Hidecan used the radiant youth beam on the manager, and the effect was outstanding. By the way, did you notice the details? Last time Hongxia went to Little Lonely's house, she knew Little Lonely liked to eat fried chicken, and specially ordered it. In the previous 5th episode, she also specifically bought cola for her. This is Hongxia, mama, my greatest mother. Suddenly Hongxia leaned over and cheered. Good job, Hida. Use your energy to purify sister's strange personality. Strange. The manager is so nice. Hida smiled gently. At this point, Hida's radiant aura even left Hongxia speechless. Don't do that, I'm going to die. Xingge gradually turned to ash. Hongxia, I was just saying, or are you serious? This is just a natural counter to Tsundra. The manager also turned to dust. Hida's social butterfly aura is just too exaggerated, haha. At this moment, Little Lonely weakly spoke up. Well, I've decided, you order now. Thank you. Hida took the menu, looked at it, and then said, I will have the skewered avocado with cream cheese and a serving of Spanish omelette with Dutch spicy sauce. What? Xingge was a bit confused. This omelette is eaten with Dutch spicy sauce. Dutch what? Little Lonely exclaimed in shock. She was greatly stunned. Hida actually said so many incomprehensible yet stylish words. She probably wouldn't feel any pressure even when ordering at Starbucks or similar places. When ordering, she could likely pronounce even the hard names fluently. What about Little Lonely? What do you want to eat? Little Lonely felt energized. This time she would easily pronounce those stylish choices. Little Lonely. I'll have the Machu Picchu Mississippi River with a side of Grand Canyon Santiago platter. Xingge was seriously searching, and then flipped through the menu with a puzzled look. Machu Picchu. Where is that? Ha, that cracked me up. The dish casually created by Xiao Gudo, and Xingge is really looking for it seriously. I think the spaghetti should be eaten with concrete number 42. In the end, Xiao Gudo awkwardly said, I misspoke, I want to eat fried potato wedges. Isn't that too outrageous? Liang, who was eating a chocolate bar, said, I want to order some wine. Guangjing remarked, Hey, how old are you? Already on your second drink. After a perfectly completed live performance, the atmosphere of the izakaya quickly became lively. What are you joking about? The izakaya is my territory. By the way, how do you pronounce this character? I don't know either, how should I pronounce it? I know this one. Senior, you are very knowledgeable. Xiao Gudo eating fried potato wedges. Listened to the conversation of a few people, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although it's my first time here, the izakaya is quite interesting. When I turn 18 and can drink, will I be happier? Just as Xiao Gudo happily pondered the conversation of the middle-aged men, nearby suddenly came through. Xiao Gudo lifted his head and looked at the middle-aged men in suits with stubble on their faces. One uncle shook his wine glass and said with a reluctant face, Recently my wife's dressing style suddenly changed and her phone suddenly started locking itself. The uncle on the other side asked, What? Did you go through your wife's phone? No, I just happened to discover it. Then she must be cheating. The uncle shook his head and said, I knew it. The middle-aged uncle painfully pressed his forehead against his wine glass, forcing a bitter smile. But even if she really cheated, it's probably my fault. Day after day, all I know is work. How could that be your fault? The middle-aged uncle's mood was very heavy. I've been working unpaid overtime on my days off. I still have to accompany clients to play golf. And if I happen to get off work early, I don't dare go home, so I can only drink with you like this. The middle-aged uncle's voice gradually became choked and his weathered eyes suddenly turned red. What am I working for after all? Are you okay? Hey! The middle-aged uncle held back his tears and continued. Sometimes when I look at the platform, I even think, why not just jump down? Don't think like that. Waiter, excuse me, add another serving of shochu. Wow, that suddenly got heavy. Yeah, I'm over 40 this year too, with old parents above and young children below. No matter how hard I work to earn money, it's never enough. When I get home, I have to face my wife's questioning gaze. Sometimes I really think about just jumping off a building. So painful, this is completely drinking to drown sorrows. The dialogue in this episode is really strong. With just a few plain sentences, I can completely hear his struggles and despair instantly crushing the joy from earlier. This is another timeline of Lonely Rock. Tears are welling up, I suddenly switched to another show. Sigh, it reminds me of the incredible lines from the middle-aged band before, especially Chu Huan, not to mention without bot traffic it's nothing. Looking at it this way, among the 3 contestants, the 6th contestant actually has the best and most down-to-earth talent. Don't mention it, let's just live well. Listening to the conversation of the 2 middle-aged men, Kessoku Gotoh, who initially thought drinking as an adult was cool, suddenly became frightened and shivered. Is life hell no matter when? Kessoku Gotoh also began to contemplate his own future. If I can't debut during high school, I should find a job after graduation, right? After all, my grades aren't good, and I can't get into university. Moreover, I don't even know why I would go to university. At that time, I will also be ostracized in the workplace and eventually lose my job. This lives game is clearly a downhill journey. It's a bit too harsh. Actually, Kessoku Gotoh's pressure is also quite big. So real, I also have social anxiety. I was pushed by my family to be a salesperson and worked for 2 months, then spent half a year at home recovering. Kessoku Gotoh's fantasy continued. In a room filled with garbage, his mother gently knocked on the door. Kessoku, can you open the door? Please. I won't force you to go to work anymore. Come down and eat together, okay? However, the Kessoku Gotoh in his fantasy just quietly drank alone, not wanting to listen to anyone talk. Wow, this is unexpected again. The timeline has converged and my mother is no longer forcing Kessoku Gotoh to work, and instead is taking care of my sister's child. A life of social anxiety being looked down upon. Thinking of this, Kessoku Gotoh truly broke down, screaming loudly as he fell to the ground. No! Is Kessoku Gotoh having another breakdown? Xinggu asked in shock. Looks like he does this often. Guangjing said drunkenly. Lying on the ground, Kessoku Gotoh murmured to himself. I must rely on the guitar to make a living as soon as possible, or else I will have to depend on my family. I must rely on the guitar to make a living soon. Xinggu sighed. Kessoku Gotoh looks quite scary with that expression. The sound engineer Miss Pie laughed and said, Scary? I actually think it's quite flavorful. Really? On the other side, Liang and Kita had already rushed over to treat Pochi. Liang, can I have some sandpaper? Kita helplessly replied. Do we have to do this every time? It must be tough for you. Oh no, I think I made a mistake. It's fine, just grind it a little like this, see? Liang was shocked, so skilled. Then Liang lifted Kessoku Gotoh, who was lying on the ground. A long face suddenly appeared on the screen. Isn't the face too long? Liang asked uncertainly. Kita also took a look and then said, It's about right. Ah, thank you. Wow, who are you, beauty? Amazing recovery, Dr. Kita. Are you Hua Tuo reincarnated? Zhu Yuanzhang. Is that you? Should we do some more adjustments? Is that okay? The others gathered around to comfort Kessoku Gotoh for a while, until they finally managed to soothe the nearly lifeless Kessoku Gotoh. Hongxia seemed to be full, and said she wanted to go out for some fresh air, and just left after putting on her shoes. While the remaining 6 people were eating, Liang turned to look at Kita in the middle and said, By the way, you die. Ah. Kita, who was sitting in his seat, suddenly froze. You've only been learning guitar for 3 months. Your performance today was so good, you've worked hard. Ah. Kita's body stiffened, unable to say a word. Is it finally coming? I've been looking forward to this pun segment for several days. Indeed, haha, I've wanted to see this for a long time. Kita, there's such a thing, you die. At this moment, Guangjing curiously asked, Who is you die again? Kita's expression also became as strange as Kessoku Gotoh's stuttering. Ahaha, who is it? How can you use the name of such an old lady? Who exactly is it? Xinggu said, That's your name, right? Guangjing said with a playful expression, It's Kita. The sound engineer Miss Pie said, I didn't expect such an expression to be contagious. At this point, Kita's expression had turned red like a monkey's, but I've been hiding it. I don't like this name. Xinggu asked in confusion, Why? It's so cute. Kita lamented. The manager with a good name like Xinggu wouldn't understand. Oh, so aggressive. Kita explained. What do you think? This name is like a cold joke, right? Here we go, let's go, ha ha ha, are you sick? Ha ha ha. Liang looked at Kita with a smirk. Hey, this person is breaking down, right? Xinggu commented. Kita lay down on the ground in despair. From today on, my name will be Kita. Liang covered his mouth and laughed. It's really fresh to see Kita so dejected, it's so funny. Xinggu commented. Hey, your personality is really bad. I can't stop laughing at Kitakan's name is really funny. The Idichi sisters are all great at making jokes. This bassist is really just too much of a bassist. Please do not elevate individual behavior to a group level. Bassist. Did she forget to turn on the speakers? Why can't I hear the bass? No bass jokes, no bass jokes. After this little interlude, Guangjing sat down beside Kessoku Gotoh and said, Alright, let's continue our previous conversation. You were just musing about how you can't rely on the guitar to make a living, and will have to depend on your family. Sorry, I lost my composure. Guangjing laughed and said, no need to apologize. As a senior in the band, I want to remind you don't think too much, just enjoy the activities happily. The sound engineer, Miss PA, also smiled and said, after all, being overly concerned about how to succeed can be very painful. Right, enjoying the process of realizing dreams is the most important. Xing nodded. What reliable 3 senior sisters. Guangjing really saved Xiao Gotoh from taking so many detours. By the way, if you forget to bring your pick during a performance, can you use the spare picks on the Edichi sisters' heads? Oh my, that's a cowlick, not a pick. Did I notice that Liang is still observing Kita, who is looking depressed? So funny, haha. At this moment, Guangjing suddenly thought of something and asked Xing, by the way, why did you suddenly stop playing in a band? Did the manager used to form a band? Xiao Gotoh suddenly asked curiously. Yes, it was quite popular back then. Then why? Xiao Gotoh looked at Xing, who was drinking alone with a puzzled expression. Xing replied flatly, it's simple. I got tired of playing in bands. But if you're the manager of the exhibition hall, isn't that contradictory? Guangjing continued to ask. You talk too much? Just shut your mouth and drink your wine. Xing said impatiently. Is that okay? Thank you. Xiao Gotoh listened to the conversation of the few people, thinking in his heart. I've never heard Hongxia mention this before. At this moment, he suddenly realized something and looked around. I just noticed that Hongxia hasn't returned for a long time. Thinking of this, Xiao Gotoh stood up and said to everyone, excuse me, I'm going to the bathroom. Xiao Gotoh put on his shoes and stepped outside the izakaya just in time to see Hongxia standing under the streetlight. Hongxia was looking up at the dim sky. Xiao Gotoh approached and spoke softly, Hongxia. Hongxia turned her head, surprised to see Xiao Gotoh, then smiled and responded, it's Xiao Gotoh. Hongxia's smile was still gentle and humble, but Xiao Gotoh felt that her expression was different from before. What's wrong with you? Xiao Gotoh asked. Hongxia smiled helplessly. It's nothing, I just came out to enjoy the cool air. Xiao Gotoh stepped closer and said, yes indeed. It's quite cool at night these days. Yes, Hongxia sighed, looking at the flickering lights by the roadside. A summer vacation is ending before we know it. I heard nothing, I know nothing. When Xiao Gotoh heard Hongxia say this, he immediately clutched his head in agony. The summer vacation will never end. I'm not a student at all. Would water Jupiter the Milky Way? Hey Xiao Gotoh, please face reality. Hongxia interjected. Alright, I'm sorry. Xiao Gotoh came to his senses. Hongxia looked at him with a smile. The two stared at each other in silence for a long time, after which Xiao Gotoh awkwardly averted his gaze. What on earth is Xiao Gotoh saying? Your weather card has been used up, triggering the passive skill cold silence. Well, Xiao Gotoh clasped his fingers together and whispered. Listen to me. Hongxia suddenly interrupted Xiao Gotoh and continued. After watching your performance today, I noticed something. Standing in the shadow of the streetlight, Hongxia casually asked, you are the guitar hero, right? Late at night, a cold wind blew outside the izakaya, tousling Xiao Gotoh's bangs. That? No. I mean, Xiao Gotoh was flustered by Hongxia's sudden question and desperately tried to defend himself. Box. I can't believe it. The Archangel of Shimikitazawa has launched a box attack on the guitar hero. It's over, the human form of the guitar hero has been discovered. Bocchi, why does it still involve opening the box? Seeing Xiao Gotoh desperately explaining, Hongxia naturally did not believe him, and instead she smiled and said, the moment I heard that crisp strumming, I understood. As she spoke, Hongxia felt a bit regretful. Speaking of which, I only just realized that the guitar you all use is the same one. Xiao Gotoh fell silent upon hearing this. Oh no, does this mean I can't hide it anymore? Xiao Gotoh lowered his head and explained, yes. No, I wasn't intentionally hiding it. I just feel that I'm not worthy of being called a hero right now. I originally wanted to change my current self before revealing it. At this point, Xiao Gotoh stole a glance at Hongxia's expression. After all, when he first met her, she had mentioned how much she liked the guitar hero. Xiao Gotoh wanted to show her the best version of himself. Especially, I want to tell you. Hongxia said nothing, only letting out a soft laugh. Xiao Gotoh's expression gradually dimmed. Did you feel disappointed when you found out that the guitar hero is me? No, I actually feel lucky that it's you. Hongxia turned to look at Xiao Gotoh, smiling as she said, if it were me, I'd be happy too. Having a big shot in the team playing a small role for me is fantastic. Hongxia, I finally found a treasure. After all, Xiao Gotoh was a complete hero in that recent performance. Xiao Gotoh looked at Hongxia in surprise. Did I mention this to you before? I have a real dream too. Yes. Hongxia looked up at the sky and softly said, when I was young, my mother passed away and my father was often away from home. The only one by my side was my sister. After my sister formed a band, she often took me to the performance hall when she worked there, fearing I would be lonely. The scene shifted. The young Hongxia watched the lively bands on stage, her face full of longing. To me back then, everything in the performance hall was so dazzling. It was a very happy space. Seeing my performance, my sister left the band and opened the performance hall herself. So, in the scene, little Hongxia was bouncing joyfully in the brand new starry performance hall, looking happily at her sister. Hongxia's voice choked slightly. Starry was actually created for me by my sister. She would never say that though. Thus my true dream is to fulfill my sister's wish to become a popular band and make Starry more famous. After all, my sister is extremely proud of me. Oh no, I'm getting emotional. I feel like I might cry. In the scene, Hongxia's voice continued. But after I really formed a band, I sometimes doubt that my dream is just a fantasy. Just like today, everyone lost their confidence. But every time I break through a deadlock, it's thanks to you, Bocchi. Xiao Gujuo's breathing suddenly became rapid. Hongxia looked at him and softly said, "Today you are a true hero in my eyes." As Hongxia's words fell, the entire barrage was filled with yellow comments. "Today you are a true hero in my eyes." Liang wants to persist in making the music he loves with this band, while Keto yearns to do something together with everyone. Everyone entrusted their precious wishes to the band. Speaking of which, I seem to have never asked you why you wanted to join our band. Hongxia suddenly looked at Xiao Guduo with curiosity. It's because... Xiao Guduo clenched his fists, firming up his inner thoughts. I want to become the best band in the world as the guitarist for the band everyone cherishes. Hongxia was shocked by this reason. Xiao Guduo felt a bit embarrassed and said, "And then after everyone becomes a popular band, I'll drop out and focus on the band." Ha ha ha. Hongxia laughed, holding her stomach. Xiao Guduo, your wish sounds so heavy. But I'll accept your wish. Thinking about this, Hongxia felt a bit emotional. If only you could perform at that level every time, just like when filming the videos. I will try my best. But I'm sure about this. Hongxia ran to the door of the izakaya, bathed in the bright light of the room, smiling as she said, "As long as you are here, my dream will definitely come true. So from now on, let me see Xiao Gujuo's rock. It's called Lonely Rock." Hongxia revealed a bright smile, and then ran back into the izakaya. The yellow ponytail swung through the air, leaving Xiao Guduo standing at the door dazed. All right. Thud. The animation in the live stream turned black. Episode 8 done. Although Episode 8 has ended, the viewers in the live stream were reluctant to leave, instead gathering to discuss. Finally, the theme has been pointed out. Good. Question: what is the purpose of pointing out the theme here? You burst into my life like a star. In the corners of your eyes, I saw a dream that had not vanished. The orange trend is great. Finally, Episode 8 is over, a complete masterpiece. I have a younger sister in real life, and when I heard Hongxia say that, I was really moved. I believe Hongxia's words would also touch Xing Gu deeply. Honestly, Hongxia's character is really great. Anyone who meets her can't help but release kindness towards her. Since the first episode, Xiao Guduo has saved this band 4 times, and it's not an exaggeration for Hongxia to say he is her hero. I play the guitar, and when Xiao Guduo did the solo during the live, it was as difficult as a heavenly miracle. No wonder the atmosphere of the entire event was energized at that moment. Does anyone remember that Xiao Guduo initially just wanted to become famous? After 8 episodes, Xiao Guduo has grown so much. It feels incredible. As I got older, seeing this emotional scene made me tear up. It's really nice to be young, having the energy to chase dreams and all. As we all know, when the title of a single episode matches the title of the series, it's either the finale or a masterpiece. But why is Xiao Guduo still thinking about dropping out? Ha ha ha, maybe this is just life. Ha ha, I'm exhausted. In the comic convention, Sun Mali dived headfirst into her beloved trash can, gasping for breath. Over 100 people. More than 100. In just over an hour, she had taken photos with over 100 people. Sun Mali was so tired that her legs felt like they could barely lift. Now she completely understood the difficulties faced by those famous cosplayers who had to take so many photos every day. However, with the conclusion of the 8th episode, the 4th day of the competition has come to an end. Only the last 2 days filled with tension remain in the competition's timeline. Due to the divine twist of the 8th episode, the rating of Lonely Rock has soared to a new level. On the rating software, the overall score of Lonely Rock has risen from 9.5 to 9.8. Meanwhile, the score of the 8th episode has approached 10, achieving a remarkable 9.9. This is an incredibly intimidating number. It is well known that everyone's interests and preferences are completely different, and the anime series they enjoy can vary greatly. What you may find captivating, others might perceive as dull or even abysmal. Anime is not money or gold, and no series can possibly earn the affection of everyone. For every admirer, there will be detractors. In the previous 7 episodes, there were indeed many who intentionally rated Lonely Rock poorly. Thanks to their efforts, despite the high quality of Lonely Rock, most episodes hovered between scores of 8.5 and 9.5. Even the 5th episode, which was the closest to a divine twist, faced skepticism, and after a whole day of tug-of-war between fans and haters, it only managed a score of 9.7. However, for the 8th episode, even the most critical detractors found it impossible to pick out flaws, resorting instead to repeatedly echoing unfounded claims like "not even a dog would watch Lonely Rock," or "am I the only one who finds it uninteresting?" Such comments, when voiced, not only made the fans of Lonely Rock want to laugh, but even bystanders couldn't help but chuckle. The intelligence of the haters remains astonishing. They should watch The Pain of Youth. That series suits you. The fundamental reason for the 8th episode achieving a score of 9. 9 is its audacity to present the audience with an imperfect live performance. After the 8th episode aired, a well-known band's lead singer commented, "Honestly, I don't usually watch anime, but I stumbled upon this work because the theme of this competition revolves around bands. When I watched the 8th episode, I recalled the many blunders we had when our band was just starting out. Like the band in the series, I stood on stage trembling, making mistakes, and the audience's booing made me want to throw the microphone and curse at them. Haha, perhaps my expression skills aren't the best, but I mean the stage live in this episode was so real that it reminded me of my naive self on stage back then. It's a pity that our band didn't have a big shot like Xiao Gu to carry the entire performance. We could only go back and hold a review meeting, passing the blame around. Looking back, those days are quite nostalgic." The lead singer's comment essentially serves as an almost perfect endorsement for the 8th episode. Real, grounded. This reflects the true sentiment of all anime enthusiasts regarding the 8th episode. Not to mention the brief dialogue among middle-aged men in the tavern, coupled with the earlier sentiments of the middle-aged band, struck a chord with countless netizens. Although Lonely Rock is a light-hearted comedy series, it truly understands everyone's life. Indeed, how could the owner of a QQ merchandise store possibly depict the mundane life of an ordinary middle-aged person? Ugh, speaking of this makes me angry. His unmanned QQ merchandise store has replaced my favorite grilled cold noodle shop right outside my door. Hey upstairs neighbor, you've elevated this post to a level it doesn't belong to. At 6:30 p.m. Uncle Big Nose started his stream on time. Uncle is finally streaming. We must discuss today's divine twist. Today, well, primarily talk about the 8th episode of Lonely Rock, which mainly revolves around the live segment. I must discuss this. But before that, let's stream the 7th episode. This episode acts as a transition, so I won't say much. Well, focus on the live segment of the 8th episode. Today's Uncle Big Nose wasted no time diving directly into the segments of Lonely Rock. First up was the 7th episode. As the top-ranked animation in the competition, he had taken many notes on this series, just waiting to share with the audience. However, plans often change. Initially, he thought the 7th episode was well made, but after watching the 8th episode, he returned to rewatch the 7th. Instantly, he found it lacking. The 8th episode outshined it. 20 minutes later, after finishing the 7th episode, Uncle Big Nose excitedly clapped his hands and immediately played the 8th episode. From the low pressure at the beginning, the first imperfect song, to Xiao Gu's solo rescue, right up to the conclusion of the entire live performance. Only then did Uncle Big Nose breathe a sigh of relief, pausing the stream. At this moment, the viewers in the live chat were nearly breathless. The live performance of the 8th episode excelled in conveying emotional tension. Even though most viewers were watching it for the second time, they couldn't help but be affected by the weighty live performance. Uncle Big Nose cleared his throat, holding his plushy pajamas, and sighed contentedly. Honestly, this live was portrayed so well. You might not believe it, but even after watching so many series, I rarely feel such oppressive emotions. It was only after I saw those two little fans smile that the weight on my heart finally lifted. Honestly, no matter how cool Xiao Gu's string manipulation was before, as long as those two fans displayed such pressure, I couldn't relax. It felt like I was suffocating. Ugh, same here. I only dared to relax my furrowed brows at this part. I started feeling at ease from the solo part. I thought that solo segment was truly explosive, like Xiao Gu's silent roar. To be honest, I'm just a video creator and streamer. I don't need to see the faces of each viewer, just a bunch of emotionless numbers and a soulless view count. Uncle Big Nose slumped in his chair. Otherwise, if every video I see shows viewers clicking out with a bored expression, I would collapse. At this point, Uncle Big Nose couldn't help but smile bitterly. He truly felt that the 4 members of the Bond band had strengthened their psychological defenses enough to face the disappointed gazes of the audience. I've also been pressured. Why no emotion? I'm going to attack you in the comments. Uncle Big Nose's unique sense of empathy. Then about the song. Uncle Big Nose fiddled with the video progress, preparing himself. Let me clarify in advance, I don't understand music. Many viewers probably don't either, but they can tell. In this live performance, whether it was the instrumentals or the breath control and voice of Hita, the mistakes were actually quite obvious. I believe this is a significant innovation because in the eyes of many creators, their songs or works are always perfect. Very few producers intentionally degrade their own work. I think this approach is quite bold. Not just bold, it almost scared me to death while watching. This episode is bound to become a classic. Also, Uncle Big Nose quickly pulled a few more shots, unable to contain his laughter. I feel that this series is providing me with more and more material for secondary creations. It feels like an endless supply of inspiration. Previously, Uncle Big Nose had mentioned wanting to create a MAD for Lonely Rock, so the viewers in the live chat immediately understood what he was talking about. Isn't he going to make a distorted MAD? The viewers expressed reasonable suspicion towards Uncle Big Nose. The so-called distortion is a classic topic in the anime realm, usually referring to a loving BB, loving C, etc., featuring elements of absurdity and NTR. Uncle Big Nose just happens to be a renowned expert in the realm of distortion in anime. Every new season, he accurately identifies hidden gems of distorted fun, then streams them for everyone to critique, sending countless viewers with varied tastes into a panic. A series as heartwarming and captivating as Lonely Rock must not be ruined by Uncle Big Nose's distorted mad. Seeing the audience frequently questioning him, Uncle Big Nose hurriedly explained, "Oh, don't worry. This time I plan to create a normal mad. You can rest assured, am I that twisted of a person? I'm a normal person, okay? I've already thought about the general segments. I've chosen the song for this mad. And the lyrics are just right. I'm just waiting for this series to end to fill my material library. I don't believe it. I feel Uncle Big Nose's credibility has already been tarnished. Uncle, don't touch distortion anymore. Ever since I watched your stream, I've often tried to flirt with other people's girlfriends and have been beaten up several times. Oh man, bro, you deserve it. Watching distortion." Uncle Big Nose, seeing the comments, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Once the barrage of comments settled, the live chat began discussing the matter of mad. Actually, this series is quite challenging to create secondary content for, as the original plot is so stable, excellent, and humorous that it's tough to make mad. After all, the original work has already extracted all the essence. As the online cheers for the 8th episode grew louder, the night gradually faded, and the competition swiftly moved into its 5th day. As the live broadcast commenced, a large crowd of viewers flooded into the streaming room. Following the previous 4 days of airing, the majority of the audience had become fans of the Lonely Rock genre. Every morning, rushing into the streaming room to watch Lonely Rock had become their ritual. However, today, after the audience burst into the streaming room, they were greeted not by the familiar stage and judging panel, but by a vlog. In the vlog, Bei Ning, dressed in a suit, smiled at the camera. It is now the 4th evening of the competition, and we are currently at the contestants' hotel. As you saw in the morning's broadcast, we have provided each contestant with a private room. In the hotel corridor, Bei Ning wore a mischievous smile and said, "In the past few days, I have been reading the bullet comments in the live stream, and many people have been asking, does contestant number 6 have a mental illness? How were those fantastical plot performances created?" In the spirit of humanitarianism, our production team has specially invited a psychologist from the television station to provide psychological counseling for contestant number 6, while also exploring how those whimsical fantasies came to be. Wow, does the production team understand the show effects so well? Alright, it's about time we did this kind of contestant interview vlog. Yesterday's interview was too official. Wait, are they really inviting a psychologist to treat contestant number 6? The bullet comments in the live stream were filled with laughter. After all, the quality of Lonely Rock was so high that they were also curious about the behind-the-scenes stories of the show. What kind of clever mind can come up with one brilliant scene after another that leaves the audience in awe? This also served to make up for some regrets from the morning's interview. After a brief pause, Bei Ning continued with a smile. Alright, next let's welcome our special guest for this shoot. Dar. Chun Ruoching, a psychology PhD from Capital Medical University. Everyone welcome. Soon a woman in her late 20s with a sweet appearance and a gentle demeanor jumped into view just outside the camera screen. The audience in the live stream was instantly captivated. What an adorable girl. She had that kind of innocent charm and a very pleasant personality. Speaking of which, she resembled the sound engineer Ms. PA from the show. Chun Ruoching waved at everyone and playfully said, "Hello everyone, I am Chun Ruoching. Today, I will reveal the little secrets hidden deep within contestant number 6. Without further ado, let's get started." With a quirky background music in the video, Bei Ning and Chun Ruoching, followed by a bunch of crew members with cameras, sneakily approached the door of room number 6. Alright, the current time is 9 o'clock in the evening. Next we will knock on contestant number 6's door and see what they are up to. Go! Bang bang bang. Saying this, Bei Ning gently knocked on the door. Soon Lin Lin, dressed in pajamas and yawning, walked to the door, looking surprised at Bei Ning, who was holding the camera. Lin Lin initially wore a serious expression. What is this for? A surprise interview without prior notice. The audience in the live stream went wild after seeing the vlog. Alright, I love the script. That confused little look doesn't seem acted at all. Lin Lin was a bit angry. After all, commercial activities should be notified in advance. That's a basic business rule, right? Then he saw Bei Ning's thumb and forefinger gently rubbing together with a mischievous smile on his face, raising an eyebrow. Lin Lin immediately leaned back, showing respect. Why didn't you say I could earn money too? Upon hearing that he could also earn money, Lin Lin's previously rising dissatisfaction was instantly crushed by the prospect of cash, and he quickly put on a friendly smile. It's teacher Bei Ning. Thank you for coming to find me tonight. Please come in quickly, it's so hot outside. It was unclear whether it was intentional or accidental. In the vlog, this moment was captured perfectly by a special camera angle. I can't stop laughing. This face-changing moment should be included in the Beijing Film Academy curriculum. He just getting a big paycheck. Contestant number 6 is also a very humorous kid in reality, haha. Once inside the room, Bei Ning introduced the purpose of their visit to Lin Lin, and also introduced Chun Ruoching, who was beside him. A slew of unusual phrases such as humanitarianism, providing medical services to contestants, and a caring production team flowed from Bei Ning's lips. But between the lines, Lin Lin only heard a few key phrases. Give me your phone. This is the network fee I owe you. Phew. Give me your bank card, this is the payment I owe you. Lin Lin almost couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Who wouldn't want to earn money? Soon the brief psychological counseling began. However, while it was labeled as psychological counseling, Chun Ruoching did not follow the procedures taught in school at all. Because she knew that the audience wanted to see not her giving psychological counseling, but how Lin Lin would entertain everyone. Therefore, after a simple formality, this psychological counseling quickly transformed into a lively QA interview. Contestant Lin Lin, many netizens are saying that your mental state is concerning. How do you view this? I believe this is a personal attack on me. I will hire a legal team to issue a lawyer's letter to the entire internet. Alright, no problem. Social cognition is completely normal. Warning, lawyer's letter. Wow, social cognition is completely normal. With this annoying personality, you must be Yamada Rio, right? Next question, contestant Lin Lin, can you share your romantic experiences and your current relationship plans with everyone? Sorry, I've never been in a relationship. Lin Lin said with a serious face. I feel that dating is not as interesting as. Okay, emotional cognition is stable. Is this really stable? Are you speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open? Teacher Chun, what are you doing? Sister, is it really stable? Teacher Chun, don't worry, it's definitely stable. May I ask, what do you think your gender is? Lin Lin continued. My gender is gender fluid. Gender fluid refers to someone who is unsure of their gender and can change it as needed. Alright, gender cognition is completely normal. Ah? Now the live stream was filled with question marks. Wait, is this really normal? Hello everyone, welcome to day 5 of the preliminary rounds. What did you think of this morning's vlog? Did it help you get to know the contestants just a little better? Bining continued with a warm smile. If you have any fresh ideas or suggestions, feel free to leave them in the live stream chat or on our official accounts. We'll release more behind-the-scenes footage and vlogs in the future to satisfy your curiosity. Alright, time waits for no one. Let's begin today's competition without delay. Bining raised her hand and announced loudly. Since today's warm-up segment had been replaced by a vlog, all the usual introductory flourishes were wisely omitted. A small but thoughtful innovation by the broadcasting network. After all, ratings remain the sole litmus test of a show's success. Countless netizens once again flooded into Live Room No. 6. Here we go. Early birds get the best episodes. And Bocchi is great. No further explanation needed. And I watched episode 8 5 times this morning, cried each time. Can't wait to see how the story unfolds. And already on episode 9. So much of Bocchi the Rock. Summer has already passed. And, you saying that suddenly makes me melancholy? In her room, Lin Lin saw the camera's red light flicker on, said nothing and simply slipped on her helmet. Episode 9 Inashima Escalator, and from the very first frame, the episode opens with Bocchi performing a soulful guitar solo on stage. Her voiceover then begins. The first full band performance by Kessoku Band, 4 members present, was a success, albeit narrowly. And so our summer. And Russell. And Bocchi flips the calendar to August 15th and murmurs, her tone heavy with sorrow, has yet to end. In her room, Bocchi stares at the date on the calendar, her hair unbound and wild. Come to think of it, the summer vacation isn't even over yet. With that thought, she slips on her headphones, cradles her guitar, and begins what she resolves to be a truly fulfilling summer. Every single day until vacation ends. I'll cherish them all. 4 days later, and plop. And that night Bocchi lies in bed, silently reflecting, today was deeply fulfilling. Yeah, right. And she jolts awake, eyes wide, gazing tearlessly at the calendar on her wall. Her mind screaming inwardly, it's summer vacation. And yet I'm doing exactly what I do on school days. No. Playing guitar is joyful. But I've kept myself so busy with part-time work, because I want to spend time with the Kessoku Band members. That's why I haven't scheduled anything else. Wait. Actually, I never have anything else to schedule anyway. And, but, there's a world of difference between having nothing to plan and choosing not to plan anything. Even when we meet at work, no one ever suggests going out together. And logically speaking, shouldn't bandmates hang out outside rehearsals? Bocchi once again isolates everyone else. And are you searching for team building? And Bocchi has changed. Now both socially anxious and longing to go out. Just like my cat dashing toward the door, then puffing up in panic the moment she steps outside. And 9 episodes in. And finally Kessoku Band goes out together. Come to think of it, they've been tirelessly grinding for the band all along. And true, even if it feels like they've still managed to have fun. And Bocchi wrestles inwardly. But if all 4 of us could gather, it'd surely be more productive to rehearse. No. Still going out together just once would be wonderful. She pauses. Then recalls those days of wandering the city streets with her guitar slung across her back, searching for friends. With sudden resolve, she grabs her phone. Yes, I can't wait passively any longer. Yet, as she prepares to send the invitation, hesitation grips her. But if I suggest going out, then I'll have to decide where and when. I can't think of a plan that would satisfy everyone. Bocchi clutches her head. And is it fair to ask someone with severe social anxiety to choose a venue for a group outing? No. I need to act decisively. I'll start by asking Hitori. Bocchi opens Hitori's account, and her mind erupts into an internal battlefield. In the end, cowardice triumphs over courage. Bocchi flops onto her back and drifts off to sleep. Never mind. It's already late tonight. It's fine. Summer hasn't ended yet. Someone's bound to invite me out soon. And the scene shifts. Hitori tends to the listless star song at home. Rio browses clothes at a boutique. Kita drags friend after friend to take photos at landmarks. Haha, everyone's having such a rich, vibrant summer. And every time the Izumi sisters appear side by side, I can't help laughing at their floating guitar pics. And Kita really is a social butterfly, snapping pictures everywhere. And Rio's fashion sense is flawless, so cool. And then, many more days slip by. According to general relativity, under immense gravitational force, time itself slows down. Bocchi lies listlessly on her tatami mat, staring blankly at a science documentary. Bocchi, I've taken your quilt out to air it. Nan, just like that. Bocchi loses even her last slightly moldy blanket. At the performance hall, Hitori stands behind the counter, curious. You think Bocchi's been acting strangely lately? Kita nods. Yes, her gaze has been unfocused and conversations feel unusually strained. Rio isn't surprised, that's just Bocchi normally. And not that bad. Hitori starts defending her. Then suddenly recalls Bocchi's recent episodes of surreal absurdity and amends hastily. Actually, maybe it is that bad. No, seriously, it isn't. Kita insists, remembering Bocchi's latest behavior. 1 second she's sobbing. Then suddenly she bursts into energetic samba. On screen, Bocchi, dressed in pink athletic wear, sings and dances exuberantly, and Hitori stares stunned. That is genuinely unsettling. Rio holds firm, that's just Bocchi normally. And no, it's not. And whoa, has she considered professional psychiatric evaluation? Rio repeating, that's just Bocchi is hilarious. And this sounds like bipolar disorder. Just then Star Song walks down from the shop entrance carrying a bag and plants her hands on her hips. Hey, could you please stop letting Bocchi behave like this? Like what? Rio asks, puzzled. Non-screen Bocchi glares bitterly, digging tiny graves into flower pots one after another. She started first thing this morning, building miniature graves for cicadas at the performance hall entrance. And watching Bocchi's baffling ritual from the doorway, Hitori can barely contain herself. That's way too far. Why is she acting so bizarrely? And this level of resentment rivals that of a special class curse. And is it because today's the final day of summer vacation? At this, Hashika, the most experienced in life, was the first to react. Say, did anyone invite her out this summer? She recalled a previous conversation during a part-time job. What did you do over summer break? Kotokuken, what did you do on days you weren't working over summer break? Well, Kotaku stammered. My little sister asked me to teach her guitar, so I did. I see, how lovely. And no, but Kotaku remembered an entry from her younger sister Gotoh's diary. Today, I asked Onizen to teach me guitar. She practices every day at home. I truly admire her. I have so much to do this summer. I even go out with friends, so I can't practice daily like Onizen. That's why I admire her so much. Recalling these words, Kotaku lowered her head, her voice trembling with sorrow. What my sister said left me deeply shaken. I lay in bed for days lost in thought. I see. Hashika stared stunned. This child's daily life really is rather barren. Kotaku insisted once more. I didn't schedule anything. Huh. No, it's not that there's nothing to do. It's that I didn't schedule anything. Oh, I'm not unwanted. I've simply retired. A child's innocent words always land with surgical precision. Haha. That's Kotaku's signature stubbornness. After sharing this memory with the group, Najika shot her a reproachful look. Then why didn't you say so earlier? At that moment, Kita also began reminiscing. Come to think of it, I'd considered inviting her. But aside from working here, my days were fully booked. Goddessin probably feels uneasy around strangers. The scene shifted to images of Kita joyfully spending time with various charming young women. Then she turned to Najika and asked, and you, Najika? Have you ever tried inviting Kotakuken? Well. Najika paused, thoughtful. Aside from rehearsals, my days are either spent cleaning the house or working here. What about Ryo-senpai? The scene cut to Rio, who recalled her own bustling summer and shook her head. I assumed you all had already invited her. Ha, so that means, they spoke in unison, none of us invited Kotakuken anywhere. Standing nearby, Hashika remarked dryly, I must ask, shouldn't your band consider changing its name? A profound sense of connection resonated among them. An unbreakable band. Najika's mother truly embodies frugality and diligence. Let's just rename it the Lonely Band. Alarmed by how deeply fractured their interpersonal bonds had become, Kita rushed forward, bowing apologetically to Kotaku. Goddessin, would you like to go out together? Docosahexaenic acid. Icosapentanoic acid. Overwhelmed Kotaku murmured incomprehensible phrases under her breath. Come back to us. Kita brightened. How about we all go to the beach later? Say Inashima. Najika joined in brilliant idea. We can get there from Shimakata without transferring. But what about today's rehearsal? Kotaku whispered, her voice frail and hollow. Rio frowned. Why does your voice suddenly sound like a robot's? It's perfectly fine, Najika reassured her. We can rehearse anytime. And besides, our next performance hasn't even been scheduled yet. Let's create beautiful memories together in these final days of summer. Kita encouraged them warmly. Memories. So, what do you think? No objections. Let's all go to the beach. Though swimming won't be possible this late in the season. Rio added calmly. Kotaku's shoulders slumped instantly. We can't swim. Then going to the beach seems utterly meaningless. Why can't we swim? I demand swimsuit scenes. Rio's timing for the finishing blow remains impeccable. At least she's now coherent enough to engage in conversation. Thank goodness. No, but seaside stalls should still be open. Let's eat sardinebori, then stroll along the shore and gaze at the sea. Kita and Najika rallied Kotaku with fervent enthusiasm. The beach. The shore. Kotaku murmured softly. Just imagining it. Doesn't it already make you happy? Najika asked gently. In the next instant, a tender melody floated through Kotaku's mind, paired with a vivid vision of a cerulean coastline. In the distance, friends from her imagined world laughed and played together. Summer is coming to an end. Let's meet again next year. Tropical love. Eternally unwavering. New. What on earth are these overwhelmingly youthful phrases? At the thought, Kotaku collapsed limply into Kita's arms, muttering dazedly, Ugh. Tropical love. Eternally unwavering. Goddessin. Why has she become like this? Najika sighed, exasperated. Perhaps those last words struck her harder than intended. Najika stroked her chin, pondered deeply, then declared resolutely, Right. Before she fully unravels, let's leave now. Kita. You're in charge of Kotakuken. Watashi. Kita blinked, utterly flabbergasted. But Najika paid no heed. She clenched her tiny pink fist and dashed toward the station, shouting, then onward, to Inashima. Let's go. Watching the two recede into the distance, Kita urgently consoled the girl in her arms. Goddessin. Just hold on a little longer. We'll create summer memories right now. So terrifying, tropical. Hilarious. Rio and Najika always sync up perfectly at crucial moments. Kita, can one person possibly handle this? You're mistaken. The correct reaction for Kita would be, is this really happening? The shipper in me awakens. Though honestly, Kita and Kotaku do share undeniable chemistry. On the train, Kotaku remained unresponsive, whispering instead, This is a black hole, the edge of the galaxy. A place where even summer sunlight cannot reach. Looks like she really dreads school. Najika observed helplessly. Rio turned to Kita and asked, Are your school's regulations unusually strict? Not at all. We enjoy quite liberal policies and our cultural festival is always lively. How envious. I wish ours were like that. Ours is unbearably rigid. Najika sighed. Even festivals feel lifeless there. Hongxia thought about her school and complained. The posters are all just displays of research achievements. I see, after all, Shimikitazawa High School is the type of school focused on further education. You understand. Hongxia continued. Last time she failed all her exams, right? Rio nodded. Yeah. Huh. She chose to attend the same high school as me just because it's close to home. Right? After thinking, Kito asked. But if that's the case, how did she get in the first place? Hongxia explained for Rio, because Rio is the type of student who crams at the last minute. She didn't work hard before the entrance exam, but it seems she has already forgotten everything she learned back then. Rio sadly said, Because as long as I study too hard, I'll forget how to play the bass. In other words, as long as you cram at the last minute, you can easily break the statue of Buddha. My single-core processor. Given the current difficulty of the entrance exam, Rio does seem to have some talent. So it turns out Hongxia is the best student among us. Kito felt her fantasies shatter. At that moment, Hongxia shook Rio's head, causing Kito to scream no. Her brain is so small it can roll around and make noise. Hongxia asked, Hey, can this sound be used in our new song? No, don't ruin Rio's image in my heart. Please refrain from making noise on the train. I will erase this conversation from my memory, Kito said while holding her head. Hongxia, puzzled, asked, Does strong emotion really lead to this? At that moment, the small solitude beside them suddenly murmured, The space-time has distorted. Hongxia turned her head and looked at the small solitude slumped in the chair, curiously asking, So what do you see now? Rio added, I can't understand why she's so lonely at school. She's obviously so interesting. Hongxia kindly praised, Exactly. It would be great if people at school could realize that the small solitude is actually quite amazing. After school starts, I'll make sure to visit her often, Kito said. Let's spend more time with her. Suddenly I feel like I'm caring for an empty nest pooch. Gotoh, you're such a nice person, let me kiss you. I have diabetes, stay away and let me go. Upon arriving at the destination, Hongxia raised her hand excitedly. In any case, let's create beautiful summer memories with the small solitude today. Gotoh eagerly ran to the small solitude, wrapped her arms around the small solitude, who was still adjusting to the sunlight, and raised her phone saying, let's take a photo, Gotoh. Rio habitually said, I'm going to have salt ice cream, see you later. Hey, who said it was free time? Hongxia, hands on her hips, stopped Rio. After the four finished buying ice cream, Gotoh still supported the small solitude, who looked uncomfortable, and patted her face saying, Gotoh, you should wake up soon. At this moment Hongxia exclaimed, look, the sea is so vast. Gotoh looked up. Indeed, the azure ocean stretched endlessly, with white clouds hidden between the sky and the sea dissipating into the distant forest. Only then did the small solitude suddenly come to her senses, looking around in shock. When did I arrive at the seaside? You really lost consciousness earlier. Hongxia smiled helplessly. Thank you, Gotoh. The small solitude stood up, looking at the surrounding sea view, thinking, when was the last time I came to the seaside? The gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, making the small solitude feel refreshed. Only after coming here did I realize that the sea is indeed beautiful. I'm glad I came. Before she could express her feelings, a man in swimwear suddenly appeared in front of her, startling the small solitude. Hey little girls, if you have time, come eat something at my seaside stall. Cute girls get discounts. If there are 4 of you, I can arrange a seat for you right away. The voice of the man in swimwear carried a peculiar melody, and he wore a pair of party glasses similar to the small solitude's. A living party animal. The small solitude, encountering a party animal, was so scared that she exploded like a balloon. Hongxia exclaimed, the small solitude has exploded. Taking this opportunity, the band started to make a run for it, while the 3 brothers behind pursued them in a very bizarre manner. Rio remarked, what a classic case of being overly familiar with strangers. Hongxia, holding the flattened small solitude, said, that's not an opponent we can handle. Let's hurry and leave the seaside. This part is hilarious. The 3 behind are so hard to catch up with. Hongxia's mom pulling Pochi to escape is so funny. This is yet another performance effect that blinds you. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the seaside market. Here, this is yours, Gotoh said, holding a bag of food. Ah, thank you. The small solitude replied, curiously asking, what is this? Octopus senbei, Gotoh explained. It's said to be made by pressing octopus with a ton of pressure. A ton of pressure. The small solitude looked at the food in her hand, murmured to herself, and then took a bite, saying, it's so delicious. My food radar is also vibrating wildly. Rio said. The small solitude exclaimed, it's truly amazing. Hongxia looked at her with a smile. I'm just glad you can regain your energy. This senbei is so big and cute, perfect for taking photos. Gotoh said. All right, let's take a photo then. Hongxia agreed. Gotoh held up a selfie stick. Snap. A brand new group photo of the band appeared. After taking back her phone, Hongxia curiously leaned in, saying, let me see. It looks pretty good. The small solitude closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the summer sun, eating octopus senbei with everyone's summer memories. Since they had already created memories, would today's agenda come to an end? Thinking of this, the small solitude said gratefully, today, thank you all so much, it was hard work. Hey, why is this the climax of the plot? Hongxia complained. My summer is just ending like this. No. Isn't this just the beginning? Gotoh interrupted the small solitude's sentiment. This summer is already saturated. Was the small solitude's wish just to eat together with everyone? Without swimwear, this episode deserves a bad review. Gotoh, you think you can leave after having fun without me? The next second the scene switched, showing the small solitude looking at the stairs leading to the mountain peak with a face full of despair, panting. Gotoh pointed at the stairs and proposed, all right, we need to climb to the top from here. What? We have to climb stairs? Rio asked in surprise. The view you see after climbing up on your own legs is the most beautiful in the world, right? Gotoh said dreamily. Rio unwillingly replied, no, please don't do this. In any case, let's go for it. No, I don't want to. Rio firmly rejected. Gotoh then looked at the easily persuaded small solitude, asking, Gotoh, why don't you come climb with us? This time even the small solitude, who was usually easily convinced, showed a reluctant expression. Gotoh then looked at Hongxia with anticipation, saying, Iziji, it must be no problem for you, right? I'm not very eager to climb either. Hongxia weakly refused. Then Hongxia saw the dazzling light in Gotoh's eyes, and was immediately blinded, covering her eyes with her arm. Oh no, today's Gotoh is even more dazzling than usual. Rio lamented. The small solitude waved her hand, saying, this is Gotoh's usual restrained sunny aura enhanced by the sunlight. Has the restriction been lifted? Gotoh looked at the 3 with anticipation. All right, let's set off now. The 3, forced by Gotoh's rays of sunshine, had no choice but to agree to her request. Hongxia, I admit my optimism has some forced elements. Kito's passive skill Radiant Ray. Kito said, small solitude, you were just clamoring to go out to play, and now you're really going out to play, you can't escape now. Kito looks like a monster that eats people, so scary. Kito 1 against 3 easy. My Kito is a limit 1 against 3. After deciding, Kito hopped up the stairs, turning back to wave at everyone saying, everyone hurry up and catch up. Behind her, the other 3 members of the band looked as if they were dead, expressionless. I can't take it anymore, I can't climb anymore, Rio said sadly. Hongxia felt as if her soles were filled with lead. Kito is getting further and further away. As for the small solitude, she was worse off seeing the long staircase, she directly felt dizzy. There's no way to finish climbing. Upon reaching a resting place, the 4 sat down on the ground. I can't take it anymore. What a terrible view, I don't care about it. Rio collapsed on the ground. The small solitude, who had been a recluse, simply laid flat on the stairs. At this moment, a relaxed Kito turned back to look at the dejected group, somewhat dissatisfied, saying, come on seniors, cheer up, this is just the beginning. Sorry, please let me rest for a bit. Hongxia said, exhausted and unable to manage her expression. I really can't deal with you all. Kito, your energy is truly abundant. Meanwhile, the small solitude lying on the ground looked at the nearby escalator with a longing expression. That is, an escalator. She trembled and pointed at the ticket station, saying, it seems we can take the escalator up. Oh! Hongxia and Rio showed very eager expressions. No way. We have to climb the stairs. I will definitely reach that place. The elevator is truly the greatest invention in this world. Hita's stamina is impressive. No wonder she's a basketball player. Then they approached the stairs and Rio looked at the ticket machine and said, what? So we need to pay to get on the Inashima escalator. Hita explained, you need to buy a ticket to take the escalator. Rio, who had no money left, looked at the ticket machine with a conflicted expression. So should we continue climbing the stairs? However, Rio was unwilling to climb any more stairs, even if it meant death. So she walked up to the ticket booth and said to the ticket attendant, I have no money right now, but I have some good bass guitars. While saying this, she pulled out a bass guitar from who knows where and pleaded, I can give you this bass now. Do you want 2? Or would you prefer 3? No, you have to buy a ticket first. Soon they all boarded the escalator. This is so easy. Naka exclaimed, lost in bliss. Hita pouted in dissatisfaction. If we had climbed the stairs, it would have been much more touching. In the back, Shoko leaned over to Rio and said, you owe me money next month. I always keep my promises, Rio assured. At this thought, Shoko's expression stiffened. But you still haven't repaid the money you borrowed last time. Really sorry, Shoko, but I'll deduct it from her salary when the time comes, Naka said, when she heard that Rio still owed money. That's too cruel. Where did this space bag come from? Where did the base come from? This is the most excited Rio has been so far. After all, whenever Rio gets excited, it's usually about wanting something for free. The last time she borrowed money was in the 4th episode, which was nearly half a year ago. She still hasn't paid it back. I'm such a deadbeat. Naka, the ultimate hero, punishes the evil Rio. This expression of Rio's is hilarious. It looks like she has no intention of paying back, right? We finally arrived. After riding the escalator for a while, they quickly reached the mountaintop. Hita, carrying her bag, suggested, since we made the trip, shall we check out the observation deck? Naka sighed, although we took the escalator, it's still quite tiring. As for Shoko and Rio, they were already drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Still quite far. Indeed, Rio remarked as she gazed at the distant scenery, but now that we've come up, I feel a sense of liberation. I don't know why, but my mindset has also become more positive. Shoko also marveled. Rio's voice was unusually excited. The scenery and air here are amazing. Shoko suggested, how about we all take a picture together? Then Shoko held up a selfie stick and cheerfully snapped a photo of the 3 of them. This left Hita, who was nearby, greatly shocked. Why did you suddenly get so excited? Suddenly, the voices of a couple nearby interrupted. Look. It's so beautiful. Hey, what's up with you? You seem distracted. Sorry, it's just that you shimmy are so beautiful that I'm mesmerized. You're such an idiot. The 3 people who had just been joyfully taking pictures suddenly wore expressions of despair. Hita quickly spoke up, all right, let's head to the observation deck. How fun, Rio laughed. Hita thought, if you keep behaving like this, my traits in this band will be stripped away. They reached the observation deck and Hita looked at the shimmering sea surface, excitedly exclaimed, look. The view from the observation deck is even more beautiful. We need to engrave this scenery in our memories. Meanwhile, the 3 behind her were completely oblivious to the scenery, looking entirely refreshed. The air conditioning is so nice. It feels so comfortable. Yes, it does. Hita turned back helplessly. Everyone. Aren't we here to enjoy the view? Why are you just here to enjoy the air conditioning? Rio walked to the edge of the observation deck and said mysteriously, a long time ago humans wanted to build a tower to reach the heavens and be equal to the gods. The angry deities made human language become diverse, leading to chaos on Earth. Naka understood. I know you're talking about the Tower of Babel, right? Shoko also joined in the mysterious atmosphere. Humans did not learn their lesson and built such a tall structure. Hida, listening to the three of them talk, could no longer hold back. I say, everyone, how about we just enjoy the scenery properly? At this moment Naka said, alright. Hida seems satisfied, so let's head down. Well, that's true. The air conditioning feels so good. Hida angrily said, you annoying otaku. Now Hida thought, well, now I'm starting to feel antisocial. After a while the four of them had already reached the foot of the mountain. The four sat by a flower bed eating salty ice cream. At this moment Naka turned to Rio and asked, Rio, didn't you just have salty ice cream? I can always have more ice cream. Shoko weakly spoke up, don't forget to pay me back for the ice cream. Hida kept taking pictures beside them. After finishing, she turned to the other three and asked, what should we do next? We've already visited many places. Naka said. Hida thought for a moment, then said, is that so? I feel like we're missing an activity. Naka suggested, I want to eat sardine rice bowl. That restaurant ran out of food during lunch. Sorry, I can't eat anymore. I'm too full, Rio said, closing her eyes with a hint of fatigue. You're really too carefree, you know. Naka said. You're the one who keeps eating things on the way. At this moment Shoko perked up and suddenly turned to ask, do you hear that sound? Naka listened carefully and exclaimed, oh, it must be an eagle calling. The four looked up at the sky. Sure enough, an eagle was circling above. At this moment Hida said, they will steal food from humans, so be careful. As she spoke, an eagle swooped down with lightning speed and snatched Shoko's ice cream. I just said that, Naka shouted. Shoko, whose ice cream was stolen, suddenly showed a sad expression. Shoko, are you okay? Here, Gotoh, you can have my ice cream. Shoko turned around and saw several eagles circling above her head. In the next moment, a swarm of eagles and Shoko engaged in a fierce struggle. Oh no, Shoko has been treated as prey, Naka exclaimed. This girl looks weak at first glance. She's making me inexplicably angry. Take her down. Rio said, even the birds look down on her. Hey, what do you mean, even the birds? The next moment Gotoh fell to the ground. The eagle thought, I just wanted to take an ice cream. I didn't expect to poke the hornet's nest. This could be considered a beautiful summer memory for Shoko. No good memories here. Help. It looks both pitiful and funny. Am I being a bit too mean? Only the world where Shoko gets hurt has arrived. Wow, isn't this a classic scene? The three began frantically trying to rescue Shoko. Hida ran to Shoko's side. Gotoh, are you okay? Naka raised a stick and shouted at the flying eagles, get away from here. Hey, doesn't this count as an activity? I never expected this kind of activity. Naka also turned back and said, it's getting late. We should head back. Plus Shoko is all battered now. After all, it was getting late. If they didn't return soon, their sisters would worry. Hida thought for a moment but still suggested, how about we make a final prayer at the shrine? Okay, the group arrived at the temple. Looking at the statue in the temple, Hida said, this shrine is dedicated to the goddess Myoan Benzaiten, the deity responsible for music and performing arts. I had thought that if everyone came to Inashima, we must visit here to pay our respects. Naka affirmed, then we should pray for our band, hoping we get better and better. At this, they all dropped a few coins and began to make serious wishes. As they left the temple, Naka smiled and said to Shoko, Shoko, you were very serious when you made your wish just now. Huh? Rio added, yes, you wished for quite a while. At this moment Hida, who was walking ahead, asked, what wishes did everyone make? I made a serious wish thanking the deity and asking her to bless our performances for success, and to continue blessing us in the future. Oh, is that so? Shoko sighed. So starting tomorrow we need to practice hard. Naka said cheerfully, although the next performance isn't scheduled yet. I can't say it out loud. Shoko hid at the back, recalling her wish. Deity, please let me return to the first day of summer vacation. He'll do anything, please let time go back to the past. Or give me wealth and fame so that I never have to worry about food and drink. At this thought, Shoko's expression almost broke into tears. Such a meaningless wish, how could I say it out loud? Ha ha ha, everyone thinks Shoko is praying for the band, but in reality she hopes for time to reverse. The hero's thoughts are similar. Oh, my wish is also to become a billionaire. The deity am in charge of performing arts, not daydreaming. Naka, I was so moved thinking you were seriously praying for the band. After a whole day of fun, the time had come to dusk. The four of them boarded the train home. Liang leaned against the edge of the seat, feeling drowsy. Hongxia looked at Kideda's phone and said, it should take about an hour to get to Shimikitazawa from here, right? Yes, that's right. Kideda affirmed and then turned to the little loner beside him saying, by the way, Gotoh-san, you have to transfer at Fujisawa Station, right? Ah, yes. Just as the two were chatting, Kideda turned back and saw Hongxia had also joined Liang's sleeping brigade. Please wake me up when we get to Shimikitazawa, Liang mumbled. As for Hongxia, she was already too deep in sleep to say anything. Kideda helplessly looked at the two saying, I really can't do anything about you two. She recalled her original plan for the day. Sai, I originally wanted to stroll around Kamakura and have dinner with everyone. Sardine rice bowl. Hongxia mumbled, half asleep, drooling slightly. It seems she really wants to eat it. Kideda chuckled. The atmosphere fell into a deep silence. The little loner gazed at the sunset in the distance, slowly disappearing between the tall buildings. It's been a long time since I went far away. I'm really happy. I still want to play with everyone a little longer. Pachachin has really changed. She used to not like going out sob. Hongxia's drooling look is so cute. I want to eat Hongxia's drool. It's outrageous. All right. At that moment Kidada suddenly exclaimed, let's arrange all the winter vacation time for group activities with the band. Thinking of this, Kidada's eyes sparkled as she asked the little loner Gotoh-san, where do you want to go play? Let's create beautiful memories every day then. No, I really don't want to go out every day. The little loner finally understood that she still had a long way to go to become a true social butterfly. Let me think about it, the little loner said weakly. Meanwhile Hongxia and Liang had already fallen asleep with their heads leaning against each other. Kidada glanced at the two and then said to the little loner, you can also sleep for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive. No, I wasn't aware on the way here this morning and now I'm quite awake. Is that so? Then we can happily chat until we reach Fujisawa. The little loner lowered her head and whispered, Kidada-san. What is it? Kidada asked curiously. The little loner said, I'm really happy to be able to go out and play with everyone today. So starting from tomorrow I can work hard again. Maybe. The little loner showed a smile. Really? That's great. After hearing her words, Kidada cheerfully encouraged, let's enjoy campus life together in the new semester. Okay. Let this wonderful summer memory be a pillar of support for my spirit until winter vacation. Kidada is really too cheerful. I feel that being with such a girl would be really fun. No, I think Hongxia is the most suitable. She's caring and knows how to manage. Kidada's spending doesn't seem like something a normal person can afford. The two upstairs, how can you still be talking nonsense this early in the morning? The emotional support is too real. Based on my understanding of the little loner, she shouldn't last until the next scene. Sure enough, the next second. The little loner, awakened by the alarm, wore a face full of reluctance. Little loner, it's morning. Mom opened the door and saw the little loner still lying in bed. Aren't you getting up? You're going to be late on the first day of school. The little loner lay on the bed, her face full of resistance to going to school. I'm not feeling well. I need to take a day off today. You're really something, just don't want to go to school, right? Lying again. No, it's not like that. My whole body is sore and I can't move. But Mom didn't listen to this excuse and called for her sister. Little O, come help your sister. Okay. Gotoh came over and said, all right sister, get up quickly. No. The little loner screamed. I can't believe someone said she wouldn't last until the next scene. Are you a great prophet? Occasionally going out for a short walk and feeling sore all over is too real. My sister, who is clearly very cute, is always whispering like a devil. Good morning. By the way, Kitada, I saw the photo you posted of Inashima on the photo wall. Oh really? Thank you. The 9th episode ends. The main judging panel, where the 3 judges hadn't spoken a word throughout the episode, finally began to talk. Miyoshi commented, the quality has been very stable and excellent throughout the episode. Moreover, looking from the 1st episode to the 9th episode so far, we can clearly see the character arcs of each role. The most obvious one is of course the little loner. In the 2nd episode she pretended to be sick just to work, and in this episode not only can she work skillfully at the exhibition hall, but she also feels dissatisfied about not being able to go out and play with everyone. Actually, we can see that the little loner has a fairly complete growth trajectory. Of course, what surprised me the most is still the character of Hongxia. I believe in this episode Hongxia truly came alive. Before the 8th episode, Hongxia's character was often associated with optimistic, responsible, and traditional perfect female images, but in reality everyone can tell from her dialogues and expressions that her inner thoughts may not be as perfect as her exterior. This was well reflected in the live performance of the 8th episode, where the long-pressured Hongxia was the first to collapse under the pressure. The conversation outside the izakaya also represents the change in Hongxia's mindset, as she begins to believe that each member of the band can stand on their own, and she doesn't have to care for everyone like her mother. This point can be well reflected in the details of this episode. When the little loner has a problem, Hongxia will leave her to Kidada's care. When faced with things she doesn't want to do, she no longer pretends to be very positive like before, but expresses her inner emotions candidly. I believe at this point contestant number 6 has truly detached this character from its design and brought it to life. At this point, I can't help but sigh in this work. I can see contestant number 6 almost perverse control over the character design. In other works, characters like Hongxia, who are somewhat perfect, can easily collapse due to 1 or 2 lines of dialogue. However, in this series so far, every word Hongxia says is so well timed, maintaining the best distance for the audience's perception of her. Indeed, the script of Lonely Rock is truly amazing. Although the protagonist of this work is the little loner, the most popular one is actually Hongxia. The light of Saint Hongxia shines. Anyone who does not believe in Saint Hongxia will find it difficult. There are no perfect people in the world. If there are, they are either pretending or not quite right in the head. But in this episode, I really felt that Hongxia seemed to have laid down her burdens. Every time I mention this name, my hands always instinctively come together. Does anyone have any clues? After Miyoshi finished speaking, Shin Lu said, I think this episode resembles Kidada's personal episode more. Actually, from this episode, we can also see the differences between Kidada and the other three members of the band from their different choices. Before the Lonely Rock series started, we actually had a question, which is how to differentiate similarly designed characters. In this episode, contestant number 6 used a very textbook way to demonstrate this to everyone. This method is choice. Through different choices, it reflects the personality differences between Kidada and Hongxia. Just as teacher Miyoshi previously stated, as Hongxia increasingly lets go of the role of leader, the character differences between Kidada and Hongxia become clearer. Moreover, Kidada will definitely bear more and more responsibilities in the future daily life of the band. So you can see in the last train segment of the 9th episode, Hongxia can completely let go of her responsibilities and fall asleep and trusting everything to Kidada. In the future, such storylines will definitely increase. Indeed, Kidada is too cheerful. I feel that just listening to her talk for a moment lifts my spirits. Kidada belongs to the kind of girl whose perfume scent lingers as she passes by me. As the anime in the livestream continued to air, the clock soon struck 3 in the afternoon. In reality, during the latter half of the competition, most of the judges began to lose focus while watching. With only a day and a half left in the competition, they had already determined their chosen candidates in their hearts. Only Lin Lin could confidently claim that victory was securely locked in. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Lin donned his livestream helmet as per usual and commenced the broadcast of episode 10. Episode 10 After Dark. Oh no! Oh no! As the scene began, a girl rushed backstage exclaiming loudly, "The band that was supposed to perform can't take the stage." What? Who are we going to find to fill in for the band? The logistics team was in a frenzy. Just then Xiao Gudwa appeared with a guitar, stepping in like a hero. "Let me perform." You are? I can't recall your name, but I remember you are from class 2. Xiao Gudwa coolly removed her sunglasses and walked towards the stage. Gotoh. On the massive stage, everyone cheered for Lord Gotoh. Lord Gotoh. Lord Gotoh, please embrace me. You are a national treasure of humanity. Gotoh, Gotoh, Gotoh. The chaotic opening scene of episode 10 left the audience baffled. What the heck? Did I miss 100 episodes? Now it's fantasy time. I've already started laughing. Indeed, the next moment Gotoh, who had been dozing in the back row, suddenly jolted awake, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. On the podium, the class leader continued speaking in a hypnotic tone. 6 people voted for the haunted house, and 2 voted for the snack shop. Hearing the class leader's speech, Xiao Gudwa wondered, when did I fall asleep? I remember we decided on what program to present at the cultural festival during the class meeting, but I can't recall anything after hearing the phrase united as one. Xiao Gudwa pondered. Then she heard the class leader continue. So class 2 store will be a maid and butler cafe. Eh? Xiao Gudwa suddenly snapped back to attention, stunned. What? Then we need to prepare maid outfits. After all the girls have to wear them. Maid. All the girls. Xiao Gudwa looked around, her face filled with reluctance. That means I have to too. Just thinking about it made Xiao Gudwa want to vomit. She hurriedly covered her mouth, suppressing the dry heaves rising from her stomach. No way, I can't be of any help. If it were a netherworld cafe, I could contribute. Xiao Gudwa rested her head on the table, beginning to fantasize about running a netherworld cafe. Dressed in ghostly attire, she would speak to customers in a cold tone. 2 guests welcome to the netherworld, and we also have gifts for the journey to the netherworld. Upon thinking of this, Xiao Gudwa was startled awake. That was close. Maid outfit. Can I see Xiao Gudwa in a maid outfit? Even Xiao Gudwa in ghost attire is still very cute. Xiao Gudwa hurriedly went to Thailand for gender reassignment. On the second day of the cultural festival performances on the stage of the gymnasium, those who wish to perform, please fill out the form and drop it in the box in front of the student council office. Hearing this, Xiao Gudwa perked up. Individual performance program, a band. Xiao Gudwa recalled one of her dreams was to perform at the cultural festival. Just thinking about it made Xiao Gudwa feel a bit regretful. Back in middle school, I never performed even until graduation. But then she hesitated. After all, performing in front of so many familiar faces was a bit too much pressure for her. But after all, I have fantasized about it thousands of times, so I might as well consider it as if I've performed. Have we gotten hyped yet, fans? Moreover, I've already performed in the exhibition hall. Forming a band with others isn't just a casual play for me, I am serious. Just as Xiao Gudwa was considering giving up on this performance, she heard a girl in front say, "If anyone in the class performs, I might just be tempted." Yeah. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gudwa suddenly lost consciousness. When she came to, she had already filled out the performance form and was standing in front of the voting box at the student council office. In the next moment, Xiao Gudwa suddenly realized, terrified, she sat down on the ground, the filled out form dropping to the floor. Ah! Why am I in front of the student council office? The girl in front triggered Xiao Gudwa's keyword search. Xiao Gudwa has already become a monster of recognition. Pachishin, you still say you're not playing in a band just to attract women. This segment is also well structured. What's the deal with this paper? Curious, Xiao Gudwa picked up the crumpled A4 sheet from the ground and softly read. Application for band performance bond band. Who filled this out randomly? Ha! Gotoh filled it out? Impossible, I'm a hardcore guitarist. How could I think of becoming the star of the cultural festival? Xiao Gudwa banged her head against the floor. I need to clear my worries and focus on band activities. Finally she fainted. What's going on? My worries have dissipated. At that moment a student heard a noise from outside and stepped out seeing Xiao Gudwa lying on the ground. The girl let out a scream. Teacher, someone has collapsed outside. When Xiao Gudwa opened her eyes again, she saw the glaring lights of the infirmary. An unfamiliar ceiling. Next to her, Kita took off her headphones. You're awake, huh? How do you feel? Xiao Gudwa sat up. I'm fine. I heard Gotoh collapsed. I was so worried. Sorry. A bandage was wrapped around Xiao Gudwa's head. At that moment she noticed the crumpled A4 paper on the table, hesitating to say anything. What's wrong? Kita asked. It's nothing. Xiao Gudwa was feeling extremely anxious. That A4 paper was the application form she filled out while not fully conscious. What to do? If I tell Kita, she will definitely encourage me to participate, her eyes sparkling, and she'll arrange everything right away. I need to avoid that situation. Sure, that's very Kita. Xiao Gudwa is getting to know Kita better and better. I can almost hear Kita chanting in my ear. It's so scary. Thanks for your concern. I'll sleep a little more and then go to work. No need to worry. But it must be lonely for you to be here all alone, right? Kita asked with a bit of worry. No, I'm fine. Xiao Gudwa curled up under the blanket, her mind racing to find a way to get Kita to leave. I remember you're supposed to help a friend with something today, right? That is true, but I can cancel it. No, it's fine. Is that so? Seeing Xiao Gudwa not wanting her to stay, Kita had to smile and say, just don't push yourself, okay? After saying that, she got up and left the infirmary. Kitakin is so warm, she's like my third mom now, other than Noera and Kita. Who else is there? Hey, upstairs, don't you have a mom in reality? No, I'm an orphan. Little Loneliness let out a sigh of relief, stood up and picked up her registration form, muttering to herself. To be honest, I really want to sign up, but I haven't performed much and can't muster the courage at all. However, thinking carefully, aren't the performers at the high school cultural festival all amateurs? What is the atmosphere of the performance like? Little Loneliness suddenly became curious, so she started searching online for relevant information. Then an exaggerated party-loving voice erupted from her phone, nearly causing Little Loneliness to faint again. Classmates, let's get hyped up. Today I want to create unforgettable memories with you all. Please take care of me. After just watching the beginning, Little Loneliness once again slumped down on her bed. No way, the impact on my spirit is too great. I can't bear to see the performance scene. But after a moment's thought, Little Loneliness felt conflicted again. No, it's a classic trope for introverted people to shine at cultural festivals, which means I could too, right? Little Loneliness fell into her daydreams once more. Next, let's welcome the Bond Band to the stage. The drummer is Azuchi Natsuka from Shimokitazawa High School. The bassist is her classmate Yamada Ryo. The classmates erupted in enthusiastic cheers for them. At this moment, Little Loneliness made her entrance. The atmosphere on stage suddenly became tense and the audience fell silent. Even the host completely forgot her name, and the lead guitarist is from class 2. Right, it's Gotoh-san. And the lead singer-guitarist is from class 5. No wait, she's our school's star, Kita. The audience erupted in a thunderous cheer. Just thinking about this differential treatment made Little Loneliness want to spit blood. The disparity in treatment is crystal clear. Don't say that it might really turn out this way on stage. Campus idol Kita Ikuyo. What Kita Ikuyo? I only know Kita. She's here, she's gone. So to avoid embarrassment, Little Loneliness quickly gave up on participating in this performance. Let's give it up. She tossed her registration form into the trash bin. Fate it is, I have a place that suits me. The Starry Night Exhibition Hall. Little Loneliness held onto this thought as she dove into the trash bin of the exhibition hall. Manager, good morning. This? Shingu was startled by Little Loneliness' sudden act of artistic performance but still complained. Why don't you just give me a job? Then Little Loneliness recounted the whole story to Shingu. After hearing it, Shingu advised, since you have this thought, it'd be best to participate. Is that so? Little Solitude fell into deep thought. Yes, indeed, this is a grand stage that comes only once in a lifetime, Shingu added. Well, I didn't take high school seriously back then, so I just said it casually. The sound engineer Miss PA also said, I dropped out of high school as well. Seeing the tacit understanding between the two, Little Solitude wore a speechless expression. I chose the wrong consultant. Two close sisters, yet both have vocational school degrees. Don't undermine it. Shingu indeed has a university diploma. It seems the sisters were once prominent figures in the band scene. While the three were chatting, Hongxia walked in from outside and looked at them in surprise. Oh, it's rare to see sister chatting with Little Solitude. The sound engineer PA explained. Little Solitude is worried about the cultural festival. Cultural festival. Shingu added. She is quite hesitant, unsure whether to invite the whole band to perform at the cultural festival. Upon hearing her secret thoughts expressed so openly, Little Solitude's expression froze. Oh no, I don't want the band members to know about this. Hong Xia's eyes lit up at the mention of performing. Her expression became incredibly excited. Performing at the cultural festival. How wonderful. Let's participate. She looked at Little Solitude with eager anticipation. No, but Little Solitude still felt a bit hesitant. It's different from performing in the exhibition hall. The cultural festival has its own charm, Hong Xia encouraged. Have you performed at a cultural festival before, Hong Xia? Yes, I performed in middle school, Liang said, crossing her arms. Me too, I played a very obscure song, leaving the venue as cold as a funeral. Why are you so proud of that? Hong Xia looked speechless. The venue was as cold as a funeral. Proud. Liang's normal performance. Liang's encouragement of Little Solitude always had side effects. Hong Xia sighed. Speaking of which, I've never performed with Liang at school. I really want to join the cultural festival. Ha, is that so? Little Solitude felt a bit curious. She thought that Hong Xia and Liang should have known each other for a long time. They've never performed together. After all, the band was formed only recently. Liang became interested. I also want to perform our original songs in a different place. This is a great opportunity for everyone to get to know our band, Hong Xia said with expectation, clenching her little fist. For a band like theirs, they absolutely cannot miss any opportunity to perform. But for the school cultural festival, we have to perform youth rock to make everyone happy, or we might get expelled, right? Little Solitude was still very hesitant. Where did this school rule come from? Liang chimed in, resonating with Little Solitude's dilemma. I can understand her hesitation. It's very likely. No, I should say that the audience shell face will definitely be much larger than here, so if she's unable to make a decision, there's no need to rush. Liang Yu. Little Solitude felt very touched. Then she heard Liang continue. Honestly, I occasionally dream about that performance that felt like a funeral. Xinggu looked at Liang with some doubt. So you were just putting on a brave front earlier? Liang broke down, laying her head on the table in dismay. Anyway, Hong Xia thought for a moment and encouraged. The most important thing is that Little Solitude shouldn't have any regrets. That's quite reasonable. PA smiled and said, I understand. Little Solitude lowered her head. I'll think about it carefully. Only Hito is considered an outsider, right? Don't undermine it. I guess Hito already submitted the application form by now. Everyone is very considerate of Little Solitude's opinions. If I were Hong Xia with such a great opportunity to shine, I definitely wouldn't consider Little Solitude's feelings. This is the holy angel. That night, after returning home from work, Little Solitude lay in bed, starting to ponder the topic of the cultural festival. The performance at the cultural festival. Hong Xia is also interested. She recalled the smiles of everyone from the previous performance. If she really performs at the cultural festival, her mood would surely be wonderful, right? Little Solitude rolled around in bed, writhing and tossing. Bang! She accidentally bumped into the table leg. Little Solitude wore a determined expression. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should she really give it up? But I still don't dare. Oh, I am such a coward. After all this contemplation, she finally decided that she couldn't go back. This felt like a child saying they couldn't afford tuition, even if it's raining and they say they forgot their umbrella. Little Solitude thought about how her head could be used to crack walnuts. It was just too tough. The next day at school, with her guitar on her back, Little Solitude quietly thought, sorry everyone. Although I thought I could do it yesterday, in the end I still can't. No, but Hong Xia also said that what's important is that I shouldn't have any regrets. If I mess it up, I really don't know how to live the rest of my high school life. Performing in the exhibition hall is already nerve-wracking, stiff as a board. Not to mention performing at the cultural festival. Thinking of this, Little Solitude began to fantasize about the moment she becomes a popular guitarist. It was a talk show and her target was her high school classmate. Hello, your high school classmate Gotoh has now become a popular guitarist. Did you know? That Gotoh even formed a band. If I had known, I should have asked her for an autograph back then. Upon recalling these scenes, Little Solitude completely brushed off the cultural festival. Yes, that's right. Let's continue to move forward in this direction. Little Solitude felt immensely gratified by her envisioned future, her expression melting with joy. Yes, the direction is clear now and the worries have faded away. That's wonderful. The unique final fantasy of social anxiety. Playing tricks on friends is fine, but don't deceive yourself. If nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected should happen soon. Hito, should it be my turn to appear? Help me out, Hidecan. Netizens almost guessed the future plot direction, their lips curling up in suppressed laughter. Sure enough, the next second, Hito's voice came from afar. Gotoh-san. Hito ran over, waving her hand. Good morning. Good morning. How's your health? Hito continued. I was very worried about you yesterday. I went to the infirmary, but you had already left. I hope you're okay. Ha ha ha, you cracked me up, Hito. You're my superhero. I knew it. Wow, that distorted face contestant number 6 seems to understand postmodernism pretty well. Hito, That year I had my hands in my pockets not knowing what an opponent was. I'm really looking forward to it. Hito exclaimed excitedly. Someone mistakenly threw the application form into the infirmary's trash can. Luckily I found it. Oh. No, please don't. Hito looked at Little Solitude excitedly. Let's work hard for the cultural festival performance. Ah. Little Solitude completely broke down. So that's how she always is. In the starry exhibition hall, Hongxia looked at the fainted Little Solitude with a somewhat speechless expression. Sorry, I thought she really wanted to participate. What should I do? If this continues, I might become a murderer. Hito wore a sign saying "I'm guilty," looking somewhat conflicted. It's still possible to apply for a cancellation of the performance, right? The committee said once it's submitted, it can't be cancelled. Hito explained. But I'll try to plead again tomorrow. The committee is also short on performers. I understand this too well from my time in the student council. The committee, humph, trying to escape. Lightning whirlwind strike. Hito's sign was too abstract. No, rather this whole series has been rather abstract. Just then a door creaked, suddenly attracting everyone's attention. Guangjing was drunkenly leaning on the railing. Yahoo! Buy me a drink. Buy you a drink. Get lost. Xingu said without holding back. However, Guangjing ignored Xingu and instead hugged little Hongxia, complaining. Hey, isn't your sister a bit too arrogant? Isn't my little sister welcoming me? Upon hearing someone attack her sister, Hongxia suddenly widened her eyes, her expression quite subtle. Hongxia said coldly, please leave. We are about to start business. This child's icy gaze is already on par with the seniors. Guangjing was startled. Guangjing was frightened. Anyone who dares to criticize my sister, I will end their life. The Nakanozawa Fallen Angel rune is already equipped. Hongxia, I can speak ill of my sister, but you can't. Ha! Xiao Gudu turned her head, gazing curiously at the ticket in her hand. Hiroi explained with a smile. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help earlier. My band is performing today. Would you like to come watch if it's convenient? Really? I can. Xiao Gudu replied, her voice tinged with pleasant surprise. Of course you can. Here. Take these too. As Hiroi spoke, she handed several more tickets to the members of the Ties band. Thank you so much. But surely we should pay for them. Koharu said politely. Exactly. We must settle the ticket price, Yuki added. No need at all. Please keep them as my gift. Hiroi waved her hand cheerfully. That wouldn't be right. There's no need to insist. Hiroi truly serves as Xiao Gudu's mentor in the arts. Unreliable in daily life yet unfailingly dependable when it matters most. Xiao Gudu places profound trust in Hiroi. Even when unconscious, she stirred awake only upon hearing Hiroi's voice asking her a question. Hiroi watched the two young women bowing earnestly and sighed inwardly. In your eyes, am I really the sort of penniless indie musician who'd swindle high school girls out of their pocket money? Ha! Isn't that exactly what you are? Koharu eyed her skeptically. Ugh, senpai. Bring me a bottle of shoshu now. Hiroi bellowed toward Hashika. Dream on, you fool. Hiroi chuckled lightly and said, anyway, rest assured. I may seem like this, but our band is actually quite well known among indie circles. Isn't that right? She glanced toward Rio. Rio nodded calmly. Yes. We have a loyal fanbase. Precisely. At this, Hiroi's voice carried a quiet note of pride. Ticket sales targets. Child's play. We even turned a tidy profit selling merchandise. Just then Koharu asked suddenly, then why do you always drink cheap liquor? And you always shower at my place, don't you? Koharu's expression grew wistfully reproachful. You'll pay me rent now? Hashika joined the gentle interrogation. At that moment their banter pierced Xiao Gudu's emotional defenses. She crouched quietly in the corner and murmured weakly. She still hasn't repaid me for the bus fare from last time. The Tsundere sister duo strikes again. Truly Koharu has grown increasingly endearing since episode 8. So in this world all bassists are chronic debtors. If I transferred my bank loan to Xiao Gudu's name for her to co-sign, she'd sign it without hesitation, wouldn't she? Whoa. Buddy, are you evil? Aren't you just swindling people out of their money? Hashika grumbled. There's a profoundly complicated reason behind it. Hiroi hurried to explain. It's because I perform while completely intoxicated. Every time I wreck the equipment and all my earnings go straight into repairs. So you're simply reaping what you've sown. Hashika lifted Hiroi by the collar, her hair folded neatly into cat ear shapes, and asked Xiao Gudu, aside from the bus fare, does she owe you anything else? No, she only owes me the bus fare, big sis. Xiao Gudu's expression darkened with quiet melancholy. At that moment Rio turned her head, and her hair too sprang into delicate cat ears. Two habitual debtors brought to justice. Haha. Every bassist shall face justice. Hashika's lesson. The store manager secures Xiao Gudu's long overdue payment. This one's genuine. No spin, no shade. In the next instant, both bassists knelt on the floor, hands clasped reverently around coins. Hashika admonished sternly, scoundrels. Say it properly. We're deeply sorry for returning your money so late. We're deeply sorry for returning your money so late. And no, it's fine. Xiao Gudu stammered flustered. Once the light-hearted interlude passed, Hitori leaned back against the floor and took a long, unself-conscious swig from her own bottle. Honestly, why don't you just quit drinking? Hashika sighed. Weren't you completely sober before forming bands with others? This will ruin your health. Does any of that even matter? Hitori laughed loudly, staring up at the empty ceiling. All right. Everyone, let's head to Shinjuku. Come on, respond. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Ties band stood at a distance watching Hitori's exuberant antics. Yuki fretted. She's already this drunk. Can she really perform? On the way, Ryo remarked, how thrilling. To witness a free performance by a pathological hacker band. Yuki, barely catching the phrase, blinked. For sufferings and 8 hardships. Is that the name of Miss Hitori's band? Exactly. Hitori affirmed with a grin. Trailing behind the group, Xiao Gudu watched Hitori's back and thought. Big sis plays beautifully during open-air gigs. I know that much, but her performance style remains a mystery to me. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing her on stage. In the next instant, Xiao Gudu realized their destination was a large bustling live house packed with people, and immediately recoiled. The performance today was absolutely spectacular. Thank you so much. Wait. We haven't even entered the venue yet. Koharu gently pulled Xiao Gudu back from her attempted retreat. Soon Hitori strode confidently into the live house and announced to the Ties band, behold, my home ground Shinjuku FOLT. Come on in, don't hesitate. With unwavering, almost regal stride, Hitori led the Ties band through the entrance. The atmosphere feels utterly different from Hashika's Starlight Cafe. Yuki observed, glancing around. Koharu reassured her, don't worry, it's just like my place. Indeed. Though I feel a little nervous, it seems perfectly fine after all. Xiao Gudu reflected inwardly. A live house is a live house. What's the difference? Just then Xiao Gudu noticed several musicians staring intently at her, and instantly bowed apologetically. Thank you all for your wonderful performance. We haven't even started yet. Koharu sighed. Terrified, Xiao Gudu clung to Koharu and ducked behind her. I'm so sorry. How foolish I was. Naively believing I'd improved at all. Silver-san, good morning. Hitori greeted the man standing by the door. Koharu followed her gaze, and burst into tears at the sight of his intimidating presence. Oh, I miss sister so much. Even Senpai Ajichi was frightened. I want to ride the Koharu train. I want to hold Koharu's waist. Stop losing control here. The weeping archangel. Meow meow tears. Wah. In families with younger sisters. Why isn't mine as adorable as Koharu? Hitori raised her sake bottle and introduced. This is the store manager, Silver-san. Hello. Koharu bowed deeply. Contrary to his fierce appearance, Silver-san's voice was astonishingly gentle. Seriously. You have such fresh, charming friends. I'm Yoshida Junjiro, 37 years old, and my favorite music genre is punk rock. Hearing his words, the group's wariness dissolved entirely. Hitori added, the stark contrast between his demeanor and appearance is unbelievable. But relax. Silver-san is simply an ordinary soft-hearted uncle whose heart remains that of a teenage girl. Conversely speaking, Hashika fake news. At that moment, 2 women emerged from the practice room. The black-haired woman reproached Hitori. How many times have I told you not to be late? The blonde girl pouted indignantly. Rehearsals ended ages ago. My apologies. Then noticing Koharu's group, the black-haired woman asked curiously, are you perhaps the Ties band? Yes, we are. Koharu snapped back to attention. I'm the drummer Shima. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you too. Drummer Shima continued warmly. Lately, our bandmate Hitori has likely caused you some trouble. As the two exchanged polite pleasantries, Xiao Gudu thought. How impeccably courteous. Could it be that band members' personalities naturally complement each other? The blonde girl introduced herself. I'm Elisa. I lived in England until 18 and this year marks my 3rd back in Japan. Let's get along well. So you returned to form a rock band. Does that mean you love rock music? Koharu asked curiously. Not really, Elisa replied, pulling a set of merchandise from her bag. I came back for anime conventions. I actually prefer forming a band that covers anime songs. Hitori chimed in, that's right. Elisa often declares anime songs are the most avant-garde art form. Elisa then drew out a wooden sword, eyes sparkling. I bought this in Asakusa. Nice. Please behave yourselves, both of you. Watching the trio's wildly contrasting temperaments, Xiao Gudu felt speechless. These 3. Do their personalities actually complement one another? A triangle embodies perfect stability. Even background vocalists are drawn with such elegance in this series. Her British accented voice and appearance are stunning. Could we please see more of her? I'm a gamer. That's the triad of power. Soon the performance was about to begin. The Thai's band filled their water bottles and gathered in an open corner just outside the stage. Yuki surveyed the crowd and marveled. There are so many people here. Must be at least 200, Koharu estimated, glancing around enviously. So Big Sis's band is this popular. She paused, scanning the hall. Oh, where did Rio go? I'm not sure. She was with us just moments ago. Ha! Yuki turned and spotted Rio sitting alone on a distant bench, legs crossed with effortless cool. She's over there. Koharu glanced over, then sighed. Ah, that's a classic live house pose, deliberately distancing oneself from the front row crowd, silently declaring, I'm nothing like those who jump and shout up close. Rio stated coolly, one must focus on the music itself. A connoisseur's signature remark. In short, she's putting on airs. Rio currently posing. Do not disturb. Koharu's commentary is always razor sharp. Had me laughing out loud. Didn't Rio mention once getting stepped on? Maybe she was trampled into submission. Haha, they approached her. Yuki asked, Senior Rio, what kind of band is Pathological Hacker? The style is psychedelic rock. Liang proudly showcased, crossing his arms. This is a genre popularized in the 1960s, characterized by music that expresses hallucinations with many singers influenced by it. Liang's fluent and rapid speech prompted Kita to interject. So the senior can speak so smoothly, huh? A few of them gathered at the front stage waiting for the performance to begin. I can't wait to hear it. Little Solitude said excitedly to Kita. I'm also a bit curious about what psychedelic rock is like. Kita said, equally thrilled. Liang's eyes lit up. Really? Then I'll bring the entire album tomorrow. It's best to start listening from the second one when you're just beginning. Kita, I advise you not to say such things casually. At that moment Hongxia advised, because it might make a certain troublesome enthusiast overjoyed. Just as they were talking. Bang! Suddenly the lights in the venue dimmed. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Wait, didn't they say there was only one live left? How did this happen? I don't know, but I'm already wearing my headphones and ready to enjoy it. As everyone knows, if it's not a live performance by the Nyodai band, it doesn't count as live. This opening feels so good, let's go. As the iron gate of the waiting area slowly lifted, the entire stage transformed into a riot of colors. The psychedelic and rhythmic rock prelude, accompanied by vibrant lights, seemed to pull people into a dreamlike state. Amidst the distinctive bass line, Guojing pulled the microphone closer to himself. Playing Find the Difference all night long is truly delightful. As Guojing began to sing, Little Solitude felt as if she was being drawn into a fantastical realm. In that realm, all noise and clamor vanished, leaving only the rhythm of the music rising like waves, continuously washing over her. Little Solitude, holding a cup of cola, marveled. This band is incredible. Having also formed a band, she immediately recognized the prowess of the Pathological Hacker band. Wow, that vocal tone is stunning right from the start. This visual expression is also strong. I finally understand what psychedelic rock means. It's amazing. Guojing's drunken singing, truly worthy of being a senior. The lyrics are very stream of consciousness. I can't quite understand, but it feels impressive. Where is that? Where is this? Life is about to run out of battery. Let's have a party first. As Guojing's performance continued, Little Solitude's consciousness was fully immersed in the show. Dear philanthropists, you are indeed admirable. The drummer perfectly interpreted the chaotic, irregular beats. The guitar's emotions are rich yet logical. Plus the bass wall upheld by the performance. But the most impressive is still the unbeatable aura of the big sister. Little Solitude sighed with admiration. Although she had long known about Guojing's strength, she never expected him to be so dazzling on stage. Let's dance openly, shall we? Sticky and spreading. Bread smeared with lies, would you like a piece? Only I am a ghost. As the song gradually reached its climax, Little Solitude's expression became filled with longing. On stage, the performer is the hero. The band is indeed incredibly cool. It's indeed too cool. I have goosebumps. This is simply divine music. Little Solitude, amazing. Bullet comments, average, still needs practice. After the performance, Lu Yu, the main reviewer, smiled wryly. This contestant number 6 didn't tell the truth in the interview and actually pulled a sneak attack. He was completely unprepared. However, looking at the dense bullet comments, he continued to comment. Still a very stable quality live performance, and in this live we can clearly hear the differences in style compared to the Nyodai band's works. This is also the advantage of this anime that I have emphasized multiple times, which is its musicality. Every live has high quality and unique style. In reality, from another perspective, in the anime, lonely rock music is genuinely integrated into the main storyline, becoming the core highlight of the anime, rather than finding a small amount of music amidst a lot of daily life and placing music in an optional position. This point is what I believe makes lonely rock different from other anime. Indeed, Guojing's live performance and the songs written by Little Solitude are hard to imagine being created by the same person in reality. I think it's fine, right? The rhythms of rock are quite similar, it's just that the perception varies greatly. After watching the seniors live, I realized that Little Solitude and her group have a long way to go. Indeed, comparatively Little Solitude's group seems like a makeshift band. After the performance, Guijing returned to the lounge, wiping the sweat from his neck, asking, "Little Solitude, how was my performance?" "Ah, very wonderful," Little Solitude said in a daze. "I mean, you seem a bit low-spirited." Guijing sat beside Little Solitude, adopting a senior's demeanor, and asked, "Do you really not enjoy my performance?" No, it's really amazing." Little Solitude trembled. "But the big sister is so dazzling, I can't compare at all." Little Solitude felt very inferior. The big sister's expressiveness was something she might never be able to achieve in her lifetime. Guijing looked at Little Solitude's pessimistic face and said, "To be honest with you, I was very reclusive, often hiding in the corner of the classroom until high school." "Eh?" Little Solitude raised her head in shock. "Ah, so you can understand that, right?" Guijing smiled at Little Solitude and said, "It seems that reclusive people really attract each other. But one day I imagined my future, and because it was too ordinary, I felt really bored and despaired. I thought about choosing a completely opposite path in life, so I started playing rock." Guijing looked at Little Solitude, who was stunned, and continued to share his story with a smile. "Whether it was going to the music store to buy a bass or going to the exhibition hall, I was terrified at first. I started drinking to relieve the nerves of my first performance. What I want to say is, when trying something new, everyone is scared, but you've already performed on the street and at Starry Night, right? Besides, you didn't even need to drink for courage." Little Solitude looked at the big sister, who had always been encouraging her, feeling very touched. "Big sister. So you need to be more confident. If all else fails, you can still drink." Guijing stood up and encouragingly said. Little Solitude refused. "Ah, that won't do. I'm still underage." However, hearing the senior say this, Little Solitude made up her mind. Everything has its first time. She cannot avoid doing something just because she's not familiar with it. You should know she aspires to become a popular guitarist. The senior is very meticulous. It was quite moving, but I couldn't hold back when I heard the senior suggesting drinking. Little Solitude truly trusts Guijing. The transformations she undergoes later are all thanks to Guijing's help. "But if it's convenient for you, would you come watch my performance at the cultural festival?" Little Solitude's sincere words immediately thrilled Guijing. "Yes, that's the spirit." She punched the wall. Crash. The wall was made into a big hole by Guijing. The manager Xiao Yin suddenly appeared. "I'll count the 100,000 for repairing the wall to you." Guijing hurriedly shifted the blame to the manager Xiao Yin. Little Solitude is also responsible, okay? "Ah. Bocchi 6 Bocchi, old woman, don't sleep too deep at night." The manager's casual appearance is hilarious. "Wall, first of all, I didn't provoke anyone. After watching the performance, the few members of the band went to a restaurant to eat and discuss the performance for the cultural festival." "Okay, we just finished watching the performance, let's decide on the songs for the cultural festival." While the excitement is still fresh, Golu Liang, who had no money for food, watched the three of them eat beside him, his stomach growling. He stared longingly at the food of the other three. Hongxia, completely oblivious to Liang's predicament, continued. "According to Kita, each band has a 15-minute performance time, so let's settle on 3 songs. And Kita, hearing Liang's growling stomach, awkwardly said, Can't we share some with Liang-senpai?" "No," Hongxia said mercilessly. "She has owed Little Solitude money for so long, it's time for her to suffer a bit." The sound of Liang's stomach growling is louder than her bass during the performance. The punishment of the holy angel. "I thought it was just me being hungry. This is a case of strict wife control. Hongxia's tsundere is hereditary. She is also proud and tsundere." Seeing Kita feeling sorry for her, Liang immediately gave Kita a pitiful look. "You die." "Oh." Not very good at rejecting others, Kita couldn't help but be moved by Liang's gaze, and reluctantly handed over her own bowl of noodles to Liang. Hongxia shouted loudly, "Kita, don't fall for the bad band members. You must not choose a boyfriend from the 3B category, which refers to bassists, and bassists. Sorry, I will never borrow money again." Liang lowered her head, pretending to repent. Hongxia, seeing her understanding, handed her a French fry. "Then here's a little something for you." Liang took the French fry and said gratefully, "Hongxia, you are so kind, I like you." "Liang, you didn't repent, you were just hungry." "My goodness, the angel's map canon, but it makes sense not. The great demon of Shimikitazawa. This plot is particularly humorous. It always feels like my mom telling me, don't find a man like your dad in the future." Yeah, it really is." Hongxia was left feeling guilty by Liang's remorseful expression. Holding a French fry, she said to Liang, "Don't do this. Your gratitude is too overwhelming, making my heart ache. Come on, just eat." The bassist's unique tsundere style. Hongxia's mother has already succumbed. She says no, but her heart has been captured. "Liang, let's go to Shimikitazawa for some fries." After finishing their meal, Liang took out a sticky note and a neutral pen from her pocket, addressing the 3 members of the Nyo Dai band. "I've already thought of the performance set list." "Huh?" Hongxia was taken aback. Was there a serious side to Liang? Liang continued, "Ever since I heard there might be a cultural festival, I've been contemplating it." "Sounds good." Hongxia leaned in to take a look. The second song should include a guitar solo by Xiao Gotoh. Hearing Liang's words, Xiao Gudo was also momentarily stunned. Are you going to include my solo? At this moment Liang added, let's give Xiao Gudo a chance to shine. After all, this cultural festival is about you Dai and Xiao Gudo, right? Xiao Gudo and Kita exchanged a glance, their expressions very moved. Kita asked, but won't performing 3 original songs at the cultural festival be too radical? Hong Xia shrugged nonchalantly. What's there to fear? If it's radical, then so be it. Their band has always been focused on showcasing original music and expressing individuality. At this, Liang also said, don't worry, there are 4 of us. Even if we bomb, we can share the pain equally. Hong Xia looked at her thoughtfully. Liang, are you trying to make everyone share the same psychological trauma? While the others were talking, only Xiao Gudo was absent-mindedly murmuring guitar solo. Liang Senpai is really reliable at critical moments. After all, she's an old band member, and despite being a bit dismissive, she is actually the most stable link among the 4. Let's use Pachishin's guitar solo to captivate the audience. I think it shouldn't be shared pain, but rather quadruple the damage on the way home. Kita and Xiao Gudo walked side by side, each carrying their guitars. Suddenly Kita stopped, looking a bit embarrassed. Xiao Gudo turned around and looked at Kita. Kita-san. Wait, Gotoh-san. Feeling a bit awkward under Xiao Gudo's gaze, Kita took a long time to finally gather her thoughts. She bowed apologetically. I'm sorry. I know you threw away the application form for the cultural festival yourself. But I still submitted it. I really deceived you, and I'm so sorry. Kita apologized loudly. To be honest, she was already prepared to face Xiao Gudo's wrath. After all, anyone could see that not a single limb of Xiao Gudo was inclined to perform on stage. However, to Kita's surprise, Xiao Gudo did not blame her, but quietly said, thank you. Kita looked up in astonishment. Xiao Gudo awkwardly explained, initially I was a bit at a loss, but how should I put it? I'm a bit looking forward to it now. This is all thanks to you submitting the application form, so I'm really grateful to you. Xiao Gudo straightened her gaze, looking at Kita earnestly. Thank you. Kita rushed in front of Xiao Gudo, grabbing her hand, and the entire screen turned into a pink romantic hue. Gotoh and I will practice even harder. So we must make the cultural festival performance a success. Xiao Gudo was startled by Kita's sudden enthusiasm. Okay. On the way home, Kita was still thinking, I really want Gotoh to participate in the cultural festival performance because Gotoh. Wowo Kita has grown. This time she made a mistake but didn't choose to evade. Instead, she honestly told Xiao Gudo the truth. Love. Kita, I'll give you a push. Actually, this was really crucial for Kita. Without her, Xiao Gudo probably wouldn't have participated. I don't even know how many misunderstandings this scene will generate among the viewers. Oh no, big-nosed uncle will be ecstatic. Everyone run. Because what about Gotoh? Hurry and say it. You're killing me with anxiety. Clearly because of Siki. This effect, this hand-holding, I can only say the author must be shipping Pochi and Kita. Pochi and Kita are going big. The next day, in the exhibition hall, Kita asked Liang, Liang-senpai, can you guide me in practicing guitar after work? Why not let Xiao Gudo teach you? Liang replied, somewhat puzzled. Kita's expression was very positive. Gotoh needs to practice on her own too. I want to practice more and make some changes. Liang fell silent, clearly hesitating. Though she could play guitar, she wasn't really a helpful person. However, at that moment Hong Xia said to Liang, did you hear? Just keep her company, okay? Liang finally relented. Tuition is quite expensive, you know. Okay. At this point Hong Xia suddenly felt a bit strange. By the way, didn't Xiao Gudo come with you today? Yes, Gotoh is attending a tutoring session. Oh, the next day at the cultural festival. Hong Xia, who came to see Xiao Gudo, exclaimed, what? Xiao Gudo is missing? Episode 10, the end. Dying of laughter, Liang was unmoved by Kita's words, only responding after hearing Hong Xia speak. What a wife-controlled husband. I feel like the CP in this series is becoming increasingly distinct. Aside from the stunning scenes of Pochi and Hong Xia, Xiao Gudo has nearly become Kita's plaything. Sad. Kita really works hard. Why do I feel like her lines always revolve around the guitar, as if she's constantly practicing it? Others may pretend to care about tuition, but if it's Liang, she might genuinely want to charge tuition. Why is the plot stuck here? Pachishin, where have you gone? I'm dying of anxiety. Hurry and update. At a certain university in the Magic City, in the girls' dormitory, Sun Moli had just finished catching up on today's Lonely Rock. Hiding under the covers, she put down her phone and let out a long sigh. Indeed, the feeling of catching up on episodes is the most satisfying. She had missed the live stream yesterday and had been feeling down about it for a long time after returning to the dorm. Lonely Rock is truly wonderful, Sun Moli thought happily, then tried to sit up from bed, but suddenly winced in pain. Hiss, it hurts. She gasped. Because she had exerted herself too much at the comic exhibition, her weak body couldn't bear the burden, and she had muscle strains all over. When she woke up today, Sun Moli felt sore all over and found it difficult to get out of bed. After all, she herself was a dark otaku in reality who didn't love sports and didn't even dare to accept an invitation to dinner from a boy she liked in class. She had no exercise routine whatsoever, Every time she ran 800 meters, she wished she could take 5 minutes. Thinking of this, Sun Molly couldn't help but pick up her phone and grin at the photos she took yesterday. Hee now I can consider myself something of a celebrity, right? After all, I have pictures with so many people. Such a cosplayer is rare. Yes, that's right. It seems like I'm already a social butterfly now. Once my muscle strains heal, I'll agree to go eat with him. When did you appear here? Sun Molly was daydreaming about her future when she suddenly felt a hot breath behind her. She turned around and saw a girl leaning over her bed, watching her talk to herself with great interest. Yusin, why did you suddenly come up? You scared me. Sun Molly exclaimed in a panic. Fortunately, her silly smile had not been discovered by her roommate. Well, let me introduce her. The girl who suddenly appeared in front of Sun Molly is named Chen Yusin. She is her roommate and famously known as the social butterfly of the dorm. Not only is she cute, but she also has great fashion sense, and her boyfriend is a super handsome guy she brought from middle school. Moreover, Chen Yusin has a large group of friends. She can easily call several girlfriends to go shopping or watch movies with just one phone call. She is also known for her great personality among boys. Besides, she plays the piano beautifully. She is a true all-round socialite. Sun Molly feels such empathy for Xiao Gotoh because she has such a super sunny personality around her. Chen Yusin looked at Sun Molly, who was curled up in her blanket, and appeared defensive with a puzzled expression. I wanted to ask you when I just returned to the dorm. I called you several times, but you didn't respond and were here mumbling to yourself. That was because... Sun Molly hesitated to answer. She felt a bit awkward. She couldn't just say she was smiling at the photos she took of herself, right? That would be too embarrassing. All right, look at how you are. Chen Yusin looked at her with a tsk expression, then pulled out a wrapped burrito from behind her. I bought your favorite burrito. Make sure to call me later, okay? Sun Molly took the burrito, feeling touched. Why so suddenly? Didn't you say you were sore and didn't want to move today? I happened to pass by on my way back, so I brought it for you. Whoa, you're so nice. Alright, stop being so mushy. Chen Yusin pouted in disdain, jumped from the chair to the ground, and directly sat down on her own stool. She opened her laptop, preparing to do her homework, suddenly remembered something and said to Sun Molly. Oh right, didn't you recommend an anime to me yesterday? It was called Lonely Rock. Do you remember? Sun Molly leaned forward, looking at Chen Yusin, who was processing a spreadsheet on her computer, and replied weakly, yes. I watched that anime last night. Although I didn't quite understand it, the art style was pretty nice. Especially those 2 rock songs. I listened to them all day in the study room today. They're really good. Will there be other songs later? Hearing her roommate enjoyed her recommendation, Sun Molly couldn't help but brighten up. Yes. The last episode will be tomorrow afternoon, and there should be 2 more songs. Chen Yusin smiled and said, then I'm a bit looking forward to it. I have no classes tomorrow afternoon, so we can watch the anime together in the dorm. Whoa, Yusin. What? We are the best duo in the world. After 5 days of fermentation, the community around Lonely Rock is rapidly taking shape. I have drawn the concept art for the fallen angel of Shimikitazawa. For details, please see the comments. Please use your abstract hands to illustrate a famous scene from Lonely Rock. If you could marry any character from Lonely Rock, who would you choose? And elaborate on why it's Hongxia. Please everyone help me analyze the sheet music for 2 songs from Lonely Rock. I can do anything. On various platforms, discussions about Lonely Rock are rapidly increasing, almost overwhelming all the popular anime this season. On streaming platforms, the view count for Lonely Rock has reached 220 million, catching up with many renowned series even while still airing. Almost every day during the competition, a plethora of innovative works are emerging. The entire animation industry is shaken by Lonely Rock, as producers across major animation companies study the writing style of the series. Before this, although there were works featuring beautiful girls and comedy in the industry, the market response was not particularly strong and few breakout works emerged. After all, both in the past life and in this world, the 3 themes of otherworldly adventures, romance, and hot-blooded heroism have always been enduring genres in the industry, recognized for their profitability. However, for those who have watched countless shows, they actually want to see something different. The emergence of Lonely Rock has completely changed this landscape. The comfortably refreshing slice-of-life art style, the appropriately portrayed relationships among beautiful girls, the quirky and humorous interactions combined with an almost perfect rock theme directly created the phenomenon of Lonely Rock, a series that has gained widespread recognition. This is indeed a breakout. Any content from subcultures, once it can break through and enter the public eye, represents endless monetary gains. In short, the success of Lonely Rock has sparked a lot of inspiration in the industry. If a group of girls can gain immense popularity just by having good rhythm, what about a slice-of-life comedy girl band? Would a girl shooting game work? How about a girl sports competition? Or even further, if a company really formed a girl idol band in reality and created an anime for them for long-term marketing, wouldn't that bring in a fortune? The concept of girl is increasingly being discussed in the conference rooms of major animation companies, becoming a new topic of conversation in the industry. And this frenzy in the industry is precisely due to the emergence of Lonely Rock. On the 6th day of the competition, as soon as it started, the viewer count had already exceeded 10 million. Today marks the last day of the preliminary rounds, also signaling the conclusion of all the series that appeared during the preliminaries. Therefore, many viewers who would usually only catch up on shows later are coincidentally choosing to watch the final day's live broadcast. After all, following a series in real time and watching it afterward come with completely different mindsets. Hello audience friends, welcome to the 6th day of our competition. Today, all our series are about to reach their conclusion and the judges' scores for all the shows will also be revealed simultaneously. Who will make it into the top 16? Let's wait and see. Thank you. Last night felt like years of waiting. Whoa, Lin Lin, could you write Lonely Rock for a lifetime? How can I live without it? Lonely Rock is divine because it commits the sin of arrogance, being a band of middle-aged musicians. As the live broadcast started, the barrage of comments rolled in endlessly. Everyone was too distracted to listen to Benin read the sponsor list, their minds already flying to the 11th episode of Lonely Rock. Soon as the opening ended, the live streams of the contestants quickly opened. Lonely Rock Episode 11, Activate. Episode 11, the 12-episode Scenic View. The scene begins with the bustling atmosphere of the Xiuhua High School Cultural Festival. Come taste the Frankfurt sausage. Class 2 is running a haunted house, come visit. Hongxia, holding the special festival map, looked at the dense crowd around her and exclaimed, wow, it's so lively on the first day, completely different from our high school. Meanwhile, Rio turned to listen to the conversation of the girls nearby. Hey, where should we go? Let's go to Class 2's haunted house, good idea, let's go. Rio slightly opened her mouth and eventually said, there are so many places like Udeus. Speaking of which, it seems like Xiao Gudu's class is pretty close, let's check it out. Hongxia suggested, looking at the map. Arriving at Xiao Gudu's class, Hongxia suddenly appeared. Yahoo, is Xiao Gudu here? Rio also said, Xiao Gudu, come entertain us. However, after a few people went in, they only saw Hita and a few classmates of Xiao Gudu. But there was no sign of Xiao Gudu. Senpai. Hita turned around and walked up to the two. Hongxia curiously asked, Hita, are you also here to see the maid costume Xiao Gudu? Rio looked around and asked, where is the maid costume Xiao Gudu? Where is she? This? Hita hesitated, explaining the situation to them. Xiao Gudu is missing. Me too. The guitarist ran away. It's too real to skip out at the last minute. The guitarist has a unique escape skill. At this moment, a passerby girl in a maid costume explained, after putting her in the maid outfit, she said she needed to go to the bathroom, and she hasn't come back yet. If she really didn't want to, couldn't she just say so? Another girl sighed. However, the three members of the Bond band could understand, as Xiao Gudu had always been like that. Hongxia sighed, but I feel like running around in a maid outfit on campus would be even more embarrassing. In any case, we must find her now. Okay. No way. Rio sounded reluctant. Everyone don't find it troublesome. Hongxia secretly glared at Rio. On the other side, led by Hita, the three searched all the corners where Xiao Gudu might be, yet still found no trace of her. I can't find Xiao Gudu. Hongxia crossed her arms, constantly pondering. Where could she have run off to? We should check all the girls' restrooms first. What? All of them? Rio looked displeased. At this moment, Hita suddenly said, no, wouldn't go to a place where people are always around. Then where should we look? Quick, teach me, Dr. Hita. In the scene, Hita's animated character suddenly donned a lab coat and a white beard. So let me explain. First, it must be a place without anyone. The environment should also be dark and damp. Look for a place where slugs like to dwell. She likes to hide behind stones like this, Hita confidently asserted. Rio, you can be quite natural when you insult people. Is Xiao Gudu some kind of Pokemon? Hita a Pokecologist? Oh no, Hita sounds quite reasonable. I think the CP of Hita and Xiao Gudu can really ship. In the next moment, in a dark little space, Xiao Gudu, dressed in a maid outfit and over-knee white stockings, lay helplessly at the staircase, her hair ties reduced to puddles. On the left side of the pillar, a slug was perched vertically. Sorry, I instinctively lied and ran out. Oh no, there really is a slug, this is hilarious. Unbelievable sarcasm. Pokechan's maid outfit is so cute. Xiao Gudu really is a hanger, looks cute in whatever she wears. Upstairs, is it possible that Xiao Gudu is actually very cute? Because she usually dresses poorly. I'm going to cause trouble for everyone, I must hurry back. Xiao Gudu felt extremely conflicted. But if my bandmates see me like this, I will die of shame. If only there was a ripe mango right now, aw. Xiao Gudu missed the warm cardboard box from the stars so much. I can't take it anymore, if this continues I will break down. Xiao Gudu got up from the ground and sat on the stairs. I might as well escape reality and dive into the online world. Xiao Gudu picked up her phone. Recently the band practice has been too busy, I haven't checked in a long time. She opened her Guitar Hero account and began browsing the comments. The comments section of my video is still so heartwarming, filled with kind comments. At this moment Xiao Gudu frowned. Has someone gone missing? Should I unfollow them? Guitar Hero has died. Oh no. Xiao Gudu looked at the comments, trembling in fear. I need to update my video quickly, or my place on the internet will disappear. My place on the internet will just vanish. You must learn this kind of awareness pigeons. This is the outcome of delays. Just lock Xiao Gudu in a small dark room and make her create 100 videos before she's allowed to leave. Upstairs you seem a bit extreme. I get it, this is how to urge updates. Xiao Gudu has become a real-life character, so she won't care about the lives of her online followers. How sad. Wait, when was the last time I updated? Xiao Gudu looked at her account, trembling in fear. Speaking of which, I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to update. After the cultural festival I should hurry and update something. At that moment Hita's voice suddenly came from behind her. See, I told you we could go to this way. Ah? Little Solitude's heart fluttered. Found out? Pressing against the glass, Hongxia let out a surprised gasp. Did they really find me using such a ridiculous method? Hongxia opened the door and said to the hiding Little Solitude. Little Solitude, your classmates are very worried about you. Ah no. Little Solitude was about to frantically explain something. It really is where the slug likes to stay, Liang sighed. Kita proudly said. It was truly worth it for us to turn over the trash can and sink. No, I really can't feel that we are looking for someone. Seeing that Kita was really serious about searching. Hongxia's mom is very worried about you. Look, the slugs in the upper left corner are paired, but Little Solitude is all alone, boo-hoo. After finishing the complaints, Hongxia looked at Little Solitude hiding in the corner and said, Alright, let's hurry back. Okay. Little Solitude said listlessly. The next second Kita grabbed Little Solitude's wrist and led her forward step by step. At that moment Hongxia was suddenly attracted by a nearby promotional poster. She pointed at the poster. Quick look, it's here. The group looked at the performance poster of the choir and said, Our band's name is on it. They went over to take a glance. Indeed, the performance time for the Bond Band is at 1:30 p.m. However, wasn't this already known? The three of them remained silent, watching Hongxia's surprised expression. That's obvious. Hongxia also chuckled awkwardly. Seeing the Bond Band's name at school feels strange. Kita added, yes. Liang advised, Don't be nervous now, be careful not to tire yourself out before the performance starts. True. Kita said. Then let's not think of anything else today, let's enjoy the cultural festival. Saying this, she turned her head and looked at Little Solitude, who was dressed in a maid outfit, and asked, Is that okay? Classmate Gotoh. Ah. Little Solitude awkwardly couldn't say anything, twisting her head uncomfortably. No, I'm different from Kita. This kind of school activity has never left me with happy memories. I have never found the cultural festival enjoyable. Don't be afraid, isn't there one that makes the atmosphere feel like a wake? The Little Solitude in a maid outfit is so cute. The haunted house of class 22 is at the end here. One guest has entered. Standing in front of the haunted house, Hongxia looked at the scarlet haunted house sign and suddenly felt a bit excited. Actually, I'm quite curious about this haunted house. I kinda wanna go in and take a look. I wanna go in too, it seems to have pretty good reviews. Kita said as well. Little Solitude looked unwilling. However, once they actually entered, Hongxia and Kita were scared to the point of almost crying, constantly screaming. The crispy chips on Hongxia's head were still spinning at high speed. On the other side, Liang and Little Solitude were expressionless. In the end, it was Little Solitude who was startled by Hongxia and Kita's screams. Laughing to death, Hongxia's crispy chips are spinning at high speed. This silly hair is too entertaining. Got the meme. Liang, not scary, I even wanna laugh. Little Solitude, if it weren't for my teammates screaming loudly, this place would feel like home. Can we hang out here? Then several people played many activities during the cultural festival. Liang even picked up an air gun and demonstrated some shooting skills. Excitement followed after winning a prize during the lottery. Following behind everyone, Little Solitude secretly thought hanging out with everyone at the cultural festival doesn't seem bad. And Little Solitude actively asked others, Where should we go next? That sounds good, let's go through all the stalls. Hongxia happily said to Little Solitude. Kita helplessly said, That's a bit too much. And classmate Gotoh, don't show a face like, as long as we keep playing we can return to the maid cafe later, that seems pretty good. Are exposed. Little Solitude was startled. Can everyone now see through her thoughts? The band members can read Little Solitude's heart, isn't this also a form of growth? Truly the Bond Band is amazing. Little Solitude's facial expressions are incredible, no wonder it's you. Regardless of whether Little Solitude was willing or not, the members of the Bond Band returned to the maid cafe. The classmates of Class 2 warmly welcomed them. Welcome to the first year Class 2 maid cafe. Welcome back. Sitting at the dining table, Kita turned to look at the restaurant's decoration and said, Classmate Gotoh's class is very thoughtful. Hongxia exclaimed as she walked around the room. Everyone is so cute. Classmate Gotoh is also graciously standing at the door, working hard to welcome guests. Is the experience from working at my family's exhibition hall coming into play? Wrong. Just then, while looking at the menu, Liang suddenly put it down and glanced at Little Solitude. She just fainted while standing. Switching to Little Solitude's perspective, indeed, she was drooling and holding up a sign. It's true. Just then, Two delinquents with hair styled to touch the ceiling suddenly appeared in the corridor with a strong presence. The surrounding classmates all dodged, looking at them in fear. Oh! Liang sighed. Oh! Hongxia curiously leaned forward. The next second, two muscular men suddenly appeared at the cafe entrance. A group of post-apocalyptic dressed people has arrived, Liang complained. Where did they come from? Am I still watching a girl band anime? Delinquents X. Ceiling cleaner, why are your drawings so elaborate? And they aren't even in the same style. How did the school let them in? Hongxia exclaimed in shock. The two bent down to look at Little Solitude, kindly asking, Little sister, what does holding a sign mean? It's better to play with us. However, Little Solitude had already lost consciousness, standing there drooling. What? This girl isn't moved by our intimidating stares. And she's even calmly making a funny face? She's not an ordinary person. The next second, a small guitar suddenly popped out of Little Solitude's mouth, scaring the two delinquents into apologizing. We're really sorry. Haha, what is this? So abstract. Can't hold it in anymore. Should really check the author's mental state. Classmate Gotoh is amazing, her impact is substantial. Kita excitedly said in the room. Yes. Hongxia said with a blank expression. This impact is a bit too much. Soon the three members of the Bond band placed their order. Hongxia loudly called out to Little Solitude. Little Solitude, we want to order. Ugh. Little Solitude snapped back to reality. Please, what would you like to order? Little Solitude looked very flustered. Let me see. As Hongxia looked at the menu, her gaze suddenly glanced at Little Solitude, then sighed. By the way, Little Solitude looks too suitable in a maid outfit, right? Classmate Gotoh really suits this kind of cute outfit. Kita encouraged. Hongxia's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Indeed, don't wear sportswear all the time. No. This feels a bit. Little Solitude's expression was somewhat hesitant. Liang looked up at Little Solitude in a maid outfit, deep in thought. What's wrong? Little Solitude asked weakly. Liang then said, attracting people with looks seems pretty good too. Ah. Liang's eyes turned the color of gold coins. So Little Solitude is a diamond in the rough. Liang, classmate Liang. Little Solitude took a step back. How about having Little Solitude wear a swimsuit for a music video? Liang boldly envisioned the future. Or wrap her in bandages and perform on the sea. Hongxia loudly interrupted Liang's fantasy. I tell you, don't think about making money off Little Solitude. Don't stop, I invested in this project. This isn't right. The guitarist saves the band by skirting the edge. Little Solitude looks cuter the more I see her, too bad the author won't let her wear nice clothes. Let's order something, okay? Seeing the topic getting out of control, Little Solitude hurriedly redirected it. I almost forgot. Who can lend me some money? Kita looked at the pictures on the menu and said, it looks really delicious. Hongxia pointed at the menu and asked, what is this floating pure sticky magical omelette rice? Little Solitude looked deadpan. It's just ordinary omelette rice. Then what about this unicorn's dreamy cute shiny omelette rice? That's also just ordinary omelette rice, right? Not going to make it dark cute omelette rice. It's just ordinary omelette rice, right? Hongxia looked up and asked. So it means that only the names are different but the things are the same. Little Solitude weakly replied. It seems the entire budget was spent on making the maid outfits. Who is the planner for this shop? They'll pay you 100,000 a month, you're truly talented, haha. Pochi is really a conscientious merchant. She genuinely says what she means. Sincerity is the first killing move. Although she said this, Hongxia still ordered a plate of omelette rice. After a while, Little Solitude brought the omelette rice over. This is your ordered floating pure sticky magical omelette rice. Sorry. At this moment, Hongxia suddenly pointed at the menu with great interest, mischievously smiling. Please recite a spell to make it delicious. Know this. Little Solitude took a step back. Darn, how did they find out? Customers are gods. Liang also spoke with great interest. Maid, please. Hongxia had a mischievous smile. Kita commented from the side. These two are having so much fun. Helpless Little Solitude could only raise her hand, preparing to recite the spell taught in class yesterday. Kita's tone seems a bit jealous. Is it coming? Is it really coming? Floating and pure miracle heart-moving omelette rice become delicious. Little Solitude's face was filled with frustration as he made a heart shape with his hands, his voice deep like a high-level cursed spirit issuing a spell to the diners. Hongxia and Liang raised their spoons, tasting the omelette rice enhanced by delicious magic. So dry. Because it's frozen food. Little Solitude said helplessly. A frozen prepackaged meal, how good can it possibly taste? At this moment, Keto said to Little Solitude, Hodo-kun, you need to put more emotion into your incantation. Watch carefully, do it like this. Keto stood up and demonstrated for Little Solitude. Floating pure miracle heart-moving omelette rice, darling, become delicious. Under Keto's soft and cute voice, countless smiles and affection were infused into the omelette rice. Hongxia looked at the omelette rice in front of her, exclaiming, The perfectly balanced sourness of the ketchup and the sweetness of the sauce blend together, creating a taste filled with warmth of home. So smooth. Liang was eagerly eating Hongxia's omelette rice. Little Solitude. Isn't this just ordinary frozen omelette rice? Goodness, those who know are making omelette rice, while those who don't would think they are transforming into magical girls. This is the subjective initiative of consciousness so magnificent. Hungry demon Yamada Liang, did everyone notice? Liang is eating Hongxia's omelette rice. Just then classmates from class 2 also approached. Keto, if it's convenient for you, can you help our class? Can I? I've actually wanted to wear this outfit for a long time. Keto exclaimed with surprise and joy. Immediately a sweet pink aura emanated, and a lovely maid outfit appeared in front of everyone. Keto struck a cute pose. How do I look? Keto looks so beautiful in it. The girls from class 2 erupted in excitement. Hongxia said, the charm of the outfit has been fully displayed. Would you two seniors like to wear it too? Let's create some beautiful memories together. Can we? Hongxia looked at the girls from class 2. Of course. In the next moment, Liang and Hongxia's maid outfits also made their fresh debut. No way, this is too cute. No, wait a minute. Just then Keto raised an objection. Liang Senpai should dress in a big sister style. No, wearing a boy's outfit is also good. I admire my own fashion sense. Keto circled around Liang taking photos. Hongxia looked at Keto circling around Liang with a puzzled expression. Isn't this treatment gap a bit excessive? Hongxia eavesdropped on the conversation of the girls from class 2. But these three look so beautiful in their outfits. Could you all help out a bit? Sure, I work in the service industry, so I'm very confident about this, leave it to me. Hongxia gave a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Everyone in maid outfits, am I in heaven? Pochi A- Liang Senpai indeed looks so cool even in a boy's outfit. She's so elegant. Hongxia's new performance art so funny. With this setup, even a hen would obediently eat 2 plates of omelette rice before leaving. Welcome back. What band are you here to see today? Ijika Senpai, this is a maid cafe, not a performance hall. Little Solitude hid in a corner dumbfoundedly watching how his band members were hosting. Impressive. Both Keto and Hongxia have terrifying adaptability and reception skills. At that moment, 2 muscular delinquents raised their hands. Excuse me, could you add some water? Liang Senpai, could you help over there? Ha, you want a drink? Come get it yourself. Liang leaned back casually while speaking to the 2. Right, sorry. This isn't a performance hall. Keto said helplessly, but really cool. Little Solitude watched as the muscular delinquents knelt on one knee waiting for Liang to pour water. Liang has some indescribable greatness. Haha, and what about those 2? Attribute exploded. Liang Senpai is so cool. Liang didn't even pour the water, so funny. Every time the show shows men, I think I've walked into the wrong scene. The previous uncle was also just not in the same style. At that moment, Hongxia gestured toward the crowd of people standing outside and shouted inside. I brought a group of guests. Amazing. The girls from class 2 were shocked. What terrifying sales ability is this? Welcome back, this way, please. Keto smiled as she stepped forward to greet them. At that moment, another girl said to the stunned Little Solitude. Alright, Hodo-kun, you can take a break now. Okay. The treatment gap is so large. Little Solitude's face was filled with frustration. This is only the first day at the maid cafe. I can already imagine what tomorrow's performance will be like. Is the artistic form of contestant No. 6 a bit too advanced for today's audience? Pochi was completely defeated. After the crowd left, the girls from class 2 counted their gains shocked. Amazing, the omelette rice is sold out already. Our class revenue must be first, right? We have to thank Keto and the Keto Band's class, thank you all. Hongxia greeted. No problem, we're also very happy, thank you everyone. I'll definitely come to watch tomorrow's performance. Great, I'm very happy. By the way, what about the payment? At this moment, Liang said coldly. We can't let people work for free, right? Let's go, it's time to practice. Seeing Liang saying something strange, Hongxia directly grabbed Liang and dragged her out the door. Before we leave, can we go somewhere first? At that moment, Keto suddenly asked. Sad, the classmates here are talking about Keto's band, not Hodo's band, and Keto isn't even their classmate. No one can resist Kitakan's charm, no one. Little Solitude has already been stolen away, sob. Liang's words don't sound fake, it feels serious. Indeed, whatever Liang says wouldn't surprise me. Keto brought the other members of the Not Band to the performance venue at the stadium. I want to take a look at the performance venue with everyone before we leave. This gym is really beautiful, Hongxia sighed. It can hold about 1,000 people, right? Liang estimated. Keto said. It shouldn't be that many people coming though. But I hope a lot of audience comes. Yes. Little Solitude also nodded with a smile. The cultural festival performance has always been Little Solitude's dream, Hongxia said confidently. There will definitely be a lot of people, don't forget about the Keto effect. Yes. Tomorrow I'll be standing here with everyone from the Not Band. Looking closely at the stage, Little Solitude felt infinitely emotional. Never did she expect that one day she would have the courage to stand in such a spotlight. Returning to the practice room of stars. Hongxia looked at Little Solitude and said, I've been thinking, Little Solitude, your guitar seems to be quite old, right? I've been concerned about it for a long time too. Liang squatted down, examining Little Solitude's guitar closely. It's rusted and there are cracks. It must be an antique that is used often, right? It could sell for a high price. Liang's eyes turned into the color of money. This thing must be very valuable. Hey, don't just convert other people's belongings into money. Ah, this. Facing the puzzled expressions of her friends, Little Solitude explained. This is the guitar my dad used when he was young. I borrowed it, so it should be quite old. By the way, is your family coming to watch tomorrow? Ah, yes, Little Solitude explained. They were unable to come last time due to a typhoon. So they are particularly excited and even bought a camcorder. Haha, I can imagine, Hongxia said with a smile. Gotoh also said, my friend just messaged me, saying they are very much looking forward to it. Then we must work harder. Ah, yes. Oh, right, what about the warm-up for tomorrow's performance? At this moment, Hongxia raised a new question. We can introduce the members and songs and just say a few casual words, right? Gotoh said, I think that sounds good. No, our usual warm-up method is enough. Hongxia explained with a smile. But we might learn from popular bands and try to liven up the atmosphere from the start of the warm-up. There's no such thing as an interesting band warm-up. Liang held a different opinion. Fans only laugh out of courtesy. That's too harsh. Hongxia clearly disagreed. She felt this was Liang's personal viewpoint. The two's gazes clashed intensely, neither willing to yield to the other. As long as the band is popular, even the coldest warm-up can elicit laughter from the audience. Don't worry about it. Are you comforting us or belittling us? Hongxia's momentum was very strong as she questioned Liang, dissolving the crisis of dissolution. Little Solitude hugged her guitar, watching the two who had stiffened, covering her mouth as she thought. What can she say to persuade them not to continue arguing? No, at this moment it feels awkward to say anything. Finally, Gotoh interrupted the two's exchange. All right, no more arguing. This is the last rehearsal, so everyone should work hard. Sorry, let's do our best. Hongxia also came back to her senses. Indeed, this was not the time to argue. Then let's begin. Hongxia raised the drumsticks in her hands. With a rhythm, the scene quickly transitioned to the stage after the practice ended. Shimikitazawa Archangel versus Sha County Snack. I think letting the bassist dance might just warm up the atmosphere. Arguing, just a couple's usual bickering. If there's no work, you can bite the lighter. The practice phase is appropriately detailed. Didn't you hear? I just heard a super beautiful song. Indeed, this is a song only intelligent people can hear. After the rehearsal, several people were panting heavily. Each performance consumes a significant amount of energy for the band. Xiao Gotoh looked at Kita. I feel like Kita-san. Kita also noticed Xiao Gotoh staring at her curiously and asked what's wrong. Gotoh-san. No, I hope the performance can receive an enthusiastic response. Xiao Gotoh weakly changed the subject. Everyone will definitely like it, Kita said with a smile. After all, everyone has been working hard on the band. Not bad, quite confident. Rio also expressed confidence. Natsuha looked at Xiao Gotoh with affection. Xiao Gotoh, you have to perform well. This cultural festival performance was originally intended to fulfill Xiao Gotoh's dream. We must have confidence, or who knows, Gotoh-san might surprise everyone. Kita smiled at Xiao Gotoh and said, no, it's just. Xiao Gotoh was still a bit lacking in confidence. It will definitely surprise everyone because you are very. Xiao Gotoh paused, listening to what Kita was about to say. However, Kita did not finish her sentence. She simply shook her head. Forget it, it's nothing. Let's work hard together. What was that half-finished sentence? The correct fill-in, because you are very cute, I like you. Bakishin is really the group's darling. Everyone dotes on Xiao Gotoh. I think the best pairing now is Bocchi and Kita. Kita seems to have clearly developed feelings for Xiao Gotoh. Indeed, Kita no longer shows such enthusiasm for Rio. She subconsciously looks at Xiao Gotoh whenever she speaks. It's a secret crush. I think Kita means Xiao Gotoh is quite contrasting, right? After all, she's usually so introverted, and suddenly letting loose on stage will definitely earn her a lot of praise. Oh no, this segment is another misunderstanding material. Uncle Big Nose will be thrilled. Okay. Xiao Gotoh paused, not thinking much about what Kita originally wanted to say. Alright, today we conclude the practice. Natsuha said with a smile, everyone make sure to sleep early to prepare for tomorrow's performance. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. On the streets of Shimikitazawa at night, Kita gazed at the dim sky and sighed. It feels like autumn now. Natsuha complained a bit. Speaking of which, according to the original plan, we should have been working on a mini-album by now. We're progressing slowly, isn't that alright? I just remembered Natsuha mentioned her grand plan to become a popular band within a year. Brace yourselves, Natsuha's mom is fantasizing again. Keep it up. As long as we keep moving forward, the path will continue to extend. Back at home, Xiao Gotoh excitedly organized her equipment and band outfits. Finally, the cultural festival performance is here. This is my first performance in front of my classmates. Although I can't guarantee success like Kita-san. But I hope every audience member will be happier. In the scene, members of the Bond band appeared one by one. Natsuha was lazily lying on her sister's lap, resting. Kita was learning how to do makeup by following a video. Rio was listening to music with headphones. Each person was working hard for the festival tomorrow. Before long, it was the next day. In the backstage lounge, Natsuha said to everyone, my sister said she would come today. Oh, is that so? Sitting in the lounge, Xiao Gudo continued to mentally prepare herself. I must have confidence. Everything will surely move in a positive direction. What if? Xiao Gudo began to fantasize. What if there are people from record companies in the audience? That was amazing, you guys are about to debut. As a high school girl band, we might just make the news and become legends. He. Dreaming of such a future, Xiao Gudo couldn't help but smile foolishly and drool. Everything seems normal, so far, no funny twists. Have been discovered, it shouldn't be like this. There should be a funny twist here, the unique fantasy of social anxiety. I feel like unless something unexpected happens this live, should have a surprise. Definitely Xiao Gudo has already set up so many flags for herself, it's bound to have an unexpected turn. The three members of Bond Band looked at the foolishly smiling Xiao Gudo with helpless expressions. She has fallen into her own world again, Kita said. Xiao Gudo, it's time to go. Natsuha called Xiao Gudo up from her chair. Ah yes. Xiao Gudo snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed. Bakashin Yudai, oh that's a homophone pun, it sounds like calling one person but actually calling two. The members of Bond Band were lying backstage listening to the performance of the band on stage. This band is getting a very enthusiastic response, Natsuha said. After all, this song is very popular this year, Kita added. Rio complained, why are they waving glow sticks at the band performance? I'm starting to get nervous. Kita, take a deep breath. Natsuha encouraged Kita, then looked at the second unstable factor in the team. Xiao Gudo, are you okay? I'm fine. Xiao Gudo stood up straight. Looking at her appearance, Natsuha also smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Gudo 6 months ago still needed to be wrapped in mature mangoes, but now she can show such a determined expression. Then a sudden thumping sound interrupted Natsuha's inner thoughts. She turned her head to look. It turned out to be Xiao Gudo's rapid heartbeat. Rio, who was focused on watching the band perform, said, this band, the drum beats are especially loud. I can't stop laughing. Just when I said Xiao Gudo has grown, she suddenly freaked out. She's grown a lot. After all, this is a big stage. Even social butterflies like Kita would get nervous. Rio, why is this band's drum beat so loud? Xiao Gudo's Emperor Engine, oh no, I'm starting to get nervous too. It's okay, don't be anxious upstairs. According to my calculations, this chapter shouldn't reach live. Is it a chapter break? Damn, number 6. Seeing Xiao Gudo so nervous, Kita hurriedly leaned over to her and said, Goddessin, you should take a deep breath too. While they were chatting, the host also walked backstage and called out to the members of Bond Band loudly, Bond Band, it's almost your turn. Okay. Natsuha raised her hand to signal. Turning back, Natsuha prepared to give the band members a final boost of encouragement. Alright, should we form a circle for some motivation? Natsuha looked confidently at the three. By the way, let's put our hands together and shout together. Good idea, let's do it. Kita supported. This is too awkward, Rio said. Natsuha ignored Rio's complaint and just extended her hand. Everyone stretch out your left hand. Okay. Inoue, Rio reluctantly stretched out her hand. Natsuha pulled her hand over. Alright. Goddessin, you join us too? Kita asked. Okay. Xiao Gudo also stretched out her hand. The hands of the 4 members of Bond Band were all put together. Natsuha encouraged, then let's do our best. Everyone enjoy the performance together. Ready? Oh, the 4 of them raised their hands to the top of their heads. I'm so nervous right now. Me too. Number 6 has a great grasp of the atmosphere. Every time before a performance, it feels so tense. The failure of the live in Chapter 8 is still fresh in my memory. I'm really afraid something will go wrong. After all, the stage of the cultural festival has a lot more audience than before. It will definitely succeed. I feel like everyone's state is completely different from before except for Xiao Gudo. Everyone is really pumped. Oh no, saying that does that mean Xiao Gudo will have a problem? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Gudo is the backbone of Bond Band. How could there be a problem? The viewers in the live chat were discussing the upcoming live performance enthusiastically. After all, for the audience, this program is the one most worth looking forward to, the live performance of Lonely Rock. However, everyone still had a bit of distrust towards Lin Lin. The big live of Chapter 8 is still fresh in everyone's minds, although everyone knows that Lin Lin would never give them a failed live performance in the end. But what if, before Chapter 8, no one imagined that the live could fail? Combined with Lin Lin's previous talk about live innovation, no one knows what kind of performance the upcoming live has prepared. This mix of anticipation and anxiety sparked the audience's rebelliousness and curiosity. While the audience was discussing, the members of Bond Band stood behind the curtain beginning to adjust various equipment for the band. Before long, the host's voice came at the right moment and the curtain gradually lifted. Next up is the Bond Band. The lights came on. Xiao Gudo slowly raised her head, staring directly at the audience below. The shot zoomed out and Kita's fans erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Kitakin Kita. As expected, the scene is as anticipated. Seeing the scene before her, Xiao Gudo felt greatly disheartened. She knew this kind of situation would occur. Sister, go for it. Just then, Goto's tender voice suddenly cut through the waves. Xiao Gudo turned to look. Her family was loudly supporting her. Xiaodo, go for it. The 2 little fans from Chapter 8 also came to the cultural festival. My fans. Xiao Gudo paused. Classmates from her class were also looking at Xiao Gudo with expectant expressions. And my classmates. It's different from what I expected. Xiao Gudo felt very touched. It turns out there are people supporting me. In the scene, she envisioned there weren't this many people supporting her.